Chapter 1740. Fang Yuan's achievements were the result of his own hard work. He also had the help of many predecessors. Celestial Court and Central Continent were the same. It was not strange that they could defend against the attacks of Fang Yuan and the Western Desert Immortals. This was strength and foundation. It was the hard work of countless generations of Central Continent and Celestial Court members. Such hard work, be it now or in the past, was undeniable. Since this is impossible, I can only retreat, Fang Yuan thought. Li Huang and Qin Yi tried to stall Fang Yuan, but with Fang Yuan's methods he was confident he could break out. Fang Yuan no longer had any thoughts of destroying Emperor City. Firstly, destroying it would not benefit the overall situation. Secondly, with the protection of Central Continent's Gu Immortals, it would be difficult to attack Emperor City again. But at this time there was a loud rumbling sound. The earth split open, a huge earth trench extended from the south to the north, swallowing mountains and forests along the way. It was extremely fast. Coincidentally, Emperor City was right in front of the earth trench. Oh no! Protect Emperor City? This was out of everyone's expectations. Central Continent's immortals were flustered. They quickly took action to protect Emperor City. But heaven's might was unfathomable. The earth trench's formation was not ordinary. It was caused by the merging of the 5 regions and the unification of the earth veins. What kind of heavenly power was this? How could a group of Gu Immortals deal with it in a hurry? Thus, Central Continent's Gu Immortals could only watch as the earth trench swallowed Emperor City. Emperor City could not fly. It was huge. Once its foundation was destroyed, it fell into the earth trench and started to break apart. In this magnificent city, there were close to 1 million people. There were countless Gu masters. They were elites from all over the world. Especially in this assembly, Celestial Court had gathered many people with strong luck to resist Fang Yuan's luck. Yi Fan and Hong Yi were among them. There were also many people with similar luck. Quickly save them, Li Huang shouted. Ha ha, wishful thinking. Fang Yuan attacked. He was currently in Yama Emperor form. He could use Soul Path killer moves easily. Fang Yuan had already seen Hong Yi and Yi Fan among the millions of people falling. Both of them were connected to luck. No wonder his luck had always been suppressed. Immortal killer move, Luo Pasil. Immortal killer move, Spring Scissors. Immortal killer move, Summer Fan. Fang Yuan first used Luo Pasil before turning into the immemorial Year Monkey and using 2-time path killer moves. No. In his haste, Li Huang could not block Fang Yuan's vicious attack at all. He roared in anger, but could only watch as countless lives died in Fang Yuan's hands. This included the small group of elites that participated in the final refinement path competition. Yi Fan and Hong Yi were naturally not spared. Fang Yuan, you are a rank 8 Gu Immortal. You are actually slaughtering mortals. You deserve death for being so vicious and evil. You deserve death. Qin Ye's eyes were completely red and filled with threads of blood, and they carried boundless rage as he charged at Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan's attack caused Central Continent to suffer huge losses. Qin Yi knew that Emperor City was an important place in Central Continent. It used human path methods to attract and nurture countless human path elites. After generations of accumulation, it had extraordinary people. It could be said to be the greatest cradle of Gu Immortals. After all, Central Continent had a sect system. It was different from the other 4 regions. Emperor City produced many talents, especially those with strong human path luck. As long as these people obtained enough resources and grew up, they would have a high chance of becoming Gu Immortals. In the future 5 regions' chaotic war, Gu Immortals would die frequently, and these people were Central Continent's reserves. They were the seeds of Gu Immortals. Fang Yuan's attack killed almost everyone in the city. It also killed a small portion of Central Continent's talent reserves. It greatly reduced Central Continent's battle potential. With such huge losses, how could Li Huang, Qin Yi and the rest not be furious? They wanted to cut Fang Yuan into pieces. Once Hong Yi and Yi Fan died, a large number of talents perished. Fang Yuan felt a sense of relief. He knew that his luck path was starting to gain an advantage. After taking a final look at the falling remains of Emperor City, as well as the 100 corpses that he had killed personally, Fang Yuan rapidly retreated. Li Huang, Qin Yi and many immortal Gu houses chased after him. Demon. He actually killed almost everyone in the city. Among them were my family members. Kill him, get rid of a scourge for the people. Central Continent's Gu Immortals were filled with righteous indignation. They were filled with killing intent. Fang Yuan laughed wildly. Can you stop me? Indeed they could not. Even though Fang Yuan could not do anything to Central Continent's people, these immortal Gu houses and rank 8 Gu Immortals could surround Western Desert's immortal Gu houses. but they could not trap Fang Yuan's battle strength. Unless there was an immortal goo formation or an immortal battlefield killer move. But how could they be set up in such a short time? Actually, even if there was an immortal goo formation or battlefield, unless they killed Fang Yuan quickly, with Fang Yuan's wisdom path attainment and powerful methods, he could escape. Zhou Xiong Xian's death was the best proof. Not only could they not stop him, Fang Yuan even had the strength to retaliate. Boom. With this attack, Fang Yuan almost destroyed an immortal goo house. Guiyue Fangjing was inside this house, he was covered in cold sweat. This immortal goo house quickly retreated and reorganized itself. Other immortal goo houses quickly filled the gap. Fang Yuan looked at this house with regret. Even though he did not know that Fangjing was inside, his intuition told him that if he destroyed this house, it would be very beneficial to him. To him, Fangjing's existence was a form of restraint and restraint. Fang Yuan. At this time, Bing Sichuan contacted him again. Bing Sichuan, you still have the cheek to contact me? Today's defeat is all because of you. Fang Yuan showed a furious expression. Actually, even though Central Continent's Celestial Court had its foundation, compared to the other 4 regions, it was still at a disadvantage. However, Central Continent's people were united, while the other 4 regions were scattered. They had their own selfish motives. Even though they had great strength, they were scattered all over the place. The truth was, the 4 regions were all holding back. For example, even though Eastern Sea sent many rank 8s, there were very few rank 7 goo immortals and immortal goo houses. For example, even though Western Desert sent immortal goo houses and a large number of rank 7 and 6, there were very few rank 8 goo immortals. Many experts like Shi Clan's first Supreme Elder did not participate in this battle. They had been staying in Western Desert. Bing Sichuan sighed bitterly. My side cannot hold on for long. There are many casualties, but we still have a chance. That is infallible blessed land. As it turned out, Celestial Court used human path methods to organize the Central Continent Refinement Path Convention. The goal was to give infallible blessed land countless failures, before extracting success Dao marks from it. Right now, Fate Goo had not been fully repaired, it still lacked the final batch of success Dao marks. Even though the Central Continent Refinement Path Convention was completed and the final batch of success Dao marks were being prepared, to be transported to Celestial Court, it would take much longer than the previous Central Continent Refinement Path Convention. This was because infallible blessed land had already become a battlefield. It was surrounded by layers of immortal formations. Even though these immortal formations resisted the attacks of the deities of Southern Frontier, they posed a certain difficulty in transporting success Dao marks. After hearing Bing Sichuan's explanation, Fang Yuan's mind became clear. It seems that infallible blessed land is our final hope. Fang Yuan did not hesitate. He turned around and charged towards infallible blessed land. Behind him, Li Huang and the rest, as well as a portion of the immortal goo houses, chased after him. Infallible blessed land battlefield. Unlimited wind was like a heavenly pillar. It slowly moved horizontally, destroying the immortal formation of Celestial Court with a crushing momentum. The immortal formation shined with golden light, resisting with all its might. Wu Yong and the rest had grim expressions. Rank 8 Goo Immortal Chi Chu Yu said solemnly, unbelievable, the enemy's immortal formation can be amplified. What kind of human path method is this floating white light? The essence of immortal formations were immortal killer moves. They were controlled by Goo Immortals. Goo Immortals received the help of heroes among people. The immortal formation's power would naturally increase. Wu Yong sacrificed his foundation to create this powerful killer move, Unlimited Wind. Even though he still had the upper hand now, the results were much smaller than before. It seems that to break the formation quickly, we need to coordinate from the inside. We will leave the outside to Unlimited Wind. We will need to look for flaws from the inside. Yihao Fang said with concentration. Ba Ba pondered. But this is different from before. Earlier we launched a surprise attack and caught Celestial Court off guard. Now that so much time has passed, we need to be wary of Celestial Court's reinforcements. Thus, we need to leave some people outside the formation. Everyone agreed with Ba Ba's words. After all, even though Unlimited Wind was powerful, it was only a killer move. The move was dead, but the person was alive. Wu Yong's heart was heavy. He could not break the formation quickly. His plan to launch a surprise attack failed. He could only attack now. Even though Celestial Court's formation was broken several times, they might have lost some immortal goo, but they were not severely injured. Chen Yi had no hope of survival. To think that Feng Jioge would save him. Wu Yong knew that the longer this dragged on, the more disadvantageous it would be for them. They had to split their forces. one group would enter the formation while the other would attack from outside. But this way they would not be able to gather their strength, the efficiency of breaking the formation would fall. If Celestial Court's reinforcements appeared, they would be easily taken down. Wu Yong sighed internally. Even though there were many disadvantages in splitting their forces, he had to do it. It would be great if my forces were stronger, but even though I became the Southern Alliance leader, I cannot mobilize more of Southern Border's forces. Being able to gather the other 3 rank 8s is already the best result. Wu Yong breathed in deeply. He immediately made arrangements. Chi Chuyu had the highest formation path attainment. He had to enter the formation. Wu Yong had the highest battle strength. He had to enter the formation to protect Chi Chuyu and attack from inside. As for Yi Hao Fang and Ba Shi Ba, one cultivated transformation path while the other cultivated rule path, they could stay outside. After all, Celestial Court's reinforcements might be huge, it would be safer to leave 2 rank 8s behind. Just as the Southern Border Gu Immortals were discussing how to split their forces, a phenomenon occurred. Wu Yong's expression changed. He looked towards the north and said softly, "Someone is coming." There were quite a number of people. The 3 leaders were all rank 8s. One was an old man with a walking stick. He had a kind and amiable aura. He was the former first supreme elder of Northern Plains Yao clan, the current South Desolation immortal with longevity heaven, Yao Huang. The other was dressed in a white robe. He had thick hair. He was tall and thin. He was the first supreme elder of Northern Plains Baizu clan, Heavenly Lord Baizu. The third was dressed in a tall crown. He had phoenix eyes and a golden cloak. He had an outstanding demeanor. He was the external elder of Gong clan, Prince's Impatience. The next few were all heroes among men, elites among immortals. There was Domination Immortal Chu Du, Toad Demon Immortal Nu Air Qian, Spear God Yuan Rang Zun, Wealth Devouring Boinyan Air Fu and others. The Northern Plains Gu Immortals quickly gathered towards the deities of Southern Frontier. "Friends of Northern Plains, what is your intention?" Wu Yong raised his voice and asked. Yao Huang chuckled. "The enemy is here. I am willing to cooperate with you to attack Celestial Court's formation." Chapter 1741. Infallible Blessed Land Battlefield. "What formation is this?" Wu Yong asked. Beside him were Yi Hao Fang and Chi Chuyu, the 2 rank 8s, as well as a group of Southern Border rank 7 elites. Not far away were Yao Huang's leader, Heavenly Lord Baizu, Chu Du, and the rest of the Northern Plains Immortals. After some discussion, both sides made a temporary agreement to work together and attack Celestial Court. But this was the first time they were working together. The agreement was rather loose. They were still wary of each other. But Wu Yong was already very satisfied. Northern Plains and Southern Border are working together. This is the first time in history. With the help of Northern Plains reinforcements, we are no longer in a pinch. Even if Celestial Court sends reinforcements, Ba Shi Ba and Prince's Impatience who are guarding outside will be able to hold on for some time. We will have enough time to react. Wu Yong thought to himself. Chi Chuyu, who was beside him, spoke. "This formation should be new. I have never seen any records of it." Wu Yong nodded, purposely saying loudly, "In that case we can only probe the formation first." Someone from Northern Plains added. It was Yao Huang. He held his walking stick as he smiled. "Southern Border allies, please wait for a while and rest. We have just arrived. Our battle strength is still intact. We can probe it now." Wu Yong was immediately overjoyed. He cupped his fists and said, "Fellow Taoist Baiyuan's bravery has spread throughout the 5 regions. I will wait and see. If there are any changes, we will definitely do our best to support you." The Medicine Sovereign nodded his head. He then selected a general to head over to probe the formation. This group of Northern Plains Gu Immortals was specially arranged by Bing Sichuan. After Yao Huang learned of Bing Sichuan's orders, he gathered these people in the name of Longevity Heaven and brought them here. Earlier, Bing Sichuan had already controlled Calamity Luck Altar and led a group of generals to charge into Celestial Court. It was not that Bing Sichuan split his forces for no reason, but he had many concerns. Attacking Celestial Court was a huge matter. It had to be kept secret. He was worried that if they spread out and gathered too many people, it would lead to the failure of the surprise attack plan. Their tactics would be exposed prematurely, causing them to fall into a passive position and even suffer a great loss. Thus, Bing Sichuan only chose the few he trusted the most. It had to be said that his decision was correct. Because Prince's Impatience was a spy of the highest status that Spirit Affinity House had placed in Northern Plains. Northern Plains' side was naturally led by Yao Huang. After the Celestial Court suffered a defeat, Bing Sichuan's first message was to contact Yao Huang, followed by Fang Yuan. Hence, the Medicine Sovereign knew how important this attack was. The celestial court's hopes of snatching fate goo were getting slimmer. It could be said that infallible Blessed Land battlefield had become the most crucial location. Only by destroying it could the celestial court's plan to repair fate goo come to a halt. This way the celestial court would have to try to repair fate goo again. Dragging it out would also give the other 4 regions some hope. Thus, Yao Huang and the deities of Southern Frontier were very sincere in working together. Wu Yong purposely spoke loudly. Yao Huang understood his intention. He took the lead and expressed his intentions. Celestial Court was united, Central Continent's people were united, while Southern Border and Northern Plains cooperation was unprecedented in history. It could be said to be the first in history. Both sides did not let down their guard. In order to take down the Celestial Court's formation, both sides were willing to work together sincerely. Northern Plains side sent none other than wealth-devouring boy Nien Er Fu. This person had the appearance of a child. He had peak rank 7 battle strength, he cultivated space path and was skilled in self-defense. This formation was not ordinary, it was like an underground cave. The cave was huge, the Gu immortals were like ants. There were countless stalagmites in the cave, some were hanging down from the ceiling, some were growing vertically like plants. The stalagmites were of all colors, they shined with a bright light. Nien Er Fu carefully entered the formation under the immortals' gazes. He was famous in Northern Plains, he cultivated space path and dominated the battlefield. Not only could he protect himself in dangerous situations, he could also make huge profits and obtain wealth. Thus he was called Wealth-Devouring Boy. But at this moment, Nien Er Fu was extremely vigilant, he did not dare to be careless. This was the Heavenly Court's formation. If he wasn't careful, his white, shining flesh would be left inside. Nien Er Fu entered the formation. As the formation activated, the surrounding stalagmites grew rapidly as rainbow light engulfed Nien Er Fu. In the eyes of others, the underground karst cave created by the formation was like a terrifying beast opening its mouth. At this moment, it suddenly closed its mouth and countless stalagmites and sharp teeth bit each other, wanting to trap Nien Er Fu in its mouth and chew him into pieces. Nien Er Fu was very alert. Seeing something amiss, he turned around and ran. The rainbow light was very troublesome. It blocked his movement methods and even penetrated his defenses. This rainbow light is the exquisite 7 orifices formation. Let's quickly attack the light and help Nien Er Fu escape before it's too late. Chi-Chu saw some clues and quickly shouted. Southern Border and Northern Plains immortals attacked together, killing moves flying everywhere. With such a powerful help, Nien Er Fu finally escaped the light's encirclement, returning to the Northern Plains group. That was close, if not for you guys I would have died here. Nien Er Fu said with lingering fear. Your face. Suddenly, Nu Er Chen pointed at Nien Er Fu with a horrified expression. What's wrong? Nien Er Fu used his hand to touch his face, but he felt a hard piece of jade. You still fell for it. It seems that this formation is not a simple exquisite 7 orifices formation. There is also a jade stalagmite formation. Black Extremity said. Northern Plains Longevity Heaven had 4 Desolation Immortal and 8 extremities. Among them, Black Extremity was skilled in formation path. He had once used the alias Sun Ming Lu to harm old ancestor Xuehu. Chi-Chu nodded in agreement at Black Extremity's words. This formation should be the fusion formation of exquisite 7 orifices formation and jade stalagmite formation. Then how do we break it? Wu Yong looked at the approaching rainbow light and the countless stalagmites as he urged. Chi-Chu smiled confidently. If it was before, it would be very difficult to break this formation with just us. But now that we have Northern Plains help, it will just be a little troublesome. Right when Southern Border and Northern Plains immortals were working together, Fang Yuan was also fighting against Li Huang and Qin Yi. This human path killer move is really troublesome. Fang Yuan's eyes flickered with cold light. Li Huang and Qin Yi obtained the support of heroes among people. They chased after Fang Yuan relentlessly. As for those immortal Gu houses, only 2 were chasing after Fang Yuan. The rest were either dealing with the Western Desert immortals or going to Earth Trench to save the Central Continent Gu masters who survived. After obtaining Bing Sichuan's information, Fang Yuan continued to move in the opposite direction. He was getting further and further away from infallible blessed land. It is time. Fang Yuan waved his sleeves as countless Yama children flew out. Immortal killer move, familiar face. Fang Yuan, who was in Yama Emperor state, quickly transformed into a Yama child. He threw himself into the battle and confused everyone. Fang Yuan, where are you going? Li Huang shouted as he wore a cloak of fire that was burning with intense flames. You were hit by my investigative killer move, you want to escape with just this method? Qingyi was dressed in a white robe as he snickered. The two immortal Gu houses were still confused, but these two celestial court rank 8s charged towards Fang Yuan's main body. Evidently, Central Continent's celestial court paid special attention to Fang Yuan's familiar face. They made preparations to restrain him. So troublesome. Without a choice, Fang Yuan flew into the sky, entering White Heaven. Rank 9 Immortal Killer Move, Heaven Form. Using this move, Fang Yuan quickly found a large group of black and white overturning clouds. Oh no, stop him. Destroy these overturning clouds. Li Huang and Qing Yi had rich battle experience. They immediately saw that Fang Yuan wanted to use the overturning clouds to escape. Fang Yuan laughed. Why don't you try and see if you can see through my true body? Immortal Killer Move, Myriad Ghost Sword Dragon. This was a killer move that fused Ancient Sword Dragon transformation, Myriad Self, Yama Child, Yama Emperor, and Familiar Face. It was also one of the greatest improvements that Fang Yuan had made in modifying killer moves. As soon as the killer move was unleashed, countless pitch-black dragon-shaped soul beasts flew out with a loud bang. These soul beasts' claws, fangs, horns, and scales were all silvery white in color, and they constantly shot out dense sword chi. Tens of thousands of ghost dragons flew in the sky, some pounced towards the pursuers while others flew around randomly. Such a powerful method. After fighting, Li Huang and Qing Ye's expressions changed. This killer move was a threat to them, especially the ghost dragon self-detonation. It had great power. Not only did it contain the power of the soul beast self-detonation, there was also sword chi that was extremely sharp. Li Huang wore Verdant Sun Flame Cloak but could not withstand it. After dozens of self-detonations, Verdant Sun Flame Cloak flickered as the fire weakened. Qing Ye's situation was even worse. He blocked left and right as he thought in disbelief. How can this killer move be so powerful? This was natural. Myriad Ghost Sword Dragon Killer Move and Wu Yong's Unlimited Wind had the same weakness and price. That was to permanently expend the Gu Immortals' Dao marks. However, Unlimited Wind expended over 10,000 Dao marks each time. Fang Yuan's Myriad Ghost Sword Dragon used 4,000 Soul Path Dao marks. Li Huang and Qing Yi were entangled. Fang Yuan's true body used this chance to enter the black and white overturning clouds. After going from White Heaven to Black Heaven, Fang Yuan immediately destroyed the overturning clouds and activated an immortal killer move with fixed immortal travel as the core. A few breaths of time later, he vanished on the spot, arriving at Infallible Blessed Land's battlefield. To think that Infallible Blessed Land is here. Fang Yuan sighed. Since Bing Sichuan called him here, he naturally had to tell him the location of Infallible Blessed Land. This was not like the Stone Lotus Island or Dragon Whale Grotto Heaven. Fang Yuan could use a killer move to teleport here directly. Who is it? Fang Yuan's appearance immediately alerted the Southern Border and Northern Plains Alliance army. Me. Fang Yuan shouted coldly. The Gu Immortal who shouted was sweating profusely. He felt immense pressure. Before Fang Yuan answered, he had already discovered it. He regretted his impulsive question. After all, Fang Yuan was a great demon whose name had shaken the 5 regions and whose reputation was spread far and wide. Fang Yuan quickly looked around the battlefield. The huge tornado that supported heaven and earth, Unlimited Wind, attracted Fang Yuan's attention the most. Next, his gaze paused on Prince's Impatience for a moment before sweeping past Ba Shirba and the rest of the Gu Immortals who were guarding outside. You are here. Chu Du was heavily injured. He flew forward and welcomed Fang Yuan. Prince's Impatience and Ba Shirba looked at Fang Yuan with a complex gaze. Li Huang and the rest had chased after Fang Yuan too closely. Fang Yuan finally found a chance to get away from them and come here. At this moment, Wu Yong, Yao Huang, and the rest had not only broken the Jade Shoot Exquisite Formation, they had also broken 2 more. They were currently trapped in the 4th formation. Chu Du had played an important role in the 2nd formation, but he was also injured. Considering that Fang Yuan was coming, he stayed outside to welcome him. With Bing Sichuan's arrangements, Northern Plains side knew that Fang Yuan would come to reinforce them. This way the deities of Southern Frontier also knew about it. Fang Yuan had brought chaos to Northern Plains and Southern Border. The righteous path forces of these 2 regions had suffered at his hands. Northern Plains' 88-point Jinyang Tower was destroyed by Fang Yuan. Many of Southern Border's super forces were extorted by Fang Yuan. But now they had to work together to deal with the Celestial Court. No matter how powerful the formation is, how can it block my path? Time is of the essence. I have no time to waste. Move aside. I am going to self-detonate the pure dream reality seeker physique bodies. Fang Yuan nodded at Chu Du as he charged towards the formation, racing against time. Chu Du and the rest were overjoyed. They were waiting for Fang Yuan. They were willing to cooperate with Fang Yuan because of this. Fang Yuan had dream path methods. As long as he self-detonated the pure dream reality seeker physique bodies and let the dream realm spread, he would be able to break the formation. Fang Yuan's arrival was soon known by Yao Huang and the rest. Yao Huang glanced at Wu Yong and the rest, purposely saying, "Oh, Fang Yuan is here." Chapter 1742. Because of Yao Huang and the rest's warning, Wu Yong was mentally prepared for Fang Yuan's arrival. He had a ruthless nature. Even though he had deep hatred with Fang Yuan, the Celestial Court was the true enemy now. Dealing with the Celestial Court and preventing them from repairing Fate Gu was Wu Yong's greatest benefit. Thus, for this benefit, Wu Yong could temporarily put aside his hatred and ally with Fang Yuan. Immortal friend Wu Yong is truly righteous. The medicine sovereign nodded and praised. Next, Chi Chu Yu and the rest added, "Not just Lord Alliance leader Wu Yong, our southern border super forces are also willing to put aside our differences and resist the Celestial Court with Fang Yuan." Fang Yuan killed many of the southern border Gu immortal captives for his own benefit, but now the Southern Alliance immortals made the same choice for the sake of the big picture. This was their rationality, but even more so was the dangerous situation and the strength of the Celestial Court. Bing Sichuan not only informed Yao Huang and Fang Yuan of the actual situation of the Celestial Court, it was also passed to Wu Yong and the rest. This allowed the Southern Alliance immortals to have a clear understanding of the situation. There was no hope in the battlefield of Celestial Court and Emperor City. Their only chance of victory was here. They had to seize every second to destroy the formation and stop the final wave of successful Dao marks from entering the Celestial Court. If that happened, the Celestial Court would have to hold another Central Continent Refinement Path Convention. Pure Dream Reality Seeker physique bodies, go destroy this formation. At the same time, outside the formation, Fang Yuan had already sent several Pure Dream Reality Seeker physique bodies to attack. In the current era, Dream Path was not prominent. There were only some signs of it, but it had not truly developed yet. Almost all immortal formations, regardless of their rank, could not resist the corrosion of dream realms. Unless the immortal Gu formation contained Dream Path Gu worms and had corresponding Dream Path methods, they could not resist the corrosion of dream realms. But when the Pure Dream Reality Seeker physique bodies got close to the formation, a change occurred. Immortal Killer Move, Shatter Dream. Immortal Killer Move, Pure Dream Reality Seeker transformation. With two killer moves, Fang Yuan's Pure Dream Reality Seeker physique body immediately shattered. It did not have a human shape and spread everywhere. Then these shattered and spreading dream realms gathered again, forming a new Pure Dream Reality Seeker physique that attacked Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan's pupils constricted in surprise. He had never expected that the Celestial Court would have such a method. Although he had expected this moment, he didn't expect it to come so soon. But right after that, the sense of loss in his heart vanished without a trace, and he recovered his icy calm once more. His mind was filled with thoughts as he tried to think of a way to deal with it. You can actually counter me now, and you've also grasped the transformation of the Pure Dream Reality Seeker? Is it because Spectral Soul was captured and his memories were extracted? Fang Yuan was forced to retreat by several Pure Dream Reality Seeker physique bodies. Even though he had many powerful killer moves, they were not effective against the Pure Dream Reality Seeker physique bodies. Back then, Heaven Overseeing Tower, even Duke Long and Zishan Makoto avoided the dream realms. But thankfully Fang Yuan had his own methods. Inside the Sovereign Immortal Aperture, the Time Path clone was inside the Light of Wisdom, deducing for him. Even though Fang Yuan did not have the killer move Shatter Dream to deal with the Pure Dream Reality Seeker physique bodies, he was very familiar with the killer move Pure Dream Reality Seeker transformation. Even for the Celestial Court, it was very unlikely for them to comprehend Pure Dream Reality Seeker physique transformation in these years. Thus, there was a high chance of extracting Spectral Soul's memories. Precisely so, Fang Yuan could use the Pure Dream Reality Seeker physique killer move that he had already grasped to create a killer move that countered it with the help of the Light of Wisdom. The Time Path clone's deductions will take some time. Fang Yuan thought of a countermeasure as he flew into the sky. Several Pure Dream Reality Seeker physique bodies chased after him, but a portion of them attacked Limitless Wind and the other Gu Immortals. The Pure Dream Reality Seeker physique bodies self-detonated. Limitless Wind was greatly disrupted. Its power fell rapidly. Prince's Impatience and the rest could only avoid it. Fang Yuan contacted Wu Yong at this time. His first sentence shook Wu Yong. Northern Plains Prince's Impatience is a spy of the Celestial Court. As Wu Yong bombarded the formation, he asked, "Where's the evidence?" My words are the evidence. In this situation, I don't want this to happen. Fang Yuan immediately replied, I don't have enough dream realms, I need to go to southern border to plunder dream realms and create pure dream reality seeker physique bodies to fight. Quickly inform the Gu immortals stationed there to receive me. Fang Yuan and the Celestial Court were irreconcilable enemies. He accused Prince's impatience, even though he did not have any evidence. Just like he said, his words were the evidence. After all, everyone in the world knew that Spring-Autumn Cicada was in his hands. This secret was exposed. Fang Yuan had suffered greatly, but now he gained Wu Yong's trust. At the crucial moment, Wu Yong did not hesitate. Since he was already cooperating with Fang Yuan, there was no harm in delving deeper. The Celestial Court was the true enemy. Alright, I will send the message, you can go now. At this moment, Wu Yong had complex emotions. He had never thought that he would give the order to let Fang Yuan go. At this time, Qi Chuyu's voice resounded in Wu Yong's ears. Good, I have comprehended this formation, quickly attack this place, this is the true formation core. Wu Yong was overjoyed. He tossed Fang Yuan to the back of his mind as he gave the order to attack the location that Qi Chuyu pointed out, destroying the formation core and causing the formation to become much more sluggish. Black Extremity Ming Lu looked at him with shock and admiration. Since entering the formation, Qi Chuyu had surpassed him time and time again. He had comprehended the profundities of the formation many times. He could not help but admire him. Let's follow Lord Qi Chuyu's arrangements. We will help our southern border allies. Black Extremity put down his competitive thoughts and suggested to Lord Yao Huang. Yao Huang frowned and nodded in agreement. Fang Yuan easily got rid of the pursuers. These pure dream reality seeker physique bodies were inferior to Li Huang and Qingyi. Using fixed immortal travel, Fang Yuan returned to southern border and central continent, obtaining a large number of dream realms. With these dream realms, he created pure dream reality seeker physique bodies again and charged at Celestial Court's formation. Right now, dealing with the enemy's pure dream reality seeker physique bodies was only secondary. The most important thing was to destroy the formation and stop Celestial Court from repairing Fate Gu. Fang Yuan had never forgotten his true goal. But who could have known that any pure dream reality seeker physique bodies that got close to the formation would shatter for no reason? They would be turned into other pure dream reality seeker physique bodies that attacked Fang Yuan. Furthermore, in the battles between the pure dream reality seeker physique bodies, Fang Yuan's side also lost more than they won. All these situations made Fang Yuan realize, it seems that Celestial Court has modified the pure dream reality seeker physique bodies. Right at this time, Wu Yong sent a message. Fang Yuan, continue to let the pure dream reality seeker physique bodies attack the formation. We have already found many flaws in the formation. Fang Yuan came to a realization. It seems that Celestial Court has not truly fused their dream path methods with the formation. Thus, every time they use their killer moves to deal with my pure dream reality seeker physique bodies, they would greatly disrupt the formation's operation and create flaws. These flaws were too obvious in the eyes of Qi Chuyu and Black Extremity. Wu Yong and the rest took the chance to attack and gained great results. But this way, Fang Yuan's dream realms would continue to be used by Celestial Court. The enemies would have more and more pure dream reality seeker physique bodies. It seems that I need to truly break the enemy's pure dream reality seeker physique bodies. Fang Yuan's heart sank. This was a problem that he could not avoid, he had to solve quickly. It was not that he did not want to enter the formation to break it himself, but Qi Chuyu, Wu Yong, and the rest were already inside the formation. Dream path methods were not useful, he was needed outside the formation. Fang Yuan started to deal with these pure dream reality seeker physique bodies. At the same time he sent a message to the others. There is another crucial point now, that is Celestial Court's human path killer move, who can get rid of these scattered white specks of light? No one answered. Eventually it was Yi Hao Fang who replied dejectedly, human path specialty is in reinforcement, because human path Dao marks will not interfere with the Dao marks of other paths, they will not be interfered with. Unless we use human path methods, we need to be at least rank 8 level to have a chance of dealing with them. Yi Hao Fang cultivated transformation path, he was especially skilled in reinforcing others. This was because he had a signature killer move, it was called human transformation. His honest words made Fang Yuan dispel his expectations in this aspect. If heroes among people could not break it, Prince's impatience was also a huge threat. But Fang Yuan, Wu Yong, and the rest were not willing to expose this person's identity. It was very difficult to kill a rank 8. Instead, it was better to pretend that they did not know and focus on breaking the formation. Stopping Celestial Court's plan was the most important. As time passed, Fang Yuan finally made some progress in his deductions. He took some risks and successfully captured an enemy pure dream reality seeker physique body to research. This is actually a complete pure dream reality seeker physique body. It has been completely modified. It can truly be called the 11th extreme physique. Fang Yuan felt his gains were huge. He quickly modified pure dream reality seeker physique transformation and grasped celestial quartz techniques. Their sides pure dream reality seeker physique bodies were immediately modified, as Wu Yong, Yao Huang, and the rest worked hard. Formations were broken one after another. Why are there more? Yao Huang frowned deeply. After one formation was another, it was as if Celestial Court had set up an endless number of formations here. Such a scene caused Wu Yong and the others to be unable to help but feel discouraged. Strange, why did Celestial Court set up so many immortal formations here? Don't tell me. Black Extremity hesitated. Chichuyu said solemnly, I understand, this is the 9-9 consecutive unceasing formation. 9-9 consecutive unceasing formation, this name sounds familiar. Wu Yong had a bad feeling. Chichuyu sighed. According to rumors, star constellation Immortal Venerable predicted Celestial Court's future problems. She set up the 9-9 consecutive unceasing formation. Limitless Demon Venerable attacked Celestial Court and entered this formation, only escaping after breaking 100 formations. This formation actually only has one super compound formation. It can be formed by any combination of 9 subformations. The problem is, after we break one formation, Celestial Court can set up another formation at the center. As long as the speed at which we break the formation can't keep up with the speed at which they set it up, then this formation will be endless. Chichuyu's words made the immortals feel like a bucket of cold water had been poured over them. Chapter 1743. Wu Yong, Yao Huang and the rest were at a loss. The 9-9 consecutive unceasing formation was created by star constellation Immortal Venerable. It was specially made to deal with Limitless Demon Venerable. According to rumors, back then Limitless Demon Venerable had to break 100 formations before he escaped. With their strength, how could they break through such a heavenly chasm? What made them even more anxious was that they had to make full use of every second they had. Time waited for no one. Once fake goo was repaired, there would be no hope of victory. What do we do? Heavenly Lord Baizu frowned. This is star constellation Immortal Venerable's work. No wonder. No wonder. Black Extremity realized at once. Chichuyu said with difficulty, even if we gather all the formation path goo immortals in the world to break this formation, we will most likely fail. Furthermore, we have less and less time now. This formation path great expert, one of the leaders of the Southern Alliance who had been extremely useful since the start of the battle, was also thinking of retreating. Wu Yong suddenly laughed loudly. Alliance leader, why are you laughing? Do you have a plan to break the formation? Chichuyu asked in confusion. Wu Yong shook his head. Even though I do not have a plan, I have already seen through Celestial Court's situation. Everyone, don't be nervous. In my opinion, we have overestimated our current predicament. What? Think about it. Back then, the 9-9 consecutive unceasing formation was personally created by star constellation Immortal Venerable. Celestial Court's goo immortals entered the formation to resist Limitless Demon Venerable. But they could not stop Limitless Demon Venerable from breaking the formation. Since it's a broken formation, then this 9-9 consecutive unceasing formation has already been destroyed once. Even if Celestial Court has a deep foundation and repaired all the immortal goo. In the worst-case scenario, we are facing a complete and even modified 9-9 consecutive unceasing formation. But the defending goo immortals are not all members of Celestial Court. In fact, there are not many true members of Celestial Court. Emperor City had Li Huang and Qing Yi, while Celestial Court had Duke Long, Fairy Myrtle, Yuan Qiongdu, Che Wei and Song Yen were all involved. The central continent was attacked by the 4 regions this time, forcing them to set up the 9-9 formation here. This shows that they have divided their forces and are short on manpower, so they can only defend passively. Wu Yong's eyes shone brightly. For a moment, his entire body exuded a peerless confidence and the elegance of a strategist. He continued, the most important thing is that they have already revealed their weak nature. Because previously, Qin Yi and Baizang Shui came out to fight my Southern Alliance immortals and Qin Yi was almost killed by me. Everyone, if the 99-9 consecutive unceasing formation is really unbreakable, why would Qin Yi and Baizang Shui take the risk? They are definitely stalling for time to set up the new goo formation. Just our Southern Alliance's attack alone had already forced them to take the risk. Now that our Southern Alliance is working together with Northern Plains, we have a high chance of success. Even though the 99-9 consecutive unceasing formation is legendary, it depends on who is attacking and who is defending. That's right, that's right. That's right, the urgent matter now is to attack. Celestial Court's defense is not that strong. I am ashamed, I was actually intimidated by Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's reputation. Wu Yong's words raised the morale of the Immortals, their attacks became stronger and fiercer. Wu Yong smiled but he sighed internally. The Immortals here were all geniuses, they were intimidated by the 99-9 consecutive unceasing formation not because they were stupid, but because the pressure was too great. Bing Sichuan informed everyone of the situation. They gathered together and attacked the formation, trying to obtain the final chance of victory. But there were pros and cons to this. The Immortals here knew that the situation was dangerous. If they were careless, their side would suffer a huge loss and the Celestial Court would retaliate. This was Central Continent. They did not have fixed Immortal Travel's killer move. Even if they did, the Celestial Court would have corresponding countermeasures. Thus, it would be very difficult for the Immortals to retreat. For the sake of safety they had to retreat now. The longer this dragged on, the more difficult it would be to leave Central Continent. Western Desert and Eastern Seas Gu Immortals are probably retreating already. After all, these two regions are in a state of disunity. Unlike Southern Border and Northern Plains, we can gather most of the Righteous Path forces. Now, let's see if we can break the formation quickly and get the final batch of successful Dao marks. Sigh. Earlier, I was still hoping that Fang Yuan's Dream Path methods could deal with this formation. To think that the Celestial Court also has pure Dream Reality Seeker physique methods. Is it because Spectral Soul was captured? I wonder who stopped Fang Yuan inside this formation? Wu Yong continued to make guesses as he considered the big picture. Inside the 9-9 consecutive unceasing formation, Feng Jioga's face was pale but he had a smile on his face. Huang Er, good job. He looked at Feng Kim Hong with a smile. He was extremely gratified. The one who stopped Fang Yuan was none other than Feng Jioga's daughter, Feng Kim Hong. Feng Kim Hong stuck out her tongue. Father, I do not dare to claim credit. I was able to control Immortal Gu and use Immortal Killer moves because of the formation. Even so, you were able to resist Fang Yuan and make him fail. Feng Kim Hong, you have already made a huge contribution. Bai Tsang Shui smiled. Chen Yi nodded. He looked at Feng Jioga before looking at Feng Kim Hong. Like father, like daughter. Feng Jioga saved his life. While Feng Kim Hong was so talented, Chen Yi was filled with gratitude and admiration towards this pair of father and daughter. Celestial Court. The fierce attack had ended. Duke Long's heavy breathing gradually calmed down. He looked at 7 Extreme Desolation, which was covered in injuries but was still standing. He snorted in dissatisfaction. I did not destroy it in the end. Is it because of my injuries? According to common sense, Duke Long's battle strength rose sharply with the help of Heavenly Dragon's Last Stand killer move. He could definitely defeat 7 Extreme Desolation. Even though this ancient formation could be said to be the most powerful one in history. But what concerned Duke Long was his injuries. These were mainly old injuries. Not long ago, when Duke Long seized Dragon Palace, he was injured by many Eastern Sea Gu Immortals. If not for these injuries, I would have already destroyed 7 Extreme Desolation. My estimation was slightly off. But after some time, it will definitely not be able to stop me. Duke Long snorted coldly in his heart. Earlier he did not care about his injuries, but now 7 Extreme Desolation appeared. Battles between experts were always decided by a single line. Even though Duke Long could already suppress 7 Extreme Desolation and change his initial passive state, he did not have enough advantage to destroy it. After a series of explosive attacks, Duke Long's attacks weakened. He started to move around. Bing Sichuan and the rest let out sighs of relief. Duke Long gave them too much pressure. Fairy Myrtle and the rest had complex expressions. More and more Celestial Court members knew that Duke Long did not have much time left. He was bursting out with the final glory of his life. It was like fireworks, dazzling for an instant. After this, Celestial Court would lose this legendary great expert. Suddenly, Fairy Myrtle received a transmission from Duke Long. Fairy Myrtle, how is the situation now? Fairy Myrtle quickly replied. Emperor City was destroyed, the mortals suffered huge casualties. Li Huang and Qing Yi are rushing to Infallible Blessed Land battlefield. Over at Hidden Dragon Cave, Eastern Seas rank 8 Gu Immortals are fighting intensely. It is very intense. Duke Long muttered before saying to Fairy Myrtle. Very good, I was not wrong about you, Ziwei. Thanks to your arrangement of troops, we were able to hold all 3 battlefields. The natural calamity happened in Emperor City. it was not your fault. Duke Long praised Fairy Myrtle generously. He knew that even though he was in the limelight, he had to rely on a wisdom path great expert like Fairy Myrtle to hold the fort. Fairy Myrtle felt even more admiration towards Duke Long. She said sincerely, "This is all thanks to Lord Duke Long for obtaining Dragon Palace." Who could have thought that Dragon Palace contained a rank 8 Dream Path Immortal Goo, Dream Token? It could enslave rank 8 Goo Immortals. With Zhang Yin and the rest, our lack of manpower was greatly alleviated. And because Lord Duke Long suffered heavy injuries, he concealed the identities of Zhang Yin, Granny Rong and the rest. This allowed us to plot against the Eastern Sea Goo Immortals. Otherwise, if these Eastern Sea rank 8s got to the 3 battlefields, we would be in huge trouble. Duke Long, indeed I am also quite surprised by Dream Token's existence. He could not help but recall the scene of the battle in Eastern Sea. When Zhang Yin and the rest appeared together, Duke Long was slightly surprised. After all, these 4 were either lone cultivators or demonic immortals. They were all rank 8, they were prideful and did not interact much, they were not close to each other, they actually worked together. What made Duke Long even more suspicious was the following battle. Zhang Yin and the other 3 Goo Immortals actually trusted each other very much during the battle. What made Duke Long even more suspicious was that after Duke Long defeated the 4 Goo Immortals, Dragon Palace suddenly flew away. Zhang Yin and the rest returned, but they did not chase after the Immortal Goo House Dragon Palace. Instead, they stayed behind to attack Duke Long. If they had their own interests and wanted Dragon Palace, why would they stay behind to deal with Duke Long? If they had a normal relationship with Duke Long's battle strength, these 4 would definitely chase after Dragon Palace relentlessly. After all, Dragon Palace flew away in a shocking manner. There were still other rank 8 Goo Immortals in Eastern Sea. And dealing with Duke Long was more like buying time for Dragon Palace. Refer to chapter 672 of this volume for details. Duke Long had vaguely guessed the true relationship between these 4 Goo Immortals and Dragon Palace at that time. Only when he snatched Dragon Palace and refined it did he confirm his conjecture. Because he was prepared, he did not expose Zhang Yin and the rest. If they were exposed, they might not be able to keep the other Eastern Sea Goo Immortals. The most important thing for the Celestial Court now was to completely repair Fate Goo. Thinking about it, Duke Long instructed Fairy Myrtle, "We need to pay attention to Hidden Dragon Cave, we cannot be careless. The regional walls are gone, the 5 regions are about to merge into one. At that time, the earth veins of the 5 regions will merge, and because of this battle, everyone will be excited. Di Zongxing's battle strength will reach a terrifying level, he will not be able to compete with me." Duke Long naturally understood Di Zongxing more than Fairy Myrtle. Fairy Myrtle immediately understood the meaning behind Duke Long's words. The current battle situation could be said to be stabilizing. Infallible Blessed Land, Celestial Court and Hidden Dragon Cave battlefield were all under the control of Celestial Court. Infallible Blessed Land battlefield, Li Huang, Qin Yi, and a group of immortal Goo houses were about to arrive. The only change was in Hidden Dragon Cave battlefield. Duke Long was not worried about Dragon Palace changing owners, he had placed Dragon Palace there as a trap. When Dragon Palace was first designed, it had to be controlled by a Dragon Man. It was impossible to bypass this point, unless the Dragon Palace was demolished. Ordinary transformation path methods would not be effective. Duke Long was worried that Dragon Palace would destabilize and release Di Zongxing. Di Zongxing hated the Celestial Court and Duke Long to the extreme. Now that his strength had risen, he would definitely take revenge. Duke Long did not have long to live, but Di Zongxing had an undying body. Chapter 1744. Infallible Blessed Land Battlefield. A hurricane that resembled a heavenly pillar swept up endless winds and waves, suppressing Celestial Court's formation. Princes Impatience and Ba Shi Ba, who were guarding outside, stared at the boundary of heaven and earth. There, 2 rays of light tore through the sky, revealing the figures of 2 rank 8 Goo Immortals. They were Li Huang and Qin Yi. We finally arrived. That's right, it is not too late. Li Huang and Qin Yi arrived together. Where is that scoundrel Fang Yuan? Li Huang's eyes flickered with orange-red light as he investigated. He was filled with resentment towards Fang Yuan. Earlier, when Fang Yuan retreated, he purposely chose the opposite direction of Infallible Blessed Land, luring Li Huang and the rest far away. Next, Fang Yuan found an opportunity and used fixed immortal travel, arriving at Infallible Blessed Land, throwing Li Huang and the rest far away from his mind. Central Continent's Celestial Court did not have beacon towers. Li Huang and Qin Yi had no choice but to rush to Infallible Blessed Land. "He should have already entered the array," Clear Night replied. His gaze swept across the array, and then he stared at Unbounded Wind. This killer move is very strong. It is a huge threat to our formation. We need to eliminate it first. This Wu Yong has such a killer move, and farewell friend Wind. If possible, we need to kill him this time. If he returns to southern border, he will be a huge threat to our celestial court. Li Huang and Qin Yi quickly discussed before changing directions, charging towards Unlimited Wind. Prince's Impatience and Ba Shirba had already sensed it. They rushed over. Go! Prince's Impatience shouted, waving his sleeves as hundreds of lumps of fire flew out. You want to attack me with fire? Laughable. Li Huang sneered. He did not dodge. Verdant Sun Flame Cloak was burning on his body. Prince's Impatience's flames landed on Li Huang. They did not cause any damage to him. Instead, they increased the power of Verdant Sun Flame Cloak. Prince's Impatience's expression did not change. He pointed at Li Huang. Whoosh! The flames on Li Huang's body suddenly turned purple. The purple flames seeped into the orange-red Verdant Sun Flame Cloak, breaking down Li Huang's defensive killer moves. Li Huang's expression changed. Prince's Impatience didn't seem to want to give him time to react and pounced forward. The two of them fought high up in the sky, causing raging flames to blaze and scorch the heavens and the earth. The temperature of the battlefield rose rapidly. Ba Shirba watched Prince's Impatience's battle and thought to himself, this Prince's Impatience is still putting on an act. He really hit it well. On Fang Yuan's side, Prince's Impatience and Ba Shirba remained outside the formation. Ba Shirba had already learned of the identity of the Prince's Impatience through Wu Yong, but he had refrained from revealing it for now. Like Wu Yong and Fang Yuan had expected, unless it was necessary, the Prince's Impatience did not want to expose his identity. In fact, if possible, the Celestial Court was willing to make some sacrifices to conceal the identity of the Prince's Impatience. In the future 5 regions chaotic war, he would be even more useful. Prince's Impatience and Li Huang were both Fire Path rank 8s. The two fought from the sky to the ground, and from the ground to the sky. The sky turned red, rivers dried up, the ground cracked, clouds evaporated, countless living beings fled. Ba Shirba and Qin Yi cultivated Rule Path and Dark Path respectively. Even though their fight was not as grand as the one between Prince's Impatience and Li Huang, it was more dangerous and ruthless. Li Huang naturally knew the true identity of the Prince's Impatience. No matter how big the commotion was, it was just an act. Ba Shirba and Qin Yi were true enemies. Ba Shirba let out a series of strange howls as rays of profound light slashed and stabbed at Qin Yi's body like blades. 3 consecutive strikes. 4 consecutive strikes. 5 consecutive strikes. Every ray of profound light was equal in power, but when it hit Qin Yi, the damage would increase exponentially. This was the consecutive strike technique that Ba Shirba had cultivated for his entire life. This Rule Path supplementary killer move could increase the power of other immortal killer moves rapidly. The prerequisite was that Ba Shirba only used this killer move and did not switch to other methods. Qin Yi was forced to retreat. His forehead was covered in sweat. I cannot let him continue. Once he hits 18 consecutive strikes, my defensive methods will not be able to resist him. Qin Yi activated an immortal killer move. His body suddenly dissipated, turning into a dark veil. In the sky, a large amount of ink seemed to be dripping down, spreading continuously. Ba Shirba saw this and hesitated. This is likely Qin Yi's signature killer move, Great Night Covering Heaven. Both sides had good information. Ba Shirba and Qin Yi had some understanding of each other. Great Night Covering Heaven was an immortal battlefield killer move, but it was quite special. Ordinary immortal battlefield killer moves would be activated after some time. But Great Night Covering Heaven was different. It would expand continuously, its range would gradually increase. In theory, this move had no limit. As long as Qin Yi had enough time, he could even spread this immortal battlefield killer move to the whole of White Heaven. Ba Shirba retreated rapidly. He thought about it and chose to avoid it. Great Night Covering Heaven was an immortal battlefield. If Ba Shirba entered, his rule path would be weakened by the Dark Path environment. Of course, the main reason was Prince's Impatience. Ba Shirba knew that Prince's Impatience was a traitor. If he entered the immortal battlefield, the outside world would not be able to see what happened. Celestial Court's side might include Li Huang and Prince's Impatience in their killer moves to deal with Ba Shirba secretly. By then, Ba Shirba would have to fight 3 of them alone. It would be dangerous. The battle between the 2 rank 8s fell into a temporary stalemate. A moment later, several immortal goo houses appeared in the sky. Among them were Frost Dragon Manor and Wind Sweeping Building. These immortal goo houses were originally defending Emperor City. Now that the battle was over, the immortal goo houses carried many goo immortals as they came to reinforce them. Frost Dragon Manor was at the front. A blue light flashed around the manor. The light condensed into the shape of a hornless dragon. It was a hornless dragon. The light blue hornless dragon opened its mouth and spat out countless hailstones that attacked Ba Ba. Ba Ba's speed was greatly slowed. He snorted coldly and gave up on Qin Yi, using his killer move to attack Frost Dragon Manor. Boom boom boom. Frost Dragon Manor continued to get hit. The walls started to crack and tiles were sent flying. With great difficulty, a second faint blue hornless dragon was formed and entangled with the first one, coiling around the Frost Dragon Manor. Frost Dragon Manor's defense rose sharply. The light blue hornless dragon opened its mouth and spat out pieces of shattered profound light. This immortal goo house has the ability to dissipate the damage of my killer move. Ba Ba's expression was grim, seeing that he could not destroy this immortal goo house in a short period of time. If he continued fighting, he would be trapped by the killer move Great Night covering heaven. He wisely retreated and pulled some distance. At this time, wind-sweeping building also entered the battlefield. It did not help Qin Yi or Li Huang. It went into the boundless wind that was like a heavenly pillar. Good wind, give me some time, I can make use of this wind. The current wind-sweeping building lord laughed heartily. Under wind-sweeping building's interference, the power of the boundless wind started to weaken. One after another, immortal goo houses entered the battlefield. Fang Yuan's side was getting more and more dangerous. Hold on, we are coming. At the crucial moment, several holes appeared in Celestial Court's formation as several immortal goo houses flew out. Southern Borders Clear Jade Dripping Wind Tiny Bamboo Building, Great Space Temple, Bay Pavilion, Unfixed Manor, as well as Northern Plains Finger Seal Bridge, Ape Demon Hall, and Yang Building. With the help of these 7 immortal goo houses, Ba Ba felt the pressure on him decrease greatly. Both sides fought in a chaotic battle. Immortal goo houses rampaged and killer moves collided. Fireworks were produced time and time again. At once, the battlefield outside the formation fell into a deadlock. Inside the formation, Wu Yong and the rest had grim expressions. Even though they created a hole in the formation in time and sent out the immortal goo houses, stabilizing the situation outside, Wu Yong and the rest had already used their trump cards. The situation was getting more and more disadvantageous. Prince's impatience was a problem. Celestial Court also could not be relied on. It all depended on whether Fang Yuan and the rest could break the formation quickly. At our current speed, our chances of victory are getting slimmer. Fang Yuan sighed, asking, can Tao Zhu's 5 regions' true inheritance target the formation? Back then, he had purposely set up a trap in the 5 regional mountain range to harm Southern Border and Celestial Court's goo immortals. In the end, during the battle, because Wu Yong destroyed the entire 5 regional mountain range, he accidentally drew out Tao Zhu's will and obtained the opportunity to inherit the 5 regions' true inheritance. Fang Yuan had no choice but to retreat at that time. The 5 regions' true inheritance fell into the hands of the deities of Southern Frontier. According to Fang Yuan's deductions, the 5 regions' true inheritance should be able to simulate the 5 regional walls. And inside the 5 regional walls, goo immortals would be suppressed. Any immortal killer moves they used would suffer backlash. Be it immortal goo houses or immortal formations, they were all immortal killer moves in essence. Fang Yuan thought about it. If he could use the methods of the 5 regions' true inheritance to deal with Celestial Court's formation, it might be effective. Wu Yong and Qi Chuyu looked at each other. The former said, I obtained the 5 regions' true inheritance. The true inheritance does have the method to create the 5 regional walls. But, Qi Chuyu continued, but this method requires the use of earth veins and a formation to be set up. It is very troublesome and time-consuming. Back then, Tao Zhu was able to create the 5 regional mountain range by using earth veins and the formation. After Fang Yuan left the battlefield, Wu Yong obtained the 5 regions' true inheritance, but found that the essence of it was the 5 regional formation. Wu clan did not specialize in formation path. Wu Yong cooperated with Qi Chuyu. Thus, Qi Chuyu already knew about the profundity of the 5 regional formation. Do we really need to use earth veins to set up the 5 regional formation? Fang Yuan frowned. Wait, I heard that not long ago, Ho Clan's goo immortals obtained a wild earth vein immortal goo from Earth Trench? If we have this goo, can it replace earth veins? The immortals heard this and became energized. Wu Yong and Qi Chuyu looked at each other again. They sighed at Fang Yuan's quick-wittedness. Qi Chuyu shook his head. To speak the truth, I have already transacted with Ho Clan and obtained earth vein immortal goo. But to replace the earth vein and insert earth vein immortal goo, I need to modify the 5 regional formation. Even though I have been working hard and made some progress, I am still far from success. Gu immortals often took years to modify an immortal killer move. Even though Chi Chuyu had high formation path attainment level, his wisdom path methods were not good. Even though he made progress, it was not much. Chapter 1745. Infallible Blessed Land Battlefield. What are they doing? Chen Yi was the first to notice Fang Yuan and the rest. Feng Jioge's expression was still pale. He observed for a while before frowning. They are actually setting up a formation. Formation within a formation? Bai Tsang Shui snorted coldly. They are underestimating us too much. Setting up a formation within a formation was extremely difficult. Especially when setting up a formation within an enemy's formation, it was even more difficult. Different from immortal Gu houses, immortal formations had requirements for the surrounding environment. The surrounding natural Dao marks would affect the immortal formation greatly. Celestial Court's side naturally would not let Fang Yuan and the rest get what they wanted. They immediately activated the formation as waves of attacks pounced on the newly set up formation base. Don't even think about it. With us here, you can set up the formation without worry. Wu Yong, Yao Huang, and the rest stood around the formation base, blocking Celestial Court's attacks. Inside the formation base, Chi Chuyu, Black Extremity, and Fang Yuan worked together to set up the formation urgently. 360 Fire Crow Gu have been set up. Black Extremity wiped the sweat off his forehead. We still need 44 rank 5 single blade Gu. When will they be delivered? Chi Chuyu called out, contacting the Gu immortals. Jewel Yellow Skies became the best channel. Fang Yuan's body shook slightly. The immortal Gu in his hands rained down like a storm. Crackling noises could be heard. After a few breaths of time, he let out a breath of air, stopping his actions. Rank 6 Flash Chain Immortal Gu has been set up. Chi Chuyu and Black Extremity quickly glanced at him, thinking, unbelievable. This Fang Yuan's wisdom path and formation path attainment is actually so deep. Not only can he deduce and modify a new 5 regional formation in such a short time, his method of setting up the immortal formation is also so smooth. Fang Yuan's formation path was at the Grandmaster level. Although he was not as good as Chi Chuyu and Black Extremity, he was very experienced in setting up formations. Self-cleansing Immortal Gu Formation, Omnidirectional Travel Ancient Battle Formation, Dragon Scale Seafood Path Immortal Formation, Coiling Thread Gu Formation, Blood Red Immortal Essence Formation, Immemorial Year Beast Fishing Formation, Flood Discharge Formation, Self-Will Heaven Sealing Formation, as well as Year Essence Pool, which was also an immortal formation in essence. He had set them up personally. As such, even though it was his first time setting up the 5 Realms formation, he wasn't nervous at all and was very familiar with it. If I set up the formation alone, the time will be delayed. But with Chi Chuyu and Black Extremity working together, they could quickly set up the 5 World Grand Formation. Quick, quick, quick. Fang Yuan's concentration was on full alert. He was racing against time. Celestial Court Battlefield. Li Huang, Qing Yi and the rest have already rushed to the infallible Blessed Land Battlefield. Wu Yong's unlimited wind was suppressed by wind-sweeping building. The identity of the prince's impatience was not exposed. But Fang Yuan and the rest have started to set up a formation within a formation. Their intentions are unknown. Furthermore, our reinforcements are about to arrive at Hidden Dragon Cave Battlefield. Fairy Myrtle reported to Duke Long. Duke Long fought as he replied, even though the identity of the prince's impatience has not been exposed, we cannot rule out the possibility that Fang Yuan knows about it but did not report it. We need to pay attention to this, tell Chen Yi and the rest to pay attention to the situation and reinforce the prince's impatience at any time. Fairy Myrtle, yes. Knowing that the situation was still within their control, Duke Long focused his mind and looked at 7 Extreme Desolation again. It is about time. Duke Long clenched his dragon claws as he sensed the surging strength in his body. Immortal Killer Move, Heavenly Dragon's Last Stand. After using this killer move, his lifespan could only decrease and not increase. At the same time, Duke Long's battle strength was getting stronger and stronger. In just a short while, Duke Long's battle strength rose by leaps and bounds, reaching an unheard of level. With a dragon roar, purple gold dragon-shaped chi burst out. Boom. 7 Extreme Desolation had no time to react. It only saw Duke Long's figure suddenly vanish in the air before his entire body shot out like a meteor. An unparalleled force surged towards it. It was simply unblockable. 7 Extreme Desolation was sent flying before crashing into the chi wall. Countless cracks appeared on the giant's body. Damn it, his speed increased again. Our investigative killer moves were completely nullified by Duke Long. We simply cannot find his traces. If this continues, we will be too passive. How long has it been? But Duke Long's battle strength has already started to suppress us. In that case, let's use offense as defense and continue to use killer moves to bombard the surroundings. We will eventually be able to hit Duke Long. After the 7 Big Dipper immortals finished their discussion, the 7 Extreme Desolation Giant raised its head and was about to step into the battlefield again. Duke Long's figure suddenly appeared in the sky above the giant. Still want to stand up? Duke Long laughed sinisterly, his sturdy body slammed down with his right dragon claw. Boom. Compared to the 7 Extreme Desolation Giant, the dragon claw was tiny like an ant, but it caused huge damage to the 7 Extreme Desolation Giant. Air waves surged as the 7 Extreme Desolation Giant's entire head was smashed. The headless giant was ruthlessly smashed into the ground by the immense force, creating a human-shaped crater. At once, smoke and dust surged, rocks flew everywhere, the sky shook and the earth shook. Duke Long hovered in the air as he slowly retracted his right claw. He let out a satisfied groan. Strength, a brand new strength surged through Duke Long's body again, stimulating his muscles to expand even more. His bones grew rapidly, his dragon scales became even thicker and larger, his dragon horns were like a crown, they became even more ferocious at this moment, sharp spikes extended in all directions. Duke Long's entire body expanded once again, he had already surpassed the height of a normal person. The roof of a thatched hut only reached his waist. His purple long hair was originally soft and elegant, reaching his waist, but now every strand of hair was hard and sturdy, reaching all the way to his feet. Purple gold lightning flickered incessantly in his hair. Behind him, his dragon tail became even longer. It was less than 10 feet long, but now it was dozens of feet long. Duke Long die. A Northern Plains rank 8 suddenly appeared behind Duke Long. He was determined to succeed. The killer move that he had prepared for a long time was about to land on Duke Long's back. Slap. At that instant, Duke Long's dragon tail swung, sending the sneak-attacking rank 8 Northern Plains Goo Immortal flying. Jeez. The Northern Plains Goo Immortal coughed out blood, his spine was broken, his organs were displaced, and the worst part was the backlash of the immortal killer move. He fell into a state of near death. At the next moment, 3 Northern Plains Goo Immortals attacked at the same time. 3 killer moves landed on Duke Long's body. Hit. But at the next moment, these 3 Northern Plains Goo Immortals' joyful expressions froze on their faces. When the dust settled, Duke Long was still standing. Purple gold dragon scales had already covered his entire body, shining with a metallic luster. There was not even a trace of injury. This? The 3 of us had clearly planned this. These 3 moves worked together to increase their power. What kind of defense is this? The 3 Northern Plains Goo Immortals were shocked. They felt something amiss and quickly retreated. Are you scratching an itch for me? Duke Long slowly turned around. His indifferent dragon eyes looked at the 3 retreating Northern Plains Goo Immortals. The 3 Goo Immortals immediately felt a strong sense of danger, as if a mountain was pressing down on them. They felt like they were suffocating. Duke Long, don't leave, we are your opponents. The 7 Extreme Desolation Giant got a chance to catch its breath and stood up again. Its head that was smashed earlier had already recovered by more than half. Big Dipper 7 Immortals, you can no longer stop me. Duke Long smiled coldly. He glanced at 7 Extreme Desolation before focusing his gaze on Calamity Luck Altar. Red Lotus Demon Venerable's Call of the Ancient Killer move landed on Calamity Luck Altar. As long as it continued to attack Calamity Luck Altar and caused a certain amount of damage, Call of the Ancient would definitely collapse. Without the interference of these historical Northern Plains experts, the Celestial Court members immediately had the advantage in numbers. Longevity Heaven could no longer retaliate. Inside Calamity Luck Altar, Bing Sichuan's forehead was filled with cold sweat. Damn it, Fate Goo has recovered again. The Northern Plains experts formed by Call of the Ancient have lost a lot of their battle strength. On the other hand, the Celestial Court members are being amplified by this human path killer move. Most importantly, Duke Long is unstoppable. His battle strength has already far surpassed the limits of rank 8, even if human path killer moves do not help him. While he was thinking, Duke Long defeated 7 Extreme Desolation again. After getting rid of the entanglement, Duke Long charged towards Calamity Luck Altar. Huff. Bing Sichuan let out a breath of turbid air as his eyes shined with determination. The final gamble is at this moment. Boom. Calamity Luck Altar suddenly shot out an intense light that shone like the sun. Almost all the Goo Immortals in the battlefield had to close their eyes. Even Duke Long had to squint his eyes into slits. He was puzzled. Bing Sai Chuan is activating Calamity Luck Alter's method so crazily, isn't he afraid of interfering with Call of the Ancient? Call of the Ancient was placed on Calamity Luck Alter. This time Path Method and Luck Path Killer move mutually restricted each other. In order to maintain Call of the Ancient, Calamity Luck Alter had not truly used all of its abilities. Now that Bing Sai Chuan activated it, it was surprising. The intense light of Luck Path temporarily obstructed everyone. Calamity Luck Alter was like a ferocious beast that was released from its cage as it charged towards the Refinement Path formation. "Quick, stop him!" Fairy Myrtle shouted in shock. Duke Long was shocked to find that Call of the Ancient was still being used. That phantom image of the River of Time was already imprinted on the battlefield. Even though it was dissipating, the speed was extremely slow. Evidently, it could be maintained for a long time. Red Lotus. At once, Duke Long was shocked and furious. He realized that he had fallen into Red Lotus Demon Venerable's trap. His understanding of Call of the Ancient came from the corresponding support of the Future Killer move. Back then, when he fought with Red Lotus Demon Venerable, he attacked Red Lotus several times and destroyed support of the Future Killer move. "Master, good method, you actually saw through this move's weakness." In his memories, Red Lotus Demon Venerable had blood flowing out of his mouth, but he was still smiling, his eyes were shining brightly. This evil disciple is doing it on purpose. And this Bing Sai Chuan, he is so cunning, he could have moved freely but he chose not to use it. Duke Long was furious, this happened too suddenly, he could not stop it in time. Calamity Luck Alter had been preparing for a long time, it erupted with terrifying might. Under the amplification of heroes among people, Celestial Court's members suppressed the Northern Plains Immortals. Unknowingly, their tight defensive line had loosened up. Seeing Calamity Luck Alter charging over, several Celestial Court members did not dodge. They activated their immortal killer moves. But under the intense light of Luck Path, most of their killer moves failed miserably. A large number of Celestial Court Gu Immortals suffered intense backlash. Even though the few killer moves were successfully activated and landed on Calamity Luck Alter, they could not shake it at all. Calamity Luck Alter charged forward. Several Celestial Court Gu Immortals along the way had their bones broken and flesh torn, before crashing into the Refinement Path formation like a meteor. Boom. The Refinement Path formation was heavily damaged, it was mostly destroyed. Chapter 1746. Plot. Yuan Qiongdu, who had been in charge of the repair, fainted on the spot. He was injured to begin with. When the Refinement Path formation was destroyed, the shockwaves caused him to faint immediately. Without him, even though success Dao marks were still being sent up in small amounts, Fate Gu's repair had stopped. Song Yin was also implicated. This Celestial Court Rank 8 Gu Immortal had been working together with Che Wei to resist Northern Plains Bull Demon and 5 Elements Grandmaster. Bull Demon and 5 Elements Grandmaster attacked the Refinement Path Gu formation, but Song Yin was prepared for them. He transferred the damage they caused to the Refinement Path formation to himself. Right now, Calamity Luck Alter had destroyed the Refinement Path formation. Song Yin had to bear a large portion of the damage. Song Yin was seeing stars, his eyes were buzzing and his 7 orifices were bleeding, he had almost collapsed to the ground. Thankfully, at the crucial moment, Che Wei came to his aid and protected him. "How are you?" Che Wei blocked Bull Demon and 5 Elements Grandmaster's attacks as he shouted. I won't die yet." Saying this, Song Yin vomited a mouthful of blood. "Quickly go and reinforce them. Who will rebuild the Refinement Path formation?" Yuan Qiongdu has been in charge of repairing Fate Gu. Outsiders cannot do it in such a hurry, we need to wake him up first. The strong Luck Path light dissipated, the Celestial Court Gu Immortals charged towards them like madmen. It was not completely destroyed. Inside Calamity Luck Alter, Bing Sai Chuan's gaze was cold. His gaze turned as he made a decision. "Bull Demon. 5 Elements Grandmaster. Quickly come back." The strong Luck Path light could not last for long, it dissipated quickly, the Celestial Court members were all drawn back. Bull Demon and 5 Elements Grandmaster were likely to die if they stayed outside. After all, the Celestial Court Gu Immortals were afraid that the Refinement Path formation could not hold on and could not hold more Gu Immortals, that was why they did not reinforce Song Yin and Che Wei. Bull Demon and 5 Elements Grandmaster knew the severity of the situation. They retreated and entered Calamity Luck Alter. Che Wei was helpless and could only watch helplessly. Bull Demon entered Calamity Luck Alter with a worried expression. "Flower Lady is still trapped in Heaven Overseeing Tower, I do not know the details." Bing Sai Chuan nodded with a resolute expression. "Destroy this Refinement Path formation and save." Boom. Before Bing Sai Chuan could finish his words, Calamity Luck altar shook violently. The three people inside the altar could not stand steadily. A tall and sturdy figure fiercely stepped on Calamity Luck altar. Because of his stomp, more than half of Calamity Luck altar sank into the ground. It was Duke Long. With me here, this is as far as you can go. Duke Long's expression was like iron, and his eyes were icy cold. The shock and rage from before had completely turned into coldness, and the killing intent in the air was suffocating. Boom boom boom. Duke Long bent his body slightly and randomly punched at Calamity Luck altar. Waves of fist energy bombarded Calamity Luck altar like thunder. Calamity Luck altar continued to tremble intensely as it sank deeper into the ground inch by inch. The fist energy rapidly created cracks on the surface of Calamity Luck altar, and then the cracks expanded, forming holes. A large number of goo worms died. Bing Sichuan quickly divided the work. He was in charge of preparing a killer move to counterattack. Bull Demon was in charge of repairing Calamity Luck altar, while 5 Elements Grandmaster was in charge of making deductions on the half-destroyed Refinement Path formation. He cultivated Formation Path after all. The damage is too fast. I cannot repair Calamity Luck altar in time. After a few breaths of time, Bull Demon shouted. 5 Elements Grandmaster was covered in sweat as he tried his best to deduce the formation. Bing Sichuan gritted his teeth. Persevere. Duke Long was extremely powerful. Rank 8 Calamity Luck altar, the immortal goo house created by Giant Sun Immortal, could not hold on after being hit by Duke Long's random punches. Rise. Bing Sichuan shouted. Calamity Luck altar burst out with a piercing light again as it flew up. Duke Long, who was punching, could clearly feel a strong force coming from Calamity Luck altar. Go down. Duke Long shouted, raising his fists above his head as he swung his arms down like a hammer. Immortal killer move, world-shaking dragon hammer. With a loud sound, Calamity Luck altar, which had just risen up, was suppressed by Duke Long again like a rubber ball. A large number of goo worms were destroyed, their fragments flying everywhere. A huge hole appeared on the surface of Calamity Luck altar. Bing Sichuan's clothes could be seen from the outside. Bing Sichuan could not conceal his shock. Duke Long's battle strength was beyond his imagination. Even the members of Celestial Court were stunned. Northern Plains Immortals charge. Right at this time, the Northern Plains Goo Immortals created by Call of the Ancient came to help. Celestial Court's Goo Immortals were like a flock of birds. They did not dodge, they directly charged forward. A chaotic battle erupted again. And behind the chaotic battle, Duke Long was attacking Calamity Luck altar. Behind Duke Long, the Refinement Path formation was being repaired urgently. 7 Extreme Desolation was bathed in blood. It finally created a path of blood and arrived in front of Duke Long. Duke Long is so strong, Calamity Luck altar alone cannot resist him. Bing Sichuan had to admit the truth. After getting reinforcements from 7 Extreme Desolation, Bing Sichuan finally had time to breathe. He could barely activate Calamity Luck altar to fight against Duke Long with 2 against 1. Immortal killer move, spiraling dragon teeth. Duke Long opened his mouth, his teeth flew out. 100 sharp teeth were like daggers. They expanded rapidly, turning into a group of snow-white dragon-tooth scimitars that slashed at Calamity Luck altar. Clang clang clang. The dragon-tooth scimitars landed on Calamity Luck altar, creating intense sounds. It was like hundreds or thousands of weapons were colliding. Calamity Luck altar was like a small hut in a storm. It could not even raise its head. Duke Long smiled coldly. After a while, teeth grew out of his mouth again. The teeth flew out again, forming a snow-white scimitar storm that enveloped Calamity Luck altar and 7 Extreme Desolation. Soon, 7 Extreme Desolation was riddled with holes. Calamity Luck altar was also riddled with holes. Immortal killer move, Dragon Claw Strike. Immortal killer move, Chaotic Dragon Fist. Fist shadows flew everywhere, claw marks spread everywhere. 7 Extreme Desolation's head was smashed again and again. Calamity Luck altar was getting more and more damaged. Wind was leaking everywhere. Bull Demon could not repair it in time. Immortal killer move, 9 Dragons Protection. 9 purple gold dragon phantoms coiled around Duke Long's body. It was not that 7 Extreme Desolation and Calamity Luck altar did not retaliate, but these methods were blocked by 9 Dragons Protection. The situation was clear. Duke Long had a huge advantage. As time went on, Longevity Heaven's side would definitely lose. You dare to invade my celestial court, you will pay with your lives. Duke Long shouted coldly. What are you still resisting for? You have no hope left. Duke Long stomped on the ground as a killer move burst out, causing the entire Calamity Luck altar to sink into the ground. He then punched with both hands. sending 7 extreme desolation flying far away. I said before, this is the limit of your strength. You will lose, while Celestial Court will always be invincible. Duke Long shouted, his voice spread throughout the battlefield, shaking everyone's hearts. What other methods do you have? Use them all, I will personally send you all into the abyss of despair. He spoke slowly, his dragon eyes were indifferent, his tone was cold, it sent chills down everyone's spine. Bing Sichuan was in a terrible state, Calamity Luck Altar could no longer protect him, he had many injuries on his body. These were caused by spiraling Dragon Fang killer move. The situation was getting more dangerous, but there was a light in his eyes that had never been extinguished. He still had hope. In the deepest part of his heart, there was a scene that he would never forget. This is 88 Point Jinyang Tower? Amazing. As expected of Lord's work. Bing Sichuan stood beside Giant Sun Immortal with a look of admiration. Giant Sun Immortal smiled with a satisfied expression. With this immortal goo house, my children will be able to grow up. Lord, you really put in a lot of effort. Bing Sichuan praised. However, Giant Sun Immortal's tone changed. I am looking forward to its collapse. What? I built this tower to prevent its collapse. O Bing Sichuan, you are a time path goo immortal, go to sleep. In the future, when 88 Point Jinyang Tower collapses, it will be the best time for you to attack Celestial Court. Inside Calamity Luck Altar. Even if I am heavily injured, even if I am in a hopeless situation, even if I use up all my trump cards, I will not give up. Because this plan was made by Lord Giant Sun Immortal Ancestor. O Celestial Court, victory will be ours. Bing Sichuan shouted. Blind confidence. Duke Long snickered in disdain. Forcefully holding on will only increase your pain by 100 times. Bing Sichuan snorted coldly. That is because you will never understand that man's greatness. Not far away. Boom. The dog-tail life-extending ferret, Mao Li Chiu, suddenly turned into smoke, dispersing on the spot. The killer move perfect pair is finally undone. As expected of thieving heaven demon venerable, it is so powerful. Thankfully this is Celestial Court, we can gather 4 rule path goo immortals, and Celestial Court's treasury also has detailed information on perfect pair. If this were a normal situation it would be troublesome. Originally the dog-tail life-extending ferret and Celestial Court's 2 legendary immemorial desolate beasts, Yuan Dan and Shabi 95, were fighting intensely. Relying on perfect pair, the dog-tail life-extending ferret and its clones suppressed their opponents to the point where they could not even raise their heads. But as the Celestial Court's members awakened, many of them started to target perfect pair and finally broke it. Continue being arrogant. Little dog, how many times have you pounced on me? My feathers are about to be plucked clean by you. Yuan Dan, Shabi 95, and several Celestial Court goo immortals attacked Mao Li Chiu. Even though Mao Li Chiu had outstanding strength in this situation, it was like 2 fists could not fight against 4 fists. It was soon covered in injuries, blood flowed out of its wounds like a waterfall. But Yuan Dan and Shabi 95 were not much better off. Mao Li Chiu's counterattack was targeted at these 2. Even though Mao Li Chiu's injuries were increasing and it was getting weaker, Celestial Court's advantage was increasing. Yuan Dan and Shabi 95's minds were shaken, they had bewildered gazes. This lunatic is not afraid of death. Even if he dies, he will probably bite off a piece of my flesh before he dies. The 2 legendary immemorial desolate beasts of Celestial Court felt wary. One of them shouted, Mao Li Chiu, why are you risking your life for Giant Sun Immortal? He is feeding you because of your innate talent, he wants to kill you to extend his life. Mao Li Chiu was standing in a pool of blood, its injuries were shocking, many of them were deep to the bone. The originally glossy and shiny fur was now stuck together because of the blood. Its eyes were turning black, its body was shaking as if it was going to collapse at the next moment. It knew that in its current state it was probably going to die here. But so what? Mao Li Chiu opened its mouth, letting out a silent smile. A scene from its memories surfaced in its mind. The setting sun was like blood. On a mountain, Mao Li Chiu was curled up like a puppy, lying beside Giant Sun Immortal's feet. Giant Sun Immortal was rubbing its head, but it was shivering. It had already heard of Giant Sun Immortal's plan. Now that Giant Sun Immortal was about to die, he called it here to kill it to extend its life. But Mao Li Chiu did not dare to resist, it was clear. Even if it had peak rank 8 battle strength, it was not Giant Sun Immortal's match. Giant Sun Immortal did not even need to make a move, it would seek its own death. Don't be afraid, Mao Li Chiu, I won't kill you to extend my life. Giant Sun Immortal chuckled. Mao Li Chio's body stiffened. Giant Sun Immortal looked at the sunset. It was as dazzling as fire. I still remember the first day I raised you. Time passed by quickly. You have already grown to this extent. To speak the truth, you are my child. What difference is there between you and my children? As a parent, how can I harm my own children? Mao Li Chio understood Giant Sun Immortal's nature. He would not lie to it, there was no need. Mao Li Chio was stunned. It asked in a daze, "But master, if you kill me, I can indeed extend your life." Extend my life? Giant Sun Immortal smiled. I will only be struggling at death's door. People will die eventually, isn't that so? He shook his head. What meaning is there in continuing to live under fate? Death is not so hard to accept. Moreover, children are destined to leave their parents to truly grow up. Master, promise me you will live on properly. Go and do what you like. I won't leave you any last words. Just be yourself and be happy. Master. As its memories faded, Mao Li Chio looked at the surrounding strong enemies. It raised its head and laughed wildly, its aura surging. Oh master, even if I die, I will repay the kindness of raising me. It can't hold on anymore. That's right, it is only trying to show off. But be careful of its final retaliation. The celestial court's Gu immortals had cold expressions as they slowly surrounded it. Black Heaven. Luck Suppression Heavenly Palace. Immortal zombie Giant Sun sat cross-legged like a statue. He looked toward the south, and his eyes reflected the scenes of the battle in the Heavenly Court. Chapter 1747. Infallible Blessed Land Battlefield. 9 consecutive unceasing formation. The other party's formation. Our Gu immortals are suffering from intense backlash. The first group, retreat and receive treatment. The second group will take over. The third group, get ready. Qin Yi and Baizang Shui controlled the formation while commanding the Central Continent Gu immortals. They were very orderly. To think that the other party would use such a strange move. At the side, Feng Jioge frowned as he stared at the 5 regional formation. This is troublesome. The 9 consecutive unceasing formation might. Feng Jioge had a bad feeling. Under Qi Chuyu's control, the 5 regional formation continued to emit 5-colored smoke. This smoke continued to spread, becoming fainter as it seeped into the 9 consecutive unceasing formation. Good, let's do this. The rest will deal with the formation. Let the Central Continent Gu immortals control it. The more the formation activates, the greater the backlash they will suffer. Haha, the stronger the 9 consecutive unceasing formation, the more damage these Gu immortals will suffer. This is amazing. The morale of the Southern Alliance and Northern Plains immortals rose greatly. They changed their tactics. They had already seen through this formation they could clearly target its weakness and destroy it, but now they were not in a hurry to do so. The 5 regional smoke continued to permeate. They could use this to deal with the Central Continent Gu immortals behind the formation. From a certain perspective, the 9 consecutive unceasing formation became a powerful weapon for Fang Yuan's side to attack Central Continent and the Celestial Court. What should we do? Do we send Gu immortals to destroy the formation? Baizang Shui looked at Qin Yi. The leader here was still Qin Yi. Qin Yi had an ugly expression. He said, "This formation should belong to the 5 regional true inheritance, Southern Borders Tao Zhu's method." During the battle of the 5 regional mountain range, the Celestial Court had interfered. Jun Xinguang was captured by Fang Yuan. Celestial Court had a detailed understanding of Tao Zhu's true inheritance and the entire battle of the 5 regional mountain range. Tao Zhu can create the 5 regional mountain range. This 5-colored smoke that permeates the formation is clearly imitating the 5 regional walls, causing our Gu immortals to suffer from the formation's backlash. Qin Yi said bitterly, "The 9 consecutive unceasing formation is a compound formation. It can dismantle subformations and rearrange subformations at any time. It can be used continuously. Back then, Limitless Demon Venerable broke 100 formations and escaped. But Tao Zhu's method bypassed the 9 consecutive unceasing formation and targeted our Gu immortals. This is not just avoiding the formation. The stronger the formation, the stronger Gu immortals will suffer even more injuries. If we activate the formation to deal with the enemy's formation, it will be something they want to see. We will fall into their trap. It is not wise. But if we stop the formation and send Gu immortals out, we will be neglecting our strengths. Furthermore, the enemy has fierce bandits like Wu Yong and Fang Yuan. It will be very dangerous to send Gu immortals to destroy the formation. Qin Yi had been hit by Wu Yong's farewell friend Wind Killer move. He survived because of Feng Jioge. He still felt some lingering fear. Most importantly, they only had 3 rank 8 Gu immortals on their side, Qin Yi, Baizang Shui and Feng Jioge, and they were all injured. It was not suitable to send anyone out. At this point, Qin Yi sighed deeply, to think that the 9-9 consecutive unceasing formation was countered by the enemy today. Tao Zhu was only an ordinary rank 8 Gu immortal, he could not compare to people like Wu Yong and Fang Yuan. And the creator of the 9-9 consecutive unceasing formation was the famous star constellation Immortal Venerable. The 5 regional true inheritances countered the 9-9 consecutive unceasing formation. It was Tao Zhu's glory. Speaking of which, Tao Zhu was not outstanding among rank 8 Gu immortals, he was not famous either, he only created the 5 regional mountain range. But to think that his research actually succeeded. After this battle, Tao Zhu's name would resound throughout the world, even though he had died a long time ago. Geniuses appeared in every generation, they would reign supreme for hundreds of years. Just like how in the battlefield of Celestial Court, Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable's perfect pair killer move could be broken, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's 9-9 consecutive unceasing formation could also be countered by a junior. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable and Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable had been dead for too long, but eras continued to develop and change. Even though their methods were powerful, they could not escape the awkwardness of being outdated. Remove that subformation. Qin Yi ordered resolutely. The Gu immortals around him were shocked. Qin Yi actually gave the order to remove the formation, was he out of his mind? But soon, Feng Jioge reacted first, his eyes shined with bright light as he praised, "Good response." Removing the formation, the other party actually removed the formation, ha ha ha. Inside the 5 regional formation, some Northern Plains Gu immortals saw this and laughed heartily. Wu Yong and Fang Yuan, however, had grim expressions. Oh no, this Qin Yi is so crafty. If we were inside the formation, the 5-colored smoke miasma would seep in faster and deeper. Now that the subformation has been removed, the efficiency is greatly reduced. That's right. In the battlefield of Celestial Court, Longevity Heaven is almost unable to hold on, Celestial Court has the upper hand. I'm afraid Qin Yi has considered this, so he's using a delaying tactic. Whether it was Qin Yi's side activating the 9-9 consecutive unceasing formation or sending people to attack the formation, Fang Yuan and the rest were happy to see that happen. But now Qin Yi removed the subformation and chose to defend passively. The 5-colored smoke miasma's infiltration was greatly reduced. Central Continent's Gu immortals only maintained the formation and did not activate it. The backlash they suffered was also greatly reduced. But Qin Yi and the rest were still behind the formation, continuing to set up the immortal formation. Fang Yuan and the rest needed a lot of time to destroy this 9-9 consecutive unceasing formation. And most importantly, Fang Yuan and the rest had to make full use of every second they had, they could not waste a single second. Once Celestial Court exterminated Longevity Heaven's forces, they would be free to attack Celestial Court and deal with Fang Yuan and the rest. Qin Yi was extremely steady and astute. He purposely retreated for the sake of the big picture, it was just a small step, but it was more terrifying than attacking. He forced Fang Yuan and the rest to the edge of the cliff. Sigh, if I had known this, I would have added Formation Spirit and Formation Flag Immortal Gu into the 5 regional formation. This way the 5 regional formation can be moved, it is no longer fixed at the same spot. Fang Yuan sighed in his heart. This was not his mistake, nor was he unwilling to contribute. It was the combination of Formation Spirit and Formation Flag Immortal Gu into the 5 regional formation. The number of deductions increased sharply, Fang Yuan would have to spend a lot of time to deduce clearly. Actually, even if the 5 regional formation could be moved away by Gu immortals, Fang Yuan and the rest would not be able to resolve this crisis. Qin Yi removed the subformation and retreated to defend. The 5-world formation within the original child formation was exposed. Outside the 9-9 consecutive unceasing formation, the immortals were already engaged in a chaotic battle. For rank 8 Gu immortals, Qin Yi, Li Huang, Prince's Impatience and Ba Shirba were fighting each other. Clear Jade Dripping Wind Tiny Bamboo Building, Frost Dragon Manor, Wind Sweeping Building, and others were rampaging in the battlefield, clashing at times or unleashing immortal killer moves at others. Bright lights shone as thunderous explosions resounded. Oh no, unlimited wind killer move is escaping my control. Wu Yong's expression changed. Earlier he had not sensed it clearly when he was in the formation. Now that Qin Yi removed the formation, Wu Yong realized something was amiss. Without hesitation, Wu Yong flew out of the 5 regional formation and pounced towards Wind Sweeping Building. Yao Huang, Heavenly Lord Baizu and the rest also moved out. With their reinforcement, Li Huang, Qin Yi and the rest felt immense pressure. They retreated and were suppressed along with Central Continent's immortal goo houses. Fang Yuan moved out stealthily using Great Thief Ghost Hand again. Central Continent's immortal goo houses were immediately attacked. A large number of goo worms were stolen by Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan continued to move and obtain 3 immortal goo in a short while. Including his gains from the battlefield in Emperor City, he had already seized more than 10 immortal goo from Central Continent's immortal goo houses. Fang Yuan recognized some of these immortal goo, but he did not recognize some. His time path clone was bathed in the light of wisdom, deducing how to use these goo worms. Seeing that the situation was amiss, Li Huang gave up on Prince's impatience and came to stall Fang Yuan. The scene from before on the battlefield at Imperial Emperor City repeated once more. Fang Yuan was stalled by Li Huang. He could not attack the immortal goo houses anymore. Humph, this prince's impatience is so good at acting. He purposely let Li Huang go. Fang Yuan snorted coldly in his heart, but did not say anything. Prince's impatience was a problem. What made Fang Yuan even more troubled was the rank 9 human path killer move that Celestial Court used. Heroes Among People. Due to the amplification of Heroes Among People, Li Huang, Qin Yi and the rest as well as Central Continent's immortal goo houses, had their battle strength increased by several times, they resisted the fierce attacks of the Southern Border and Northern Plains Alliance Army. We cannot continue fighting like this, time is limited. We need to retreat into the formation. Fang Yuan shouted. Wu Yong and the rest retreated. They stored their immortal goo houses and entered the 5 regional formation. The 5 regional formation was activated at full force. Large amounts of 5-colored smoke spread rapidly, covering the entire battlefield. Within the 5-colored smoke, Central Continent's goo immortals were greatly suppressed. Similar to Qin Yi's earlier awkwardness, these people were strengthened by Heroes Among People. The killer move's power rose sharply, the backlash also increased. To think that Tao Zhu's methods are so profound. Inside the formation, Bashir Ba sighed. Wu Yong was silent. This situation was not out of his expectations. Precisely because he discovered it long ago, he did not hesitate to reveal the true inheritance's contents to cooperate with Qi Chuyu. Qi Chuyu also knew that this was a good thing, but he could not use it earlier. Now that the formation was modified and set up, it had great effects. It is a pity that this 5-colored smoke does not differentiate between friend and foe. Central Continent is suppressed. We will also face backlash inside. Only Fang Yuan can move freely. Yao Huang was clearly agitated. Many people looked at Fang Yuan with envious expressions. What a pity. Fang Yuan sighed to himself. If he could obtain Tao Zhu's true inheritance, with the light of wisdom and his formation path and wisdom path attainment levels, his battle strength would soar again. In fact, he could not do anything to Heroes Among People, but if he had the 5-colored smoke, Li Huang and the rest would face greater suppression. Who knew, Fang Yuan might be able to pacify the battlefield in Emperor City. Back then, when he left the 5 regional mountain range and could not obtain the 5 regional true inheritances, he felt a deep sense of regret. Chapter 1748. Infallible Blessed Land Battlefield. The enemies have entered the formation. It seems they want to display the full power of the 5-colored smoke. Li Huang and the rest are in trouble. Qin Yi had been paying close attention to the situation. Should we go and reinforce them? We might be able to work together with these reinforcements to destroy the enemy formation. As long as the formation is broken, 1 or 2 of their core immortal goo will be destroyed. They might not be able to turn the situation around. Bai Zhang Shui suggested. Qin Yi thought about it before shaking his head. No need to take the risk, the situation is very beneficial to us now. Let them return to the 9-9 consecutive unceasing formation. Qin Yi not only did not attack, he even called back Li Huang and the rest. He decided to stall for time. Fang Yuan flew out of the formation and started to deal with Li Huang and the rest. Inside the 5-colored smoke, Li Huang and the rest fought against Fang Yuan. They were greatly restricted and their movements were restricted. After suffering some losses, Li Huang gave the order to retreat. The group entered the 9-9 consecutive unceasing formation. At once, both sides entered their respective formations. The battlefield that was filled with sounds of fighting was only left with the sound of unlimited wind. Wu Yong and Fang Yuan stayed outside the formation. The former carefully controlled unlimited wind to avoid the 5-colored smoke. He charged towards Celestial Court's formation from another direction. The latter hid in the 5-colored smoke. Following the spreading of the smoke, he got closer to Celestial Court's formation. Let's persevere like this. As long as Celestial Court's battlefield is pacified, it will be our victory. Within the 9-9 consecutive unceasing formation, Qin Yi raised the morale of his troops. But he had just said that when he heard a loud explosion. The immortals quickly looked over and saw that the 5-colored smoke was rumbling endlessly. Fang Yuan's 5 regional formation had suddenly exploded. A figure flew out of the 5-colored smoke that covered the sky like an arrow. Prince's Impatience, what are you doing? Kill him, he is definitely a spy of Celestial Court. Lord Qi Chuyu, are you alright? Someone come and save Lord Qi. A change occurred, southern border and northern plains Gu immortals were in chaos. Prince's Impatience, don't even think about escaping. Fang Yuan and Wu Yong, who were outside the formation, turned around and tried to stop Prince's Impatience. Baizang Shui was overjoyed. So it was Prince's Impatience who made a move inside the formation and destroyed the enemy's formation. Well done. Some Gu immortals who did not know the inside story saw this and were dumbfounded. Hurry, Prince's Impatience is a member of my Spirit Affinity House. Quickly go and help him. A Spirit Affinity House's Supreme Elder urged. Needless to say, Qin Yi had already given the order. Li Huang, Qin Yi and Baizang Shui flew out of the formation to receive Prince's Impatience. Fang Yuan and Wu Yong were obstructed by the 3 of them. Prince's Impatience was not weak, and with reinforcements he successfully entered the 9-9 consecutive unceasing formation. But the Celestial Court's immortals did not know. This Prince's Impatience whom they sent into the formation was a fake. I finally got in. Fang Yuan snickered to himself as killing intent surged in his chest. Immortal killer move, familiar face. This was a killer move that had been modified by Fang Yuan, and with the increase in transformation path Dao marks after annexing Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven, its power had increased by several times. Even though Celestial Court was prepared, they did not discover Fang Yuan's true identity. At this moment, the real Prince's Impatience was still inside the 5 regional formation. The 5 regional formation was modified by Fang Yuan. He naturally designed a formation within the formation. This inner formation was the cage that imprisoned Prince's Impatience. There were several rank 8 Gu immortals guarding the formation cores. As for the Fang Yuan, inside the 5-colored smoke, it was Yi Hao Fang in disguise. Southern Borders rank 8 Gu immortal Yi Hao Fang was also a transformation path Gu immortal. Even though he did not have a method like familiar face, he was inside the 5-colored smoke, with the other rank 8 Gu immortals helping him conceal the investigative killer moves. He did not get exposed. As for the 5 regional formation, it had truly self-detonated. A vast number of mortal Gu perished. The immortal Gu that used the formation also suffered losses. If he did not do this, he would not be able to deceive Qin Yi and the rest. There was another reason why Qin Yi was kept in the dark. That was because Celestial Court's Fairy Myrtle had informed them in advance. Qin Yi and the rest knew Prince's Impatience's true identity, thus they had been paying attention to Prince's Impatience during the intense battle. Once Prince's Impatience made a move and stabbed the enemy in the back, they would cooperate and expand their gains. Right now, Prince's Impatience destroyed the enemy's formation the moment he made a move. The results were huge. Qin Yi and the rest were mentally prepared, so they immediately took action against Fang Yuan. The secret of my rebirth has been exposed. Celestial Court will definitely be worried about Prince's Impatience's identity being exposed. And this battle concerns the overall situation of Fate Gu. At the crucial moment, Celestial Court will definitely expose Prince's Impatience's identity to protect the overall situation. This is something I can make use of. Fang Yuan sneered in his mind. He disguised as Prince's Impatience and pretended to be heavily injured. Under the expectant gazes of Celestial Court's immortals, he openly stepped into the core of the 9-9 consecutive unceasing formation. A Spirit Affinity House's Supreme Elder was the first to welcome him. She smiled and said, "Welcome home." Fang Yuan was ready to take action after accumulating his strength. Because I am not the real Prince's Impatience, my identity will be exposed once I interact with them. Moreover, I do not have Wu Yong's concealment methods. When I prepare a killer move, my aura will definitely leak out. Thus, the true time to make a move is the moment I enter the formation. Because I am being chased, my immortal killer move has not dissipated yet. Fang Yuan was about to make a move when a change occurred. On the battlefield, everyone's expression changed. What is that? Rank 9 killer move. It seems to come from northern plains. Luck Path Aura. Its direction seems to be aimed at Celestial Court. At this moment, both sides forgot about the battle. They looked up at the sky. A huge pillar of light stretched across the sky, shooting towards Celestial Court at an extremely fast speed. This pillar of light was so huge, it was like a giant river that dominated heaven and earth. Everywhere it went, it pushed away all the air. As the pillar of light moved forward, it emitted a grand and deafening sound. Such a grand and majestic killer move made everyone dazed. Even Qin Yi Wu Yong, and even Fang Yuan felt their own insignificance. Unstoppable, invincible. The pillar of light started from black heaven above northern plains, it pierced through the regional walls and directly crashed into Celestial Court. Celestial Court shook intensely, mountains shook, countless immortal goo houses cracked and broke. This is... Duke Long suddenly raised his head. A moment ago, he was in high spirits and had great divine might. He had beaten up 7 extreme desolation and calamity luck altar. But when the pillar of light shot towards him, he paled in fright. At this moment he was like a fish on a chopping board. He could not move, he was locked down by the pillar of light, he was like an insect trapped in amber, he could only watch as the pillar of light approached him. Even though his current battle strength was enough to make other rank 8 goo immortals sigh in admiration. Rank 9 killer move. This is the work of Giant Sun Immortal. Giant Sun Immortal left behind a backup plan after all. No, he is not targeting me, he is going straight for Fate Goo. Duke Long suddenly realized he had a ruthless expression as he struggled and tried to activate immortal killer moves again and again. But a terrifying scene occurred. His killer move had never been successfully activated even once. The activation of killer moves failed time and time again, he was suffering from backlash, blood flowed out of his mouth and eyes. The immortals of Celestial Court were thrown into chaos, some overestimated themselves and tried to block the pillar of light, but they were all destroyed. Not a single rank 8 goo immortal could stop the pillar of light. Lord Giant Sun Immortal Ancestor. Master! At this moment, Bing Sichuan and Mao Liqiu had tears in their eyes. But right when the pillar of light was about to hit the refinement path formation, the immortals heard an eerie sigh. Next, in Imperfection Regret Pavilion, the illusion of 2 venerables playing chess appeared again. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable, who was playing chess with Limitless Demon Venerable, grabbed a chess piece and threw it out. In an instant, countless starlight specks flickered. They were dazzling and did not lose to the orange pillar of light. The starlight specks formed a huge net that blocked the pillar of light. The pillar of light became slower and thinner, the starlight specks surrounding it were absorbing and transferring the power of the pillar of light. Lord Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. This is Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's method. The goo immortals of Celestial Court were overjoyed. They looked at Imperfection Regret Pavilion with deep admiration and excitement. Duke Long breathed heavily, the pillar of light was so close to him that it was almost touching his face. But eventually the pillar of light stopped completely, it was trapped by the starlight net. Damn it, I was so close. Bing Sichuan was very annoyed. Duke Long was the strongest battle strength of Celestial Court, he was also their leader. If he died, Celestial Court's morale would plummet. While Longevity Heaven still had Calamity Luck Altar and 7 Extreme Desolation, they still had hope. Star Constellation this bitch. Mao Liqiu gritted its teeth. The pillar of light suddenly changed again, it continued to spin faster and faster, circles of spiraling cyclones formed on the surface. Inside Imperfection Regret Pavilion, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable showed a look of surprise on her face. With a loud sound, the pillar of light exploded, hundreds of huge orange-yellow chi currents flew into the bodies of Bing Sichuan, Mao Liqiu, and the other Northern Plains experts. Mao Liqiu was dumbfounded. It had already wanted to die, but as the orange-yellow chi currents flowed through its limbs and bones, all of its injuries were healed, immortal essence started to condense in its immortal aperture. A white-gold halo enveloped the members of Longevity Heaven, giving them a strong amplification. This kind of buff effect was several times stronger than heroes among people. After the pillar of light was obstructed by the starlight net, it changed its target and turned to help Longevity Heaven's members. Duke Long, let's fight again. Bing Sichuan shouted, he had recovered to his peak state. Calamity Luck Altar was also covered in a layer of light. Under Bing Sichuan's control, it flew out. Duke Long did not dodge, he fought Calamity Luck Altar head-on. In the end, Calamity Luck Altar's momentum was obstructed, while Duke Long flew backwards like a cannonball, crashing through 5 to 6 thick walls before he was stopped by the chi wall. Duke Long's expression turned pale, he coughed out a mouthful of blood. Chapter 1749. Celestial Court Battlefield. Kill. Deafening battle cries resounded, the morale of the Northern Plains Immortals soared to an unprecedented peak. This was Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's move, it had an extraordinary meaning, his descendants' morale soared, their battle strength rose sharply. How can this be? The celestial court Gu immortal was stunned. He suddenly froze in the air, unable to move. In front of him, a famous expert in Northern Plains history, Wisdom Path Gu immortal Lu Hui let out a breath of turbid air. I was almost killed by you, it was so close, what a pity. Cold sweat dripped down the celestial court Gu immortal's forehead. This killer move of yours clearly cannot restrain me. The truly powerful one is still Giant Sun immortal, you can't do it. Lu Hui sneered. Then why didn't you say that we were all suppressed by fate earlier? Moreover, what does it matter if I can or cannot? Life and death, victory or defeat is the most important thing, go die. He lightly waved his hand, taking the other party's life. His eyes were narrow and long, his gaze was bone-chilling, he looked around with ill intentions. Who is next? You can't break my defense, don't waste your energy. The celestial court Gu immortal stood unmoving, his body was covered in an extremely thick halo of light. Northern Plains Gu immortal Yu Yangzi breathed in deeply, he felt a brand new surge of strength in his body, his previous dejection and worry were swept away, his confidence soaring. The current me is different from before. Immortal killer move, disintegrate. Yu Yangzi's original name was Yi Lui Hua, he cultivated rule path. After becoming a Gu immortal, he made many contributions, but Yi Lui tribe's internal unfairness made him receive the treatment he deserved. In a fit of anger, he betrayed the tribe and became a demonic path Gu immortal. In his later years, Yi Lui tribe suffered a setback. They were suppressed and ostracized by many Huangjin tribes. Yi Lui Hua, who had rank 8 cultivation level, was invited back with great fanfare, becoming Yi Lui tribe's first supreme elder, returning to the righteous path. He relied on his own hard work to achieve an achievement that ordinary Gu immortals could not reach. He made the whole tribe lower their heads and admit their mistakes. Yelu Hua's life experience was filled with the color of legend, stirring up countless juniors. However, even after he returned to the Yelu family and assumed the position of Grand Elder, he did not revert to his original name, still calling himself Jade Sun Zi. How can this be? The celestial court's Gu immortal was pale with fright, the defense that he was so proud of crumbled continuously, before completely dissipating. With the aid of the Giant Sun immortal, Jade Sun directly reversed the difference in strength. The celestial court Gu immortal who was fighting him soon died in Yu Yangzi's hands. Clang clang clang. 3 members of the celestial court joined hands to deal with Yelu Qi. Yuan Ben was a rank 8 Gu immortal, he cultivated bone path and had shocking battle strength. When he was alive, he was known as the #1 battle strength in Northern Plains Gu immortal world. Even the other 4 regions often heard of his bravery. His figure was not burly but rather a little thin. However, the white bone armor he wore was hard and thick. He held the white bone spear in his right hand and waved it left and right, stirring up the wind and clouds. He held a white bone dagger in his left hand, the sword light was cold and chilling. After obtaining an orange-yellow light, Yuan Ben roared, countless white bone spikes suddenly shot out of his armor. One of the celestial court Gu immortals attacking him could not dodge in time, he was pierced by hundreds of bone spikes and died on the spot. Yuan Ben took the chance to attack, his spear pierced the second Gu immortal's heart, while his sword cut off the third Gu immortal's head. But there was no excitement or joy on his face, there was only faint desolation. It is a pity that you do not have enough Gu worms, you cannot display your true strength. I have also obtained ancestors' help, this battle is an unfair one. Boom. With a loud explosion, Duke Long was sent flying like a cannonball. The dragon roared, Duke Long quickly stabilized his body. Suddenly, a huge shadow fiercely enveloped them. Duke Long raised his head and saw Calamity Luck Altar pressing down like a mountain. Duke Long snorted coldly, he did not dodge, his dragon claws were clenched into fists. Lord Duke Long, I will lend you a hand. Celestial Court Gu Immortal Wu Shuang targeted Duke Long as he activated a killer move. Immortal killer move, Peerless. At the next moment, Duke Long breathed in deeply as he punched at Calamity Luck Altar. Immortal killer move, Chaotic Dragon Fist. Peerless, Chaotic Dragon Fist. In an instant, fist shadows flew, creating an intense fist wind. Tens of millions of fist shadows were like raging waves, causing Calamity Luck Altar to shake unsteadily. Duke Long is really strong. Bing Sai Chuan gritted his teeth. Calamity Luck Altar also received Giant Sun Immortal's help, its battle strength rose by several times, but it still could not suppress Duke Long. But right at this time, a giant flew over and entered the battlefield. It was 7 Extreme Desolation. Duke Long go to hell. The 7 Extreme Desolation giant roared as it spat out countless pitch-black needles that shot towards Duke Long. Oh no! The nearby Celestial Court Gu immortal Wu Shuang's eyes were bloodshot. He wanted to help but was obstructed by the other Northern Plains Gu immortals. Northern Plains Gu immortals had rich battle experience. These Gu immortals summoned by Call of the Ancient were all experts in history. After fighting for so long, they had already developed a tacit cooperation. Duke Long was using Chaotic Dragon Fist to resist Calamity Luck Altar, but he was attacked by 7 Extreme Desolation at the same time. This pitch-black needle killer move was extremely powerful. Its aura surged and surged. Before it reached Duke Long already felt an intense piercing pain. Duke Long's eyes shined with brilliance. Immortal killer move, Clear Dragon Pupil. Once the investigative killer move was used, he immediately saw through many details of the pitch-black needles. He knew that this move contained the essence of Dark Path and was specialized in countering defensive methods. If he relied on his Dragon Scales or 9 Dragon Protection Seal, he would be riddled with holes, he would be heavily injured on the spot. Then let's fight offense with offense. Duke Long opened his mouth and breathed out. Qi surged as an immortal killer move formed in an instant. Immortal killer move, Qi Current Scissors. Countless white Qi currents shot towards the pitch-black needle rain. The Qi currents tore through the sky, forming arcs that were like sharp blades. Everywhere they went, the black needles would be cut apart. Qi Current Scissors and the pitch-black needle rain collided, most of them dissipated. But a few escaped and attacked Duke Long in 7 Extreme Desolation. At the same time, Duke Long grunted as more than 10 pitch-black needles stabbed into his body. And 7 Extreme Desolation's body also had several pieces of flesh cut off by the Qi Current Scissors. These injuries were borne by the 7 Big Dipper Immortals in 7 Extreme Desolation. They endured the pain and worked together to activate 7 Extreme Desolation, directly attacking Duke Long this time. Duke Long sighed. He could only retreat forcefully. Since the battle started, this was the first time he retreated. The enemy was so strong that Duke Long had no choice but to retreat. His killer move, Heavenly Dragon's Last Stand, could indeed dominate rank 8s, especially in the final moments of his life. He could even take whatever he wanted from rank 8 Gu immortals. But in front of a rank 9 killer move, Heavenly Dragon's Last Stand paled in comparison. Other than its own power, there was also the aspect of profound changes. Giant Sun Immortal's attack was originally an offensive killer move. It traveled from Northern Plains to Central Continent's Celestial Court, crossing 2 regions. Its power did not diminish, it was grand and majestic. Celestial Court's defense was extremely strong, but it was not Giant Sun's match. Fortunately, at the crucial moment, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable made a move, blocking Giant Sun's attack. But after blocking it, Giant Sun's attack changed in nature. It turned into an amplification method that was used in the battlefield, overturning the entire situation. Killer moves mainly had several practical techniques: consecutive moves, variation moves, supplementary moves, and disassembly moves. The so-called variation move was to use a killer move as the foundation and modify it to achieve another effect. For example, Fang Yuan's Myriad Self killer move and Strength Path Giant Hand, the former was the foundation of the latter. But when Fang Yuan activated Myriad Self killer move, Myriad Self would not turn into Strength Path Giant Hand. There was a difference between the two. Meanwhile, Giant Sun's attack seemed to change at will. It was an offensive killer move a moment ago, but in the next second, it turned into an amplification method. Giant Sun Immortal's attainment in variation moves had completely surpassed Duke Long's understanding. The strength in my body is dissipating. It seems that Ancestor Giant Sun's strength cannot last for long. Quick, while the strength is still there, we cannot continue fighting. We need to break through the enemy's defensive line and seize Fake Gu. As time passed, the Northern Plains Gu Immortals gradually realized something amiss. After Giant Sun's attack changed in nature, it gave them a huge boost, but this strength was also rapidly dissipating. The explosive power of Giant Sun's attack was much higher than Heroes Among People. But in terms of duration and spatial range, Heroes Among People had a larger range and lasted longer. Duke Long's expression changed. He could barely hold back Calamity Luck Altar and 7 Extreme Desolation with his own strength. Now that the Northern Plains Gu Immortals were attacking the Remnant Refinement Path formation, he could not defend it. The Gu Immortals of Celestial Court gathered and stood in front of the Remnant Gu Refinement formation, forming a defensive line. Under the frenzied attacks of the Northern Plains Gu Immortals, the defensive line was in danger. It was hanging by a thread. All sorts of immortal killer moves clashed. Gu immortal corpses fell from the sky from time to time. Both sides fought fiercely, the number of Gu immortals dying around this weak defensive line continued to rise. Northern Plains side staked everything they had, while Celestial Court's members did not retreat. Both sides were increasing their troops. Awakening from Celestial Court's immortal graveyard, Celestial Court members rushed to the battlefield to reinforce the defensive line. And in the illusion of the River of Time, Northern Plains experts appeared one after another, charging forward without saying a word. The defensive line was on the verge of breaking. Fairy Myrtle had already entered the battlefield, using all her strength to resist the fierce attacks of the Northern Plains immortals. Suddenly, a faint figure appeared beside Fairy Myrtle. It was the Northern Plains Gu immortal expert Lu. Even though this person was a rank 8 expert, he did not have a good reputation in history. When he was alive, he was the only rank 8 Gu immortal in Lu tribe. According to convention, he should have been the first supreme elder. But Lu had never fought head-on since he was young. He bullied the weak and feared the strong. Whenever he attacked, he would always sneak attack and steal. His reputation was too bad. He could not gain the respect and trust of others. If he became the first supreme elder of Lu tribe, he would be a burden to the whole tribe. It would affect their image and reputation. Chapter 1750. Lu had actually joined the battle long ago, but the Northern Plains experts who were at the same time as him had already been killed. He was the only one left. This battle was too intense. The sacrifices of rank 8 Gu immortals had become a common occurrence. Lu's achievements were glorious. At least 8 members of Celestial Court had fallen to his hands since the start of the battle. He had been paying attention to Fairy Myrtle for a long time. His rich battle experience allowed him to quickly judge the importance of Fairy Myrtle. At this moment, his sneak attack had actually been prepared for a long time. In an instant, Fairy Myrtle's hair stood on end. A feeling of fatal danger filled her heart, almost suffocating her. Fairy Myrtle was aware that with just her current defensive methods, she could not stop the enemy. But it was too late to activate other defensive methods now. Seeing that Fairy Myrtle was about to die at the crucial moment, a Gu immortal of Celestial Court attacked from the side. It was Wu Shuang who had assisted Duke Long earlier. Puchi. With a muffled sound, Lu's killer move pierced through Wu Shuang like a gray sharp blade, before stabbing into Fairy Myrtle's shoulder. Damn it, Wu Yong blocked most of the power. Lu's expression changed, his figure quickly dissipating. Fairy Myrtle was heavily injured, but Wu Yong was already dead. Lu had vanished, and when he appeared again he might take another life. Boom. Air currents surged. Duke Long flew back hundreds of steps, stabilizing his body with difficulty. He had blocked a powerful killer move from 7 Extreme Desolation in the end, but the price was his arms and the dragon scales on his chest. His arms drooped down powerlessly, the dragon scales were all broken, and the flesh on his chest was badly mutilated. Duke Long immediately activated healing methods, but the dark path Dao marks on his arms were extremely dense, and their arrangement was ingenious, greatly hindering his healing effects. Haha, Duke Long, you were hit by our killer move Snake Lead and Dark Entanglement. You still want to recover from your injuries in a short time? Dream on. 7 Extreme Desolation mocked. Next, Calamity Luck Alter changed its fighting style, drilling out of the ground and sneak attacking Duke Long from below. An immortal killer move exploded and hit Duke Long. A giant orange-gold light ball trapped Duke Long inside, trapping him firmly. The light ball continued to shrink, squeezing down on Duke Long's living space. His bones were creaking from the pressure, his dragon scales kept falling, and clear cracks were appearing on his dragon horns. Seeing that Duke Long was trapped, Bing Sai Chuan let out a sigh of relief. Duke Long's speed was astonishing, while Calamity Luck Alter's killer move was slow and difficult to hit. Thankfully, the Northern Plains Gu Immortals' battle tactics were very wise. They attacked the enemy's weak points. Duke Long was worried and could only defend passively. 7 Extreme Desolation Cooperation. Lu was able to create a chance to attack, and 7 as Duke Lu as he could attack. Crack. With a soft sound, a huge part of his dragon horn fell from Duke Long's head. Large amounts of purple hair fell to the ground. 9 dragon phantoms appeared around Duke Long's body. It was the killer move 9 marked dragon. He resisted the surrounding pressure with difficulty. Duke Long, you have lost. Fate Gu will be my longevity heaven's item. And you will also die. Bing Sai Chuan's voice resounded in the battlefield. He could only trap Duke Long for the time being. He could not take his life. But it did not matter. He could use this to affect the morale of Celestial Court's side. As expected, many Celestial Court members saw that Duke Long was trapped and showed shocked expressions. Duke Long suddenly laughed loudly. Even if I die here, so what? You Northern Plains Gu Immortals do not fear death. But does my celestial court have people who fear death? With one sentence, celestial court's immortals cheered, their morale rose. We sleep because of our responsibility, we are not afraid of death. What a joke, afraid of death. We are members of celestial court. We protect the glory of humanity since the remote antiquity era until now, we have never feared sacrifice. Celestial court's Gu immortals started to counterattack. They used their bodies to block the killer moves of Northern Plains Gu immortals. Once there was a chance, Celestial Court's Gu immortals disregarded their own lives and attacked fiercely, trying to perish together with the Northern Plains experts. Northern Plains Gu immortals were brave, but Celestial Court's Gu immortals went crazy. Oh no. Bing Sichuan felt that the situation was bad. He wanted to affect Celestial Court's morale, but to think that Duke Long's words could defuse it. Bing Sichuan smiled coldly, his voice resounding in the battlefield, laughable. Your sacrifices are meaningless, no matter how many Gu immortals we sacrifice, they are merely Red Lotus Demon Venerable's killer move, they are already dead. Using dead people in exchange for your sacrifice, this is a business with no loss at all. How much foundation does your celestial court have to endure such a loss? Foundation. Duke Long also smiled coldly, our celestial court has plenty. He started to resist. His arms could not move, but the aura around him rose like a tall wall, wrapping around him. Duke Long looked at Calamity Luck Altar with a mocking gaze. Your longevity heaven was only created during the medieval antiquity era, a little over 300,000 years ago. What about our celestial court? It has been 3,879,687 years since then. Think about it, it is many times longer than yours. Don't try to estimate our celestial court's foundation. Humph, you are forever short-sighted. Bing Sichuan, why don't you turn around and look at our immortal graveyard, then look at your laughable phantom river of time. Bing Sichuan's expression sank, he was speechless. He did not need to look, he had always been paying attention to these two places. In the river of time, the number of Northern Plains Gu immortals that came out had already started to become sparse. But within Celestial Court's immortal graveyard, batches of Gu immortals were still waking up one after another. Celestial Court's foundation was unfathomable. Duke Long continued, how many people does a clan have? How many geniuses does a clan have? Bing Sichuan, look at our central continent. We choose all sorts of geniuses from all the mortals in central continent. Even if a clan finds a genius, can they nurture them well? The bloodline of the clan and their familial relationships often become an obstacle. But the phenomenon of nepotism in our sects is much rarer than in clans. Moreover, the competition between sects is much fairer and more transparent. Even if a genius appears among the descendants of a clan's higher-ups, how much effort can the clan's Gu immortals spend to nurture this genius? Gu immortals have many things to do, they are very busy. In a sect, a genius of the younger generation would receive pointers from many people. From the moment they start cultivating to the moment they become a Gu immortal, they will receive the corresponding guidance. Many of the guidance missions and sects can allow the people who guide the juniors to obtain corresponding benefits. Let me ask you, how many clans can do this? Saying so, Duke Long's voice became louder and louder. He was filled with pride and arrogance. Immortals of Northern Plains, you dared to invade Celestial Court, your courage is commendable. It is a pity that your knowledge has been restricted by your clans, you have underestimated the foundation of our Celestial Court. Bing Sichuan was silent. He wanted to retort, but he could not find any reason to do so. Because the truth was right in front of him. Inside Celestial Court's immortal graveyard, members were waking up one after another. 3 million years ago during the remote antiquity era. Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable looked at the surrounding human Gu immortals and nodded. Now, Central Continent's human Gu immortals are all here, there are also some friends from other regions. Lord Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable, we heard your summons and rushed over. If you have any instructions or teachings, we will listen to them wholeheartedly. Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable smiled, giving his suggestion. From today onwards, Central Continent's Gu immortals will establish sects and recruit disciples. We will impart our true abilities to them. What? Abolish the clan system? Even though I have heard of this long ago, Lord Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable, are you really going to do this? This might not be too, the human Gu immortals discussed, they had difficult expressions on their faces. Someone cautiously persuaded, Lord Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable, you are the only rank 9 Gu immortal in the current world. If you establish your own clan, it will definitely be the #1 superforce in the world. Your descendants will inherit your glory and abilities. our clans will definitely be led by your clan. Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable shook his head. He looked at the Gu Immortal, persuading him with a calm gaze. Clan? Let me ask you, since ancient times, have there been any clans that have not declined? Once a clan grows, the bond of bloodline will become thinner. Before I became an Immortal Venerable, when we fought against the other variant human clans, other than relying on our unity, we also relied on their internal conflicts. The sect I want to create will be an organization that does not rely on bloodline. The human Gu Immortals were silent for a while. Someone forced a smile. Lord Immortal Venerable, you are right, once a clan grows, it will become easy for it to become lax. But you are different, you are the first Gu Immortal in history to cultivate to rank 9. There might not even be another rank 9 Immortal Venerable in the future. As long as you are in a clan, which clan member will dare to leave? With you around, there will be the most united clan in the world. Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable nodded. You are right. But what about when I am gone? How many years can I live for? The human Gu Immortals were stunned by this question. Someone said, Lord Immortal Venerable, you are in the prime of your life now. Someone else said, we will continue to collect lifespan Gu, you will definitely be the Gu Immortal who has lived the longest in history. Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable smiled, saying in a calm tone, but I will still die. Who can avoid death in this world? He shook his head and sighed, answering his own question, no one. The Gu Immortals were silent. Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable continued, other lifespan extension methods have their flaws, other than lifespan Gu. But even if we collect lifespan Gu, we all know that lifespan Gu are becoming fewer and fewer, isn't that so? The human Gu Immortals were silent. This is providence. Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable raised his head. His gaze seemed to penetrate the cave walls, looking at the sky and the clouds. The heavenly Tao takes away surpluses and replenishes deficits. There has never been a supreme existence of eternal life. The tallest tree in the forest will be destroyed by the wind, the tallest tree on the shore will be destroyed by the current. Variant human experts are constantly replacing the old with the new, we humans are the same. Chapter 1751. The atmosphere in the cave became increasingly stifling. A young human Gu Immortal forced a smile. Lord Immortal Venerable, you are only a few hundred years old now, you still have thousands or even tens of thousands of years to live. Isn't it too early to consider this? Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable's expression turned solemn. He looked at the young Gu Immortal with a calm gaze. The latter could not hold on for more than a few breaths of time. He lowered his head. Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable said in a deep voice, if one does not consider the future, they will have immediate worries. If we don't think ahead and take precautions, all of our sacrifices will become meaningless after I die. The fruits of our hard work will also fall apart. Let alone others, once I die and the variant humans counterattack, which one of you will be able to shoulder the burden? Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable asked. The human Gu Immortals looked at each other, no one answered, no one spoke. Even though humanity rose up, it was because of Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable alone. The rest of humanity, be it Gu Immortal ranks or numbers, were far inferior to variant humans. Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable sighed deeply. Central continent is too big. How many human Gu Immortals and how many variant human Gu Immortals are there? Let's not talk about Gu Immortals, let's talk about mortals. How many people are there in the entire human race? What is their population? There should be 1,000,000 times difference, right? Even if we dominate and rule Central Continent in our lifetime, what about the other 4 regions? Right now, my strength has been exposed. The variant humans know they are not my match. They have already taken measures to hide. We don't have any effective means to pinpoint their exact location. Especially those variant human Gu Immortals' grotto heavens and blessed lands. Once they are placed in the outside world, even if we appear in front of them, we will not be able to find them. The Immortals understood Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable's meaning. Even if humanity rose up, they only relied on Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable alone. And Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable had a limited lifespan. He would die one day. And while he was still alive, it would be very difficult for humanity to unify Central Continent. Variant humans were hard to find. They could live and reproduce even if they hid. Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable was invincible in the world, but he did not have effective methods to find their locations. An old man among the human Gu Immortals said with a heavy tone, so, according to Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable, the long-term solution for humanity is to abandon our clans and establish a sect. Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable nodded solemnly. Yes. How can we defeat the mutants and bring a bright future to the entire human race? I can't do it alone. If the mutants can't win, they can just hide. Therefore, even if I am invincible in the world, I can only lead the human race of the central continent to independence, to stand firm under the heavy encirclement of the mutants. If we truly want the human race to rise, we must rely on ourselves. We need to expand our population and multiply while nurturing as many Gu immortals as possible. As long as our human race has more and stronger Gu immortals than the variant humans, our race's future will be bright. If we adopt the family system, how are we different from the Inhumans? We are already very backward now. If we adopt the family system, we will never be able to surpass them. Only by establishing a sect and actively unearthing all talents, relying on talent to nurture them regardless of the cost, abandoning prejudices. Only then will we have the hope of surpassing the mutant families. Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable's words made the human Gu immortals fall into silence again. Many people's expressions calmed down. They knew that Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable's words made sense. But there were still some Gu immortals who frowned slightly, finding it hard to accept. A Gu immortal asked, "Is the sect system enough for us to cooperate sincerely? Is it certain that they will be promoted based on merit, without internal factions, and without suppression and exclusion?" Of course not. Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable shook his head. As long as it is an organization created by people, they will have their own selfish motives and benefits. Clans use bloodline as the standard, while sects use ability and talent to judge. Of course, the latter is more open and transparent. The limited cultivation resources will be allocated to more suitable people. It will be more beneficial to the overall situation. That person opened his mouth but found that he could not criticize the superiority of sects. He could only change his perspective. Can't clans unearth talents? Clans also have a system to take in external talents, for example, through marriage or foster children. That is true. Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable nodded. But how many can there be through marriage? No matter how many foster children there are in the clan, compared to those true descendants who are related by blood, they will be ostracized and suppressed, right? The human Gu immortals were speechless. Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable continued in a sincere tone. I know that creating a sect out of nowhere is somewhat difficult for you to accept emotionally. The path of Gu immortals is something we have painstakingly pursued and paid an unknown price to obtain. It is fine if we pass it to our descendants, but we have to pass it on to outsiders. But the truth is, creating a sect does not mean we have to casually pass on the profundities of the immortal path to others. Instead, we have to choose talents. These talents not only have good talent, they also have to have moral character, and most importantly, they have to be loyal to their own sect. Furthermore, even if we do not create clans, don't tell me you can't take care of your descendants? Of course not. When these people join the sect, they will naturally be taken care of by you, but I hope you can control them from behind the scenes. Do not violate the sect rules on the surface. Only by starting from ourselves and protecting the sect rules can our descendants, disciples, and descendants actively abide by the sect rules. As long as we create sects and actively unite, I believe our human race will definitely rise up. I don't care about the other 4 regions, but in Central Continent, I hope everyone can create sects and give up on clans. For the sake of humanity, I need to emphasize this. Any Central Continent Gu immortal needs to create a sect. They cannot create a clan. Any Gu immortal who advances in the future will have to follow this rule. If anyone violates this rule, they will be punished by me and the other immortals. The human immortals did not say anything. When Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable showed his dominance, none of them could go against him. But what made them feel gratified was that Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable did not blindly forbid the clan system. The sect system only stipulated Gu immortals, that was to say, mortals and Gu masters could continue to live according to the clan system. Moreover, even if Gu immortals created sects, they could still take care of their descendants and friends. This was Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable's compromise towards reality, but from this, one could see his brilliance. Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable continued, "As your leader, I will lead by example. I swear that I will create a sect and not create a clan. I will take in disciples and impart my knowledge to them without holding back. Furthermore, when I die in the future, my immortal aperture will be contributed to be the foundation of the sect. It will not be left for my descendants." Lord Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable. At once, the human Gu immortals present were shaken. At this moment, they looked at Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable. From his calm expression, They could feel the other party's willingness to sacrifice himself and his determination to protect the overall situation. Since Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable was willing to do this, what reason did they have to not do the same? Lord Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable, you are right, I am willing to respond to your call. From now on I will create a sect and not a clan. Having Lord Immortal Venerable is truly the blessing of humanity. Following you is truly the best choice of my life. Lord Immortal Venerable, I still have some things I don't understand about creating a sect. Then please speak. Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable said. May I ask what kind of sect you want to create, and where will you choose the location of the sect? What are the rules of the sect and what are the essentials of creating a sect? Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable breathed in deeply. I have already thought about creating a sect for a long time. Once I say this, it will involve many aspects. Let's take me as an example. Firstly, my sect is called Celestial Court. A long while later, Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable answered the questions of the human immortals. The immortals were no longer confused. Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable looked at the immortals. The rest will depend on you. I believe that as long as we create a sect and develop it properly, even after I die, humanity will become even more prosperous. If the variant humans do not change, they will definitely decline. Everyone, please have confidence in us. Don't look at our sect, it is only a simple idea now, it has never been realized. I believe that as long as we develop according to our plan, our sect will gradually shine with dazzling brilliance in the long river of history. My Celestial Court, our sect, will become famous in the world, we will dominate a region, our enemies will fear us. 3,879,687 years later. Celestial Court Battlefield. The intense battle continued. Longevity Heaven's side obtained the support of Giant Sun's attack and gained the upper hand. However, inside the immortal graveyard, members of the Celestial Court were waking up one after another. Who is it? Who dares to offend our Celestial Court? This is the achievement of our predecessors, I will not allow you to destroy it. How many people have sacrificed their lives and shed their blood? A mere clan system like Longevity Heaven wants to defeat our Celestial Court. Wishful thinking. Longevity Heaven, you are despicable. Are you going to start a human civil war just for your own benefit? Our Celestial Court has always been the sacred land of humanity, the heaven of humanity, the orthodox lineage of humanity. We represent the spirit of humanity, it has never changed for millions of years. I will follow Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable, and Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable, I will defend our Celestial Court with my life. Shouts resounded, old and young, male and female, all sorts of members of the Celestial Court came out of the immortal graveyard and joined the battlefield. Just like what Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable said 3 million years ago, his Celestial Court had grown into a colossus that dominated the world. His spirit had always been passed down, it had never changed. Countless geniuses were excavated and nurtured by the sect. They followed him, who had died long ago, and defended his spirit and ideals. Northern Plains Gu immortals were incomparably brave, but the immortals of the Celestial Court showed a crazed aura. Even if they did not have enough immortal Gu, even if they had to perish together, there was no confusion or fear on their faces. On the contrary, their faces seemed to be shining with light. The light of a martyr, it was so bright and dazzling. Chapter 1752. Celestial Court's Battlefield. The battle between rank 8 Gu immortals was extremely intense. Longevity Heaven. Your performances have truly disappointed us. Celestial Court's people are always so arrogant, they have been leaders for too long, watch how I defeat all of you. We are both humans but we are actually fighting to this extent. Northern Plains immortals are brave but have no conviction. You won't understand our beliefs. Northern Plains Gu immortals continued to die, but the death of each Northern Plains expert was accompanied by the lives of several Celestial Court Gu immortals. Northern Plains. Longevity Heaven. Duke Long was furious, his gaze was ruthless and ruthless. Even though we are evenly matched, the great Celestial Court is actually forced into such a pathetic state, unforgivable. Boom. Duke Long raised his arms fiercely, finally breaking the cage that trapped him. But Calamity, Luck Altar and 7 Extreme Desolation quickly pounced. The 3 continued to fight, they were in a deadlock. Quick, quick, quick. Alright, the refinement path formation is finally repaired. Yuan Xiongdu, it is up to you now, we will defend you. Unless we die, no one can break this refinement path formation. Several Celestial Court Gu immortals called out, they occupied the surroundings and formed a firm defensive line. Because of the Celestial Court's Gu Immortals, the refinement path formation was repaired, the defensive line was also rebuilt. Bing Sichuan saw this and quickly gave up on Duke Long. He wanted to destroy Celestial Court. "Don't even think about it," Duke Long shouted. Disregarding his injuries, he used all his strength to stall Calamity Luck Altar and 7 Extreme Desolation. Bing Sichuan could not break through himself. He quickly mobilized his troops. The Northern Plains Immortals attacked again. Celestial Court's Gu Immortals suffered heavy casualties, but because members of the Immortal Graveyard were constantly waking up and replenishing their numbers, the defensive line was even firmer than before. "Good, now is the time." Lulu wanted to sneak in, but immediately his expression changed and he revealed his true form. A Celestial Court Gu Immortal had a large number of jade pearls floating around him. He flew towards him with a face full of killing intent. "Is it you? Murderers who are stained with the blood of fellow immortals of the Celestial Court. Your performance ends here." "Is it Senior Jade Pearl?" King Yuan Xiongdu, who was about to enter the array, happened to see this scene and was immediately overjoyed. In history, rank 8 Gu Immortal expert Yu Zhuzi was most proficient in detection. From the number of jade pearls floating around him, he had a complete set of immortal Gu. In this way Lulu was restrained by him. "We can win. With so many ancestors of the Celestial Court, we will definitely win." "No, more accurately speaking, victory belongs to our Celestial Court." Yuan Xiongdu's eyes flashed with the light of understanding. He entered the Gu formation again and tried to control it. He was surprised to find that this refinement path formation was even more outstanding than the previous one. "I see." In order to repair Fate Gu, the seniors added so many immortal Gu. Yuan Xiongdu's eyes shone with tears. The more immortal Gu used in the refinement path formation, the fewer Gu immortals there would be. It would be easier for them to die in battle. This was a sacrifice. A willing sacrifice. Continue to repair Fate Gu. Yuan Xiongdu sat down cross-legged with a calm expression, but his heart was burning with fire. Blazing flames. In the flames, a scene from deep within his memory surfaced. His master stood in front of him. "Oh little Du, you are indeed sleeping behind the mountain again? You can't slack off like this." The young Yuan Xiongdu woke up. He showed resentment on his face. "Master." He mumbled and said unhappily, "Why didn't Master transfer me back? I like Fire Path. Fire Path is the choice of a man." "But little Du, your talent in Refinement Path is extremely shocking. That is why I let you cultivate Refinement Path. In comparison, your talent in Fire Path is too ordinary. But I like Fire Path when I fight, it is so elegant and majestic. As for Refinement Path, I always stay in the secret room refining Gu after Gu. Not mentioning the high cost, I often fail in the Gu refinement, all my efforts go to waste. Most importantly, Gu refinement is very risky, it is the same as fighting. Rather than dying sullenly because of Gu refinement, I would rather use Fire Path and die honorably on the battlefield." His master sighed helplessly, saying in a low voice, "Oh little Du, you chose Refinement Path not because of your preference, but because of your responsibility. Our sect's Refinement Path lineage needs geniuses to regroup. Don't let your temper get the better of you. Little Du, you are already a man, it is time for you to shoulder your responsibilities, understand?" The young Yuan Xiongdu turned his head away unwillingly. "Tisk, I understand. If this is Master's order, I will obey." His master sighed again. "It is not an order, it is a responsibility. Moreover, Refinement Path cultivation is also very fun. One day you will experience this joy. So, go and refine Gu happily with your sense of responsibility." "How can this be? The lazy me has never felt such a heavy responsibility on my shoulders." "Right. There is also this feeling, happiness." "Yeehaw." Yuan Xiongdu's lips curled up as he laughed in his heart. His face was covered in tears. "Master, I finally understand your words. Disciple, I did not disappoint you. I do not need to split my attention to protect my own life. With them around, there will be no worries. I will do it in one go. I will repair Fate Gu completely and fulfill my responsibility. I will not let down everyone's expectations. After that, I will happily embrace the arrival of death." Yuan Xiongdu smiled as he activated a forbidden move. Once he used this move, regardless of whether the Gu refinement succeeded or not, he would die for sure. But what did it matter? Some things were far more important than an individual's death. Hidden Dragon Cave Battlefield. The 4 Eastern Sea Gu Immortals surrounded Dragon Palace in the center, continuously attacking it. The 4 dragon generals were suppressed. They could only rely on Dragon Palace to defend. It seems that you did not become dragon men without a price. Come out, didn't you want to plot against us? Are you hiding in your immortal goo houses now? A bunch of cowards. You are looking down on us too much. Song Chi Yuan, Qing Yuan, and the rest were furious. They activated powerful killer moves one after another, suppressing the enemies. Even a clay figurine had some temper, not to mention these 4 Eastern Sea rank 8 goo immortals. Duke Long's scheme, Zhang Yin and the rest's betrayal made the 4 of them erupt together. They displayed extraordinary battle strength. Among the 5 regions, Eastern Sea was number 1 in terms of temperament. However, just like the calm sea, there was also a side of it that surged up to the heavens and surged with raging waves. When Eastern Sea's people were truly angered, they would learn what true terror was. Suddenly, Song Chi Yuan and the rest stopped attacking. Someone is coming. Who is it? Obviously, they are reinforcements from the Celestial Court. Song Chi Yuan and the other 3 quickly changed their formation. 2 of them continued to attack Duke Long, while the other 2 flew out to defend against enemy reinforcements. I can only send you here. An elderly Celestial Court goo immortal smiled as he turned into light and vanished. His lifespan was already exhausted. Qing Song, go in peace. Several Celestial Court goo immortals who were handpicked by Fairy Myrtle had solemn expressions. What a joke. Did you run over here just to let us see you die of old age? Hua Kaiyun and Shen Songxing charged over. Thieves from the East Sea, don't even think about getting your hands on the Dragon Palace. An old thing with 1 foot in the coffin? Why don't you accept your death? Boom boom boom. The 2 sides could not agree and a great battle broke out. Infallible blessed land battlefield. Roar. The roars of countless dragons resounded throughout the battlefield. Immortal killer move, Myriad Ghost Sword Dragon. A super powerful killer move that fused ancient sword dragon transformation, Myriad Self, Yama Sun, Yama Emperor and Familiar Face, appeared once again. Yes, Fang Yuan. Quick, protect the formation, we cannot let him succeed. Fang Yuan, you have guts. Fang Yuan smiled coldly, you want to stop me now? Too late. It was thanks to Giant Sun Immortal, his attack attracted the attention of the Central Continent goo immortals at the crucial moment, allowing Fang Yuan to use his killer move successfully. Myriad Ghost Sword Dragon was extraordinary, not only was it powerful it was also hard to kill. After all, this move expended all of Fang Yuan's soul path Dao marks, it was similar to Wu Yong's Unlimited Wind. Even though the 9-9 consecutive unceasing formation was strong, its core was still weak. After being ravaged by Fang Yuan's countless ghost dragons, it immediately showed signs of breaking apart. Fang Yuan had turned into Yama Emperor, myriad dragons roared around him as he coldly watched the Central Continent goo immortals collapse. The 9-9 consecutive unceasing formation started to collapse from the core, from the inside to the outside. The formation's collapse brought intense backlash to the Central Continent goo immortals. Without even needing Fang Yuan to make a move, countless of them were heavily injured and on the verge of death. Fang Yuan really succeeded. Wu Yong muttered with a complex expression. Quick attack. Yao Huang shouted. He swept away his old and dejected attitude as he led the charge with a grand aura. I will deal with Prince's impatience, you guys go. Hairy Foot Mountain, which contained infallible blessed land, appeared. You want to repair fake goo, humph, wishful thinking. Even though it is a pity to destroy infallible blessed land, let's stop here. Fang Yuan snickered as he pointed with his finger. Like an emperor, countless sword dragons charged down like a huge army. With me here, Fang Yuan, don't even think about it. At the crucial moment, a figure appeared, blocking the countless ghost dragons. Rank 8 Fire Path Expert, Li Huang. Immortal killer move, Verdant Sun Flame Cloak. Before the countless ghost dragons could even get close, they were filled with drunkenness and started to spontaneously combust. With me, Li Huang here, I will not let any of you off. Charge. Li Huang shouted. Is that so? Then have a taste of the myriad ghost sword dragon's consecutive moves. Fang Yuan's eyes shined with a cold light. Immortal killer move, myriad ghost dragon sword. In a few breaths of time, the myriad ghost dragons condensed into one, forming a huge pitch-black dragon-patterned soul sword. The soul sword floated in the air, it only pointed at Li Huang but did not stab down. Immortal killer move, Luo Pasil. Fang Yuan used Luo Pasil and hit the soul sword. At the next moment, the soul sword stabbed down rapidly. Li Huang hesitated for a moment. Even though the soul sword's speed was shocking, he could still dodge it with his speed. But now he could not dodge. He could only face it head-on. The soul sword pierced through Li Huang without a sound. As the flames dissipated, Li Huang's face turned as pale as a dead man's. His eyes widened in disbelief as he fell to the ground like a kite with a broken string. You dare to block 2 of my moves? Your courage is praiseworthy, but your stupidity is also unparalleled. Fang Yuan glanced at him indifferently. Chapter 1753. Lord Li Huang. Oh heavens, how can this be? Good job. Infallible blessed land battlefield. Li Huang's corpse fell to the ground, shocking countless people. Fang Yuan smiled malevolently. He continued to charge towards Hairy Foot Mountain as his cold voice spread throughout the battlefield. Whoever dares to stop me will end up like this. At once, his demonic might shook the world. Central Continent's morale fell greatly. Wu Yong's eyes flashed with a dark light, while Yao Huang and the rest were shocked. Chu Du had a complex expression. In the past, when Fang Yuan underwent his rank 6 tribulation, he had fought with Fang Yuan. To think that in just a few years Fang Yuan had already become such a person, he could only look up to him. Including the first 10,000 Ghost Sword Dragon, this 10,000 Ghost Sword Dragon and the 10,000 Ghost Sword consumed over 10,000 Soul Path Dao marks. Fang Yuan analyzed calmly. Myriad Ghost Sword Dragon was powerful, but it permanently consumed the Soul Path Dao marks on Fang Yuan's body. 1 Myriad Ghost Sword Dragon consumed 4,000 Soul Path Dao marks. After killing Li Huang, Fang Yuan's Soul Path Dao marks were reduced by over 10,000. Of course, Fang Yuan did not have that many Soul Path Dao marks yet. They were all replaced by Transformation Path Dao marks. All in all, even though Myriad Ghost Dragon Sword was powerful and could kill Li Huang who had Verdant Sun Flame Cloak, the price was extremely high. Dao marks were extremely important to a Gu immortal. Permanently consuming Dao marks would directly reduce one's foundation. It could not be used unless absolutely necessary. Moreover, this move had a flaw. The soul sword speed was not outstanding, it could be easily dodged. Fang Yuan saw this opportunity. Li Huang could not dodge easily because he had to protect Hairy Foot Mountain, thus he used this move. Hairy Foot Mountain. Seeing Hairy Foot Mountain getting closer, Fang Yuan sighed inwardly. Who could have thought that the famous infallible blessed land was placed on Hairy Foot Mountain? On the surface the mountain looked very ordinary. It was like a mound of earth, completely unremarkable. But in fact, it was one of the crucial locations for the Celestial Court to repair Fate Gu, and now, it was the most important location for the outcome of this great battle. Fang Yuan. In the next moment, another figure suddenly appeared, blocking Fang Yuan's path. Wuxia. Wu Yong did not kill you, so let me end your life. Fang Yuan shouted coldly as he once again prepared the killing move of the 1000 Ghost Dragon Sword. Qin Yi had a solemn expression on his face. Even Li Huang had perished. Facing the Wan Yi Ghost Serpent Sword, he did not have the confidence to resist. At this critical moment, Qin Yi suddenly felt a burning sensation in his chest, as if a soldering iron had been branded into his flesh. A powerful and mystical force flowed out from it. As this power gushed out, Qin Yi's clothes were torn apart, exposing his chest. There was a painting on his chest. It was a painting of a large tree swaying in the wind. Qin Yi exclaimed in his mind, wasn't this painting inexplicably imprinted on my body when I first inherited Genesis Lotus True Inheritance many years ago? At the same time, information was transmitted to the depths of his mind. This is Lord Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable's arrangement. Qin Yi was surprised and joyful. According to this information, he quickly activated his strongest method. Immortal Killer Move, Karma Divine Tree. Immediately, green smoke rose from Qin Yi's body. Next, it stopped 6 feet above his head and rotated, forming the shape of a large tree. The large tree had a thick trunk, dense branches and lush green leaves. Among the leaves there were also dozens of fruits. There were all kinds of strange fruits. Some were like pitch-black walnuts, some were like pink peaches, but they were as big as basins. Some had thorns on their shells, while some were hollow with their flesh and cores visible from the outside. Karma Divine Tree quickly formed, and the power in the painting was instilled into Karma Divine Tree. Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable's voice seemed to resonate in Qin Yi's ears. Watch closely, this is the consecutive move based on Karma Divine Tree, Karma Relocation. The killer move was activated, and like the wind, the green smoke swayed with the wind, and Karma Divine Tree seemed to be dancing in the wind. If the Ghost Dragon Sword rushed over, it would be like a meteor. But just as it got close to Karma Divine Tree, with a whoosh, Myriad Ghost Dragon Sword vanished. Fang Yuan was shocked. At that instant, he felt his connection with the killer move Myriad Ghost Dragon Sword had become minuscule, as if the distance between him and Myriad Ghost Dragon Sword had suddenly increased by tens of thousands of li. What method is this? It seems to have the power of teleportation? Fang Yuan squinted, a sharp light flashing in his eyes. The connection between immortal killer moves and Gu immortals had a certain distance limit. Once this limit was exceeded, immortal killer moves would often break apart. Fang Yuan's Myriad Ghost Dragon Sword was based on Myriad Ghost Sword Dragon Killer move. It had the characteristics of Enslavement Path, thus it could still maintain this connection even after being teleported over 100,000 li away. But this connection was already very weak. If it went any further, it would exceed the limit and cause the killer move to collapse. In that case, Fang Yuan would suffer from the backlash of the killer move. If Myriad Ghost Dragon Sword was so powerful, the backlash would not be weak, he would definitely vomit blood on the spot. A killer move that can forcefully teleport? Wu Yong obtained information from Fang Yuan. Then I want to see how you deal with my farewell friend Wind. Wu Yong sneered. His figure appeared behind Chen Yi again. Immortal killer move, farewell friend Wind. But just as Wu Yong patted Chen Yi's shoulder, the scene in his vision changed. In an instant he was teleported away from infallible blessed land battlefield, returning to southern border. This? Wu Yong was stunned, he stood at the peak of the mountain in a daze. Soon after, he reacted. His expression was ashen and extremely unsightly as he quickly transmitted the information. Even a rank 8 Gu immortal can be forcefully teleported away? What killer move is this? Karma Divine Tree has such a mystical ability? Southern Border and Northern Plains immortals were shocked, while Central Continent's morale rose. Let's continue defending like this. Chen Yi was overjoyed, but Fang Yuan's shout made his expression turn solemn again. Fang Yuan shouted, regaining his morale, I found out. Every teleportation of his move seems to be unstoppable, but the number of times it can be used is clearly limited. Because 2 teleportations consumed 2 fruits on the tree. I was discovered so quickly? Chen Yi smiled bitterly. Let me. Heavenly Lord Baizu flew over, his body shook lightly as countless clones surged from all directions like a tidal wave. This was a classic enslavement path tactic, a battle of attrition. Karma Divine Tree swayed with the wind, a fruit on the tree suddenly vanished. Heavenly Lord Baizu's main body vanished, Fang Yuan and the rest received news of him. He was teleported to Eastern Sea. The immortals gasped. Fang Yuan pondered. This time Heavenly Lord Baizu's main body was directly teleported, the enslavement path tactic failed completely. According to logic, shouldn't only his clone be teleported? It actually directly affected the main body? At this time Yao Huang and the rest charged over. Wait, Brother Chu, you guys attack first. Fang Yuan instructed. Chu Du attacked, his attack from afar was blocked by Chen Yi, while Chu Du vanished on the spot. He was sent back to Northern Plains to the Northern Icy Plain. And because of the long distance he lost contact with the killer move he had just used, causing the killer move to break apart and he suffered a backlash. Next, several people attacked but they were all teleported away. Fang Yuan came to a realization. It seems that because I am a complete otherworldly demon, my main body is not affected by the killer move? Thinking of this, Fang Yuan attacked fiercely. But even though Karma Divine Tree could not affect him, it could affect his killer move. Fang Yuan's methods were all teleported away, some were sent to Central Continent, some were sent to the other 4 regions, some were even sent to Black and White Heaven. Of course, Chen Yi did not have a good time either. Not long after, he started to bleed from his 7 orifices. His expression was turning increasingly pale. The burden of maintaining such a wondrous killer move was clearly huge. Damn it, Hairyfoot Mountain is right in front of us, but because of Chen Yi alone. Yao Huang gritted his teeth helplessly. Qing Yi and the rest rushed over to reinforce him, fighting with Northern Plains and deities of Southern Frontier. Fang Yuan dodged wind-sweeping buildings' attack and commanded the myriad ghost sword dragons to attack Chen Yi. The Karma Divine Tree above Chen Yi's head continued to shake. Countless ghost sword dragons disappeared on the spot and were sent to different parts of the world. Those that were close were fine, but those that were far away directly collapsed. Fang Yuan had to suffer the backlash of the killer move's collapse. Fang Yuan felt that it was quite troublesome. Killer moves with weaker power, even if they are sent away, they cannot consume the fruits of Karma Divine Tree. And killer moves with stronger power, even though they can consume 1 fruit, if they exceed the distance limit, I will have to suffer the pain of the backlash. I might even be heavily injured and on the verge of death. Fang Yuan did not dare to use Myriad Ghost Dragon Sword. He did not rely on the Winter Coat or Reverse Flow Protection Seal now. His defensive methods were weaker than Li Huang's. If Myriad Ghost Dragon Sword collapsed, he would be in deep trouble. Fang Yuan's luck was quite good, that Myriad Ghost Dragon Sword did not cause any damage to him. What do I do? Fang Yuan was anxious. Bing Sichuan had been transmitting the situation of the battle in Celestial Court. Fang Yuan naturally knew that Fate Gu's restoration had started again. This is a wood path method. My attainment level in this aspect is insufficient. I cannot break this move in a short period of time. It seems that I can only use the stupid method of attrition. By Ning Bingo. Fang Yuan's eyes shined with bright light. He gave the order resolutely. Bai Ning Bing and the other rank 7 Gu immortals charged towards Hairy Foot Mountain. Karma Divine Tree activated. Every time a rank 7 Gu immortal was sent away, one fruit would be consumed. That damned Fang Yuan, he actually found the most profitable method of exchanging points so quickly. Qin Yi was also anxious, his eyes were bloodshot, he was extremely weak. A large number of rank 7 Gu immortals disappeared. The fruits on the tree were finally used up. The fruitless Karma Divine Tree dissipated with the wind. Qin Yi lowered his head, his aura was extremely weak. Chapter 1754. Fang Yuan's attack was extremely ferocious. It was accompanied by Myriad Ghost Dragon Sword. Its demonic might was extremely vast. Qin Yi looked at the sky, seeing the mighty Fang Yuan. He felt like the sky was pressing down on him. His muscles were trembling uncontrollably. There was no way to block or evade. Then there is no need to block or evade. Qin Yi, who was already at the end of his tether, smiled lightly as he puffed out his chest, facing death calmly. Lord Qin Yi. Bai Tsang Shui and the other Gu immortals shouted, wanting to save him. But Qi Chu Yu Yi Hao Fang, and the rest followed behind Fang Yuan, blocking these reinforcements. The huge ghost sword whistled past, penetrating Qin Yi's body. Its might did not diminish as it struck Hairy Foot Mountain. At the next moment, Hairy Foot Mountain crumbled. Qin Yi also lost his life, his corpse fell down powerlessly. Qin Yi is also dead. Southern Border and Northern Plains immortals were greatly shaken. Fang Yuan had killed 2 Celestial Court experts. His fearsome might was deeply ingrained in everyone's hearts. However, Hairy Foot Mountain is gone, but infallible blessed land is not destroyed. Fang Yuan frowned as he looked at the pile of rubble below him. Celestial Court had detected infallible blessed land's location, but it had not been able to barge in for countless years. It could only use human path methods to borrow infallible blessed land's strength to extract the success Dao mark. Right now, Fang Yuan could not harm infallible blessed land in a hurry, not to mention destroying it. Not long after Qin Yi died, a Gu immortal died in Celestial Court's battlefield. Yuan Xiongdu. He sat cross-legged on the ground, dying with a smile. Following his death, the top of Heaven Overseeing Tower started to emit a healthy aura. This is the aura of a rank 9 immortal Gu. Fake Gu. Yuan Xiongdu has already sacrificed himself. That means? The appearance of this aura caused the entire battlefield of the Celestial Court to freeze. Longevity Heaven's expression changed drastically, while the eyes of the immortals of the Celestial Court lit up with joy. Damn it, did we fail? Bing Sichuan gritted his teeth. Retreat. 7 Extreme Desolation stayed behind, while Calamity Luck Altar began to retreat. What's going on? Why do I have a feeling of emptiness? Fang Yuan, who was in Infallible Paradise's battlefield, suddenly felt the same. Ah! Duke Long laughed loudly and did not stop Calamity Luck Altar. He came to Heaven Overseeing Tower and went to the top. Fake Gu, fake Gu. Duke Long muttered as tears flowed out of his eyes. He was too happy, too excited. He saw it with his own eyes. The complete Fate Gu was right in front of him. How many years of longing, how many years of yearning finally came true at this moment. For Duke Long, the significance of repairing Fate Gu was far more important and complex than the other members of the Celestial Court. Because back then, it was his disciple who had personally taught him that harmed Fate Gu. Hong Ting, I finally made up for the huge mistake you've made. I have not let down the Celestial Court, I have not let down humanity. Ha 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 ha. Duke Long's loud voice spread from Heaven Overseeing Tower to the whole of the Celestial Court. Over 1,000,000 years. My Celestial Court has finally obtained the complete rank 9 Fate Gu again. Swoosh. At the next moment, the Celestial Court's Gu immortals cheered in excitement. Some were flushed with excitement, some were crying, some had a satisfied smile on their faces as they died of old age. The morale of the Celestial Court soared to the peak, while Bing Sichuan and the rest of Longevity Heaven's side had pale expressions as they retreated quickly. The situation was set. They could not succeed. When Longevity Heaven invaded the Celestial Court, it was fierce and decisive. While retreating, it was also decisive and decisive. Over 3 million years ago. Central continent, Chi Breath Peak. This peak was not a mountain, or more accurately speaking, it was only a mountain. The peak contained dense Chi path Dao marks, it was very mystical. The peak could breathe out mist on its own, breathing like a human. Every few decades or centuries, it would fly away and move to another place, continuing to breathe in and out, this cycle repeated. There were not many Chi Breath peaks, most of them had owners. This Chi Breath peak was the same. Its owner was primordial origin immortal venerable, but he was only a rank 7 Gu immortal now. Gu immortal primordial origin cultivated in Chi Breath peak, using the breathing ability of Chi Breath peak to comprehend the profundities of Chi path. On this day he suddenly opened his eyes in a secret cave. It turned out that a mortal Gu master had barged into his Chi Breath peak. He was slightly surprised. After all, he cultivated wholeheartedly, he had a carefree and unrestrained nature. He only wanted to comprehend the great Tao, he did not want to be disturbed by external matters. Thus, not only in Chi Breath Peak, he even made many arrangements in the mountain range below Chi Breath Peak. Not to mention mortal Gu masters, even if most Gu immortals came here, they might not be able to discover primordial origin's existence. They would even turn a blind eye to the mysticism of Chi Breath Peak. But now, a mortal Gu master has barged in. Interesting. Primordial origin Gu immortal was interested. He appeared in front of this Gu master, but before he spoke, that mortal Gu master kowtowed. Gu master Yu pays respects to primordial origin high immortal. You actually know my name? Tell me which immortal friend gave you pointers. Can you rely on your Gu master's ability to pass my round? Primordial origin's expression turned solemn. How could a mortal Gu master have such ability? He was sure that there was a Gu immortal helping him from the shadows. But Gu master Yu shook his head. Primordial origin high immortal, I did not receive any Gu immortal's guidance. I came here based on Fake Gu's instructions. Fake Gu? Don't spout nonsense. This Gu is rank 9, it is kept by the Rockman Imperial Court and is guarded by several rank 8 Rockman Gu immortals all year round. You. Primordial origin had not finished speaking when his eyes suddenly opened wide. Mortal Gu master Yu was kneeling on the ground, his hands holding a Gu worm. Rank 9 aura was overflowing, what else could it be but Fake Gu? In an instant, primordial origin lost his composure, his calm heart surged with raging waves. He forced himself to calm down. Yu, get up, how did you steal this Fake Gu and bring it to me from so far away? Also, you said you received Fake Gu's instructions? But according to what I know, no Gu immortal can use Fake Gu, only the heavenly Tao can control this Gu. What ability do you have to be able to use Fake Gu? Yu spoke in full detail. I am the slave of the first Supreme Elder's grandson of the Rockman tribe. I have been secretly replacing my master to clean the Rockman Sacred Hall and maintain the cleanliness of Fake Gu's surroundings. But one day, I discovered that as long as I get close to Fake Gu, I can sense fate's arrangements and the trajectory of all lives. I obtained Fake Gu's guidance because of this. I learned many things about the future and also understood my mission. Next, I took advantage of the commotion caused by the discovery of the Featherman Gu immortals who sneaked into the Rockman Sacred Hall and took Fake Gu away. I used the secret passages in the Rockman Sacred Hall to escape. Fate Gu actually concealed its aura in my hands. Although there were many dangers along the way, no matter what Gu immortals or methods they used, I could learn of them in advance through Fate Gu and was able to evade them with sufficient preparation. Therefore, the journey was more daunting than dangerous and I finally found you, exalted immortal. Primordial origin heard this and could not help but size up Gu master Yu. Yu spoke casually, but seeing that he was full of injuries, it could be seen how difficult his journey had been. You don't need to be humble in my opinion, although you used Fate Gu to be able to reach this stage as a mortal Gu master, it is because you are brave and resourceful. Primordial origin praised as his expression turned warm. He asked again, then why did you steal this Fate Gu from so far away and bring it to me? Yu said, reporting to Lord Immortal, it was not me who stole Fate Gu, but Fate Gu itself wanted to come to you and put it in your hands. Lord Immortal, you are the owner of Fate Gu, I have already seen this from Fate Gu. Not only that, Lord Immortal, please experience it yourself. Saying so, Yu lowered his head and raised his hands, offering Fate Gu to Primordial Origin. Primordial Origin was skeptical, but the moment he received Fate Gu, countless images flashed past his eyes like lightning as a vast amount of information poured into his mind. He immediately came to a realization, he understood everything. So it was not that Yu could use Fate Gu, but Fate Gu allowed him to see the changes in heaven and earth, as well as the life trajectory of all living beings. In fate, the variant human races that are contending for hegemony over the 5 regions will all decline. Humans will replace them and become the main characters of heaven and earth, trampling all the variant human races and becoming the new overlord. Humanity will reign supreme. As for me and this Gu Master Yuji, we will lead humanity to rise, we will take on all the challenges and suppression of the variant human great experts. After understanding everything, Primordial Origin was shocked, but also joyful. He could not help but be happy, because he was also a member of the human race. Although he became a Gu immortal, the status of humans was very low. Most humans were slaves, sold, humiliated, and squeezed by the variant human races. Not only human mortals and Gu masters, even human Gu immortals had low status in the Gu immortal circle. Many human Gu immortals were even slaves of variant human races. Wild human Gu immortals like Primordial Origin had freedom, but one day they might be encircled and attacked by many variant human Gu immortals. If they were unlucky enough to be captured, they might even become slaves of variant human Gu immortals. I want to resist so much, but even as a rank 7 Gu immortal, I am not the match of many variant human Gu immortal experts. Thus, I have been cultivating bitterly, I want to create my own path for humanity. And now, Fate Gu has shown that the future belongs to us humans. In the future, I will be the leader of human Gu immortals, I will create Chi path and lead humanity to rise. Humanity will reign supreme. This is providence. This is the general trend. This is the human heart. Thinking of this, Gu immortal Primordial Origin was excited, he held Fate Gu in his hand and laughed heartily. He was crying tears of joy. Yuji also smiled happily, he was also a member of the human race. Humanity had been oppressed by the variant human races for a long time. Bitter. After a long sigh, Primordial Origin collected his emotions, he looked deeply at Fate Gu in his hand and sighed. "Oh Yuji, you are a hero of humanity. A great hero. You brought out Fate Gu, even if we can't use it, this is the biggest flag. To tell you the truth, I have long had the intention to resist the variant humans. But our human Gu immortals are few in number, and even more difficult is that most of these human Gu immortals are slaves, they are slaves and are like ants, they have no dignity, but they also do not dare to offend their masters. Because they know how insignificant they are compared to the variant human races, and how weak humans are. But now, with this Fate Gu, we can announce to the world, we can let all human Gu immortals understand. The future is ours, humanity will reign supreme. Fate Gu will rouse their lost courage, it will rouse the hope in their hearts, it will rouse their spirit of resistance. Moreover, it will unite everyone by our side. This is a banner. Chapter 1755. Inside Heaven Overseeing Tower. Inside Heaven Overseeing Tower, Duke Long lightly caressed Fate Gu. He was silent and had tears streaming down his face. Fate Gu was shaped like a spider, it was black and white and had a weak aura, there was a scarlet scar on it that almost cut it in half. This was the injury caused by Red Lotus Demon Venerable. But now, the scarlet scar had already disappeared, the unharmed Fate Gu was quietly lying on the ground, its aura was brimming with health. Life and death were up to fate, success or failure was up to heaven. All living beings in the world had their own life trajectories, they could not be changed. This was fate. For Celestial Court, Fate Gu represented many things. Relying on Fate Gu, people's hearts changed, Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable led humanity to rise, Celestial Court was established. Relying on Fate Gu, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable schemed, Celestial Court resisted 3 Demon Venerables. Relying on Fate Gu, Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable carried on his legacy. Celestial Court always occupied the throne of the number 1 Gu immortal force in the world, unshakable and unbreakable. Fate Gu was not just a rank 9 Gu worm to Celestial Court, it was their spirit, it was the banner that flew in the hearts of every generation of Celestial Court Gu immortals. How many years, how many years? Duke Long muttered. The surging emotions in his heart gradually calmed down. Duke Long was no longer trembling from excitement, he felt relieved of a heavy burden. Yes, relieved of a heavy burden. Different from most of the Celestial Court Gu immortals, repairing Fate Gu had more significance to Duke Long. Because the one who damaged Fate Gu was none other than the disciple he had taught with all his heart. In other words, he was also the culprit who harmed Fate Gu. For many years, Duke Long had been blaming himself. To repair Fate Gu, to atone for his sins, to repent, he did not hesitate to use Heavenly Dragon's last stand. Even in his deep sleep, he was still extremely anxious and fearful. Completely repairing Fate Gu, can I do it? I must repair it, I must. Otherwise, how can I face the other 2 dukes? How can I face the general public? How can I face the generations of descendants of the celestial court? How can I face this grand humanity? This was the voice that lingered in Duke Long's heart all year round. And now Duke Long had finally done it. It's not just me, it's all thanks to everyone. All of the sacrifices were worth it. Duke Long smiled, feeling extremely gratified. At this moment, his dragon horn was broken, his hair was disheveled, and his body was bathed in blood. His injuries were severe, and what was more frightening was that his lifespan was almost up. He was about to die completely, and not even a trace of his soul would remain. Although the last moments of his life weren't the happiest, they were definitely the most relaxed and liberated. Therefore, of course, he felt tired. Tired? He was too tired. He was physically and mentally exhausted. After so many years of torment, the burden in his heart was finally lifted. The battle that had erupted and the injuries on his body had left him incredibly exhausted. I really want to have a good rest. Duke Long's breathing also calmed down, his dragon eyes were like the sea, filled with incomparably complex and deep emotions. He slowly retracted his hand, taking one last look at Fate Gu with reluctance. He then slowly turned around. His gaze passed through Heaven Overseeing Tower and swept through the battlefield. Although there were still intense battles, Calamity Luck Altar had already retreated far away. It is time to end this battle. Duke Long breathed in deeply, his voice suddenly became louder and spread throughout the entire celestial court. Longevity Heaven, you want to retreat so easily? Isn't this thinking too naive? Duke Long controlled Heaven Overseeing Tower and slowly flew into the sky. This famous immortal Gu house in the 5 regions was now a true rank 9 immortal Gu house. Under the gazes of the celestial court's immortals, Heaven Overseeing Tower started to shine with bright light that pierced into the sky. Like a monarch descending upon the world, it entered the battlefield. Heaven Overseeing Tower, Heaven Overseeing Tower. It wanted to supervise the world, follow providence, and enforce justice on behalf of heaven. This is the true Heaven Overseeing Tower. How many years has it been? It has finally reappeared. I am truly fortunate to be able to see such a scene in my lifetime. Countless celestial court's Gu immortals had tears in their eyes. At this moment, many of them were at the end of their lifespans, but they were smiling in satisfaction. Retreat. Bing Sichuan's voice was hoarse. Even the valiant Longevity Heaven showed an anxious expression as it retreated. It is useless. Inside Heaven Overseeing Tower, Duke Long spoke softly, his narrow dragon eyes revealed a trace of arrogance. Heaven Overseeing Tower burst out with light. Immortal killer move, Fate Vanquish. Light. Light everywhere. White light. It filled the world, the earth, and all directions. This was a genuine rank 9 killer move. An attack determined by fate could not be dodged, no matter what method was used to evade it. If fate wants you to lose, you have to lose. This was an attack that could not be resisted. As the white light faded, the celestial court's immortals stood proudly on the battlefield, while the experts of Northern Plains history had expressions of disbelief, shock, or bitterness as they collapsed. The phantom river of time that was engraved on the battlefield also vanished. Calamity Luck Altar was mostly destroyed. It was a tragic sight, like an ordinary thatched hut that was hit by a hurricane. Inside Calamity Luck Altar, Bing Sichuan, Bull Demon, and 5 Elements Grandmaster were heavily injured and coughing out blood. Leave quickly. Bing Sichuan breathed heavily as he controlled the half-destroyed Calamity Luck Altar. Orange-yellow light shone in the sky again. This was Giant Sun Immortal's backup. It was a path of retreat. Calamity Luck Altar entered the orange-yellow light. You want to leave? Where do you think you are going? The celestial court's immortals charged forward. Leave quickly. Mao Liqiu gritted its teeth, forcefully supporting its swaying body as it stood in front of the celestial court's immortals with determination. Celestial court's immortals, please retreat. Duke Long ordered. The celestial court's immortals were surprised. Fairy Myrtle, Lord Duke Long? Duke Long sighed. Leave some foundation for the celestial court. The immortals were silent. In this battle, the celestial court suffered huge losses. It was a huge loss. Because they lacked immortal Gu, the rank 8 Gu immortals had to use their bodies to block Longevity Heaven's attacks. They had sacrificed too many people. As for the celestial court, because of the immortal graveyard, they had many rank 8 Gu immortals but lacked immortal Gu. Duke Long had always remembered that when star constellations will appeared earlier, she had specially instructed him to hibernate a few rank 8 Gu immortals. This definitely had a deeper meaning, but in this battle, the celestial court's immortal graveyard had awakened too many rank 8 Gu immortals. They had also sacrificed countless more. This resulted in not only no new rank 8 Gu immortals to hibernate, many more were sacrificed instead. Although Fate Gu was repaired, this made Duke Long feel uneasy. Right now, my celestial court has already repaired rank 9 Fate Gu, together with myself. Who in this world can go against me? Even if it is a rank 9 Gu Venerable's method, I can rely on Heaven Overseeing Tower to resist it. Everyone, why don't you return to the immortal graveyard? If things go south, we can just wake you up. Duke Long continued to urge. In that case, that's right, with Fate Gu and Lord Duke Long who can stop us? Then let's continue to hibernate. Most of the Gu immortals returned to the immortal graveyard, but a small portion stayed behind. These people were about to reach the end of their lifespans, they were about the same as Duke Long, there was no meaning in hibernating. Duke Long left behind Fairy Myrtle and a few others to clean up the battlefield and guard Celestial Court, while he led another group to move Heaven Overseeing Tower out of Celestial Court. Calamity Luck Altar brought the remnants of Longevity Heaven and escaped from Celestial Court, but so what? Their speed could not compare to Heaven Overseeing Tower, and they were in Central Continent's territory. Duke Long wanted to make these people stay, be it by killing or taking them as captives. It would undoubtedly display the might of Celestial Court. It would also let the Gu immortals of the other 4 regions know what the price of offending Celestial Court was. What? Longevity Heaven escaped in defeat. Celestial Court completely repaired Fate Gu. Sigh, we lost this battle, let's retreat. Escape. Heaven Overseeing Tower with Fate Gu is definitely the #1 immortal Gu house in the current world. Be it Duke Long or Heaven Overseeing Tower, we are not their match. After receiving this news, the situation in Infallible Blessed Land changed drastically in an instant. Southern Border and Northern Plains immortals had thoughts of retreating. Fang Yuan was the same. He felt great regret, but there was nothing he could do. But what he did not expect was, almost at the next moment, he saw the tattered Calamity Luck Altar, as well as the pursuing Celestial Court. It was unknown what Giant Sun Immortal was thinking back then. He actually set up a path of retreat in the sky above Hairyfoot Mountain. No one had discovered it. Chapter 1756. It is too late to leave now. Everyone please work together and attack Celestial Court. They have already used Fate Vanquish once, they will not use it again in a short period of time. This is our final chance. Bing Sichuan shouted. The Gu immortals reacted quickly, they gritted their teeth and charged forward. Bing Sichuan was right, Heaven Overseeing Tower was extremely fast, they could not escape. Of course, it was not that no one thought of using the Gu immortals around them to stall for time and escape. But Central Continent was too big, they were deep in Central Continent now. Even if they scattered and escaped, Heaven Overseeing Tower would have enough time to eliminate them one by one. Thus, Southern Border and Northern Plains people were all in a desperate situation, they could only fight back. This round of slaughter caused the heavens and the earth to dim. Northern Plains and deities of Southern Frontier knew that their situation was extremely dangerous. They did not hold back anymore, they used everything they had learned and used all their methods. When Celestial Court chased after them, they were very aggressive, but after facing the counterattack of the Northern and Southern Regions Alliance, they fell into a disadvantage. Fairy Myrtle, has the news of Fate Gu's restoration been announced to the world? Duke Long stayed in Heaven Overseeing Tower and contacted Fairy Myrtle. Shortly after, Fairy Myrtle replied, the news has already been spread to Jewel Yellow Skies. Not only that, Lord Duke Long, your current battle situation is also being spread everywhere through human methods. Since rank 9 Fate Gu had been restored, Celestial Court naturally had to spread this news to raise their morale and scare their enemies. This way, Celestial Court would be able to take care of the people's hearts. They could even persuade those Gu immortals who were still causing trouble and looting resources in Central Continent. Duke Long's earlier order was to spread the news of Fate Gu. But Fairy Myrtle went one step further, she directly spread the battle situation in Infallible Blessed Land everywhere. At once, countless mortals, Gu masters and Gu immortals learned of the battle situation. The Celestial Court's actions showed their confidence in winning. It was also clear that the Celestial Court with rank 9 Fate Gu had a huge advantage in the battlefield. Fairy Myrtle wanted to use this chance to display the strength of the Celestial Court and capture all of these Southern Border and Northern Plains Gu immortal elites. Central Continent and the Celestial Court's reputation would soar to the peak. Duke Long understood what Fairy Myrtle meant, but he could not help but frown slightly. Presently, the immortals of the North and South have fallen into a hopeless situation. They're like cornered beasts that are still fighting, and they have the will to fight. Thus, our side has fallen into a disadvantageous position instead. Although this is only a temporary situation. Duke Long understood Fairy Myrtle's intentions. Although it was a little rash since she had already done so, he had no choice but to cooperate. To display the celestial court's strength to the greatest extent, not only did they have to announce the successful restoration of Fate Gu, they also had to display extremely strong battle strength, to make people tremble in fear and not dare to go against the celestial court. In this refinement path convention, the Gu immortals of the other 4 regions took action. They wreaked havoc in Central Continent and plundered cultivation resources, greatly damaging the reputation of the celestial court. Now that they wanted to restore their reputation, the celestial court had to display outstanding battle strength and capture all of the northern and southern immortals in one fell swoop. Only then could they regain their reputation and raise morale, making the Gu immortals of the other 4 regions deeply wary and not dare to offend them again. Fate Vanquish was undoubtedly the best choice. It was a rank 9 killer move because Fate Gu was completely restored, its power was even more terrifying. But it still needed some time to use it now. Fate Vanquish could not be used frequently. It seems that I have to do it myself. Otherwise, news of the battle will spread everywhere, my celestial court's immortals will be suppressed instead, it will not look good for us. Duke Long arranged for several celestial court Gu immortals to take his place in defending Heaven Overseeing Tower, while he himself slowly floated out. Duke Long has come out, be careful of him. Bing Sichuan knew how terrifying Duke Long was, he quickly reminded. Let's attack together. Yao Huang shouted, Fang Yuan and the rest quickly responded. Clear jade dripping wind tiny bamboo building and the other immortal Gu houses protected these rank 8 Gu immortals. The moment Duke Long came out, he fell into the encirclement of Fang Yuan and the rest. Several rank 8 killer moves were unleashed, their power was shocking. Be careful. Despicable. Dodge. All over Central Continent, especially in the 10 great ancient sects territories, a large number of Gu immortals shouted in shock. Through the changing images they saw that Duke Long was being attacked, they were anxious, worried and filled with grief and indignation. Bam bam bam. After a series of explosions, dust and smoke filled the air. Within the dust and smoke, Duke Long's huge figure stood tall. The 9 coiling dragon phantoms on his body expanded, creating intense winds that dispersed the dust and smoke. Duke Long had a calm expression, he was still hovering at the same spot. His indifferent dragon eyes looked around as Duke Long spoke. Are you trying to tickle me with these tricks? Strong. So strong. Yao Huang and the rest, who had fought against Duke Long for the first time, were greatly shaken, even though they had already obtained first-hand information about the battle in Celestial Court from Bing Sichuan. Bing Sichuan gritted his teeth as a dazed expression appeared in his eyes. He is several times stronger than before. Without 7 extreme desolation now, just the half-destroyed Calamity Luck altar is not his match. What do we do? Immortal Killer Move, Myriad Ghost Sword Dragon. Immortal Killer Move, Wounded Centipede Mark. Fang Yuan and Heavenly Lord Baizu activated their killer moves at the same time, Sword Chi rampaged and ghost dragons flew in the sky, while gray-white centipedes flew in the sky, seemingly illusory at the same time. The 2 killer moves were like a tidal wave, one on the left and one on the right, one above and one below, drowning Duke Long. In Central Continent, countless spectators gasped in shock. They were worried for Duke Long. From within the sea of dragons and centipedes, Duke Long's calm voice could be heard. Good move, but it is not enough. Immortal Killer Move, Chi Current Scissors. Boom. With a loud explosion, the sea of dragons and centipedes surged with huge waves. Chi Current Scissors flew everywhere, everywhere they went. The dragons were as fragile as paper, they were easily cut apart. The centipedes were even worse off, their corpses were torn into pieces and scattered everywhere. Seeing that Duke Long was safe and sound, the whole of Central Continent cheered. Mom, is the one with a horn on his head an immortal from our middle continent? Duke Long, the master of the legendary Red Lotus Demon Venerable. Just how powerful is that? The Celestial Court has made a move, it is better for me to retreat first. I have plundered a lot of resources, let's leave this place first. Just like Duke Long and Fairy Myrtle expected, the invading Gu immortals started to retreat in large numbers. Central Continent's morale continued to rise, they were united and united. Attrition tactics are completely ineffective. Heavenly Lord Baizu's expression was ashen. It is my turn now. Duke Long snorted lightly, the dragon-shaped chi flickered as he vanished. So fast. Where did he go? Yi Hao Fang's heart suddenly rang with alarm, he raised his head and saw that Duke Long was right above him. The dragon claw attacked, Yi Hao Fang only had time to raise his arms to block it. Boom. With a loud sound, Yi Hao Fang was struck by the dragon claw, he was sent flying for 500 to 600 feet, crashing on the ground and creating a huge crater. Yi Hao Fang coughed out a mouthful of blood, his face was filled with shock. The attack just now had not only broken his defense, it had even caused him to suffer heavy injuries. The dragon-shaped chi flickered again, Duke Long appeared in front of Yi Hao Fang again. But immediately, 5 Elements Grandmaster and Chi Chuyu appeared on Duke Long's left and right. Even though they could not see Duke Long's figure and could not keep up with his speed, they had rich battle experience, they had already predicted that Duke Long would continue to attack Yi Hao Fang. After all, it was better to break one than to injure 10 fingers. Duke Long, you fell for it. You are trapped inside, right? One south and one north, the 2 formation path Gu immortals attacked at the same time, instantly setting up a formation. A mere formation dares to trap me? Duke Long snickered, his body shook as his chi burst out. The formation shattered like glass, Chi Chuyu and 5 Elements Grandmaster grunted as they suffered a backlash. But Duke Long was also obstructed, he lost the chance to kill Yi Hao Fang. Yi Hao Fang took the chance to get out of the pit and heal himself, but his heart was still cold. Duke Long's strength was simply unimaginable. After all, Yi Hao Fang was a famous rank 8 expert in southern border, but he was almost killed by Duke Long in just 2 or 3 rounds. I'm afraid only a venerable can suppress such strength. Be it defense, offense, or movement, Duke Long is far ahead. Even if we attack him together, he can deal with it easily. Who can block this Duke Long? The southern and northern immortals were all terrified, many of them were at a loss. Duke Long could not be stopped, not to mention there was a rank 9 immortal Gu house with a complete fake Gu, heaven overseeing tower. What to do? As if responding to the immortals' questions, there was a loud rumble as the ground split open. A huge crack rapidly spread, cutting across the battlefield. Boom. At the next moment, the ground burst open, countless soil and rocks surged out like a black tsunami that defied the heavens. A huge dragon head flew over like a hill. The dragon opened its mouth, its teeth were jagged like a forest of spears, flickering with a cold light that made people's hearts palpitate. Duke Long, I will tear you to pieces. The giant dragon roared. Legendary immemorial desolate beast, Di Zongxing. A strange expression flashed past Duke Long's face, he snorted coldly and charged forward without dodging. One immortal and one beast fought, falling into a deadlock. Since when did Di Zongxing become so strong? Celestial Court's Gu immortals were shocked. It seems that because the 5 regions are about to fuse into one, the earth veins are united, and because of this battle many sacrifices were made. Central Continent is enraged. It also caused Di Zongxing's strength to rise sharply. But, wasn't Di Zongxing trapped in Hidden Dragon Cave? Why did he suddenly appear here? The immortals were uncertain, they had many questions. But they all knew that back then Duke Long had personally suppressed Di Zongxing. Thus, it was natural that Di Zongxing was looking for trouble with Duke Long now. Just like what Duke Long had said in Celestial Court, Di Zongxing's battle strength had risen sharply, he could rival Duke Long himself. Who knows? This legendary immemorial desolate beast might even be the strongest existence among the current legendary immemorial beasts. Great, there is always a way out. Let's retreat now. We cannot retreat. Fang Yuan shouted, this is a good chance to attack. Duke Long is too arrogant, he is being held back by Di Zongxing. We will go to Heaven Overseeing Tower now and destroy fake Gu. Saying so, Fang Yuan took the lead and charged towards Heaven Overseeing Tower. Bing Sichuan was the first to react. He shouted and gathered the Northern Plains immortals, following closely behind. The deities of Southern Frontier also launched a frenzied attack. Chapter 1757. Central Continent, Thunder Peak Mountain Range. Boom. A huge explosion resounded in the surroundings of tens of li. 3 Gu immortals were fighting. Leave behind the electrolytic iron starflower, otherwise even if I die, I will not let you two off. Central Continent Gu immortal Mi Lan Guang shouted angrily. And he had 2 opponents. One was a middle-aged man dressed like a scholar with fluttering sleeves, the other was a short and wretched-looking young man. The former was an Eastern Sea Gu immortal, Great Treasury immortal, he had rank 7 cultivation and cultivated information path. The latter was a local Gu immortal of Central Continent, a rank 6 Jian Yi Shen. Great Treasury immortal frowned, his tone was impatient as anger flashed in his eyes. Milan Guang, did you chase me for so long just for an electrolytic iron starflower? Yes, I admit, this information path and lightning path immortal material was personally nurtured by you, it is something that has never been seen before in this world. I was excited to see it. I also cultivate information path like you, so I secretly took one and wanted to research it. I'll tell you the truth, if you continue to force me for a rank 7 immortal material, I'll start a war with you and fight to the death. I will also teach you that Eastern Sigu immortals are not so easy to bully. Once he said this, Jian Yixing immediately flattered him. Senior Great Treasury Immortal, your words are very reasonable. We should have done this long ago and gotten rid of this Mi Long Guang. Otherwise, if we let him chase us like this, we would not be able to do any business. The current situation is a once-in-a-blue-moon opportunity. Great Treasury Immortal looked at Jian Yixing and nodded reluctantly. We can only do that. Even though Great Treasury Immortal had rank 7 cultivation level while Jian Yixing was only rank 6, the latter was a famous lone immortal in Central Continent. He specialized in sword escape killer moves and was extremely slippery. He was also a local tyrant of Central Continent. Precisely because he appeared and told Great Treasury Immortal about Mi Long Guang's treasure location, Great Treasury Immortal learned of this special rank 7 immortal material, electrolytic iron starflower. Great Treasury Immortal cultivated information path and was very interested in it. Together with Jian Yixing, they stole a portion of electrolytic iron starflower while Middle Continent was in chaos. During this process they were discovered by Mi Long Guang. The Great Treasury Immortal's actions were exposed and he couldn't help but feel weak. He didn't want to act and was chased by Mi Long Guang. Mi Long Guang looked at Great Treasury Immortal, then looked at Jian Yixing and sneered, so that's how it is. Next, he said something that made Great Treasury Immortal feel very surprised. Great Treasury Immortal, even though you are an Eastern Sigu Immortal, you are also a famous information path expert. I have long heard of your name, but you were deceived by that scoundrel Jian Yixing. There are 13 electrolytic iron starflowers in my valley. You stole one, Jian Yixing plucked 3, and the rest were destroyed by his sword arts. What? Jian Yixing laughed heartily. Mi Long Guang, you are obviously trying to sow discord. Aren't you a little too clumsy? But the next moment, Great Treasury Immortal turned around and stared at him angrily. Jian Yixing, what have you done? Jian Yixing's heart jumped. Oh no, they are both information path Gu immortals. I cannot discover their secret communication. I'm afraid Great Treasury Immortal has already believed the evidence. Jian Yixing was decisive. Since he could not deceive Great Treasury Immortal anymore, he laughed sinisterly and flew away like a sword. Great Treasury Immortal and Mi Long Guang were shocked. This Jian Yixing has already advanced to rank 7. Is this his true speed? So fast. Great Treasury Immortal was furious. He was actually tricked by Jian Yixing. He was used as a tool. Now, Jian Yixing took away more benefits than him and even made him stay behind to block Mi Long Guang. Brother Mi, I will return that electrolytic iron starflower to you immediately. Don't worry, I will uproot it and return it to you. It will be very convenient for you to plant it again. Moreover, I will compensate you with valuable resources. Great Treasury Immortal breathed in deeply and said with a solemn expression. Mi Long Guang pondered for a while before raising his eyebrows. Conditions? Great Treasury Immortal snorted coldly. You and I will work together to deal with Jian Yixing. He hated Jian Yixing to the core. Mi Long Guang was the same. He smiled knowingly and stretched out his hand. It is my honor to work together with fellow Eastern Sea cultivators. Thereupon, the two made an agreement to work together to kill Jian Yixing. What made the two of them furious was that although Jian Yixing escaped, he did not actually escape far. Evidently, he wanted to let Mi Long Guang and Great Treasury Immortal fight for a while before he returned to reap the benefits. Now that he saw Mi Long Guang and Great Treasury Immortal working together, although Jian Yixing was furious, he did not panic. He even mocked. My sword escape method made countless rank 7 Gu immortals helpless against it at rank 6. Now that this move has advanced to rank 7, if you want to catch up to me, maybe in your next life. Saying so, Jian Yixing activated the killer move sword escape and left. Mi Long Guang and Great Treasury Immortal cursed loudly, but could only watch as Jian Yixing escaped. But a moment later, it was Jian Yixing's turn to cry bitterly, oh no! Although my sword escape method is fast, it cannot last for long. And these two are information path Gu immortals, they are most skilled at gathering information and clues, thus they could track me. Mi Long Guang and Great Treasury Immortal hated Jian Yixing to the core, they chased after him relentlessly. Every time there was a crisis, Jian Yixing would activate sword escape and escape temporarily. But not long after, Mi Long Guang and Great Treasury Immortal would chase after him. Jian Yixing shouted, is there any meaning in chasing like this? Our accumulated immortal essence will be expended. At that time, you will suffer heavy losses. Mi Long Guang sneered, Among us 3 rank 7s you are the latest to advance. How much immortal essence do you have? This time even if we have to expend it we will exhaust you to death. Great Treasury Immortal nodded, agreeing loudly, that's right. You should know that Eastern Sea Gu immortals are not so easily deceived. Jian Yixing scolded anxiously, Milan Guang, you and I are Central Continent Gu immortals, we are from the same region, you are actually siding with an outsider and ally with an outer region. Milan Guang chuckled coldly, don't be so arrogant, you offended me today, you are dead meat. Jian Yixing only needed to use sword escape to escape. Both sides chased for a while. Great Treasury Immortal suddenly said, oh no, he has stopped strangely. He seems to have discovered the method I used on him. He had lost his sense of Jian Yixing. Soon he and Milan Guang found Jian Yixing's right arm in a mountain pass. Jian Yixing was ruthless. After realizing something was wrong, he directly cut off his right arm. Great Treasury Immortal's expression was ashen as he looked at Milan Guang. We can only rely on you now. Don't worry. Milan Guang smiled, this way. The two continued to chase. After a few exchanges, Jian Yixing's expression was pale. He could not even curse as he felt the pressure of death. Gradually, his immortal essence reserves were depleted. I am going to die, but I am not resigned to it. I broke Great Treasury Immortal's method, but what method did you, Milan Guang, use to chase after me? I dared to provoke you because I have some understanding of your methods, I can deal with them. But now I can't even find out what method you're using. Can you tell me the truth before I die? Milan Guang sneered, don't even think about it. You can die as a muddled ghost. But at the next moment, Jian Yixing gave a strange cry as he used sword escape killer move again, escaping rapidly. This guy is too crafty. Great Treasury Immortal gritted his teeth in hatred. Don't worry, I have my methods. Unless he escapes from Central Continent, he will not be able to escape my detection. Milan Guang smiled confidently. Great Treasury Immortal's gaze was filled with shock as he sighed, I admire Brother Mi's methods. Not to mention Jian Yixing, even I did not discover Brother's methods, they are truly amazing. Milan Guang laughed heartily, waving his hand, Great Treasury Immortal, you misunderstood, this is not my method, it is Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable's doing. What do you mean? The mystery of Celestial Court is a secret that cannot be divulged. But I do know a little about this move. Let's talk about it as we chase. Great Treasury Immortal nodded, he pricked up his ears and listened attentively. He knew that Milan Guang was originally a Lightning Path Gu Immortal of Wind Cloud Manor, a member of Celestial Court's lower sect. But later he violated the sect's rules and his cultivation was crippled. He was expelled from the sect. After that, he cultivated Information Path again and became a rank 7 Gu Immortal again. With Milan Guang's background, it was not strange for him to know some secrets of Celestial Court. Milan Guang continued, this move is called Everybody's Vision, it is a human path killer move created by Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable. This move is based on the human path killer move People's United Hearts. It can allow Central Continent's mortals, Gu Masters and Gu Immortals to share their vision. As long as someone sees Jian Yixing's movement light or finds a trace of him, I can use Everybody's Vision to obtain information and find him. Great Treasury Immortal realized, so that's it. Everybody's Vision is truly profound, of course, People's United Hearts is even more so. It allows people to understand each other's intentions and determine who is on the enemy's side. This prevents traitors from hiding. Wait. Suddenly, Great Treasury Immortal stopped and stared at Milan Guang with a horrified gaze. Since Milan Guang could use Everybody's Vision, he was definitely under the cover of People's United Hearts. He belonged to Central Continent's righteous path. He would not cooperate with a Central Continent invader like him. Then the only possibility was, Great Treasury Immortal, you fell for it. Jian Yixing revealed himself and laughed loudly. Many Central Continent lone immortals also appeared with him. The formation suddenly activated and trapped Great Treasury Immortal. It turned out that everything was a trap, and Milan Guang's electrolytic iron starflower was the bait to lure the big fish, Great Treasury Immortal. At the same time, Celestial Court battlefield. This unparalleled war had finally reached its most critical moment. Fang Yuan and the rest charged towards Heaven Overseeing Tower, while Duke Long was temporarily stalled by Di Zongxing. If Fang Yuan and the rest charged into Heaven Overseeing Tower and Fang Yuan destroyed Fate Gu, Celestial Court's Gu refinement plan would fail completely. But if Fang Yuan could not destroy Fate Gu, the northern and southern immortals would be surrounded by Celestial Court's Gu immortals due to their poor positioning. The situation would be very disadvantageous. This is the final chance, I must. Fang Yuan had just made up his mind when white light shot out of heaven overseeing tower. Rank 9 Immortal Killer Move, Fate Vanquish. The time between two uses of Fate Vanquish has already been shortened to this extent. Fang Yuan was greatly shocked. Almost in an instant the white light faded completely. A huge change occurred in the situation of the battlefield. Several immortal Gu houses on Fang Yuan's side were completely destroyed, the Gu immortals inside died. Of the two rank 8 Gu immortals behind Fang Yuan, one was heavily injured and the other fainted on the spot. The rest of the immortals were in a complete mess, their injuries were not light. The power of Fate Vanquish is actually so terrifying. In Southern Border's battlefield earlier, it clearly did not have such power. Terrifying. A complete rank 9 Fate Gu is too terrifying. This is Heaven Overseeing Tower's true power? There is no way to defend against it. Southern Border and Northern Plains Gu immortals were disheartened, they lost their morale. On the contrary, the Celestial Court's Gu immortals and Central Continent's countless spectators cheered loudly at this scene. Celestial Court is mighty. Kill these invaders, let them repay this debt of blood with blood. With such a method our Central Continent will win for sure. Using everybody's vision killer move, seeing this scene, countless Central Continent's people cheered and their morale soared. Celestial Court's divine might was deeply engraved in everyone's hearts. Mother, why hasn't that person fallen? Among all the demons he is the only one that has not fallen. A little girl shook her mother's hand, asking in confusion. Even mortals could clearly observe the situation of the battle. Unfortunately, the little girl's mother was only a mortal, she shook her head in confusion. I don't know either. But don't worry, our Central Continent is protected by Gu immortals, we will not fail. Fang Yuan? That's right, he is an otherworldly demon. He is not an ordinary otherworldly demon, he is a complete otherworldly demon. Thus, Fate Vanquish is like a gentle breeze to him. After being dazed for a while, the Southern and Southern immortals gradually reacted. Right now, Fang Yuan was already entangled by the Celestial Court's Gu immortals that flew out of Heaven Overseeing Tower, he could not get close to it. But Fang Yuan's existence was like a spark, igniting the Southern and Southern immortals' hearts. In an instant, the flame of fighting spirit that was about to be extinguished was ignited once again. He is the only one left. That's right, we have Fang Yuan. Although we have deep enmity with him, but the Southern and Southern immortals' eyes shined with brilliance again. Their morale actually rose? The Celestial Court's Gu immortals were surprised. Quick, kill Fang Yuan. Duke Long had just ordered when he was bitten by Di Zongxing. But no matter how Di Zongxing gritted his teeth, Duke Long's body was tough, only a few scratches and sparks appeared. At the same time Wu Yang's orders came from Jewel Yellow Skies. Southern Alliance immortals, listen to my orders, assist Fang Yuan with all your strength, break into Heaven Overseeing Tower and destroy Fate Gu. Bing Sichuan also reacted, help Fang Yuan, this is our final charge. If we fail we will die. Charge. This is? Fang Yuan, who was fighting, sensed the power behind him, his eyes shined brightly. His killing intent surged. Chapter 1758. Infallible Blessed Land Battlefield. At this moment, Fang Yuan and the rest of the Southern and Southern immortals charged forward without any regard for their lives. Fang Yuan was at the front, he was the sharpest spear. He became the only hope of the Southern and Southern immortals, he carried their expectations. How ironic, how pathetic. Now that the battle has come to this, we have to place our bets on our enemies. The immortals of the North and South all had complicated feelings. Colluding with Fang Yuan, you are truly a bunch of demons. Celestial Court's Gu immortals were disdainful as they attacked. What else was there to say? Everything was for benefits, everything was for survival, everything was for victory. Fang Yuan. Stop. A Celestial Court Gu immortal charged at Fang Yuan. I will block him, Fang Yuan, you continue forward. Heavenly Lord Baizu shouted as he charged forward. Two immortal Gu houses charged forward, the Southern and Southern immortals' immortal Gu houses blocked Fang Yuan from the left and right, protecting him. In the battle of rank 8 Gu immortals, the immortal Gu houses were like raging bulls, they only had time to collide. Fang Yuan's eyes shined with bright light. This was an unprecedented experience, he had never expected such a miraculous scene. He had actually obtained the selfless help of the Southern and Southern immortals. Retreat, quick, pull some distance. Heaven Overseeing Tower began to retreat. Fang Yuan and the rest's final charge was too fierce, they were like frenzied tigers. At the crucial moment, even though the Celestial Court's members surrounded them, Not many of them could come over to defend Heaven Overseeing Tower. Duke Long raised his arms with difficulty. He lifted Di Zongxing's teeth inch by inch. Even though his back was facing Fang Yuan and Heaven Overseeing Tower, by using everybody's vision killer move, he was able to grasp the current situation. Fang Yuan is their only hope. As long as we kill him, the Southern and Southern Immortals' morale will fall to its lowest point. They might even surrender because their hope is gone. Not only that, that scoundrel Fang Yuan possesses the Spring-Autumn Cicada. He is the final hope of the Red Lotus. At this moment, a scene appeared in the depths of Duke Long's memory. Hong Lian was bathed in blood and on the verge of death. She used all her remaining strength to stand before Duke Long with great difficulty. Duke Long looked at him quietly, his voice a little hoarse. Hong Ting, you have no hope left. Give up. Surrender. I'll give you a chance to repent. Even at this stage, Master, you're still unwilling to give up on me? Red Lotus Demon Sovereign laughed. But unfortunately, Master, my hope hasn't been shattered. What hope do you have? What other trump cards do you have? My hope is not here, Master. I left it for the big time. You will see him just as the great age is about to begin. He will fight his way into the celestial court just like me. Duke Long sighed and said with an unwavering tone, then I will stop him just like how I stopped you today. You are my disciple. I will make up for the mistakes you made. I, your master, will personally kill all of your hopes. Duke Long suddenly roared. He shook his arms and forced Di Zongxing's teeth open. His figure disappeared. Clang. In the next moment, Di Zongxing's sharp dragon teeth fiercely clenched together, creating dazzling stars. But Duke Long had already arrived behind Fang Yuan. His big hand grabbed towards Fang Yuan. In an instant, Fang Yuan felt an unparalleled power pulling on him. A powerful and majestic aura of danger filled the sky like a tsunami, wanting to drown him from behind. Duke Long. Fang Yuan gritted his teeth and turned around. He activated his killer move to fight against Duke Long. I will kill you. Duke Long's amber-like dragon pupils reflected Fang Yuan's clear face. His tone was bone-chilling and filled with killing intent. But at the next moment, an immortal goo house interfered, blocking the two. Fang Yuan, leave. The Southern and Northern Immortals shouted together. Fang Yuan snorted coldly and turned around, continuing to chase after Heaven Overseeing Tower. Duke Long was obstructed. He roared and activated his killer move, tearing with his claws. The sturdy immortal goo house was torn apart like paper in his hands. Duke Long continued to chase, but he had just taken a few steps when Heavenly Lord Baizu appeared in front of him. Duke Long grabbed with his hand and crushed Heavenly Lord Baizu. At the next moment, Heavenly Lord Baizu pounced again. Not killed. Duke Long was surprised. He had clearly activated his investigative killer move and sensed that it was Heavenly Lord Baizu's main body. But the Heavenly Lord Baizu in front of him gave him the same feeling as the main body. Duke Long's thoughts moved as he understood. A killer move that can instantly swap places with the main body and clone. Indeed. Heavenly Lord Baizu was a famous lone cultivator rank 8 in Northern Plains. He took over He tribe's territory and created Baizu tribe, joining Northern Plains' righteous path. Longevity Heaven actively roped in all of Northern Plains Goo immortals for the sake of the big picture. Heavenly Lord Baizu was one of them. One of the conditions for Heavenly Lord Baizu to accept the recruitment was an immortal killer move from Longevity Heaven's treasury. With this technique, he could switch between his doppelganger and his main body. Heavenly Lord Baizu felt that he had been obstructed in his attacks on Heifan Grotto Heaven in the past. He had asked for it. Precisely because of this, after Heavenly Lord Baizu's main body was transported to Eastern Sea by karma relocation, he could switch places quickly and return to infallible blessed land. Annoying fly. Duke Long frowned slightly. Heavenly Lord Baizu tried to obstruct him again and again. Even though he could not block a single attack, he managed to switch places with his main body at the critical moment. His performance was amazing. He actually managed to stall Duke Long's pursuit. But soon, other Celestial Court Goo immortals attacked Heavenly Lord Baizu. Heavenly Lord Baizu soon fell into a dangerous situation. He could not even take care of himself. Duke Long chased after Fang Yuan again, but 5 Elements Grandmaster was already guarding behind Fang Yuan. Come. 5 Elements Grandmaster activated his strongest defensive method, 5 Elements Ring. This was an immortal formation that was condensed into a 5-colored ring. No matter what, I can at least last a few breaths of time. 5 Elements Grandmaster gritted his teeth. But at the next moment, Duke Long did not stop. He broke through the 5 Elements ring and continued to chase after Fang Yuan. 5 Elements Grandmaster's defensive killer move was broken. He immediately suffered a huge backlash, his injuries were severe. But he quickly swallowed the blood in his mouth and chased after Duke Long without any regard for his own safety. Duke Long did not even look at him, he casually sent out a dragon-shaped purple gold chi. This was a chi path killer move. 5 Elements Grandmaster stared with furious eyes, he was struck by the purple gold dragon chi with a loud sound, he exploded into minced meat and broken bones, dying on the spot. 5 Elements Grandmaster's death did not intimidate the southern and northern immortals. Soon, Yi Haofang sacrificed himself to attack, attempting to stop Duke Long. Duke Long was stalled by him for a few breaths of time, but he soon killed Yi Haofang. I don't have much time left. Duke Long's expression did not change, but he was getting anxious internally. Heavenly Dragon's last stand made him powerful to a terrifying extent, he could slaughter rank 8 Gu immortals like they were chickens, but his lifespan was reaching its limit. Under the southern and northern immortals sacrificing themselves to obstruct him, Fang Yuan finally caught up to Heaven Overseeing Tower. In contrast, Heaven Overseeing Tower was being restrained by Bing Sichuan's Calamity Luck Altar. Immortal Killer Move, Great Thief Ghost Hand. Fang Yuan obtained a lot, his luck was quite good. He obtained a rank 7 Immortal Gu and a large number of Mortal Gu. But this was not a huge loss to Heaven Overseeing Tower. Especially when Fang Yuan knew that even though Great Thief Ghost Hand relied on ghostly concealment, it was not a true rank 9 killer move, it had no effect on Fate Gu. The true threat is still Dream Path killer moves. Fang Yuan did not have any Dream Path offensive killer moves, he could only use the pure Dream Reality Seeker physique bodies to self-detonate. But Heaven Overseeing Tower was already prepared against such a crude offensive method. Fang Yuan had to have a perfect opportunity, otherwise he would only be asking for losses if he used it carelessly. Fang Yuan's tactic was to use Great Thief Ghost Hand to force Heaven Overseeing Tower to create an opportunity to detonate the pure Dream Reality Seeker physique bodies. He did not know how long the southern and southern immortals could last, but this was the best tactic now. But when Fang Yuan used the second Great Thief Ghost Hand, a rank 8 Gu immortal suddenly appeared and easily blocked his Great Thief Ghost Hand. Lu Weiyin, what are you doing? The southern border Gu immortals saw this person and immediately called out his identity, they were shocked and furious. Lu Weiyin pointed at Fang Yuan, my disciple Yi Fan died in your hands. Fang Yuan, hand over your life. Lu Weiyin, you are Paradise Earth's inheritor, a southern border Gu immortal. Even if you want to take revenge for your disciple, why are you in such a hurry? Get out of the way. Cooperate with us, we will defeat the Celestial Court together. Otherwise, the southern border Gu immortals were agitated, they shouted. Chapter 1759. Even though Lu Weiyin did not have any offensive killer moves, he was very strong in other aspects. He easily blocked the furious attacks of the southern and southern immortals, even Fang Yuan could not do anything to him. As expected of Paradise Earth's inheritor, many Celestial Court Gu immortals looked at him with deep respect. In a short period of time, Lu Weiyin actually defended against the fierce attacks of the southern and southern immortals alone. Almost none of the Celestial Court Gu immortals in the battlefield could do this. At this moment, the southern and southern immortals finally understood Lu Weiyin's power. Even though Lu Weiyin did not have any offensive methods, his overall strength was above Li Huang and Chen Yi. The southern and southern immortals hated Lu Weiyin to the core, this hatred was several times stronger than Fang Yuan. Because of Lu Weiyin's appearance, he destroyed the final hope of the southern and southern alliance. Fang Yuan and the others' attacks were like raging waves, but they were all blocked by him alone. Ha ha ha. Duke Long laughed loudly, he was still fighting with Di Zongxing, but Lu Weiyin saved the situation for him. Duke Long felt that Lu Weiyin's help was far more gratifying than him doing it himself. Because this represented the submission of Paradise Earth's lineage. This is the will of the people. Back then, when Fate Gu appeared, Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable used it to change the wills of many human Gu immortals, he roused the fighting spirit of countless people. Now it is the same. A damaged Fate Gu was not worthy of reverence. But the complete Fate Gu was like the records in history, it was a banner. Its significance to the human race far surpassed its actual nature. This was the will of the people, it was the trend of the times. The will of the people was hard to change, but the Celestial Court controlled Fate Gu, it could make the opposing Gu immortals lose their will to fight, they would eventually betray them and join them. This would save the Celestial Court and Central Continent a lot of effort and trouble. Duke Long could not help but rejoice at Fairy Myrtle's choice. With everyone watching, this battle scene would be broadcast to the entire Central Continent, and even to the 5 regions and 2 heavens. Lu Weiyin's defection was a symbol, a role model. It meant that in the future, a large number of Gu immortals would join Central Continent and submit to the Celestial Court. The power of an example is infinite. Especially Lu Weiyin, he was Paradise Earth's inheritor. In the future, when many Gu immortals hesitate on whether to surrender or rebel, they would think, even Lu Weiyin, the inheritor of Paradise Earth, changed his ways. What can I do? In this way, the hurdle in his heart had been crossed. Lu Weiyin's actions were like a formless storm that quickly spread to all parts of Central Continent. The Gu immortals of the various regions who had already prepared to escape retreated even faster. At the same time, in Spirit Affinity House's headquarters, Zhao Lianyun was getting restless. Fairy Lianyun, where are you going? It is very dangerous outside. Bu Zhenzi urged. Zhao Lianyun smiled. I have Love Gu to protect me. The enemies are fleeing in fear right now. It is time for us to make a name for ourselves. If we do not attack now, when will we? Zhao Lianyun's wish was quickly acknowledged by the Supreme Elders of Spirit Affinity House. Earlier, Central Continent was in chaos. All sorts of people attacked and caused chaos everywhere. The Celestial Court mobilized a large number of Gu immortals from Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects for the sake of recovery. Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects were weak and had huge territories. They could only give up on their territories and resources, wisely choosing to defend themselves. Right now, through the killer move Everyone's Vision, the Gu immortals who were left behind in the various bases understood the change in the situation. Many knowledgeable people knew that it was time to counterattack. Let's kill all these people who dared to offend our Central Continent. Fight, beat the shit out of these despicable people. Howl, all the grievances and anger in my heart, I will return them all to you. Soon, with Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects at the lead, they launched a wave of counterattack. The remaining Righteous Path, Demonic Path, and Lone Immortals of Central Continent quickly reclaimed their lost territories and attacked the remaining 4 regions' Gu immortals. The 4 regions' Gu immortals were forced to retreat, some even lost their lives on the spot. Because of the killer move Everyone's Vision, the Gu immortals and infallible Blessed Land knew about this. Their morale soared. Fang Yuan and the rest were in an even more precarious situation. Duke Long was overjoyed. This was the scene he wanted to see. Under the banner of Fate Gu, almost all of Central Continent's Gu immortals were united as one. This united strength was terrifying. The rise of humanity in Celestial Court's historical records had already proven this. At this moment, Duke Long had a deeper understanding. The Celestial Court had been displaying Fate Gu for generations. They had purposely erected this banner. This was a hint from the depths of the soul, a call that was so strong that it was hard to resist. Fate Gu was only a rank 9 immortal Gu, it could not even be used directly. But when Celestial Court used it, they gave it a spirit and meaning that surpassed its own, and then used the history of humanity to amplify this influence. Thinking about it, wasn't it mystical? Fate Gu's practicality was far inferior to other rank 9 immortal Gu like Wisdom Gu. But Celestial Court used it to change people's hearts. They united a large number of scattered battle strength, they united countless people and formed an impregnable fortress. Lu Weiyin's betrayal, a lone immortal like Jian Yisheng and a Righteous Path Gu immortal like Milan Guang, who was abandoned by the 10 great sects, teamed up and ambushed Great Treasury Immortal. With Zhao Lianyun as the representative, the Central Continent Gu immortals launched a wave of counterattacks. The other 4 regions Gu immortals retreated, their morale fell. These changes were very difficult to achieve with immortal killer moves, even a rank 9 killer move like People's United Hearts. But now Duke Long used just Fate Gu to achieve this. Gu Masters and Gu Immortals nurture Gu, use Gu and refine Gu. Not mentioning the other 2 aspects, just the use of Gu, Celestial Court's use of Fate Gu had already surpassed the limits of Gu worms, it had reached an unprecedented supreme level. This was a type of art. Thinking about it, it was shocking. Celestial Court's immortals encircled and attacked from all directions. Northern and southern immortals were trapped in the encirclement, some were screaming, some were bleeding, some were panicking, and some were unafraid of death. Fang Yuan's heart was also shrouded in a heavy shadow. He could not break Lu Weiyin's defense, while Heaven Overseeing Tower had already stabilized itself. Duke Long purposely lured Di Zongxing far away to create a second battlefield. The enemy's situation is hopeless. This was the thought of almost all the Celestial Court's Gu immortals. Haha, I still have to turn the tide in the end. Right at this time, a familiar voice resounded in the battlefield to Fang Yuan. At the same time, Immortal Gu House Dragon Palace appeared behind Heaven Overseeing Tower. By Ningbing? How can she control Dragon Palace? Fang Yuan was shocked. The other Gu immortals were even more shocked. Bai Ningbing's sneak attack had been planned for a long time. While the immortals were shocked, thick smoke burst out of Dragon Palace and drifted towards Heaven Overseeing Tower. Heaven Overseeing Tower felt like it had fallen into a swamp. At the crucial moment, the Gu immortals inside the tower activated their methods. Immortal Killer Move, Invincible Phantom Tower. In an instant, Heaven Overseeing Tower turned into Phantom. It was invincible. Phantom Transformation Method, hee. Bai Ningbing sneered, "You are looking down on me, Dragon Spirit." A boy stood beside her. At this moment he was giggling. "Master, watch me." Thick smoke shrouded Heaven Overseeing Tower. Even though Heaven Overseeing Tower turned Phantom, it was still corroded by the smoke. This is a Dream Path offensive killer move? Fang Yuan's side was shocked and joyful, while the Celestial Court's immortals were shocked and furious. What is going on? Both sides had doubts in their hearts. Let's turn back time for a while. Central Continent, Hidden Dragon Cave Battlefield. The battle was at the crucial moment of victory and defeat. The Celestial Court's immortals reinforced Dragon Palace's 4 Dragon Generals situation. But these reinforcements were within the expectations of Eastern Sea's rank 8 Gu immortals. They attacked one after another, causing the battle situation to become more intense. The 4 Dragon Generals could only defend Dragon Palace while the reinforcements from Celestial Court could not break through the defensive line of Eastern Sea's Gu immortals in a short period of time. But right at this time, a figure appeared at the edge of the battlefield. Was Bai Ningbing. Earlier, Chen Yi had used Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable's method to use Immortal Killer Move Karma Relocation to block the immortals' attacks. Fang Yuan quickly found the best way to exchange points. Under Fang Yuan's command, Bai Ningbing charged towards the defensive line and was teleported away by Karma Relocation. Bai Ningbing looked around and found that she was in a dangerous situation. This was a battle between rank 8s. The intensity of the battle was not something she could participate in. Bai Ningbing wanted to retreat, but be it Eastern Sea or Celestial Court's Gu immortals, they attacked her at the next moment. Celestial Court's Gu immortals saw that Bai Ningbing was an enemy. They naturally wanted to eliminate her. Eastern Sea's Gu immortals did not want Bai Ningbing to leave and expose the secret of this place. They wanted to silence her. Instantly, Bai Ningbing fell into a life-and-death situation. Bitter. She knew deeply that against a rank 8 Gu immortal's killer move, even if she turned into Bai Xiang, it would be of no use. Death was approaching, but she was not afraid. She was only unresigned and felt deep regret. She muttered, "Is this all I can do?" "No, master." At the crucial moment, a clear and tender voice of a child could be heard. Next, Dragon Palace shook. It captured Bai Ningbing and directly teleported her to a deep part of Dragon Palace. This scene stunned all the rank 8 Gu immortals present. The battle slowed down. "Who are you?" Bai Ningbing entered Dragon Palace and found a strange living being standing in front of her. It had the appearance of a child, but it had horns on its head and a dragon tail on its back. Its large eyes were sparkling and translucent. It was pure and cute. It looked at Bai Ningbing and said, "Blessed lands have land spirits, grotto heavens have heavenly spirits, and in Dragon Court there is me, Dragon Spirit." Dragon Court? Isn't this the immortal Gu House Dragon Palace? Also, why are you calling me master? Bai Ningbing naturally knew about Dragon Palace. She was getting more and more confused. Dragon Spirit smiled. Back then the Dragon Man Gu immortals created Dragon Court, but Duke Long did not allow it, thus it changed its name to Dragon Palace. As for acknowledging you as my master, that is the only way. Because you are a dragon man who escaped fate, you are the enemy of Celestial Court, you are also the only suitable master. Oh master, I have finally found you. Duke Long does not know of my existence. I hid and created the illusion that he succeeded in refining Dragon Court. Celestial Court is too powerful, master. Please take action and resolve this crisis. In the future you will lead the Dragon Man race to rise up. We will follow the will of Providence and defeat the humans. We will make the Dragon Men the rulers of this world. What do you mean? Bai Ningbing frowned, feeling that it was unimaginable. I am only a rank 7 Gu immortal. Even if I have future self, I am not rank 8. Furthermore, with the current situation, even rank 8 cultivation level cannot resolve this predicament. Dragon Spirit said, "Master, you need to have confidence. Fate Gu has already told us that humans will fall, Dragon Men will rise. Our Dragon Man race will be the next main character of this world. It is time for us Dragon Men to suppress humans and rule the world. But Duke Long is the ancestor of the Dragon Man race. He is the greatest traitor of our race." Dragon Court's power has not been fully displayed because it lacks a true master. Of course, Dragon Court is only a rank 8 immortal goo house now. Even if it uses its full power, it will not be able to break out. Thus, Master, please take action and subdue Di Zongxing. Bai Ningbing was surprised. How can I subdue Di Zongxing? Dragon Spirit smiled confidently. Master, don't look down on yourself. Dragon men will rise, divine beasts will pave the way. Di Zongxing was born from the heavenly Tao. He hates humans from birth. He is actually a divine beast of our Dragon Man race. Right now, Dragon Court cannot subdue him because it is only an immortal goo house. It lacks a true master. But with you we have all the conditions. Bai Ningbing blinked repeatedly, reacting after a long while. She still had many questions in her mind. For example, wasn't Dragon Man reigning supreme referring to humans? If Fate Gu said so, why did the Celestial Court still try to repair Fate Gu? Bai Ningbing suppressed all the questions in her mind. She could not help but feel excited. This is really interesting. To think that at the moment of death, the situation would take a turn for the better. The Celestial Court seems to have many secrets. Even though I am a human, I used a secret method to turn into a Dragon Man. But to lead the Dragon Man race to rise and overthrow the rule of humans, just thinking about this makes my blood boil. Resisting the Celestial Court is interesting, but leading the Dragon Man race to rise is even more interesting. Interesting. Bai Ningbing's eyes shined with bright light. She laughed heartily and said to Dragon Spirit, no matter who you are, what schemes you have, I don't care. Anyway, if you did not save me, I would have died at that moment. Your goal is truly interesting, I will accept it. What should I do? Bai Ningbing was different. She was a true demon. She acted according to her own preferences. She would do whatever she felt was interesting. Thus, her human identity could not restrict her. Lu Weiyin betrayed Southern Border, but she betrayed humanity. Dragon Spirit was overjoyed. Master, with your help, Di Zongxing will easily submit. Dragon Spirit shed tears of excitement. This is great. I was almost in despair. To think that Master would finally come, my wait was not in vain. Right now, Providence is being influenced by star constellations. Fate Gu's revelation has also changed. But it does not matter. A large number of hibernating Gu immortals in the Celestial Court have died. Star constellations has lost her support. The heavenly Taos has suppressed her. Your appearance proves this point. Right now, we need to subdue Di Zongxing first before going back to participate in the battle. Be it the Celestial Court or the Northern and Southern Alliance, it is a dog-eat-dog situation. Even though we want them to die, this is a rare opportunity we can seize Fate Gu. Chapter 1760. Even Heaven Overseeing Tower, which had rank 9 Fate Gu, could not resist the corrosion of the Dream Path Killer move. Dragon Palace was a rank 8 Immortal Gu house. It had rank 8 Immortal Gu Dream token. The rank 8 Dream Path Killer move that came from it was probably the number 1 in the current world. As the saying went, one move could dominate the world. Heaven Overseeing Tower did not have any Dream Path defensive methods. Once Dragon Spirit made its move, the effect was immediate. At this rate, Heaven Overseeing Tower will cease to exist. This move is not just the extension of Dream Realms, it is a Dream Path Killer move. Even if Celestial Court has pure Dream Reality Seeker transformation, it will not be able to stop it. In an instant, Yao Huang and the rest saw hope of victory. To think that at the final juncture Bai Ningbing would be the one to turn the tide. Hold on. Attack together, defend Dragon Palace. The Southern and Southern Immortals cooperated. Celestial Court's Gu Immortals were pale with fright. Their previous confidence was completely gone as they attacked anxiously. Something is not right. At the crucial moment, Fang Yuan placed his attention on Duke Long and found something amiss. Duke Long, who was fighting with Di Zongxing, did not show any signs of panic. His expression was calm and there was even a trace of reminiscence in his gaze. Over 1,000,000 years ago, in the depths of Celestial Court. Hong Ting, you actually dared to enter Celestial Court and walk right into a trap. The secret of your rebirth has already been exposed. You actually dared to go against fate and defy Providence, reviving the dead. You have truly disappointed me. Duke Long looked at Red Lotus with a steely expression. His gaze was burning with anger. Red Lotus Demon Venerable smiled. Master, since I came here, I have no intention of returning alive, nor do I want to destroy Fate Gu. Please wait. Then what are you trying to do? Red Lotus Demon Venerable looked at Duke Long deeply. I want to persuade Master to help me destroy Fate Gu. Duke Long was stunned, and then he roared with laughter for a while before abruptly restraining his laughter. His amber dragon eyes were unfathomable as he said, Then tell me about it. Master wants to listen carefully. Red Lotus smiled. I've reincarnated tens of thousands of times, and I only managed to find some clues by chance. Then, I used more than 10 reincarnations to figure it out. Fate Gu has already stopped protecting us humans, its current revelation is 4 words. Before he could finish, Duke Long continued, the dragon people rule. Red Lotus was stunned for a moment before laughing out loud. Master, you really do know. You are protecting Fate Gu like this, are you really going to lead the Dragon Man race to rise? After all, the largest group of dragon men is your bloodline descendants. Of course not. Duke Long shook his head and said in a low voice, Hong Ting, you only know one thing but not the other. I was actually the first to discover the secret of the dragon people reign, and I was also the first to report it. Although I have transformed into a dragon man and become the ancestor of the dragon men, my true heart has always been that of the human race. Whether you believe it or not, this is the truth. I believe it. Red Lotus had no hesitation. I believe in Master's sincerity. Oh Master, you understand me so well, and similarly I also understand you. You will never betray the human race for your own benefit. I was afraid you would deny it earlier, so I purposely provoked you. Rascal. Duke Long snorted coldly, feeling gratified in his heart as he continued, I created the Dragon Man lifespan extension method to teach you, to help you control the celestial court and lead the human race. I had never thought that Fate Gu would give me the revelation of the dragon people reign. However, after the initial shock and fear, I gradually understood. Fate Gu is a heaven path Gu worm, the Tao of heaven takes away surpluses and replenishes deficiencies. Humanity's prosperity, ruling over the 5 regions and 2 heavens, they are even more prosperous than the variant humans of the past. The heavenly Tao will naturally take away surpluses and replenish deficiencies. It is like how primordial origin immortal venerable had Fate Gu and obtained the dragon people reign. However, I still want to protect Fate Gu. Do you know why? Red Lotus's eyes shined with brilliance as he asked, why? Duke Long heaved a deep sigh. Actually, the hidden danger of Fate Gu had already been raised by primordial origin immortal venerable's era. Humanity was united because of Fate Gu. After comprehending the returning of heaven's will, most humans had the courage to resist the variant human races. However, once the destiny of the human clan disappears, where will the human clan go? Undeniably, this is a huge hidden danger. Even after primordial origin immortal venerable passed away, he could not resolve this problem. On his deathbed, he entrusted this heavy responsibility to his disciple. This disciple was the future star constellation Immortal Venerable. When her lifespan was near its end, she finally found a way to resolve this hidden danger. That is, merging with the Tao. Red Lotus frowned, merging with the Tao? That's right. Duke Long continued to explain. Fate Gu can only be directly manipulated by the heavenly Tao. Human and variant human Gu immortals can at most observe it and obtain some revelations. Maybe in the future, as the sects compete, there will be a way to use Fate Gu, but it is impossible now. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable thought, since she could not deal with Fate Gu, she might as well deal with the source. Thus, she sacrificed herself and merged with the Tao, using her will to participate in the operation of the heavenly Tao, interfering with and influencing providence. If providence is affected, Fate Gu will always be under the control of the celestial court. So that's what happened. Red Lotus Demon Venerable's heart shook as he realized, the net weaved by Fate Gu is called Myriad Net. Everything in the world is in this net, they are manipulated and manipulated by fate. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable manipulates providence, she can influence Fate Gu and allow humanity to reign supreme. No wonder Fate Gu is so important to the celestial court. No wonder Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's design was able to obstruct 3 demon venerables including me. No wonder Celestial Court has always been the sacred land of humanity, the #1 superforce in the world. Duke Long nodded, Hong Ting, your comprehension has never disappointed me. The power of the world, after being separated for a long time, they must unite for a long time. Have you ever seen a superforce that can last for a long time? From an internal perspective, the human heart is fickle and full of desires, but these desires are hard to satisfy. No matter how strong a force is, no matter how close they are, they cannot resist the inadequacy of the human heart. From an external perspective, offending a powerful Gu immortal will often cause a superforce to be in a terrible situation. If this Gu immortal cultivates to rank 8, he can easily make a superforce fall or even perish. In this world, the strength of an individual can easily surpass the strength of an organization. Very few superforces can last for 10,000 years. but our celestial court is an exception. What? It is because of fate Gu. Under fate's arrangement, we will always be the sacred land of humanity. Our internal structure will always be harmonious, even if there are conflicts. All kinds of fortuitous encounters and coincidences will smoothly resolve them. Our enemies often cannot grow, even if there are rank 8 level enemies they will gradually decline. In fact, our celestial court does not even need to make a move, the enemies will die or even surrender due to all kinds of fortuitous encounters. Being able to achieve such a miracle was obtained by the sacrifice of a rank 9 wisdom path immortal venerable. Without rank 9 wisdom path cultivation, there is no way to resist or disturb Providence's normal operations. However, even when star constellation immortal venerables will resisted Providence, she often fell into a disadvantageous position. Red Lotus understood and interrupted, like Dragon Man reigns supreme? That's right. At first I was also shocked. But after I learned of this ancient secret I chose to wait. Sure enough, not long after Fate Gu's revelation changed again, Dragon Man reigns supreme disappeared, it changed back to humans reign supreme. Duke Long smiled in relief. Later, when I checked the secret history of Celestial Court, I found that this had happened many times. Dragon Man reigns supreme is only the most recent one. The revelation of Dragon Man reigns supreme is not valid. Red Lotus's heart continued to sink. Since his master Duke Long already knew of this, why did he listen to his questions? He suddenly realized, he did not enter Celestial Court himself, Duke Long was waiting for him here, waiting for him to ask and tell him about this ancient secret of Celestial Court. Red Lotus stopped thinking and looked up at Duke Long. Duke Long smiled. Oh Hong Ting, I waited for you to say these words to make you repent. You were able to create spring-autumn cicada and reincarnate, it is truly the actions of a demon. It seems like there is hope of changing the past, but do you have it? No. Duke Long shook his head, his tone was firm. Because you have heaven above you, the heavenly Tao, star constellations will, and Fate Gu's revelation. How can you overturn heaven? How can you change the past? Even if you have rank 9 demon venerable battle strength, so what? Limitless and reckless savage are the best examples. How long can a venerable live? The longest living Lord Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable was only 25,000 years old. As for Celestial Court, it has millions of years of history and accumulation. It has the sacrifices and protection of generations of immortal venerables. As Fate Gu. This is the general trend. Can you even shake such a deep accumulation? Especially after your rebirth, you only have rank 9 battle strength by relying on future self. In essence, you are not a true rank 9 venerable. Red Lotus was silent. Even someone as strong as him often felt helpless against Celestial Court. He could destroy Celestial Court, but what use would that be? As long as Fate Gu existed, Celestial Court could be easily rebuilt. Because star constellations had always been influencing Providence, Fate Gu would always rule humanity, there would always be a revelation that Celestial Court was the number 1 sacred land of humanity, the number 1 force. Under the manipulation of fate, all sorts of fortuitous encounters would be arranged, countless geniuses would join Celestial Court and form Celestial Court. Celestial Court was not crucial, star constellations and Fate Gu were crucial. As for star constellations firstly, Red Lotus was not a wisdom path rank 9, he did not have enough methods to deal with star constellations who had merged with the Tao. Secondly, he did not want to deal with star constellations After all, star constellations interfered with Providence and protected humanity's status, allowing humanity to flourish. Red Lotus only wanted to revive his loved ones, he had never thought of betraying or harming his own race. Chapter 1761. Even though destroying Fate Gu was harmful to humanity, with star constellations it would not change the overall situation of the 5 regions. Because when Fate Gu did not exist, the Celestial Court could not use it, neither could the Heavenly Tao. When both sides were equal and humanity had such a huge advantage, how could they watch as other races rose up? But Red Lotus was not an otherworldly demon, how could he completely destroy Fate Gu? After countless rebirths, Red Lotus still could not find a way to destroy Fate Gu. This time he was reborn to persuade Duke Long to let his master stand beside him and work together. To think that the Celestial Court had such a secret Red Lotus plan failed. The older the wiser. Red Lotus wanted to persuade Duke Long, but Duke Long was also waiting for this chance to persuade his proud disciple. Hong Ting, stop. Duke Long said sincerely, Master said so much to make you turn back. The righteous path is not only about glory and fame, it is often accompanied by sacrifices. For humanity, for the celestial court, star constellation immortal venerable sacrificed herself. But you? Your parents, your beloved woman, died for you, paving the way for you to become an immortal venerable. Their sacrifice was necessary and valuable. Do you still not understand? Hongting. Stop. No, I will not stop. Red Lotus's gaze was unwavering. I am sorry, Master, I have disappointed you again and again. But this is the path I want to walk. Duke Long shook his head, revealing a bitter expression as he breathed in deeply. I am not disappointed. If you had agreed directly, I would have been suspicious. I know that your will won't be easily shaken. This is something that I have already expected. So, next, let me use my own example to teach you. What do you mean? Just as Red Lotus was confused, Duke Long activated his prepared method. Immortal Killer Move, Dragon Man Extermination. Red Lotus's confused expression disappeared, replaced by shock. He sensed the essence and effect of this killer move. Red Lotus exclaimed, And Master, you killed all the dragon men in the world. Your children and grandchildren are among them. If I remember correctly, all of your descendants have turned into draconians. That's right. Duke Long's body was trembling and so was his voice. I am the ancestor of dragon men, the first dragon man in the world. When I created the dragon man transformation method, I had already set up a backup plan, allowing me to use my identity as the primordial ancestor to easily eliminate other dragon men. When the revelation of Draconians reigning supreme appeared, I wanted to use this method. However, at that time, the will of the constellation manifested and advised me to leave the dragon men behind for the time being. They will be useful in the future. I hesitated and hesitated. You have seen my descendants, Hongting. Enjoying the happiness of my family is my greatest consolation in my old age. I'm already old. Master. Red Lotus wanted to say something but stopped. He did not know what to say to console Duke Long. Duke Long's eyes were red. He almost cried. This was something Red Lotus had never seen before. He sobbed, I know very well, even without Draconians reigning supreme, the Dragon Man race will always be a threat to our celestial court, a threat to humanity. Because the Dragon Man race is different from other variant human races, I was the one who created it, it was transformed from humans. It's like a blood-sucking vine growing on the human tree, constantly absorbing the blood of the human race to strengthen itself. Dragon men have long lifespan, it is second only to lifespan Gu in extending lifespan. Lifespan Gu are rare, but how many billions of people want to extend their lifespan? The number of dragon men will continue to increase, while the number of humans will decrease. Even more terrifyingly, dragon men are born among humans, they are naturally able to lower the vigilance of humans. With the protection of a highly respected venerable one's teacher like me, who can suppress and disturb them. At this rate, one day dragon men will suppress humans. If an accident happens again and Fate Gu reveals Draconians reigning supreme again, the consequences will be unimaginable. Saying so, Duke Long looked at Red Lotus deeply. When you entered the celestial court and came to persuade me, I suddenly realized that this might be the time for star constellations will to guide me. The Dragon Man race should not exist, but its destruction needs to have some value. This value is to persuade you, my disciple Hongting. I want to instill the spirit of sacrifice in you, I want to show you the spirit of the orthodox path of humanity. Red Lotus, Master. Duke Long's body shook, his tears finally flowed down. He had personally killed his own descendant, his heart felt like it was being cut by a knife, he was filled with grief, but he did not feel a trace of regret. His voice became louder as he shouted at Red Lotus, Hongting, my disciple. Your path cannot be taken, you cannot win against the celestial court. Because the strength of the celestial court is not just on the surface, it is not just fake Gu. It is the sacrifices of generations of Gu immortals, they shed their blood and sacrificed themselves without any regard for their own safety. They defended humanity, they protected the orthodox path, generations after generations of Gu immortals. Without such sacrifices, humans would still be ravaged and enslaved by variant humans, they would not have such a beautiful life today. Hongting, I will teach you. The heavenly courts will nurture you. What you are enjoying is the contribution and sacrifice of our ancestors since ancient times. So come back, Hongting. I will follow fate's arrangements. Red Lotus, infallible blessed land battlefield. Duke Long's recollection only lasted for an instant, his gaze became sharp again. He looked at Dragon Palace from afar, smiling coldly. What a pity. Dragon Spirit, your existence has already been deduced by Fairy Myrtle. All of this is just to beat you at your own game. At the next moment he activated an immortal killer move. He had once used this immortal killer move to persuade Red Lotus, but it did not succeed. But now it was more than enough to kill Bai Ningbing. Immortal killer move, Dragon Man Extermination. In an instant, Bai Ningbing's body shook, her heart felt like it was being clenched, she fell to the ground and coughed out blood. Dragon Spirit shouted in shock, "What happened?" It did not know the secrets of the past. In fact, it was created long after the Dragon Man race was exterminated by Duke Long. Under Dragon Spirit's fearful gaze, Bai Ningbing died rapidly, her corpse gradually lost its body temperature in the huge dragon palace. Celestial Court. Fairy Myrtle was walking out of the formation that imprisoned Spectral Soul. Celestial Court's battlefield had not been cleaned up yet, but Fairy Myrtle came to Spectral Soul's prison and inspected it urgently. I was overthinking. Even though Spectral Soul Demon Venerable was powerful and ruthless back then, the current Spectral Soul is only a remnant soul, he has no goo worms or immortal essence, how can he do anything? Not to mention getting out of here. Oh, Dragon Spirit was exposed, everything is going according to plan. Seeing this, Fairy Myrtle smiled lightly. She was the one who deduced Dragon Spirit's existence, she had her suspicions earlier. Because the ownerless Dragon Palace could actually capture the 4 Dragon Generals, it had extraordinary intelligence. After she deduced Dragon Spirit's existence, Dragon Spirit deceived Duke Long and created the illusion that Duke Long had refined Dragon Palace. Celestial Court knew about it. Duke Long asked Fairy Myrtle for help. Fairy Myrtle played along and set up the trap of Hidden Dragon Cave. This trap not only targeted the Eastern Sea Goo Immortals, it also targeted Dragon Spirit and Di Zongxing. If not for this plan, how would Fairy Myrtle dare to use the killer move Everybody's Vision to spread the news of the final battle in infallible Blessed Land? Fairy Myrtle walked into an immortal goo house. The benevolence goo that she borrowed was inside. She thought to herself, next it is time to deal with Fang Yuan's Spring-Autumn Cicada. Infallible Blessed Land battlefield. Boom. Dragon Palace was sent flying, Dragon Spirit was screaming in panic, it was out of its wits. The Dream Path offensive killer move was interrupted. Heaven Overseeing Tower returned to normal, leaving its phantom state. The Celestial Court's Goo Immortals laughed loudly, their plan to lure the enemy was a huge success. Damn it, so this was all part of Celestial Court's plan? The battle situation was never out of their control. Fang Yuan's expression was grim, he had to admit, we lost this battle. Bing Sichuan also realized this, but he still shouted loudly, mobilizing the Goo Immortals to charge towards Heaven Overseeing Tower. Heaven Overseeing Tower retreated extremely quickly, the southern and northern immortals felt even more despair. It is time to retreat. Fang Yuan's eyes moved, he had a rank 8 killer move with fixed immortal travel as the core, if he used it properly there was hope of breaking out. However at this time with Lu Wei-yin as the leader and Celestial Court's Goo Immortals as support, they surrounded Fang Yuan's group tightly. Fang Yuan's group was like a cornered beast that counterattacked at the last moment, it was extremely frenzied. Lu Wei-yin saw the chance and used an immortal killer move, it was called 8 Directions Blessed Land. This move was a defensive killer move, not only could it defend oneself, it could also strengthen others. Under the effect of the killer move 8 Directions Blessed Land, it instantly formed many spheres of sand that enveloped the Goo Immortals, easily blocking all the immortal killer moves. Even Calamity Luck Alter's killer move was the same. At once, both sides showed expressions of shock. Lu Wei-yin's strength surpassed everyone's expectations once again. Lu Wei-yin's display dragged the southern and northern immortals deeper into the abyss of despair. On the other side, Duke Long got rid of Di Zongxing and charged into Dragon Palace. Di Zongxing wanted to chase him but was stalled by Heaven Overseeing Tower and the other immortal goo houses. Duke Long, you are the greatest traitor. Dragon Spirit screamed as it hid in the depths of Dragon Palace. Duke Long could not find it immediately, he poured in his immortal essence as he forcefully refined Dragon Palace again. He smiled, I need to thank you for getting rid of the huge problem that is Di Zongxing. Now, as long as I gain full control of Dragon Palace, Di Zongxing will have no choice but to submit to me, Celestial Court will obtain the strongest legendary immemorial desolate beast in history. Dragon Spirit screamed in anger, it scolded Duke Long for being despicable and sinister while blocking Duke Long's forceful refinement while summoning Di Zongxing urgently. Di Zongxing roared in anger as he tried to break through the obstruction. Celestial Court's defensive line was on the verge of collapse. At the crucial moment, Heaven Overseeing Tower showed its might again, activating Fate Vanquish. Di Zongxing was the first to bear the brunt of it, he was fiercely suppressed. More than half of Fang Yuan's Gu immortals were instantly killed by Fate Vanquish. The power of a rank 9 immortal killer move was too terrifying. Only Fang Yuan was completely immune to the power of Fate Vanquish. He stood alone proudly. Fang Yuan, don't think you will have an easy time. You can't escape. These immortal killer moves were specially prepared for you. Have a taste of them. Close to 10 rank 8 Gu immortals surrounded Fang Yuan. A large number of killer moves enveloped him. He could not use the Gu worms in his immortal aperture. You want to target my spring-autumn cicada? Damn it. Fang Yuan gritted his teeth. He used all his strength to activate killer moves to counterattack. He did not hesitate to expend his Dao marks. Countless sword ghost dragons flew around, but he was still suppressed by celestial quartz Gu immortals. He could not break free. Suddenly, there was a resounding dragon roar. Di Zongxing's huge dragon head rampaged and crashed into Fang Yuan's encirclement. This legendary immemorial desolate beast was also anxious. It ignored everything else. It endured countless killer moves and rushed towards Dragon Palace to reinforce it. Ah, too late. Duke Long laughed loudly. He had already refined most of Dragon Palace. He was about to capture the dragon spirit. The dragon spirit screamed, "Even if I die, I will not let you have your way." Boom. With a loud sound, Dragon Palace self-detonated. Countless fragments flew everywhere. The Grand Dragon Palace only had a small foundation and a few pillars left. Now is the time. Using this chaos, Fang Yuan finally broke free from some restraints. His clone activated an immortal killer move, Spring-Autumn Success. The demon is counterattacking. I will protect you. Lu Weiyin shouted, activating 8 directions blessed land again to protect countless Gu immortals. Now is the time. At the same time, Fairy Myrtle also made a move, activating an immortal killer move, Equal Justice. Duke Long tore apart the 8 directions blessed land that was protecting him. He charged towards Fang Yuan with the remaining Dragon Palace. Along the way he encountered Di Zongxing, but Di Zongxing lowered his head, expressing his submission. Fang Yuan, you can die too. Duke Long teleported, appearing in front of Fang Yuan. At the moment of life and death, Fang Yuan quickly activated a killer move, but he was held back by the other Celestial Court Gu Immortals' methods. Bam! With a muffled sound he was killed by Duke Long. His flesh and bones flew everywhere. His soul even dissipated on the spot. He was dead. With Fang Yuan's death, their final hope was gone. Bing Sichuan and the rest were dejected. They stood on the spot in a daze. Someone surrendered, but Bing Sichuan and the rest shouted as they charged towards Duke Long. Duke Long smiled coldly. He grabbed again and again. Bing Sichuan and the rest died without exception. A moment later, the southern and southern immortals were either dead or surrendered. This huge battle had finally come to an end. We won. Celestial Court is mighty. Duke Long is mighty. The immortals cheered. Central Continent was in an uproar. Duke Long had a plain expression as he looked around, his gaze landing on Lu Weiyin. Lu Weiyin lowered his head. Lord Duke Long, what instructions do you have? Duke Long smiled lightly, saying with deep meaning, it is all thanks to you lending benevolence Gu in this battle. Celestial Court will reward you generously. Lu Weiyin quickly expressed his gratitude. Duke Long transmitted secretly, asking Fairy Myrtle, did that killer move take effect? Fairy Myrtle, yes. Are we going to attack Lu Weiyin? Duke Long replied secretly, no worries, let's keep him alive. If we harm him, who will dare to join us in the future? That killer move is just a layer of insurance, regardless of whether Fang Yuan revives or not, as long as the situation is on our side. So what if we do it again? Saying so, Duke Long breathed in deeply. Our plan succeeded. Fairy Myrtle's voice was choking with emotions. Yes, using Fate Gu's restoration we attracted the invasion of the 4 regions Gu immortals. We incited Central Continent to unite against a common enemy. We got rid of our internal enemies. The great era is coming. Our Central Continent will unite as one. The orders of Celestial Court will be heartily obeyed and implemented. She knew that Duke Long was going to die soon. Duke Long laughed heartily. He did not care about his own death. He even encouraged Fairy Myrtle. With you around, I am assured. Wisdom Path Gu immortals did not need to fight at the front lines. They needed to plan for the big picture. Master. At this time, under Feng Jioga's lead, Feng Kim Hong cried as she came to Duke Long. She also knew that this was Duke Long's final moments. Duke Long patted Feng Kim Huang's head, saying, humans will grow old and die. Moreover, if the old is not gone, how can the new come? Disciple, you don't need to be too sad. At the same time, Duke Long transmitted secretly, instructing, Huang heir become an immortal venerable and lead celestial court to the peak. Our central continent is sandwiched by the other 4 regions. It is a battleground with no geographical advantage. But we also have our advantages. We have a sect system, we have a lot of momentum. Originally, even the 10 great ancient sects of Central Continent could only barely suppress and maintain the situation in Central Continent. Countless sects, lone cultivators, and demonic path cultivators have long been dissatisfied with our celestial court occupying a lot of cultivation resources. But now, after this battle, people's hearts have changed, they are united and have thoughts of revenge. There are almost no more internal problems. Celestial Court will be the goal of all of Central Continent's people. Celestial Court has existed for millions of years, it has fake goo, it already has the right time. After this battle, we will have the greatest unity of people in the 5 regions. Go and conquer, go and unify the human race. Go and establish a hegemony that has never existed for thousands of generations. As your master, I can only do this much for you. After saying this, Duke Long retracted his gaze, looking at the horizon with reluctance. In the distant sky, the setting sun was like blood. The light of the setting sun shone on Duke Long's body. His dragon horns were broken, but he looked even more domineering and fierce. His dragon eyes were lustrous, battle intent still lingered in them. His dragon scales were covered in scars and blood stains. Who knew how many rank 8s had died under his dragon claws? The immortals of Celestial Court surrounded him, floating in the air as they looked at him quietly. No one spoke. Di Zongxing lowered his head. He was like a huge statue, not moving at all. The earth shook, emitting waves of deep rumbling sounds. At this moment, the regional walls that surrounded the 5 regions vanished, the earth veins connected. The 5 regions that were originally isolated were now one. Without the obstruction of the regional walls, the 5 regions could move freely. At the same time, the difference in heaven and earth chi would gradually disappear. There would be no more obstacles to the unification of the 5 regions. Duke Long smiled lightly, speaking with a tone filled with anticipation towards the future. Oh, the great era has arrived. These were the last words he said. As soon as he finished speaking, he slowly closed his eyes. Dragon Imperial guest, he died at the end of his lifespan. Like the setting sun, the legend of a generation had come to an end. But his invincible figure was deeply engraved in the eyes of countless Central Continent people. His spirit of sacrifice and dedication was like a torch, burning in the hearts of countless people. Chapter 1762. In this pitch-black space there was a vast and boundless river. It surged and flowed endlessly, its origin and destination could not be seen. Secluded domain of heaven and earth, river of time. The river of time was pale and colorless, but every drop of water that collided with each other would shine with dazzling colors. Every drop of water had a story, a scene that had happened in the past. Trillions of water splashes bloomed and collided with each other. The entire river of time was like fireworks, colorful and dazzling, extremely beautiful. A small goo worm covered in a layer of jade green light suddenly appeared and plunged into the river of time. This goo worm's head and abdomen were brownish yellow in color. There were tree ring-like markings on its surface, showing the vicissitudes of time. The wings on its back were very wide and translucent, like 2 green leaves overlapping each other. The tiny goo worm was inconspicuous in the vast river of time. It was smaller than an ant. After the goo worm plunged into the river, it showed a sense of determination as it swam against the current, tracing the past. Jewel yellow skies. A wave of excitement arose as goo immortals conversed and discussed with each other. What caused this uproar were only the 3 rib bones and the scene of a battle. It is hard to imagine that this demon Fang Yuan already has such battle strength. His growth is too fast. He is already a demonic path overlord of the current generation. Fang Yuan is an otherworldly demon. He also has spring-autumn cicada and has been reborn. He naturally has a huge advantage in cultivation. I recognize her. This is Celestial Court's Goo Immortal Thunder Ghost True Monarch. Who could have thought she would be suppressed by Fang Yuan? Thunder Ghost True Monarch Jinglan, this is an old senior. She is actually still alive. Central Continent's Celestial Court is only SOSO. They are the number 1 human force in vain. They have been searching for Fang Yuan all along. In the end they sent a rank 8 Goo Immortal, but they were still beaten to such a sorry state by Fang Yuan. In Celestial Court, Qin Yi's expression was unsightly, while Fairy Myrtle's body was trembling from anger. This thief, Fang Yuan, is really sinister and cunning. Fairy Myrtle gritted her teeth because in the video of the battle in jewel yellow skies, Fang Yuan had only cut out the part where he had successfully counterattacked and beaten Jing Lan. Chen Yi frowned. Lady Ziwei, should we inform Thunder Ghost True Monarch about this? Thunder Ghost True Monarch Jing Lan was a Gu immortal expert who had recently awakened in Celestial Court. Jing Lan chased after Fang Yuan, but in a moment of carelessness Fang Yuan counterattacked. Fang Yuan relied on the 10,000 Flood Dragon and Chaotic Directional Fog to delay her while he entered the 5 regional walls. By the time Jing Lan set out once more to pursue him, the distance between her and Fang Yuan was already very large. After Fairy Myrtle was unable to calculate Fang Yuan's specific location, Jing Lan lost her way in the boundary wall. Ziwei, where is that demon Fang Yuan? Jing Lan transmitted her voice. She was flustered and exasperated, her tone was very aggressive. She had thought it would be easy to capture him, but in the end she ended up heavily injured and in such a miserable state. How could the prideful Jing Lan accept this reality? She gritted her teeth, anxiously hoping to capture and kill Fang Yuan to avenge her humiliation. Fairy Myrtle was silent for a moment before slowly informing Jing Lan. What? Even you can lose him? Jing Lan was furious and extremely dissatisfied. Fang Yuan's wisdom path attainment is no longer the same as before. But he still has to go to Langya Blessed Land. We have already made arrangements there. Although we did not capture this thief, we still made huge gains. Not only did we expend a lot of his immortal essence, we also forced him to expose countless trump cards. How can a Gu immortal like him be killed in one battle? Fairy Myrtle advised Jing Lan in a gentle tone. Jing Lan was silent, standing on the spot without moving. After a long while, she heaved a long sigh, the anger on her face had already completely faded. I underestimated him. This person is shockingly talented, worthy of being the successor chosen by Providence and the one that Shadow Sect had no choice but to choose. In the next battle, I will not make the mistake of underestimating the enemy. Compared to Fang Yuan, there is an even more troublesome matter. Fairy Myrtle tactfully told Jing Lan about Fang Yuan selling his sternum in jewel yellow skies. Jing Lan's mind that had just calmed down immediately surged with waves of anger. What? This guy actually took my sternum out to sell? Preposterous. Simply preposterous. Jing Lan immediately communicated with Jewel Yellow Skies, and sure enough, when she saw her sternum, she flew into a rage and her eyes were bloodshot. Soon after, Jing Lan saw the video of Fang Yuan beating her up and almost crushed her teeth. Damned guy, if you fall into my hands in the future, I will definitely pull out your tendons, flay your skin, and grind your bones to ashes. Fang Yuan flew while paying attention to Jewel Yellow Skies. He sneered in his heart. Although he had lost the battle with Jing Lan, it was still an honorable defeat to obtain such a result against a rank 8 as a rank 7. The 3 sternum in that video of the battle were in fact Fang Yuan showing off, they were his outstanding battle merits. Victory or defeat in a battle is secondary, what is more important is the comparison between gains and losses. Although I lost this battle, the gains are exactly what I need. Fang Yuan attempted to retrieve the upper extreme Heavenly Eagle, but was obstructed by Lu Wei-yin and failed. Feng Jioge invaded Langya Blessed Land and discovered Wisdom Gu, as well as taking away Gua Fangjing and Danghun Mountain. Fang Yuan detonated Danghun Mountain, causing Thunder Ghost True Monarch Jing Lan to awaken. At the same time, Chen Yi's Karma Divine Tree Killer move had a use. Fairy Myrtle used this clue to deduce his location. Thunder Ghost True Monarch Jing Lan thus accurately attacked Fang Yuan, but due to various reasons Fang Yuan escaped. The Celestial Court discovered and invaded Langya Blessed Land, they will definitely attack again. Langya Blessed Land is extremely important to me, I cannot lose it. To resist the Celestial Court's next attack, I need to gather all the forces I can use. The 4 Races Alliance can make use of this. After this battle, my reputation will soar, I will have more say in the 4 Races Alliance, these variant human Gu immortals will even think of me as their hope to resist rank 8s. Along the way, many Gu immortals and Jewel Yellow Skies inquired about the price, they wanted to buy these 3 rib bones of Thunder Ghost True Monarch. But how could Fang Yuan sell them? This was the best chance to attack the Celestial Court's reputation, it was also a good chance for him to raise his own reputation, he would not sell these 3 rib bones. I need to make use of every opportunity to attack and weaken the Celestial Court's reputation, I need to accumulate courage in the hearts of other Gu immortals. At some crucial point in the future, even more Gu immortals will make a move, they will dare to provoke the Celestial Court. Speaking of which, are there any members of the Celestial Court among these people asking for the price? There should be some. Even Thunder Ghost True Monarch might be among them, it is very likely. Eee. Fang Yuan laughed lightly. He was trying to find joy in this difficult situation. His heart was still heavy. The Celestial Court had discovered Langya Blessed Land. It was unknown when they would attack again. Langya Blessed Land was in danger. Once Langya Blessed Land fell, it would be a huge blow to Fang Yuan. Because for a long time Fang Yuan had been cooperating with Langya sect, he had obtained huge help at many crucial moments. Langya Blessed Land was like a huge support to him. But to resist the Celestial Court, it was not so easy. With just him, Langya Blessed Land and the Four Races Alliance, did they really have any hope? Now is not the time to give up. After returning to Langya Blessed Land, I have already absorbed that long hair true meaning. Even if Langya Blessed Land falls in the future, I will try my best to squeeze out all the benefits from Langya sect. Just as he thought of this, Fang Yuan's body shook. He showed a shocked expression. His expression did not change. He was an extremely shrewd and ruthless demonic path character. How could he lose his composure like this? Just earlier, Fang Yuan's time path clone had told him an extremely precious piece of information. The clone revived? Spring-Autumn Cicada returned to the time path clone with the will of several years in the future. So my first attempt ended in failure. The Celestial Court managed to repair Fate Gu completely. Shortly after, Fang Yuan's expression calmed down. The raging waves in his heart also subsided. Fang Yuan's gaze was deep and eerie. His eyes were like the dark night. Ever since he gave Spring-Autumn Cicada to the time path clone, he had expected such a situation to occur. Thus he quickly accepted this fact. The strength displayed by the Celestial Court made him feel as if an entire mountain was pressing down on his heart. But this is more interesting, isn't it? Fang Yuan's eyes revealed a trace of laughter. It was cold and fanatical. Fear. What was that? Chapter 1763. Langya Blessed Land. A large group of variant human Gu immortals were guarding the teleportation immortal formation, raising their heads in anticipation. Suddenly, the immortal formation activated, emitting a dazzling light. Among the variant human Gu immortals, Langya black-haired land spirit, who was standing at the front, was overjoyed, shouting, "They are back, they are back!" Behind him were Snowman, Rockman, and Inkman Gu immortals. All of them had complex expressions. Langya Blessed Land had just been invaded by the Celestial Court. Due to the alliance agreement of the Four Races Alliance, these three variant human tribes had the responsibility to help the hairy men and defend Langya Blessed Land against the Celestial Court. When the land spirit of Langya asked for help, these three variant human tribes were extremely unwilling. They were full of bitterness and regretted signing this alliance agreement. But what was the use of regretting? The alliance agreement was with them, they could not violate it. Even if they succeeded in violating the alliance agreement, so what? Right now, humans were the rulers of the 5 regions. They were the undisputed overlords. The living space of variant human tribes was very small. Only by working together could they coexist. This strategy was absolutely correct. But the 3 variant human tribes had never thought that Langya sect would actually provoke the Celestial Court. What kind of existence was the Celestial Court? This was the #1 force of humanity, a colossus that had existed for millions of years. Compared to the Celestial Court, the Four Races Alliance was too small. It could not withstand any torment. Thus, when the land spirit of Langya asked for help from these 3 tribes, they were very unwilling and tried all sorts of excuses. But who could have thought that at this time Fang Yuan would sell Thunder Ghost True Monarch's 3 rib bones and jewel yellow skies? This battle achievement was like a hurricane. It became the hearts and minds of the variant human Gu immortals. They saw a trace of hope against the Celestial Court. But more importantly, Langya Blessed Land also had rank 8 battle strength. If they rejected land spirit of Langya's request for help, other than facing the severe punishment of the alliance agreement, the 3 tribes would also have to face Fang Yuan, who could fight rank 8 Gu immortals. The balance in their hearts had completely tilted. First, the Snowmen changed their stance and expressed their full support for Langya sect. Then the Inkmen and Stonemen also changed their stance and were willing to help. Taking Fang Yuan in as the guest Grand Supreme Elder is really the right decision. The land spirit of Langya achieved his goal, and he was very pleased in his heart. After getting news of Fang Yuan, he knew that he was returning. He had an idea and brought these variant human Gu immortals to welcome Fang Yuan. When the light dissipated, Fang Yuan's figure appeared in front of everyone. The variant human Gu immortals had different expressions. Land spirit of Langya was the first to greet Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan glanced around and laughed in his heart. It's just like the scene in my previous life. Speaking of which, the land spirit of Langya also has some political skills. He knows how to use me to suppress other allies. But Fang Yuan did not want to exchange pleasantries and waste time. Like in the previous life, he only nodded at Shui Air and left. This small action made the snowman variant human goo immortals very excited. It also made the stone men and ink men feel very jealous. Because of the battle with Thunder Ghost True Monarch, Fang Yuan's status in the immortals' hearts had risen greatly. But right now, Fang Yuan's heart was as calm as still water. After rebirth, his battle strength had returned to the peak of rank 7, it was nothing compared to the Celestial Court. In fact, even if he had peak rank 8 battle strength in his previous life, so what? Fang Yuan and the Land Spirit of Langya conversed privately. The Land Spirit of Langya returned Fang Yuan's perceivable Dao Immortal Goo, and told Fang Yuan that the Celestial Court had indeed left behind many harmful Dao marks in Langya Blessed Land. The Land Spirit of Langya was very worried, because he had already used all his strength but could not do anything to these Dao marks. Fang Yuan knew that these Dao marks were a portion of the famous Star Cast Killer move of the Celestial Court. Feng Jioga had purposely left them behind. In the previous life, when the Celestial Court launched a second attack, these Dao marks turned into a spiral passage and directly transported 4 rank 8 Goo Immortals here. In this battle, Fang Yuan obtained fixed Immortal Travel rank 7 Immortal Goo, but he exposed Yama Emperor's killer move and Swan Bujin's identity. He lost Langya sect as an ally forever. Eventually, Fang Yuan retreated. The Celestial Court had no choice but to retreat as well. Longevity Heaven became the fisherman who reaped the benefits. Fang Yuan pretended not to know, replying to the Land Spirit of Langya. First Supreme Elder, don't be too anxious, let me deduce first and make a plan to deal with the current situation. The Land Spirit of Langya sighed, all right. He found it strange that Fang Yuan did not mention anything about the long hair true meaning. This did not match Fang Yuan's personality in the past. But the Land Spirit of Langya did not want to remind Fang Yuan. After all, even though he agreed to compensate Fang Yuan for the long hair true meaning, he was very reluctant to part with it. Right now, Wisdom Goo was still in Langya Blessed Land. Fang Yuan arrived in front of Wisdom Goo and stayed here for 3 days and 3 nights, using the Time Path clone to deduce. This rebirth was slightly special compared to the previous ones. It would take a long time for him to be reborn. It would take a few years. But this was reasonable. Because back then, Fang Yuan's Time Path clone had rank 7 cultivation level, Spring Autumn Cicada was also rank 7, and he even used the killer move Spring Autumn Success. Fang Yuan's main body was killed, his Time Path clone self-detonated. Spring Autumn Cicada's power was far greater than before, naturally he could rebirth to an earlier time. As for the initial rebirth, Fang Yuan only had rank 6 cultivation level, but he returned to 500 years ago. That was due to Providence's influence. It was a special case. Actually, in Red Lotus True Inheritance, there is also a killer move like Spring Autumn Success that can rebirth to a specific time in the past. But this killer move cannot guarantee the success of rebirth. Thus I chose Spring Autumn Success to eliminate the possibility of failure. Fang Yuan took a look at Spring Autumn Cicada. The current Spring Autumn Cicada was no longer rank 7 like in his previous life, it had returned to rank 6. And because it had just been reborn, its condition was not good, it was dispirited and listless, its body was yellow like dead wood, it needed time to recuperate. In Red Lotus True Inheritance, there are many killer moves that can speed up Spring Autumn Cicada's recovery. Spring Autumn Cicada is indeed worthy of being Red Lotus Demon Venerable's vital immortal goo, its effect is too powerful. Fang Yuan sighed in his heart. The current him was no longer a mortal goo master, thus he did not have to worry about Spring Autumn Cicada bursting his aperture. At this rate, there was no need for Fang Yuan to speed up Spring Autumn Cicada's recovery. By the time of the Central Continent Refinement Path Convention, Spring Autumn Cicada would automatically recover. This way Fang Yuan would be able to use Spring Autumn Success again. But the Celestial Court is so powerful, even if I can rebirth again, if I cannot find a way to defeat the Celestial Court, it would be pointless no matter how many times I rebirth. Thinking back to his previous life, Fang Yuan felt like a huge rock was pressing down on his heart. The foundation that the Celestial Court displayed was absolutely unfathomable, it shook the world. As for how many Goo Immortals there were in the Immortal Graveyard, even now Fang Yuan did not know the limit. Duke Long's strength was definitely at pseudo-venerable battle strength. In history, perhaps only Bo Qing had the strength to resist him. Fang Yuan himself was killed by Duke Long. Duke Long was simply too powerful. Of course, Venerables were invincible existences, even Duke Long was not enough against their killer moves. But this way the Venerables fought across space and had their own plans, it made the already chaotic situation even more complicated. The foreshadowing of the venerables was endless. They influenced the whole situation time and time again. Fang Yuan felt a headache just thinking about it. Other than Duke Long, there was also Fairy Myrtle, Chen Yi, Li Huang, Qin Yi, Yuan Qiongdu and others. These Gu immortals were elites, they could not be underestimated. What was even more terrifying was their spirit. For the celestial court, they could sacrifice themselves without caring about the consequences. That kind of fanatical belief towards the celestial court and humanity made even Fang Yuan feel a trace of wariness. If I can't find a way to defeat the celestial court, even if I have countless chances to revive, it will be pointless. To defeat the celestial court, I will use all my strength in this life. I will not let go of any chance to improve myself. I need to make a good plan. Fang Yuan concentrated and started to make deductions. There was no doubt that revival required a technique. Even though Fang Yuan had the advantage of clairvoyance, this was only a layer of memories. He was no longer the same as before. He was the number 1 rank 7 in the world. His every action had a huge influence. If he changed many things for a small profit, the influence would be magnified, and cause a huge change in reality, Fang Yuan's rebirth advantage would plummet. But if he was restrained and afraid of change, he would not be able to improve himself enough. He would not be the celestial court's match in the end. He needed to maintain a good balance. And most importantly, he had to prevent other Gu immortals from knowing that Fang Yuan had revived. The longer this secret was kept by Fang Yuan, the more advantageous it would be for him. Fang Yuan's plan took 14 to 16 hours, and he finally had a clear idea of what to do, coming up with a huge and exquisite plan. Fang Yuan summoned the land spirit of Langya. How many immortal Gu do you have? Give me a list. After thinking about it, I feel that refinement path true meaning is not very useful to me. If there are suitable immortal Gu, I might give up on refinement path true meaning and choose these immortal Gu. Ah! The land spirit of Langya cried out in joy. That's good, I will give you the list immediately. To the land spirit of Langya, refinement path true meaning had a huge significance. Just like fate Gu to the celestial court, other than its strength, it also had a spiritual value. But earlier, the land spirit of Langya lost Fang Yuan's Danghun Mountain. Due to the alliance agreement, he had no choice but to compensate Fang Yuan with the refinement path true meaning. He was actually very unwilling to do so. Fang Yuan looked at the list and found Steel Life Immortal Gu was actually among them. He nodded inwardly, feeling satisfied. From this, it could be seen that the land spirit of Langya did not conceal much. Earlier, when Fang Yuan used Spectral Soul's True Inheritance to exchange for the Long-Hair True Inheritance with the land spirit of Langya, both sides held back and did not exchange their trump cards. In Langya sect, the Long-Hair Refinement Path True Meaning, Long-Hair Refinement Path Formation, Omnidirectional 4 Cs, Refinement Water, Steel Life Immortal Gu, Heavenly Giant Solar, Longevity Heaven's Request for Help, and so on were all kept in their hands. They would not be easily taken out to exchange with Fang Yuan. In the previous life, Fang Yuan obtained the Refinement Path True Meaning from the land spirit of Langya and raised his Refinement Path attainment level to Quasi-Supreme Grandmaster, reaching heaven in one step. This choice was not wrong. Refinement Path attainment level was a huge help to Fang Yuan. But now that Fang Yuan had reborn, his attainment level was the same as in the previous life. He was still a Refinement Path Quasi-Supreme Grandmaster. The same Refinement Path True Meaning was useless to Fang Yuan. This was because Fang Yuan's main body's attainment level had always been shared with the Time Path clone. Unlike Spectral Soul's clone, the biggest reason Fang Yuan created the Time Path clone was to bathe in the light of wisdom and help his main body make deductions. How could this work be done without attainment level? Even though only the Time Path clone had reborn, the Time Path clone's attainment level was the same as before. Fang Yuan's main body's attainment level naturally rose as well. Thus, in this life, Fang Yuan made a different choice. I choose Steel Life Immortal Gu, and these, the Time Path Immortal Gu, give them to me. Chapter 1764. Fang Yuan assessed Steel Life Immortal Gu. This Immortal Gu was shaped like a bee. It was the size of an adult's fist. Its body was covered in black and gold markings. It was covered in a thin layer of scarlet light. Once it started flying, the scarlet halo would flourish even more intensely. The most eye-catching part was the bee's stinger. It was sharp and thin. Its length far surpassed the bee itself. It was as long as an adult's forearm. According to rumors, Steel Life Immortal Gu was the first Immortal Gu that Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable obtained when he was young. It had an extraordinary origin. Fang Yuan looked at Steel Life Immortal Gu as his thoughts ran wild. Speaking of which, even though Thieving Heaven is a demon venerable, he has a peaceful nature. He is not bloodthirsty. He is completely unlike Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. However, it was precisely because of this temperament that he created the theft Dao. Fang Yuan had some understanding of Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable. Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable was an otherworldly demon. He wanted to return to his original world, but he had a peaceful nature. He did not like killing. He also needed to accumulate resources and cultivate to find a way to return home. What to do? Facing this problem, Theft Path was the perfect answer he gave. The 10 Venerables were the most outstanding people in the history of humanity. After Fang Yuan was reborn, he was even more interested in these Venerables. He placed more importance on them. It could be said that in Fang Yuan's previous life, the Venerables played a crucial role in the grand battle that revolved around the restoration of Fate Gu. Every time a Venerable made a move, the entire battle situation would be overturned. The invincible strength of Venerables, their far-sighted schemes, they left a deep impression on Fang Yuan. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration appeared in Fang Yuan's mind. Limitless Star Constellation, Primordial Origin, Genesis Lotus, Giant Sun, Red Lotus and Paradise Earth, they used all sorts of methods to participate in the 5 regions' chaotic war. Only Thieving Heaven, Reckless Savage and Spectral Soul have not made a move. No, Spectral Soul has already been captured. He is only left with a lump of soul. How can he have the strength to fight? I inherited Shadow Sect's true inheritance. I led Shadow Sect to participate in the war. It can be said that he made a move. Even though Spectral Soul Demon Venerable is extremely powerful, his killing nature is number 1. After his death, he accumulated his strength and reached the terrifying level of Great Grandmaster in every path. Just based on attainment level, he is the number 1 in history, surpassing all Venerables. But he had to abide by the most basic rules. He had no immortal essence, no goo worms and only a remnant soul. Even the cleverest housewife could not cook a meal without rice. He was imprisoned by the Celestial Court. Then, Thieving Heaven and Reckless Savage, did the 2 demon Venerables expect an unprecedented chaotic war in the 5 regions? I should be able to calculate it. After all, even Primordial Origin and Limitless managed to deduce it. How could these 2 rank 9 Venerables fail to deduce it? Since they predicted this battle, did they leave behind any means to intervene? Thieving Heaven might want to return, but what about Reckless Savage? In history he was also the Devil Lord who attacked the Celestial Court. It's very likely that he left behind some tricks. It wasn't revealed in my previous life, but in this life, can I find the methods left behind by Reckless Savage and make use of them? Fang Yuan's eyes shined when he thought of this. This was a great idea. Facing a colossal force like the Celestial Court, unless he became a rank 9 Venerable, he would have to borrow their strength. At this time, Land Spirit of Langya interrupted Fang Yuan's thoughts. Fang Yuan, now that you have rank 8 Steel Life Immortal Goo, you already have 5 rank 8 Immortal Goo. This is truly inconceivable. You only have rank 7 cultivation level, but you actually have 5 rank 8 Immortal Goo. There are only a handful of people like you in history. Land Spirit of Langya sighed in amazement. Fang Yuan had obtained Steel Life Goo. He also had Attitude Goo, Wisdom Sword Goo, Years Flow Like Water and Soul Beast Token. He indeed had 5 Immortal Goo. Of course, this did not include Wisdom Goo because Wisdom Goo was rank 9. Land Spirit of Langya had been paying close attention to Fang Yuan, so he was quite familiar with his situation. Fang Yuan smiled, not minding it. Did he have to tell Land Spirit of Langya that in the future, he would obtain rank 8 Immortal Goo like Spring, Summer, Great Chi and Regret? If he said it, wouldn't it scare Langya Land Spirit? But this Steel Life Immortal Goo has a flaw. Back then, Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable left it behind, but he was afraid that this goo would bring too much trouble to all living beings, so he only left 3 chances to use it. In the previous life, during the battle to defend Langya, all 3 chances were used to kill Thunder Ghost True Monarch, but Steel Life Goo was destroyed by Chenyi's Karma Divine Tree Killer move. This is not all of Steel Life's flaws. Purely using Steel Life Immortal Goo would not differentiate between friend and foe while dealing with enemies. It would also harm oneself. That would be very awkward. So after obtaining Steel Life Immortal Goo, I need to deduce some killer moves to at least get rid of this flaw. If possible, it would be best if I can get rid of Steel Life Immortal Goo's limit of 3 uses. Many thoughts flashed past Fang Yuan's mind. However, he was clear that the 3 uses of Steel Life Immortal Goo was a limit set by Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable. It would be very difficult for him to get rid of it. There was little hope. Thinking of this, Fang Yuan smiled at Land Spirit of Langya. First Supreme Elder, this Steel Life Immortal Goo seems to only have 3 uses? First Supreme Elder, do you know what is going on? Land Spirit of Langya was shocked. Fang Yuan actually saw through it. How was this possible? This was Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable's doing. Even he could not detect it. From the outside there were no clues, everything was normal. Even the previous land spirit of Langya used all sorts of refinement path methods. He could not detect thieving heaven demon venerable's restriction. Fang Yuan only took a few glances and he saw through it. Land spirit of Langya had an expression of shock. He asked, "How did you find out?" Once he said this, land spirit of Langya's expression changed again. Because this question undoubtedly confirmed Fang Yuan's words. He coughed and said with an awkward expression, "I did not hide it from you on purpose, I planned to tell you." Even though land spirits could not lie, they could still scheme and scheme. Like the black-haired land spirit in front of him, he was ambitious and had good leadership skills. And his previous owner, white-haired land spirit, was even more adept at enduring silently. He managed Langya blessed land very well. Black and white land spirits had their own specialties. The black-haired land spirit planned to tell me the truth. More specifically, when Fang Yuan found out about it, he would tell the truth. It was not a lie. Fang Yuan looked at the black-haired land spirit with a faint smile. "First Supreme Elder, I wanted to exchange for refinement path true meaning. These immortal goo alone are not enough. Now that steel life goo is in such a state, I need to add some things to make up for the difference." The black-haired land spirit rolled his eyes and mumbled, "Of course I know that. Tell me, what else do you need?" Fang Yuan's lips curled into a smile. "I have a suggestion." His suggestion was to deepen the cooperation with the other three races and use Langya Sect's foundation to exchange for the time path immortal goo in the hands of the variant humans. Land spirit of Langya was surprised. "You want to exchange for time path immortal goo? This means, Fang Yuan, you want to develop in time path?" Fang Yuan nodded. This was a must. Right now he had not gotten rid of Xia Cha yet. He lacked the 4-time path immortal goo of spring, summer, autumn and winter. He also did not obtain rank 7 edge goo from Tai Chu Zhong. He could not use time cutting edge either. Fang Yuan's time path immortal goo mainly came from two sources. The main one was He Fan's true inheritance. The other was some goo worms left behind in graceful chaotic dual stage. Fang Yuan's refinement path attainment level was quasi-supreme grandmaster. His time path attainment level was the same. Moreover, Red Lotus true inheritance was still in the river of time. Fang Yuan still had to roam the river of time. Of course, he needed strength in the aspect of time path. Land spirit of Langya nodded. "Then I will put down my pride and talk to the other three races. Fang Yuan, the crucial thing now is Celestial Court. We need to get rid of the harmful Dao marks in the blessed land as soon as possible before secretly relocating." Fang Yuan quickly consoled the anxious black-haired land spirit. "I know, don't worry. I collected these time path immortal goo to deal with the harmful Dao marks in Langya blessed land. I also have some plans to deal with the harmful Dao marks in Langya blessed land. I will modify our super immortal formation after some time. As long as you know." The black-haired land spirit patted Fang Yuan's shoulder and left. His efficiency was very high. Not long after, he finished the discussion and handed the time path immortal goo to Fang Yuan. At this point, including Langya Sect's own treasury and the ones exchanged from variant humans, there were a total of 5 time path immortal goo, 3 rank 6 and 2 rank 7. Rank 7 time concealment immortal goo and hour needle immortal goo, rank 6 immortal goo yesterday, 10 days and successive years. The most helpful to Fang Yuan was time concealment immortal goo. This goo could conceal the goo immortal. Fang Yuan was overjoyed to obtain it. Time needle immortal goo was an offensive goo. Once activated, it would shoot out needles to kill strong enemies. The other 3 rank 6 immortal goo were barely satisfactory. They could only be used as supplementary immortal goo at most. A day later, a large number of rank 8 immortal materials were thrown down, creating a rainbow spiral. Wisdom goo entered the spiral of its own accord like a cat that smelled fish. Fang Yuan opened his sovereign immortal aperture and drew the rainbow spiral into his blessed land. Back then, land spirit of Langya had used this method to trick wisdom goo from Hu immortal blessed land into Langya blessed land. Fang Yuan had also used this method in his previous life. This time, although he was familiar with it, he pretended to be unfamiliar with it, praising land spirit of Langya's method endlessly. To conceal the secret of his rebirth, he had to start from these details. Although the black-haired land spirit was praised by Fang Yuan, the disappointment in his heart was already showing. "Sigh, I feel empty in my heart." The black-haired land spirit sighed deeply. He had coveted wisdom goo for a long time. To think that Fang Yuan would get it in the end. During the process, the black-haired land spirit had used up a large number of lifespan goo. But he had no choice, under the threat of the Celestial Court's second invasion, to prevent wisdom goo from falling into the hands of the Celestial Court. The black-haired land spirit had no choice but to lower his head no matter how unwilling he was. Take a good look at this immortal goo recipe, we will refine this immortal goo next. Fang Yuan took back wisdom goo and handed an immortal goo recipe to Land Spirit of Langya. Land Spirit of Langya took a close look. Myriad self-immortal goo? That's right. This goo is very useful to me, it can raise my battle strength greatly, it will be very helpful in dealing with the Celestial Court. Fang Yuan said as he walked out of this valley, prepare yourselves, I will go out and search for the 4 main immortal materials. Oh wait, aren't you going to modify the Blessed Land's formation? Fang Yuan did not turn around, he only waved his hand, don't worry, I know what to do. Chapter 1765. Northern Plains. Autumn Blade Plain. A goo immortal walked barefoot on the grassland. He was tall and sturdy, his skin had a copper luster, he wore a vest that exposed his shoulders and his trousers were rolled up, revealing his calves. Every time he took a step, he would leave behind footprints made of blood on the grassland. He was Meng Tuesday Quasi-Great Grandmaster of Blade Path, Rank 7 Goo Immortal with peak battle strength, one of the top 3 Rank 7 experts of Meng tribe. In order to break through his Blade Path attainment level, Meng Tu volunteered to guard Autumn Blade Plain, imitating Renzu and cultivating all year round, ignoring worldly affairs. He was silent as iron, walking on Autumn Blade Plain step by step. His eyes were closed and his brows were slightly furrowed, thinking about the supreme principles of Blade Path. Suddenly he opened his eyes. The ghosts let out ghostly wails and howls as they pounced towards him. These ghostly monsters were terrifying, they were mostly in human form, but they were ugly and sinister. They had green faces and sharp fangs, their claws were like blades, and their eyes were filled with blood. Their dense killing intent caused Meng Tu's hair to stand on end. What the hell is this? Meng Tu was shocked and furious. He fought with these ghostly monsters and was shocked to find that each of these ghostly monsters had rank 7 battle strength. Even with his peak rank 7 battle strength, facing these endless waves of ghostly monsters, he had to retreat. However, just as he was about to retreat, the ghostly monsters attacking him suddenly self-detonated. This change was far beyond Meng Tu's expectations, he was caught unprepared. Boom boom boom. The ghostly monsters self-detonated with great power, Meng Tu spat out blood and retreated rapidly. These ghostly monsters are attacking in a strict and coordinated manner, there must be a Goo Immortal controlling them from behind. But I wonder if it is a Soul Path Goo Immortal or an Enslavement Path Goo Immortal? Meng Tu's heart was shrouded in a heavy shadow. Just as he was about to send a message to his tribe asking for help, the world suddenly changed. By the time Meng Tu reacted, he was already in an immortal battlefield. What immortal battlefield is this? It was set up so quickly? Shock flashed across Meng Tu's eyes. From the start of the battle until now, he had not even seen his opponent's true appearance. Sir, who are you? Why are you making things difficult for my Meng tribe? Meng Tu shouted. The mastermind behind the scenes, Fang Yuan, chuckled and ignored him. Instead he began to prepare the Luo Pasil. Fang Yuan didn't have Wu Yong's concealment methods. The moment the Luo Pasil started to brew, a storm surged and a monstrous aura swept across the entire Yama battlefield. His position was thus exposed. Meng Tu's sharp gaze swept over, he saw that Fang Yuan was an ordinary-looking Goo Immortal. He wore a gray robe and looked ordinary, the type that could not be seen in a crowd. However, Fang Yuan's current aura shocked Meng Tu greatly. Meng Tu was even slightly dazed, he only has rank 7 peak stage cultivation level, how can he use a rank 8 killer move? Actually, Luo Pasil was only at quasi-rank 8, its aura was terrifying. Fang Yuan did not have rank 8 immortal essence yet, the Luo Pasil killer move that he used now was weakened. Meng Tu gritted his teeth and charged at Fang Yuan. Northern Plains Goo Immortals were so brave. Fang Yuan chuckled, he was calm and unruffled as if Meng Tu did not exist. A large number of human-shaped Yama children appeared and blocked Meng Tu without any regard for their own safety. The number of Yama children made Meng Tu despair. Fang Yuan's Luo Pasil finished its preparation and attacked from afar. Under the pressure of Yama children, Meng Tu blocked left and right, he could not dodge in time and was hit by Luo Pasil. In an instant, his face turned ashen. He was dead. His soul was completely destroyed, not even a trace of it was left behind. Fang Yuan cleaned up the battlefield. Meng Tu's corpse was intact, his immortal aperture was also left behind, along with a large number of cultivation resources and 3 immortal goo. In his previous life, Meng Tu self-detonated, Fang Yuan only obtained Blade Wing immortal goo, his gains in this life were plentiful. After dispersing the Yama battlefield, Fang Yuan looted the whole of Autumn Blade Plain. The drinking blade wine buried underground was his main objective. Fang Yuan collected it all. Besides that, there was also a vast number of mortal edge goo. There was no need to think about immortal level edge goo because it was in the hands of southern border goo immortal Tai Chu Zhong. In my previous life, Meng Tu's self-detonation was beyond my expectations. His blade path Dao marks were engraved in Autumn Blade Plain, causing this resource point to have extraordinary potential. But in this life, Meng Tu did not even think of self-detonation before I killed him. Now that I have looted everything, this Autumn Blade Plain will no longer have its former glory. Fang Yuan looted almost everything here. He gave a faint glance before turning around and leaving. He did not return to Langya Blessed Land, because there were still immortal materials that he had not gathered. There were 4 main immortal materials needed to refine myriad self-immortal goo. They were drinking blade wine, edge goo, front-back divine obstruction needle, and floating life fire. Now that he had the first 2, only the last 2 were left. Fang Yuan arrived at Divine Needle Valley. This was a man-made valley, specially created by rank 7 goo immortal Sleeping Lady for the Divine Hedgehog. Sleeping Lady was a lone cultivator of Northern Plains. She had rank 7 cultivation level and did not have outstanding battle strength. But the Divine Hedgehog that she controlled was an immemorial desolate beast that also cultivated sword path. The Divine Hedgehog had an innate ability. It could shoot out all the spikes on its body, giving people no time to dodge. It could easily kill gods and immortals. If Sleeping Lady and the Divine Hedgehog cooperated well, there was a possibility of killing Meng Tuesday precisely because of this. In Fang Yuan's previous life, Meng tribes Meng Zizai and Meng Zhao had suspected Sleeping Lady when they investigated Meng Tu's death. Fang Yuan sneaked to the vicinity of Divine Needle Valley, but did not enter. He used the same trick again, activating Yama Child to charge in. Soon, Sleeping Lady's scream could be heard from inside Divine Needle Valley. Such guts! You dare to invade my Divine Needle Valley. Yama Child self-detonated one after another. Sleeping Lady was in a sorry state. She turned around and ran. You want to meet up with the Divine Hedgehog? Fang Yuan sneered, using the remaining power of Yama Child's self-detonation. Yama battlefield quickly formed and trapped Sleeping Lady inside. Sleeping Lady let out a scream similar to Meng Tu's. What immortal battlefield is this? It's actually so fast. Fang Yuan slowly appeared. Of course not. Compared to Rumor Cage, there is still a huge difference in speed. Sleeping Lady looked at Fang Yuan with a fearful gaze. Who are you? I, Sleeping Lady, have no grievances with you, right? Please be magnanimous. What do you want? We can discuss it. Fang Yuan smiled. I want your life. Sleeping Lady's face instantly turned pale. Yama Child swarmed forward. Sleeping Lady was surrounded by danger. She resisted with difficulty while shouting in panic. Spare my life. I will do anything you want me to. Wait, I will teach you the method to control the Divine Hedgehog. How about it? I will use this bargaining chip to exchange for my life. Fang Yuan looked at her indifferently. Stop acting. How can a person who can deal with Meng tribe and Murong tribe be afraid of death? Seeing that Fang Yuan had seen through her, Sleeping Lady roared angrily, finally displaying her true strength. She was actually not weak. She was very different from the outside world's evaluation. She managed to kill her way out of the encirclement of the Yama Child. But what was the use of this? She could not break through the Yama battlefield. She was still trapped. Fang Yuan started to gather Luo Pasil. Sleeping Lady charged at him, trying to stop Fang Yuan from accumulating his killer move. But she was much weaker than Meng Tu. Even Meng Tu could not stop Fang Yuan, let alone her. Sleeping Lady smiled bitterly. I am a mere lone immortal. I have always been kind to people. I never leave my house. I only want to manage my own land. I did not expect that while I was sitting at home, disaster would come from the sky. You demon, one day you will receive retribution. What you do to others will be returned to you millions of times. My outcome will be your outcome in the future. She cursed Fang Yuan loudly, venting the anger and fear in her heart. Fang Yuan's voice was bone-piercingly cold. It seems you still do not know your sins. Sleeping Lady stared with wide eyes. What sins have I committed? She was furious. Not only did Fang Yuan want to kill her, he also wanted to slander her. Sleeping Lady sneered. You are a demonic path gu immortal. You actually want to learn from the righteous path and slander your opponent to claim righteousness? You are simply ridiculous. If you were a little more pure, I might have a higher opinion of you. How are you not guilty? Your weakness is a sin. The moment she said that, Fang Yuan shot out Luo Pasil. As expected, Sleeping Lady was hit by this move, her defensive killer move was torn apart like paper, she died on the spot. Fang Yuan collected her corpse and took away her immortal aperture. The only flaw was that almost all of Sleeping Lady's immortal goo were destroyed by herself. Fang Yuan stored the Yama battlefield. He first pretended to be Sleeping Lady and collected the front-back Divine Obstruction Needles on the Divine Hedgehog. The Divine Hedgehog's battle strength fell to rock bottom. Fang Yuan directly suppressed the Divine Hedgehog and stored it in the Sovereign Immortal Aperture. And Fang Yuan did not let go of this Divine Needle Valley. Chapter 1766. Northern Plains. An ordinary and barren grassland, desolate and uninhabited. Suddenly, a mystical light flashed in the sky. 4 Gu immortals appeared. They were Fang Yuan, Wuxia, Fairy Miaoyin and Lady White Rabbit. After rebirth, Fairy Miaoyin, Lady White Rabbit and the spy in Langya sect, Sixth Hair, had not died, they were still alive. Alright, go back and cultivate. Fang Yuan opened the Sovereign Immortal Aperture's entrance, letting the 3 Gu immortals enter. Right now, the remaining Gu immortals of Shadow Sect were all hiding in Fang Yuan's Sovereign Immortal Aperture to cultivate. Fang Yuan wanted to use them to form the ancient battle formation, omnidirectional travel. Because of this method, Fang Yuan could move quickly and travel long distances. Omnidirectional travel was very important to Fang Yuan, it made up for his weakness in movement speed. In the previous life, after Fang Yuan lost fixed immortal travel, this move replaced it perfectly and helped Fang Yuan get through many difficulties. But in comparison, fixed immortal travel is still more convenient. Fang Yuan sighed internally. This time he left Divine Needle Valley's original location. He had to cross almost half of Northern Plains before arriving here. Omnidirectional travel could not conceal his aura, it was very eye-catching. To conceal himself, Fang Yuan had to make several detours to avoid several super forces. If he had fixed immortal travel, he would not need to go through so much trouble. Fang Yuan added in his mind, of course, fixed immortal travel needs to be at least rank 7 to be suitable for me. At this time, the rank 7 fixed immortal travel should be with Feng Jioge, right? In the previous life, Fang Yuan had used Great Thief Ghost Hand to steal Feng Jioge's rank 7 fixed immortal travel goo during the Battle of Langya Sect. This goo worm was of great help to Fang Yuan. Even after Fang Yuan advanced to rank 8, rank 7 fixed immortal travel was used as the core to create a space path immortal killer move. The killer move's power had increased tremendously, it still helped Fang Yuan move around the world. Fixed immortal travel was very convenient, it was a top-tier space path immortal goo, with it one could travel anywhere in the world. Omnidirectional travel was not bad, but it was inferior to fixed immortal travel goo. Whether it was crossing the 5 regional walls or the heavenly Dipperchi wall, or the number of people, they were all at a disadvantage. In the previous life I was lucky and used Great Thief Ghost Hand to steal fixed immortal travel immortal goo. However, this method was not stable and reliable. It depended on luck. In this life, how should I plot to obtain fixed immortal travel? Fang Yuan had relied on the spring-autumn cicada to be reborn, bringing him valuable information, realms and killer moves, but at the same time his own luck had fallen by a large margin. These days, Fang Yuan had been relying on some small luck path methods to survive. But in terms of luck path, honestly speaking, even though he had barged into Imperial Court blessed land and destroyed 88-point Xinyang Tower, his gains in luck path were far below the outside world's estimation. As Fang Yuan's cultivation level continued to rise, these luck path methods could not keep up. But thankfully, in the previous battles, be it Meng Tu or Sleeping Lady, they were far weaker than me. Even if my luck was not good, it was not a big deal. Fang Yuan was quite satisfied with the previous 2 battles. The entire situation was under his control. This feeling of having everything under his control was truly wonderful. In the previous life he lacked a powerful offensive method like Luo Pasil, he could only rely on Great Thief Ghost Hand to win by surprise, or use Myriad Dragon and Yama to fight a battle of attrition. He was in an awkward situation. This awkwardness led to Meng Tu's self-detonation, and Fang Yuan's defeat and escape in the Battle of Langya Mountain. In the previous life for the killer move Luo Pasil, Fang Yuan did not care about the dangers and difficulties, he spent a vast amount of time, effort and energy as well as several years. Only during the Battle of the 5 regional mountain range did he succeed, he used it to capture the rank 8 Gu immortal Jun Xinguang, even Wu Yong was stunned. In this life, Fang Yuan directly used Luo Pasil, the effect was immediate. After killing Meng Tu and Sleeping Lady, Fang Yuan had gathered 3 sets of main immortal materials for myriad self-immortal goo, only the floating life fire was left. According to his previous life's experience, Floating life fire did not need Fang Yuan to search for it personally. After a certain period of time, Central Continent's Gu immortal Zhang Ji would sell this immortal material in jewel yellow skies. By then Fang Yuan could just buy some for himself. Fang Yuan came to this seemingly ordinary plane, but he had another motive. He landed on the ground and hesitated for a moment before activating an immortal killer move. Burning Soul Bursting Luck. I do not have much soul foundation now. Burning Soul Bursting Luck needs to be used cautiously. But this time I will enter the river of time. To be safe I need to use it once. Fang Yuan sighed in his heart. In the previous life, many Gu immortals tried to deduce him. These deductions continued until Fang Yuan's rebirth. Each deduction did not succeed because Fang Yuan had Yama Emperor. But Yama Emperor's defense against deductions also expended Fang Yuan's soul foundation. Right now, even though Fang Yuan had a batch of Guts Gu, his soul cultivation had already stopped. Dang Hun Mountain had just self-detonated in Fairy Myrtle's hands. Fang Yuan needed a long time to repair Dang Hun Mountain with the fragments he had. After using Burning Soul Bursting Luck, Fang Yuan's luck rose sharply, but it could not compare to his previous life's luck at the same time. Spring-Autumn Cicada's weakness was huge. As his cultivation level rose, his luck fell even more. Who knew how Red Lotus Demon Venerable managed to overcome it back then? Fang Yuan moved as he activated Gu Worms. After circling around the grassland, he stomped his feet and activated the natural immortal formation. Next he stepped into the immortal formation and vanished on the spot. Similar to Southern Border, this place also had a natural tributary of the River of Time. After Shadow Sect found it, they used formation path methods and combined with the natural Dao marks here to set up an immortal formation, concealing this place and making it undetectable. Fang Yuan looked at the flowing tributary of the River of Time. From time to time, Time Path mortal Gu flew out of the river or hovered in the air above it. Fang Yuan calmed his mind and carefully activated a Time Path immortal killer move. He had deduced this move a few days ago. He had not named it yet. Its main use was to conceal his existence and prevent detection. After using this move, Fang Yuan breathed in deeply and jumped into the tributary of the River of Time. Following the tributary, he quickly entered the main stream of the River of Time. Far away, an immortal Gu house was quietly floating on the surface of the River of Time, allowing the river water to surge and create huge waves. This immortal Gu house was shaped like a pavilion. It was ventilated on all sides and had a simple structure. The pavilion cover seemed to be made of yellow grass. The pavilion pillars were gray-white rocks that had not been polished. There was a screen in the pavilion. It was the most beautiful decoration. Right now there were 4 Gu immortals in the pavilion, 3 males and 1 female. They were the 4 Xuanzi of Central Continent's Spirit Butterfly Valley. They cultivated Time Path and had rank 7 cultivation level. They were also twin siblings. They were very close to each other and had a deep relationship. After Fang Yuan used the Red Lotus True Inheritance that Spectral Soul Demon Venerable found to get rid of Celestial Court's Gu Immortal Lord Huang Shi, Celestial Court lacked Time Path talents. Even though the 4 Xuanzi were not members of Celestial Court, they had great strength and were loyal. They were promoted by Fairy Myrtle to guard present and past pavilion and the River of Time. Once Fang Yuan entered the River of Time, they would immediately sense it. At this moment Shang Xuanzi suddenly gasped. What is it? The youngest sister Sun Guizi asked. As the elder brother Shang Xuanzi pointed at the screen in present and past pavilion, he said hesitantly, I think I saw a light flicker on the screen earlier. Really? Zhong Xuanzi and Xia Xuanzi looked at each other. Then let's investigate. Even though Sun Guizi was a lively person, she had a heavy responsibility now. She did not dare to be careless. The 4 Xuanzi activated present and past pavilion and inspected dozens of times, but did not find anything. Everything was normal. It seems I was wrong, haha. Shang Xuanzi was a little shocked. Big brother, don't be too nervous. That Fang Yuan is only at the peak of rank 7. We 4 Xuanzi can defeat him without relying on present and past pavilion. Zhong Xuanzi consoled. Even though Lord Huang Shi died, Celestial Court had already investigated that it was the power of Red Lotus True Inheritance. They also analyzed Fang Yuan's current time path strength. Sun Guizi's eyes turned as she giggled. Don't worry, even if you 3 die in battle, as long as I, Sun Guizi, am here, you will definitely revive. You are actually cursing your brothers to die in battle? You are really asking for a beating. Brothers, spare me. There was laughter in present and past pavilion. They were laughing and fooling around, but they did not expect that Fang Yuan had really entered the River of Time. In the previous life, Fang Yuan was discovered by present and past pavilion. even though he had an incomplete immortal goo house. But it was different this time. Firstly, Fang Yuan was only facing one present and past pavilion. It was too early, Celestial Court had not had time to create the other 3-time path immortal goo houses. Secondly, Fang Yuan had a deep understanding of present and past pavilion. In the previous life, present and past pavilion was destroyed by him twice, and the 4 Xuanzi all died at his hands. 3 of their souls were captured by Fang Yuan after the battle. He soul-searched them and learned more about present and past pavilion's secrets. Finally, Fang Yuan was reborn and exchanged for several time path immortal goo. One of them was rank 7 time path immortal goo. Time concealment, it could conceal a goo immortal's body. An immortal killer move formed with it as the core was specially used to deal with present and past pavilion's investigation. It was also greatly amplified in an environment like the River of Time. Because of all these reasons, the rank 7 present and past pavilion could not find any traces of Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan swam in the River of Time moving forward. There were naturally some difficulties and obstacles. For example, sudden springs. Dangerous sudden springs could trap and kill rank 8 goo immortals. For example, multicolored time. This pale white light could reduce lifespan. Any goo immortal would be deeply wary of it. There were also the commonly seen year beasts. There were many desolate level year beasts and ancient year beasts in the River of Time. Along the way, Fang Yuan encountered at least 3 immemorial year beasts. Thankfully, he had used burning soul-bursting luck before coming here. His luck was good. Many of the problems were passed without any danger. Against these year beasts, Fang Yuan mainly avoided them and tried not to attack. On one hand, it was because of present and past pavilion. If Fang Yuan attacked, the chances of his identity being exposed would increase sharply. On the other hand, Fang Yuan did not have a year essence pool yet. Without a year essence pool, he could not gather troops on a large scale. Capturing too many year beasts would be a burden to Fang Yuan. Chapter 1767. Fang Yuan stepped onto the Stone Lotus Island again. More accurately speaking, it was the first time in this life, but he had already done it in the previous life. Once he stepped onto the Stone Lotus Island, Fang Yuan immersed himself in Red Lotus Demon Venerable's memories. He had already seen this in the previous life. It was just a repetition in this life, but Fang Yuan was still somewhat moved. Red Lotus Demon Venerable is a very special venerable. He originally had rank 9 cultivation level, but he used Spring Autumn Cicada to revive. He gave up his rank 9 venerable status. But if he did not give up, he would not be able to return to the past and change the truth. He would not be able to make up for his regret and regret. Thus, later on, he created Future Self as well as Call of the Ancient, Help of the Future. The Stone Lotus Island that carried Red Lotus True Inheritance had the ability to conceal itself. It was not easy for the Celestial Court to find it. All along there had been no gains. In the previous life, just as they were about to gain something, Fang Yuan ruined it. Eventually, Feng Jioga had to use the killer move Wind of Assimilation to destroy the Stone Lotus Island. From the perspective of the Celestial Court, it was quite tragic. The Stone Lotus Island that Fang Yuan stepped onto had been here for millions of years. For some reason, when Fang Yuan stood on the Stone Lotus Island and looked at the surging river water, he suddenly had some enlightenment. The origin of the River of Time should be the beginning of the world. The end of the River of Time is naturally the destruction of the world. The length of the River of Time is the experience of the entire world. And the width of the River of Time corresponds to everything in the world. Flowers, birds, fish, insects, humans, beasts, plants, and so on. Clearly, the more prosperous the world, the more things there are, and the wider the River of Time is. The more barren the world is, the fewer things there are, and the narrower the River of Time is. Fang Yuan had quasi-supreme time path attainment level. At this moment he had a flash of inspiration. He understood all sorts of things and gained a deeper understanding of rebirth. The essence of my rebirth is actually just the will of the future downstream. Through the spring and autumn cicada, it escaped to the upper reaches and fused with me at a certain time upstream. The truth of time in this world determines that there is only one world and there are no parallel spaces. When I was reborn, the downstream was still flowing. After my death, it is clear that the Celestial Court will rule the world, and the 4 regions will be helpless. But now that I've been reborn, I'm like a drop of ink in a clear river. As I change more and more things, allowing some things to exist and some things to disappear, this blob of ink will gradually soak more of the river and dye the longer river surface into a different color. When the ink seeped into the Celestial Court to repair Fate Goo and hold the Refinement Path Convention, many things changed. The future changed. Fang Yuan had transmigrated from Earth. There was a term on Earth called the butterfly effect. Now, Fang Yuan suddenly understood that in this Goo world, the ink effect could more accurately describe the effects of rebirth. Of course, I can easily change other things because fake goo is not complete, and most importantly, I am an otherworldly demon to begin with. I am not bound by fate. If Red Lotus Demon Venerable were reborn in the past, it would be hard for him to change the state of other things. He would always use all sorts of reasons to make things return to their original state. In other words, the otherworldly demon is a large lump of ink, while the local goo immortal's revival is nothing more than a splash of water. Even if there are some ripples for a short period of time, under the restriction of fate goo, everything will return to its original state without any ripples. Thinking of this, Fang Yuan could not help but admire Red Lotus Demon Venerable even more. This special existence, even if he was not an otherworldly demon, he forcefully opened up the situation. It was hard to imagine how much he had paid and sacrificed in this process. Red Lotus Island had a large number of time path immortal materials. Among them, the majority were rank 8 immortal materials. Red Lotus True Meaning could allow a goo immortal's time path attainment level to rise to Quasi-Supreme Grandmaster. There were also immortal killer moves that used Spring Autumn Cicada as the core. Spring Autumn Success was one of them. Finally, there was a method left behind by Red Lotus Demon Venerable. It was called Future Self. It could allow a goo immortal to reach the peak of rank 7 in the future. What was missing was Regret Goo. This rank 8 immortal goo was still in the Dragon Whale Grotto Heaven. It was taken away by Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable. In the previous life, Fang Yuan had obtained Regret Goo through Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable's arrangements. He was directly transported to the Stone Lotus Island. In this life, he knew the location of the Stone Lotus Island in the River of Time. He went there in advance and inherited most of Red Lotus' true inheritances. In terms of time, he had no doubt arrived much earlier. In the previous life, Fang Yuan entered the River of Time 3 times. The first time he was chased by the 4 time path immortal goo houses of Celestial Court. He was ambushed by Li Huang and lost the incomplete immortal goo house that he had invested heavily in. After exposing all of his trump cards, he managed to escape. The second time, Fang Yuan used Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable's method to obtain Regret Goo. He was directly transported to the Stone Lotus Island and obtained Red Lotus true inheritances. The third time he found another Stone Lotus Island. Celestial Court was likely to succeed. Fang Yuan worked together with Bing Sai Chuan and the rest to resist Celestial Court and fight for Red Lotus true inheritances. Eventually, Feng Jioga used Assimilation Wind Song to destroy the Stone Lotus Island. Neither side gained any benefits. All in all, Fang Yuan's experiences in the River of Time were full of ups and downs. He had gone through many ups and downs. In this life, with the help of the memories in his mind, Fang Yuan first tasted the sweetness. It is fine even without Regret Goo. After all, the problem now is Celestial Court's invasion of Langya Blessed Land. I still have some time to refine Immortal Goo in bulk. I should make good use of Future Self first. Fang Yuan let out Ying Wuxia and the rest, letting them cultivate on the Stone Lotus Island and familiarize themselves with Future Self just like in his previous life. Different from the previous life, in this life, Fang Yuan's subordinates, Fairy Miao Yin and Lady White Rabbit, were still alive. He could use Future Self more efficiently. Moreover, he got to enjoy Future Self as well. In the previous life he had rank 8 cultivation level. Future Self had no effect on him. But in this life, Fang Yuan came earlier. He only had rank 7 cultivation level. Future Self was useful to him. Wait. Maybe this is the correct time for me to come to the Stone Lotus Island. Back then, Red Lotus Demon Venerable deduced that I would come here when I had rank 7 cultivation level. He left behind Future Self to help me. In the previous life I thought that Red Lotus deduction was wrong, but now it seems that Red Lotus Demon Venerable had already considered my situation after rebirth? If that is the case, this Red Lotus true inheritance was not left for me in the previous life, it was specially waiting for me in this life. Fang Yuan's eyes flickered with bright light for a long while. He left Ying Wuxia and the rest behind as he left the Stone Lotus Island alone. Using a time path killer move, he concealed himself and continued to swim. He still remembered the scene when he entered the river for the 3rd time. He already had a plan for the location of the other Stone Lotus Island. This time his plan was to find 2 Stone Lotus Islands. After spending a long time and going through some setbacks, Fang Yuan searched all the possible locations of the Stone Lotus Islands. But regretfully he did not find that Stone Lotus Island. The Stone Lotus Islands can move. It seems that this island is unstable. It is different from the Stone Lotus Island that I entered. Even though he did not have Red Lotus true inheritance, Fang Yuan was not dejected. This kind of situation was also within his expectations. Present and past pavilion. The 4 Xuanzi encountered a small problem. An ancient year beast was attacking present and past pavilion, but present and past pavilion shined with profound light, it did not budge. Soon, under the combined attacks of the 4 Xuanzi, this ancient year beast died. Sun Guizi cheered, "This is great, we have a large number of time path immortal materials again." Indeed. Zhong Xuanzi sighed, "The river of time is truly a sacred cultivation ground for us time path Gu immortals, it is like Danghun Mountain and Luopa Valley to soul path Gu immortals." Zhong Xuanzi added, "Indeed, the celestial court sent us to guard present and past pavilion, even though it is to guard against the demon Fang Yuan, it is also a great opportunity for us to cultivate. Obtaining time path immortal materials will be very beneficial to our cultivation." Shang Xuanzi smiled, "Not just that, in present and past pavilion we can observe upstream and downstream, we can see many scenes of the past and future. We can see the changes of countless things under the influence of time, it is a great help to our comprehension of time path and raise our time path attainment levels." Sun Guizi gritted her teeth, "It is a pity that Fate Gu is damaged, it is not complete. According to historical records, a long time ago when Fate Gu was still intact, we time path great experts could observe the upstream and downstream of the river of time, we could observe the past and the future, we could accurately predict many things." Zhong Xuanzi nodded, "Indeed. Back then Star Constellation Immortal Venerable seemed to have done this. Even though she is not a time path Gu immortal, her wisdom path methods are extraordinary, she could imitate the power of time path and deduce all sorts of future situations through the tributary of the river of time. She predicted that Green Tortoise's group of 7 would create the first Gu house in history, Tortoise House, and thus created Star Constellation Chessboard." The 4 Xuanzi reminisced about the glory of time path for a while before they calmed down, they rested and collected the ancient year beast corpses while continuing to monitor the river of time. They did not know that Fang Yuan had already secretly come to the river of time and obtained Red Lotus true inheritance, before sneaking away. Fang Yuan returned the way he came, he walked out of the river of time and entered the tributary of the river of time, returning to northern plains. After he walked out of the formation he activated fixed immortal travel and went to southern border. How could Fang Yuan have fixed immortal travel in this period of time? Immortal Gu were unique, fixed immortal travel was naturally with Feng Jioge. In fact, Fang Yuan was using the killer move Future Self. This time path killer move was very mystical, it condensed into a human silhouette in Fang Yuan's sovereign immortal aperture. The silhouette sat in the air, it was like the water of the river of time had condensed, it was shining with all sorts of colors. The silhouette looked like Fang Yuan, it was very lifelike. The silhouette also had a sovereign immortal aperture, but this immortal aperture was the scene of Fang Yuan's future immortal aperture, and most importantly there were many silhouettes of Gu worms like fixed immortal travel. Fang Yuan's rebirth had little influence, the downstream of the river of time had not been dyed by the ink. Thus, the downstream scene was still Fang Yuan's previous life. Future Self could allow the Gu immortal to obtain the strongest form of rank 7 in the future. Fang Yuan's previous life's strongest form of rank 7 was before the battle of the 5 regional mountain range. At that time, Fang Yuan had already captured Xia Cha and the rest of the southern border pursuers, he was extorting southern border's super forces. To resist the enemies, to scheme against Celestial Court, and to obtain Red Lotus true inheritance in the River of Time, Fang Yuan annexed Xia Cha's time path immortal aperture and advanced to rank 8. He created the illusion of undergoing tribulation in the 5 regional mountain range, he set up an ambush. During the battle of Langya mountain range, Fang Yuan stole Feng Jioge's fixed immortal travel. After that, Fang Yuan attacked Plunder Shadow Blessed Land and fought against Qi clan, he finally made a secret transaction with Qi Chuyu. After that, Fang Yuan set up Year's Flow execution formation and captured the southern border pursuers, he extorted the southern border clans. After that, during the battle of the 5 regional mountain range. After that, Fang Yuan entered the River of Time, he did not even see the Stone Lotus Island, he was chased by Celestial Court and had to escape. Thus, Fang Yuan's future self was before he annexed Xia Cha's immortal aperture and advanced to rank 8. At that time he had fixed immortal travel immortal Gu. Using the killer move future self, Fang Yuan went from northern plains to southern border. But he did not go to the 5 regional mountain range. The 5 regional true inheritance was very useful to him, Fang Yuan knew this. But it was not wise to activate the 5 regional true inheritance now. Because when the 5 regional true inheritance was activated, there would be a huge commotion, he had to destroy the 5 regional mountain range to obtain the acknowledgement of Tao Zhu's will and draw him out. Fang Yuan had rank 7 cultivation level now, even though his battle strength had risen, it was hard to fight against rank 8s. If he activated the 5 regional true inheritance and attracted some rank 8 Gu immortals or immortal Gu houses, it would be awkward. To be safe, Fang Yuan pushed back the 5 regional true inheritance. Chapter 1768. Fang Yuan landed in the valley. He found a cave and built a simple mortal Gu house, cultivating silently. Wuxia and the rest stayed on the stone lotus island, familiarizing themselves with future self. Fang Yuan had reborn. He skipped this step. Future self's greatest help to Fang Yuan was not cultivation level or battle strength, but fixed immortal travel. With future self, Fang Yuan could use it to move around in the 5 regions and 2 heavens. Of course, it was impossible to directly enter a place like the Dragon Whale Paradise. Immortal Gu were unique. At this moment, the true fixed immortal travel immortal Gu should be in Feng Jioge's hands. However, as long as a Gu immortal researched the corresponding killer move, they could display similar power and replace the immortal Gu that they wanted but could not obtain. This was the profundity of using Gu. Fang Yuan's time path clone was bathed in the light of wisdom as he deduced. One of the main contents was to modify Yama battlefield, adding in time path immortal Gu so that it would have the advantage of a time path immortal battlefield. In the previous life, Fang Yuan had too little time. Not only did he have to raise his cultivation level, he also had to deal with the Celestial Court and obtain Red Lotus True Inheritance. Celestial Court exerted huge pressure on him. Fang Yuan resisted it while managing his immortal aperture. In this situation, Fang Yuan was able to deduce killer moves like Yama Battlefield, Luo Pasil, Myriad Ghost Sword Dragon, and others. He was already doing his best. Gu immortals needed at least 3 to 4 years to deduce a killer move with ordinary power. Fang Yuan had the light of wisdom. He had superior wisdom path methods and extraordinary attainment level. He was able to create miracles in the previous life in terms of killer moves. But in this life he brought these killer moves with him. Fang Yuan had the results of his previous life's killer moves. He could continue to improve these killer moves in this life. With this, he had a huge advantage. Yama Battlefield is a battlefield of soul path and enslavement path. The advantage of the enslavement path is in a war of attrition. Yama has many sons. He can charge in death, and before dying he can even self-destruct. He can drag and exhaust a large amount of the enemy's strength. The advantage of the Soul Dao is to use killing to aid killing. In a pure Soul Dao battlefield, killing an enemy will increase the power of the battlefield. Fang Yuan's Yama battlefield had these 2 strengths. It was just that the latter was slightly weaker, and the speed at which he converted the seed of Yama wasn't fast. Moreover, because Fang Yuan often fought against opponents that were too strong, the advantage of Soul Dao wasn't obvious. When I add in Time Path Immortal Gu, Yama Battlefield will possess the specialty of a Time Path battlefield. The specialty of the Time Path battlefield was to change time. The most classic way was to double the time in the battlefield. A day in the outside world was equivalent to a month in the battlefield. This bought enough time for the master of the battlefield to kill the powerful enemy. For example, if an enemy was trapped in a time path battlefield and the enemy's comrades felt that something was amiss, they would come to help. The comrades would use an incense stick of time to rush to the battlefield, but 3 days and 3 nights had already passed in the time path battlefield. The battlefield master had already eliminated the enemy and left. In the previous life, even though Fang Yuan used Yama Battlefield to trap Feng Jioge and even stole his fixed immortal travel Immortal Gu, he could not kill him in the end. The reason was, Feng Jioge used Fate Armor Immortal Gu to stall for time, while Fairy Myrtle unraveled Yama Battlefield. If Fang Yuan's Yama Battlefield had the profundity of Time Path, he could extend the time in the battlefield by 3 days and 3 nights. Even if Fairy Myrtle broke it in the end, she would only be able to collect Feng Jioge's corpse. Fang Yuan modified Yama Battlefield. He was looking forward to the results. Especially when his Time Path attainment was at Quasi-Supreme Grandmaster, it was not difficult to add more Time Path Immortal Gu. He cultivated many paths, and the further he progressed, the more powerful he became. Myriad Ghost Sword Dragon Killer move was the best example. Facing this compound killer move that fused many paths, Gu immortals who cultivated only one path would find it hard to break or defend against it. Fang Yuan stayed in this nameless valley for 4 days and 5 nights. Finally, he found an opportunity. Rumble. Early in the morning, the earth shook and cracks appeared. The valley collapsed, smoke and dust rose. Fang Yuan had no choice but to fly into the air. The cracks on the ground became larger, the valley was directly devoured, a huge earth trench formed in front of Fang Yuan. The regional walls of the 5 regions were shrinking, the earth veins of the 5 regions were also fusing. The earth veins shook, a large number of earth trenches formed. Southern border had the densest earth path Dao marks, this earth trench formed the most intensely. Fang Yuan waited patiently. When the earth trench stabilized, he immediately landed and started searching. The newly formed earth trench produced a large number of goo materials, as well as life forms that lived underground. Of course, most of them were corpses. The more Fang Yuan searched, the more valuable his discoveries became. Not long after, he saw the corpse of the first desolate beast. A desolate beast corpse was a pile of rank 6 immortal materials. Even though it was damaged, it was a free harvest. Fang Yuan effortlessly stored the desolate beast's corpse into his pouch. What made him feel a trace of joy was that this desolate beast corpse still had a soul. This desolate beast's soul was a Yama. Fang Yuan activated his investigative killer move as he searched. His gains kept increasing, but they were all done casually. Sometimes, when he met some ancient desolate beasts that were not heavily injured, Fang Yuan would avoid them. Why haven't I found them yet? Are the rumors wrong? If Luo clan purposely spread false information, then the purpose of my trip will be in vain. After another 15 minutes, Fang Yuan started to get anxious. This earth trench was within southern borders Luo clan's territory. As time passed, Luo clan's goo immortals were more likely to arrive. This time, Luo clan might bring an immortal goo house. After all, every time an earth trench formed, it represented huge benefits. Luo clan had to be careful. Even though Fang Yuan was not afraid, he did not want to cause unnecessary trouble. He only wanted to secretly move away after achieving his goal. As noon approached, Fang Yuan had not seen his target, but his other gains were piling up. Is there really nothing? Or did I miss something? Or is my luck so bad that it affected me? Just as Fang Yuan was feeling suspicious, a piercing light shined in his eyes. I found something. He carefully got closer and found an ancient desolate beast drill head turtle. This turtle was as large as a ship. It was yellow in color and had a flat shell. The most eye-catching part was its head. Its head was huge, like a huge awl. Its sharp mouth extended forward and had a natural spiral pattern. Its entire head was translucent. It looked like a low-quality diamond. The drill head turtle lived in underground rivers. It was very fast in the water. It could also move in the soil. Every time it moved in the soil, its head would poke out and spin crazily, drilling and twisting the soil in front of it. But because of its huge shell, its speed in the soil was far slower than in the water. Fang Yuan floated above the diamond head turtle, using several investigative killer moves to scan it. Fang Yuan's investigative killer moves were not outstanding, but they were more than enough to deal with a wild beast like the drill head turtle. Soon Fang Yuan showed joy on his face. He found a wild immortal goo on the drill head turtle. That's it. This wild immortal goo was Fang Yuan's target. Fang Yuan immediately activated Yama. Once he made a move, his aura leaked and Fang Yuan was exposed. Even though the drill head turtle was wild and did not have much intelligence, it had sharp instincts. It hissed at Fang Yuan and wanted to leave. But Fang Yuan had already arranged for several Yama children to surround it. Yama children fought with the drill head turtle, but because they were afraid of damaging the wild immortal goo, they were restrained. Not long later, 2 of Yama children's heads were pierced by the drill head turtle. One was bitten off. Yama children would not self-detonate even if they died. Even though they suffered heavy losses, they managed to stall the drill head turtle. With Yama children's help, Fang Yuan successfully activated Yama, trapping the drill head turtle inside. After accomplishing this, Fang Yuan let out a breath of air. He relaxed slightly. Yama battlefield was activated. It was hard to discover in the outside world. Even if Luo clan's goo immortals were nearby, there was little chance of them noticing it. Meanwhile, the drill head turtle was trapped inside Yama battlefield. It was like a turtle in a jar. Most rank 7 goo immortals would find it hard to escape from this battlefield, not to mention an ancient desolate beast. Fang Yuan was not arrogant or rash. He fought steadily and steadily. To conserve immortal essence, he did not use Great Thief Ghost Hand. His luck was not good now. If he used this move, he would only be able to steal a large number of wild mortal goo. Eventually, with the help of Yama children, Fang Yuan weakened this drill head turtle to its limit. He captured it alive. As for the wild rank 7 immortal goo on it, Fang Yuan obtained it. Good. With this, I can counter fixed immortal travel. Fang Yuan was happy. He stored the drill head turtle and the wild immortal goo in his immortal aperture, as well as Yama battlefield. Outside Earth Trench, Luo clan's goo immortals were already there. They were cursing angrily. Evidently they found out that Fang Yuan got here first. According to the traces, Luo clan's goo immortals were bleeding internally. A large number of immortal materials were plundered. Luo clan's losses were huge. Fang Yuan took a look at Luo clan's immortal goo house. He thought about it before concealing himself and leaving quietly. After getting far away from this earth trench, Fang Yuan used future self to leave southern border, returning to Langya blessed land. Fang Yuan's sudden appearance gave land spirit of Langya a fright. He appeared in front of Fang Yuan. He was surprised and joyful. Fang Yuan, you took fixed immortal travel? If not for fixed immortal travel, it would be much more troublesome for Celestial Court to invade Langya blessed land. But Fang Yuan shook his head. This is only my killer move. Are you guys ready for the refinement of myriad self? Land spirit of Langya was very disappointed with Fang Yuan's answer, but he still replied, we are almost ready. The children have been practicing our methods day and night. The other goo materials are prepared. Only the 8 main materials are left. Have you gathered all of them? Fang Yuan shook his head. Only 3, but don't be anxious, there is still time. Land spirit of Langya was anxious. Elder Fang Yuan, your attitude is not right. Celestial Court's invasion might happen at any moment. We are already at a disadvantage. If we continue to be careless, we will be doomed. Chapter 1769. Fang Yuan calculated the time. He had plenty of time. Even though he had already killed Meng Tu and Sleeping Lady, he went to the River of Time and obtained Red Lotus True Inheritance, and even went to southern border to get that wild immortal goo in his plan. After doing so many things, there were still a few days left before Zhang Ji sold the floating life fire. It is mainly because in the previous life I spent several months to deduce killer moves like Yama Emperor and Son of Yama. But in this life I set off immediately. I saved a lot of time and effort. For the next few days, Fang Yuan was not idle. Using future self, he continuously teleported out of Langya blessed land. He traveled all over the 5 regions. He went to southern border the most. The places that Fang Yuan went to were all places where earth trenches were forming. In his previous life, the 5 regions were in turmoil. The earth veins merged, earth trenches started to appear everywhere. This phenomenon was getting more and more intense. Until the final battle, when Fang Yuan died at Duke Long's hands, the 5 regional walls vanished, the earth veins became one, the earth trenches stopped forming. After a few days, Fang Yuan had great gains. Not only did he get a mountain of immortal materials, he even obtained 3 wild rank 6 immortal goo. Fang Yuan's luck was much worse than in his previous life, but it was not hard to obtain these resources, because he had information on them. The formation of earth trenches was a sign of providence. No goo immortal could fully estimate it. Each earth trench formed was tens of thousands of li long, some were even hundreds of thousands of li long. They were also extremely deep. It was not easy to explore them. Even super forces would find it hard to explore earth trenches in a short period of time and search for the most valuable resources. Fang Yuan, however, had a clear goal. He knew where the gains were. He went there directly. This was all thanks to the information he had gathered in his previous life. There was no pattern to the formation of earth trenches. To most goo immortals, this information was worthless. But to Fang Yuan, who had spring-autumn cicada, it was different. In my previous life, I did not set foot in earth trenches because it was too difficult to compete with super forces with my own strength. Most importantly, the heavenly courts has given me immense pressure, forcing me to have no choice but to face it. I have to rack my brains to plot the true legacy of the Red Lotus. I did not have the time or energy to care about earth trenches. But looking at it now, the earth trenches are truly abundant and tempting. And this resource surge will cause the goo immortal's strength to soar, and with strength, the goo immortal's ambition will be stimulated as well. In my previous life, the 4 regions goo immortals attacked the Celestial Court. The earth trench resources were very important. In the previous life, when goo immortals of the 4 regions attacked Central Continent's Heavenly Court, these earth trench resources played an important role behind the scenes. In my previous life, the 5 regions' chaotic war broke out and the 5 regions became unstable. The resources from the earth trench and the dream realm were the main reasons for this. During his time, Fang Yuan of Wood, and he would to analyze his situation in Ling Ling Court. He Ling Yu Dragon would be. Of it of a Fang of King. In his free time, Fang Yuan would analyze the situation and his own situation. He would refine his rebirth plan. The most important thing was that his current strength and influence were extremely important, far surpassing any of his previous rebirths. The main point was that his current strength and influence were extremely important, far surpassing any of his previous rebirths. Fang Yuan was executing his plan strictly, but at the same time he was also on guard against any possible problems that might arise. As Fang Yuan expected, a problem really appeared, and it was aimed at Fang Yuan's weakness. A few days later, Fang Yuan observed jewel yellow skies but did not see Zhang Ji. According to the previous life, Zhang Ji had already started selling floating life fire. Fang Yuan quickly investigated. Fortunately, it was not hard to obtain information about Zhang Ji. Black Heaven Temple's Gu immortal Zhang Ji lost to Crane Gate's Kanyang Laojun in a competition. Thus, when they were exploring, the floating life fire that they encountered ended up in Kanyang Laojun's hands. Crane Gate and Black Heaven Temple were Central Continent's 10 great ancient sections. In terms of sect strength, Crane Gate was weaker than Black Heaven Temple, but in terms of individual Gu immortal battle strength, Kanyang Laojun was stronger than Zhang Ji. Black Heaven Temple's Zhang Ji had rank 7 cultivation level, but he was ordinary. Meanwhile, Kanyang Laojun's reputation had spread far and wide. His signature killer move, life-chasing fire, was a headache for countless Gu immortals. A few years ago, he had even entered northern plains with Feng Jioge to investigate the truth behind the collapse of 88-point Jinyang Tower. Zhang Ji's defeat to Kanyang Laojun quickly spread. Fang Yuan did not need to guess, he could tell with his toes. This was clearly caused by Crane Gate. Crane Gate was weaker than Black Heaven Temple. They had to cherish every opportunity. They were using this victory to raise their sect's reputation. Fang Yuan was not surprised at Kanyang Laojun's victory. What interested him was, why did Kanyang Laojun appear here? In the previous life, there was no sign of Kanyang Laojun. Zhang Ji obtained the floating life fire safely and smoothly. This is not good. Different from Zhang Ji, Kanyang Laojun is a fire path Gu immortal. The floating life fire is useful to him. Even if it is useless, Kanyang Laojun can hand it over to Crane Gate. He is different from Zhang Ji, he is stronger than Zhang Ji and his status in the sect cannot be compared to Zhang Ji. Thus, if he hands over the floating life fire, the sect will definitely give him some feedback. Kanyang Laojun's personal gains will not be low either. Fang Yuan felt a headache. He had to start devising other plans to see if there were any other ways to obtain the floating fire. But right at this time, the floating life fire was suddenly put up for sale by Kanyang Laojun in jewel yellow skies. Fang Yuan was slightly stunned before understanding Kanyang Laojun's intention. Or more accurately, this was Crane Gate's intention. Crane Gate seemed to place great importance on this opportunity. They wanted to use it to spread the news and raise their sect's reputation. Kanyang Laojun selling the floating life fire was the same as Fang Yuan selling Thunder Ghost True Monarch's 3 rib bones. After understanding this, Fang Yuan joined the crowd of buyers chasing after the floating life fire. The floating life fire was a rare immortal material. It was sold at a high price but not ridiculously. In the previous life, Zhang Ji did not know what it was and allowed Fang Yuan to take advantage of it. But this time it was Kanyang Laojun who cultivated Fire Path. He knew the floating life fire's value. The price was naturally different. It seems that I have to pay a price to get the floating life fire. Fang Yuan was mentally prepared, but the following bidding was out of his expectations again. The buyers of the floating life fire seemed to be very enthusiastic. They competed with each other and raised the floating life fire's price to the sky on the spot. The floating life fire's price was too high, but the Gu immortals bidding were not tired of it. They argued until their faces turned red. The small verbal conflict quickly escalated to a matter of face and dignity. Fang Yuan realized, this was likely Crane Gate's shill. They purposely raised the price to buy the floating life fire at a high price. They paid a small fee to Jewel Yellow Skies to get a better publicity opportunity. Think about it, this floating life fire's price was so high, it would naturally cause a commotion and a lot of discussions. Could the Gu immortals who talked about the floating life fire not talk about old ancestor Kanyang? Thus, when it came to Crane Gate, many Gu immortals would sigh. Crane Gate was one of the 10 great ancient sects after all. They had deep foundations. Even though they did not seem to be doing well recently, they might just be keeping a low profile. Thinking of this, Fang Yuan could not help but smile bitterly. The floating life fire was very important to him. Even if the price was so high, he could only grit his teeth and buy it. After all, his other plans were not very reliable. Secondly, time was crucial now. If he delayed it, it would affect Fang Yuan's entire rebirth plan. After getting the floating life fire, Fang Yuan gave the 8 main materials to Land Spirit of Langya. After Land Spirit of Langya inspected them and confirmed that there were no flaws in the immortal materials, he used refinement path killer moves with Fang Yuan and the other hairy man Gu immortals to familiarize themselves with these immortal materials. After preparing for a few days, Land Spirit of Langya saw that the time was ripe. He brought Fang Yuan and a group of hairy man Gu immortals to the long hair refinement path formation. What a great refinement path formation! Fang Yuan praised. Land Spirit of Langya smiled. He could not conceal his smug expression. His eyes shined with confidence. The formation is good, the immortal Gu recipe is also good. Elder Fang Yuan, This myriad self-immortal goo recipe that you provided is truly amazing. I studied it for a long time before I understood most of the profundities within it. According to my estimation, using this myriad self-immortal goo recipe to refine myriad self-immortal goo, the success rate is as high as 40%. Fang Yuan laughed heartily. Precisely so, I want to refine this goo to increase my battle strength and deal with the celestial court. Alright, let's not waste time, let's enter the formation to refine the goo. Saying this, Land Spirit of Langya frowned. Elder Fang Yuan, you lack experience in refinement path, are you really going to refine the goo personally? Fang Yuan nodded. This goo refinement is no small matter, it has great significance to me. I want to participate personally. Even if the goo refinement fails, I will be calm. First Supreme Elder, don't worry, I am only assisting, I will not interfere. I still have that much self-awareness. Alright, since you insist on it. Land Spirit of Langya sighed as he entered the formation, taking the main seat. Next, 3rd hair, 4th hair, 6th hair, 7th hair, and the other goo immortals also entered, before it was Fang Yuan's turn. Fang Yuan was at the final formation core. The formation started to activate. Light shined, all sorts of refinement path methods were activated, the goo refinement process was smooth. Floating life fire and edge goo, these two main materials were first refined, followed by battlefield blood sand and heart blood. During this period, Fang Yuan took action several times. Most of them were trivial matters, just like what he had promised Land Spirit of Langya earlier. A few days later, Land Spirit of Langya and the Hairy Man Goo Immortals showed expressions of joy. The immortal goo was already in its embryonic form. There were only a few steps left before the goo refinement was completed. Suddenly the light exploded, dust billowed and a foul stench filled the air. A change occurred in the goo refinement. How can this be? Land Spirit of Langya and the rest were pale with fright. They quickly tried to salvage the situation, but the more they tried, the more chaotic it became. Seeing that they were about to fail, Land Spirit of Langya and the rest were helpless. Fang Yuan suggested setting up a temporary goo formation to assist the refinement path formation, to expel the goo refinement residue. Without any other choice, Land Spirit of Langya could only make a desperate attempt. He accepted Fang Yuan's suggestion. Once the formation within the formation was completed, Fang Yuan said, "First Supreme Elder, please enter the formation." Land Spirit of Langya did not doubt him, he had to take action in this situation. But once he entered the formation within the formation, he was immediately suppressed. Fang Yuan, what are you trying to do? Land Spirit of Langya was shocked and furious. Chapter 1770. Fang Yuan, you actually dared, you are simply too ignorant and fearless. You actually dared to scheme against me in Langya Blessed Land. I will let you understand what kind of grave mistake you have made. The Land Spirit of Langya roared, his face was filled with anger, like a volcano that was about to erupt. The magma was about to surge and melt Fang Yuan like dregs. However, the next moment, the Land Spirit of Langya's movement stopped. The anger on his face suddenly froze, then turned into deep shock. Oh. I actually can't move, and my connection with Langya Blessed Land has also become faintly discernible. For a moment, the Land Spirit of Langya was dumbfounded. Fang Yuan's lips curled into a smile. Everything was under his control. Ever since Fang Yuan saw the Land Spirit of Langya for the first time, the seed of attacking Langya Blessed Land was planted in his heart. After a few years, this seed had taken root and germinated, secretly growing strong and healthy, until now, it had bloomed into a beautiful flower. Fang Yuan looked down at the Land Spirit of Langya. His tone was indifferent and brimming with confidence. It's useless, you don't even know the difference between us. The Land Spirit of Langya struggled with all his might, but he was like an ant, firmly suppressed, unable to move at all, not to mention controlling the entire Langya Blessed Land. After he tried for a while, he shockingly realized that not only did the situation not improve, but the restriction on his body became even more severe. This is impossible. He looked at Fang Yuan, his face filled with disbelief. Fang Yuan smiled. Looks like you are starting to gradually notice the difference between us. Fang Yuan's refinement path realm far surpassed the Land Spirit of Langya. The former had absorbed the long-hair true meaning, his refinement path realm was as high as Quasi-Supreme Master, while the latter was merely the obsession left behind by long-hair ancestor, forming a land spirit. Even though his refinement path attainment was extraordinary, it was still quite far from Quasi-Supreme Master. Fang Yuan's Array Dao realm had far surpassed the Land Spirit of Langya. Land Spirit of Langya's attainments in Array Dao were very ordinary, but Fang Yuan was a Grandmaster of Array Dao. More importantly, Fang Yuan was very experienced in setting up formations. Self-cleansing formation, omnidirectional travel ancient battle formation, dragon scale seafood path immortal formation, immemorial year beast fishing formation, flood discharge formation, self-will heaven sealing formation, wisdom refinement gu formation. Many of these gu formations were designed by Fang Yuan himself, modified and constructed by himself from start to finish. He took care of them. Well done, Fang Yuan. You're really worthy of being the publicly acknowledged devil path overlord. The land spirit of Langya clenched his fists tightly. His face was ferocious, and his eyes seemed to be spewing fire as he stared fixedly at Fang Yuan. He gritted his teeth and continued, "So this was all your scheme. Myriad self-immortal gu's recipe had a problem to begin with, but I did not notice it. Accidents were inevitable during the gu refinement process. You used this chance to set up the formation and deceive me into entering the formation. This formation within your formation should be an imitation of the killer move blood light spirit suppression, right? It seems that among the 8 main materials in Myriad self-immortal gu's recipe, the last 4 blood materials were used to trap me. The true main materials used to refine Myriad self-immortal gu are only the first 4. The land spirit of Langya became calmer as he spoke, his emotions gradually calmed down. Fang Yuan looked at him, he did not speak, he had a calm expression. The land spirit of Langya frowned instead, he saw a smiling intent deep in Fang Yuan's eyes, as if he had seen through his plan. The land spirit of Langya had a flash of panic in his heart, but he quickly suppressed it. He continued, "I need to stay calm. I cannot panic. The long hair refinement path formation is my main body's masterpiece. How can Fang Yuan decipher it in such a short time? He set up a formation within a formation to trap me, but this blood path formation is inside my refinement path formation. Not long later, with just the refinement path formation, I will be able to break this blood path formation. At that time I will have a chance to escape. As long as I can escape, the whole of Langya blessed land will belong to me. If I announce the fact that Fang Yuan is trying to harm me, the Variant Human Alliance will stand on my side. At that time, I will definitely teach Fang Yuan a lesson." "Oh no." The land spirit of Langya suddenly slapped his head, his expression was ashen, he was extremely annoyed, he wanted to kill himself. "Damn it! Why did I say everything in my heart?" Fang Yuan smiled, "Don't worry, land spirit, how can I not expect this flaw that you thought of?" "What, you already expected it?" The land spirit of Langya was first shocked before he calmed down. He laughed out loud. "So what if you've predicted it? Can you see through this refinement path superformation?" Fang Yuan rubbed his nose. "My understanding of this formation is at least much deeper than you think. Of course, I am still far from seeing through it." The land spirit of Langya laughed loudly again. "That's it. Just you wait, Fang Yuan, when I get out, I will let you know the terrifying consequences of betraying my Langya sect." But the land spirit of Langya's wait was fruitless. A moment later, the blood path formation was still as stable as before. The land spirit of Langya waited bitterly, but there was no movement from the long hair refinement path formation. Moreover, his entire body was already soaked in blood light. "This is impossible. What did you do?" Suddenly, the land spirit of Langya roared angrily at Fang Yuan. He had completely fallen into panic. Fang Yuan smiled and did not say anything. The time he spent in contact with the long hair refinement path formation was much longer than the land spirit of Langya expected, because he had come into contact with it in his previous life. Fang Yuan's deep attainments in formation path, refinement path, and wisdom path allowed him to fully understand the essence and profundities of the long hair refinement path formation. The long hair refinement path formation was created by the long hair ancestor in his lifetime. According to Fang Yuan's current foundation, it was very difficult for him to construct a refinement path formation that could match up to the long hair ancestor. He needed a huge amount of time, energy, and resources. But with this long hair refinement path formation in front of him, Fang Yuan was not drawing on a blank piece of paper, but admiring a famous artist's painting. With the painting in front of him, it was very easy for him to describe the painting's technique and profundities. Of course, he was a bystander after all, he could not completely understand the profundities of this formation. But it did not matter, as a spy, Sixth Hair was currently controlling an important aspect of this formation. With Sixth Hair's support, Fang Yuan prevented the long hair refinement path formation from interfering with the blood path formation. The land spirit of Langya struggled for a while before finally realizing, under Fang Yuan's meticulous scheme, he no longer had the strength to turn the tables. Without a choice, this black-haired land spirit, who was already completely corroded by the blood light, gave way to the white-haired land spirit on the other side in an attempt to turn the tables. Regretfully, how could Fang Yuan, who knew the land spirit of Langya, miss this point? After the white-haired land spirit appeared, he was immediately suppressed by the blood path formation. At the same time, large amounts of blood light seeped into him. Despicable and shameless. The white-haired land spirit was completely suppressed. He could not move, he could only open his mouth to speak. He scolded Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan, oh Fang Yuan, you are a sinister and crafty scoundrel. My Langya blessed land helped you the most in being able to reach this stage. Before you became an immortal, I helped you. Eventually, you were able to successfully destroy 88 Truyang building. When you just became a Gu immortal, you had no assets, you were completely poor. I made a transaction with you, letting you deduce immortal Gu recipes. I paid immortal Yuan stone to help you get started. When you wanted to refine Gu worms, I helped you so many times. When did the hairy man Gu immortals in the blessed land not help you? The risk of your tribulation was too high. We also lent you immortal Yuan stone and immortal Gu to help you get through it. I gave you the immortal tribulation tempering aperture method, killer moves like sword wave triple layered and so on. You moved star form blessed land because we borrowed Gu worms and provided the method. When your Hu immortal blessed land was attacked, we risked our lives and helped you recover from countless losses. Your wisdom Gu was even fed by me. How many lifespan Gu of my blessed land were used up? Your Dang Hun mountain was taken away. I compensated you according to the agreement, even if I had to pay the price of refinement path true meaning. The more the white-haired land spirit spoke, the angrier he got, the more wronged he felt. By the time he got to this point, his eyes were already red. Different from the black-haired land spirit's violent and unyielding nature, the white-haired land spirit was patient and peaceful. He was only interested in matters related to Gu refinement. The black-haired land spirit was an aggressive attacker, while the white-haired land spirit was a weak conservative. O Fang Yuan, did your conscience get eaten by a dog? Our Langya blessed land treated you so well, you actually repaid our kindness with enmity and attacked us. You could not survive outside. Almost all the Gu immortals in the 5 regions wanted to make things difficult for you. It was Langya blessed land that protected you. You are a human, but be it me or the black-haired land spirit, we tried our best to accept you. We appointed you as an external supreme elder. We gave you an important position and treated you as one of us. But how are you treating us now? Touch your own heart, look carefully. Do you feel even a trace of guilt in your heart? Do you feel that you have let us down? The white-haired land spirit screamed and complained in a hoarse voice. Fang Yuan was expressionless. I don't. Land spirit of Langya. After pausing for a while, he shouted again. You treated your benefactors, your friends, your family. Didn't your conscience suffer? Didn't your heart feel heavy? Fang Yuan dug his ears. On the contrary, I am very excited. Land spirit of Langya was furious. He wanted to tear Fang Yuan into pieces. Fang Yuan, you demon. You are shameless. You are a bastard, a bastard. You are a despicable scoundrel. You are shameless and treacherous. You are truly a human. Go ahead and laugh. You won't be able to laugh for long. People like you will definitely die a horrible death. I was truly blind to actually believe you. Heaven will not let you off. If heaven gives me another chance, the first time I see you, I will kill you and turn you into ashes. I will tear you into pieces. Fang Yuan had a light smile as he shook his head. It is a pity that you will not have such a chance. Land spirit of Langya was speechless. He wanted to tear apart Fang Yuan's smile. But he could not move. He could only curse and vent his anger. Chapter 1771. Langya blessed land, long hair refinement path formation. The blood light faded as the blood path formation opened. Fang Yuan and land spirit of Langya walked out one after the other. Fang Yuan's scheme succeeded. In the previous life, the land spirit of Langya had caught Fairy Myrtle off guard. The latter killed the black-haired land spirit, but it was the white-haired land spirit's turn. The black-haired land spirit was ambitious. Even though he knew about the agreement between Langya blessed land and longevity heaven, he did not want to use it. After the white-haired land spirit appeared, he directly asked longevity heaven for help. In the end, the white-haired land spirit's action caused Fang Yuan to escape, the celestial court to lose, and longevity heaven to take in Langya's sect, gaining the greatest benefits. Now, I have successfully suppressed the land spirit. Longevity heaven has nothing to do with it anymore. Fang Yuan looked at the land spirit of Langya beside him. Right now, the land spirit of Langya had already been replaced by the black-haired land spirit under Fang Yuan's command. To prevent the other hairy man Gu immortals from suspecting him, the black-haired land spirit pretended to have the same relationship with Fang Yuan as before. Fang Yuan purposely let out a breath of air. This time, it was all thanks to First Supreme Elder, we were able to salvage the situation. The black-haired land spirit smiled. The main reason is because of the refinement path formation. Let's quickly enter the formation and continue refining Gu. The black-haired land spirit's smile was somewhat submissive, but other than sixth hair, the other hairy man Gu immortals did not suspect him at all. Who could have thought that a shocking change had already happened right under their noses? Fang Yuan entered the long hair refinement path formation, continuing to refine myriad self-immortal Gu. Several hours later, a dazzling profound light flashed in the refinement path formation. The profound light faded, revealing an immortal Gu. This Gu was tall and slender, several meters long. It was shaped like a centipede and looked like it was made of copper, its entire body emitting a metallic luster. The mouthparts on its head were ferocious, and a pair of long whiskers swayed in front of its forehead like smoke. The left side had 5,000 feet, and the right side also had 5,000 feet, making a total of 10,000 feet. Rank 7 Immortal Gu Myriad Self. Even though Fang Yuan's main purpose was to frame the land spirit of Langya, he did not give up on refining Myriad Self-Immortal Gu. In the previous life, Myriad Self-Immortal Gu's recipe had a success rate of 50%. In this life, in order to harm the land spirit of Langya, Fang Yuan tried his best to modify Myriad Self-Immortal Gu's recipe, reducing the 50% success rate to 40%. He had never thought of giving up on refining Myriad Self this time. Myriad Self-Immortal Gu could not be given up. It didn't seem to improve Fang Yuan much, but it was actually quite important. Myriad Self was a combination of enslavement and strength path, it was a fusion of both paths. But it was very complex, it needed a long time to activate and expended a lot of the Gu Immortal's thoughts. Now that it was a Gu worm, Fang Yuan only needed a few simple steps to rapidly activate the original Myriad Self Killer Move's power. Other than the killer move Myriad Self, Fang Yuan's Reverse Flow Protection Seal, Myriad Dragon, Myriad Ghost Sword Dragon, and other killer moves had also benefited from it to some extent. Especially Myriad Ghost Sword Dragon, this move was created by Fang Yuan in the previous life when he was close to the Central Continent Refinement Path Convention. If not for Myriad Self-Immortal Gu, he would need too many Gu worms, the time needed to activate the killer move would be too long, there was no value in using it in battle. Even though Myriad Self-Immortal Gu could not increase the upper limit of Fang Yuan's strength, it could strengthen Fang Yuan's foundation and raise his potential in many aspects. After the Immortal Gu refinement came to an end, Fang Yuan inspected the whole of Langya Blessed Land, taking inventory of his gains. Langya Blessed Land had a huge origin. Its original owner was one of the 3 refinement path extremes in history, Longhair Ancestor. Longhair Ancestor was a legend, he had refined countless Immortal Gu in history, even Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable and Giant Sun Immortal sought him out to refine Gu. Longhair Ancestor had a special identity, he was not a human but a hairy man. Even though hairy men had long lifespans they would still die one day. Longhair Ancestor left behind rank 8 Langya Grotto Heaven, but after countless years of development, under the guidance of the white-haired land spirit, Langya Grotto Heaven's rank was lowered, returning to a blessed land. The calamities and tribulations of blessed lands were much smaller than Grotto Heavens, and because of the white-haired land spirit's efforts, Langya Blessed Land was developing very well. It was huge, far larger than normal blessed lands, and in terms of space, it surpassed many Grotto Heavens. In terms of time path, its flow of time was 1 to 36 times that of the outside world. What was worth mentioning was that Langya Blessed Land's tributary of the River of Time had an immortal killer move that could adjust the immortal aperture's time flow. This was the work of a time path great expert that Longhair Ancestor had personally invited when he was alive. In terms of Dao marks, Langya Blessed Land's most important Dao marks were refinement path Dao marks, there were more than 300,000 of them. The Dao marks of the other paths were mainly water path followed by earth path. Langya Blessed Land had 4 continents. They were the black hair, yellow hair and white hair continents in the sea, as well as the cloud cover continent in the sky. The blessed land was rich in resources and had a large population. There were also many Gu immortals, it was a true super force. The vast population ensured that this was the source of lifespan Gu. Undeniably, this was the #1 blessed land in the world. The land spirit of Langya had already been suppressed by Fang Yuan, everything here belonged to Fang Yuan. Other than the blessed land's resources and population, there were also a vast number of Gu recipes, killer moves and Gu worms. Langya Blessed Land had many immortal goo in stock. For example, Heavenly Essence Treasure Imperial Lotus, which had fallen to rank 7, was one of the cores that Fang Yuan had borrowed to use the killer move Light Fungus Illumination, would sprout immortal goo. There were also Beast Enslavement Immortal Goo, Formation Plate Immortal Goo, and others. Many immortal goo were given to the Hairy Man Goo Immortals to use. Langya Blessed Land had 3 goo formations. The first was the Long Hair Refinement Path Formation, the second was the 9 Submother Teleportation Goo Formation, and the third was the Ancient Battle Formation Heavenly Giant Solar. Among them, the 9 Submother Teleportation Goo Formation's main formation was on Cloud Cover Continent, while the 9 Submother formations were scattered in the outside world of Northern Plains, like Taichio Dragon Elephant Plain and Feng Bo Cliff. Other than that, Langya Blessed Land had an incomplete Immortal Goo House, rank 8 Immortal Goo House Refinement Cauldron. There was also a man-made secluded domain of heaven and earth that had not been constructed successfully, Refinement C. In Fang Yuan's previous life, when Celestial Quartz Goo Immortals attacked Langya Blessed Land, the land spirit of Langya used the Refinement Water in Refinement C to unleash the killer move Omnipresent C, temporarily dominating the battle. Langya Blessed Land had a huge inventory of immortal materials, but it did not have many immortal Yuan stones. Finally, Langya Blessed Land had 3 true inheritances. They were Thieving Heaven's True Inheritance, Giant Sun's Self-Luck True Inheritance, and Long Hair Refinement Path True Inheritance. Rank 8 Steel Life Immortal Goo was in Thieving Heaven's True Inheritance. Back then, Ma Hongyun obtained a clue to this Thieving Heaven True Inheritance outside Northern Plains. He came to Langya Blessed Land and asked the land spirit of Langya to refine Goo 3 times. This was also a portion of Thieving Heaven's True Inheritance. Fang Yuan had some understanding of these 3 true inheritances. Many years ago, he had come into contact with them when he transacted with the land spirit of Langya. Back then, to deal with strong enemies, he had no choice but to sell his secluded domain of heaven and earth. Right now, the whole of Langya Blessed Land was his. I still have half a month left. Fang Yuan estimated the time. In his previous life, he had tried to deduce Luo Pasil during this period of time, trying to make up for his weakness in offense. As for defense, he already had reverse flow protection seal, he did not need to worry. In the end, Luo Pasil was only deduced several years later. In this life he already had Luo Pasil. The main killer move he deduced was to fuse time path profundities into Yama Battlefield, to create a compound battlefield killer move. Even though he suppressed the land spirit of Langya, and his refinement path attainment level was definitely high enough, Fang Yuan was not in a hurry to annex Langya Blessed Land. He had already decided to use the tactic of the 5 regional mountain range, to set up a trap in Langya Blessed Land, waiting for Celestial Court and the rest to take the bait. Firstly, Fang Yuan needed to lure Feng Jioge and snatch fixed immortal travel from him. After all, when his cultivation level reaches rank 8, future self would not be useful anymore. Secondly, he needed to lure Celestial Court to expose Star Caste. This method was too powerful, it could directly change the situation of the 5 regions war, it was a huge threat to any other super force. If Star Caste was exposed, it would definitely incite the other super forces to attack Celestial Court. Thirdly, he needed to get rid of some Celestial Court Goo Immortals in advance. Fang Yuan would not let go of any chance to weaken Celestial Court. Fourthly, Fang Yuan could also use Celestial Court to kill the Snowman, Rockman, and Inkman Goo Immortals of the 4 Races Alliance. Then he would imitate the previous life and annex these 3 remaining forces. Devouring both enemies and allies, just thinking about it was wonderful, wasn't it? More than 10 days later. Central Continent, Celestial Court. Star Constellation Chessboard. This rank 8 Immortal Goo House was like a shooting firework, countless starlight rays shot out, illuminating the whole of Celestial Court. Starlight shone on the faces of Celestial Court's Goo Immortals. They had close to 10 people, they were ready to move out. The leader was Fairy Myrtle. She looked up at the sky, the light in her eyes was even brighter than the starlight in the sky. To think that Wisdom Goo is actually in Langya Blessed Land. As long as I obtain it, Star Constellation Chessboard will become a rank 9 Immortal Goo House. At that time, I will be the number 1 Wisdom Path Goo Immortal in the world. In the future, Celestial Court will be able to repair Fate Goo, it is almost certain. Fang Yuan, I can't wait anymore. I will personally kill you. Thunder Ghost True Monarch gritted her teeth. Feng Jioge was silent, he had a calm expression. Chinny was filled with anticipation. His performance in Green Ghost Desert was not good, he could not bring Divine Bean Palace back. This time I can't be the same as before. I have just joined Celestial Court, I need to perform well. This battle is a good opportunity. No matter how strong Fang Yuan is, he is only rank 7. Langya Blessed Land has a huge reputation, but it is empty inside. Even Feng Jioge can come and go freely. This shows how weak it is. We have mobilized so many rank 8s this time, we can definitely win this battle. Sai Lady Ziwei is too vigilant. Qin Yi blamed Fairy Myrtle a little. Fairy Myrtle made such a big fuss, she acted like a lion would use its full strength to capture a rabbit. It made it hard for Qin Yi to gain merit. In his opinion, could 2 or 3 rank 8 Gu immortals not take care of Langya Blessed Land? These were not ordinary rank 8s, they were members of Celestial Court. Boom. Under the expectant gazes of many rank 8 Gu immortals, the starlight specks in the sky gathered into a huge blue starlight pillar. Immortal killer move, Star Cast. Go. Take down Langya Blessed Land and capture the demon Fang Yuan. Fairy Myrtle ordered. Thunder Ghost True Monarch was the first to lose patience, she charged into the starlight pillar. Chapter 1772. Thunder Ghost True Monarch felt the world turn upside down, her surroundings became chaotic, her vision suddenly changed. At the next moment she disappeared from the celestial court and appeared in a formation space. She focused her gaze and saw that Fang Yuan was standing in front of her, the killer move in his hand was ready to be unleashed. Fang Yuan, you came at the right time. Thunder Ghost True Monarch shouted, her eyes were burning with hatred when she saw her enemy. Fang Yuan smiled, Thunder Ghost True Monarch, I've been waiting for you for a long time. As soon as he said that, he waved his hand and shot Luo Pasil at Thunder Ghost True Monarch. Thunder Ghost True Monarch instinctively wanted to dodge, but the super formation's power was already on her. Thunder Ghost True Monarch dodged very quickly, but it took a long time for her to do so, her movements seemed to have become much slower. Thunder Ghost True Monarch had an expression of anger and shock on her face. She could not dodge in time and was hit by Fang Yuan's Luo Pasil. Thunder Ghost True Monarch was covered in a pitch-black armor. The style of the armor was sinister and flamboyant, the edges were pointed and sharp, there were flashes of lightning on it. On the chest of the armor, there was a dark blue ghost head with its mouth wide open. Her helmet also looked like a ghost, it formed a sharp contrast with Thunder Ghost True Monarch's young and cute appearance. Luo Pasil hit Thunder Ghost True Monarch's armor. In the next second, cracks appeared on the surface of Thunder Ghost True Monarch's armor. Then with a soft sound the armor broke into countless pieces, revealing Thunder Ghost True Monarch's body. With the help of Luo Pasil and the super formation, Fang Yuan destroyed Thunder Ghost True Monarch's strongest defense in one attack. Thunder Ghost True Monarch roared, she did not dodge and charged at Fang Yuan. This was a wise choice. Normally, when a person encountered such a predicament, they would choose to retreat and stabilize their position. But in front of Fang Yuan, they would lose the initiative, one wrong move after another, the rhythm of the battle would be completely controlled by Fang Yuan. Thunder Ghost True Monarch didn't flinch. Instead, she charged forward and fought Fang Yuan with her life on the line. At this moment, Thunder Ghost True Monarch's abundant battle experience and courage were on full display. She attacked Langya Blessed Land, but was ambushed instead and fell into a predicament. The contrast between before and after did not make her lose her composure. Instead, it aroused her boundless pride and fighting spirit. As expected of the person who had once troubled Spectral Soul Demon Venerable, such a person did not know the meaning of discouragement, her morale was not affected at all. Her final move, Lightning Heart Sacrificial Explosion, was a true mutual destruction method. Even if she died, she would drag the enemy down with her. This showed her character. However, Fang Yuan had anticipated Thunder Ghost True Monarch's counterattack. Fairy Myrtle was a Wisdom Path Gu immortal, so was Fang Yuan. As a Wisdom Path Gu immortal, he could naturally make all sorts of plans. How could he not know about Thunder Ghost True Monarch's personality? Just as Fang Yuan had said, he had been waiting for a long time. Immortal killer move, Steal Life. After suppressing the land spirit of Langya sect's thieving heaven true inheritance naturally fell into Fang Yuan's hands. Using Theft Path Immortal Gu, Fang Yuan used rank 8 Immortal Gu Steal Life as the core to create an immortal killer move. Even though Fang Yuan did not have rank 8 Immortal Essence, he could lend it to the land spirit of Langya, it had long hair Immortal Essence. Steal Life was not used by Fang Yuan, but by the formation's land spirit of Langya. A beam of red light as thick as a finger flashed and hit Thunder Ghost True Monarch's forehead. Thunder Ghost True Monarch's movement stopped abruptly. She aged rapidly in the blink of an eye, she turned from a cute young girl to an old woman with deep wrinkles. She stretched out her thin fingers, grabbing at Fang Yuan. She opened her mouth, many of her teeth fell off, How could this be? These were her final words. She was dead. It was filled with intense unwillingness and hatred. She died of old age, her lifespan was exhausted. Even in death, her eyes were still open, staring at Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan smiled lightly. Inside the super formation, the 4 races Gu immortals went into an uproar. What's going on? She died just like that. We killed Thunder Ghost True Monarch. Isn't this too easy? The variant human Gu immortals were dumbfounded. After calming down, they started to analyze. It was Lord Fang Yuan's plan. That's right, Thunder Ghost True Monarch fell for our trap. She could not retaliate at all. Even though she is a rank 8 Gu immortal, against Lord Fang Yuan, she could not do anything at all. I finally understand why the human Gu immortals want to kill Lord Fang Yuan. The variant human Gu immortals sighed. Their gazes towards Fang Yuan were filled with wariness, fear, worship, and respect. Looking at Thunder Ghost True Monarch's corpse, Fang Yuan was not surprised. Even though she was a rank 8 expert, her death was not in vain. The strength of wisdom path Gu immortals was in planning before taking action. As long as they had the relevant information, they could restrain themselves. After rebirth, Fang Yuan knew about Thunder Ghost True Monarch's trump cards. Secondly, Fang Yuan had put in a lot of effort to modify Langya Blessed Land's defenses. He added a large number of immortal Gu. Among them was Steel Life Immortal Gu. It was all thanks to Fang Yuan's formation path attainment, as well as the Light of Wisdom. This was not something ordinary Gu immortals could do. Thunder Ghost True Monarch's 2 strongest methods were Lightning Heart Explosion and Soul Armor Battle. Thus, once Fang Yuan met her, he used Luo Pasil. This move countered Thunder Ghost True Monarch's Soul Armor. It had a huge effect. Without the Soul Armor, after Thunder Ghost True Monarch died of old age, she would be suppressed by the formation. She could not activate Lightning Heart Explosion. Finally, there was Steel Life. It was not like the previous time when he used Steel Life Immortal Gu without distinguishing between friend and foe. This time, Fang Yuan deduced the killer move Steel Life. It only targeted strong enemies. Steel Life Immortal Gu had Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable's method. It could only be used 3 times. Even Fang Yuan could not remove it. Even though there were only 3 chances, Fang Yuan used them without hesitation, dealing a fatal blow to Thunder Ghost True Monarch. Thunder Ghost True Monarch had outstanding battle strength. If she continued fighting, she would pose a huge threat to Fang Yuan and the whole of Langya Blessed Land. If Lightning Heart Explosion was used, it would be a huge loss. Fang Yuan decided to use a series of moves to stun her. Kill. Celestial Court. Looking at the Starlight Pillar, Chen Yi could not help but say, I am going too. Fairy Myrtle glanced at him and nodded. As a wisdom path Gu immortal with star constellation chessboard, she could more or less understand Chen Yi's feelings and thoughts. After getting Fairy Myrtle's permission, Chen Yi flew towards the Starlight Pillar impatiently. I need to act now. With Senior Thunder Ghost True Monarch's battle strength, a little later means fewer gains. She might have already killed the variant human Gu immortals by now. Langya Blessed Land, here I come. Chen Yi was excited, his body entered the Starlight Pillar. At the next moment he arrived at Langya Blessed Land, entering the formation space. This is Langya Blessed Land? Suddenly Chen Yi's body froze, his pupils shrunk to pin size. He saw Thunder Ghost True Monarch's corpse. On Fang Yuan's side, he was using a super formation that had the power of time path to slow the flow of time. But over at Celestial Court, time flowed normally. After Thunder Ghost True Monarch entered, Chen Yi entered the Starlight Pillar and teleported over. Fang Yuan had just killed Thunder Ghost True Monarch and stored her remnant soul when Chen Yi appeared. You came quite quickly. Fang Yuan smiled. Chen Yi stared at Thunder Ghost True Monarch's corpse, shouting, Senior? Thunder Ghost True Monarch did not reply. She was dead. How can this be? This is impossible. Chen Yi's battle intent and blood surged like a bucket of ice water had been poured on him. He thought that Thunder Ghost True Monarch was going on a killing spree, Langya Blessed Land was in chaos, Fang Yuan was defending desperately. But the reality was that Thunder Ghost True Monarch was dead, Fang Yuan was unharmed, he was standing in front of him with a smile on his face. Who could have expected such a scene? Chen Yi blinked his eyes repeatedly and suddenly roared, What a good demon! You made the illusion so realistic that this old man was almost fooled by you. Saying so, Chen Yi's body shined with green light as he activated a defensive killer move. He was not in a hurry to attack, he stayed here to guard the dark whirlpool behind him. Thus, at the next moment, Chen Yi sensed something amiss. The power of time path is affecting me. The defensive killer move took a long time to form. Celestial Court. Fairy Myrtle was calm. She said to Feng Jioge, "You go too." Feng Jioge nodded and dived into the pillar of starlight. With Feng Jioge's strength he should be able to protect himself. However, we are mainly relying on his Tao Protector's karmic luck. Celestial Court has many luck path methods. We can only use this method to restrain Fang Yuan. Fairy Myrtle sighed to herself. Feng Jioge also teleported over. She was next. But when Fairy Myrtle was about to move, boom! The pillar of starlight self-destructed, once again shattering into countless specks of starlight. Fairy Myrtle was stunned. The other Celestial Court immortals were stunned. Chapter 1773. Even though Star Cast was extremely powerful, it was a killer move that affected the balance of the 5 regions. But as long as it was a move, it would have flaws and weaknesses. Fang Yuan did not know much about the killer move Star Cast, but he knew the crucial point. Star Cast needed a catalyst. This catalyst was a portion of the disadvantageous Tao marks left behind by Feng Jioge after he invaded Langya Blessed Land. In the previous life, this portion of disadvantageous Tao marks formed a dark spiral that sent Qin Yi, Thunder Ghost True Monarch, Feng Jioge, and Fairy Myrtle inside. Thankfully, Fang Yuan and the land spirit of Langya reacted in time and destroyed the dark spiral, preventing more Celestial Court Gu immortals from invading. In this life, Fang Yuan was reborn. He knew the exact location of the dark spiral. Thus, after modifying Langya Blessed Land's defensive formation, he used the formation path space to enclose it. Thunder Ghost True Monarch was the vanguard, but the moment she entered, she was killed by Fang Yuan and the rest who had been plotting for a long time. Qin Yi was the second to charge out of the dark spiral. Fang Yuan did not have much time to activate Luo Pasil. They were in a stalemate. Next was Feng Jioge. He was Fang Yuan's main target, because rank 7 fixed immortal travel was in his hands. As for the fourth, it was likely to be Fairy Myrtle. Fairy Myrtle was a wisdom path Gu immortal. She controlled star constellation chessboard. If Duke Long was the spiritual leader of Celestial Court, he was the guarantor of morale, then Fairy Myrtle was the brain of Celestial Court. She was the decision maker. She was very important, but even if Fang Yuan killed her, there would not be much of an effect. What? Because there were too many wisdom path Gu immortals sleeping in Celestial Court's immortal graveyard. If Fairy Myrtle died, another one would wake up to replace her. Why did Fairy Myrtle wake up? Wasn't it because the wisdom path Gu immortal of Celestial Court Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord had died that Fairy Myrtle had awakened and taken over Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord's position? If Fairy Myrtle had the constellation chessboard, then Fang Yuan would have been interested in killing her. But unfortunately, Star Constellation chessboard needed to maintain Star Cast. He had to leave it at the Celestial Court. He could not bring it over. Fang Yuan had the battle experience of his previous life, so he had already deduced this secret. Putting himself in Fang Yuan's shoes, he would rather have spared Fairy Myrtle's life. Because knowing yourself and your enemy was the key to victory, Fang Yuan was familiar with Fairy Ziwei. This was beneficial to him. If Fang Yuan killed her in exchange for an unfamiliar wisdom path Gu immortal of Celestial Court, it would weaken Fang Yuan's rebirth advantage. Of course, there was also the most important reason. Fairy Myrtle had strong battle strength. Even though in the previous life, Fang Yuan's battle strength surpassed her in the refinement path convention. But now, Fang Yuan had yet to reach rank 8 cultivation level. His battle strength was far from his previous life's final stage. If Fairy Myrtle entered, Celestial Court would have 3 rank 8 battle strengths. Fang Yuan's side had Heavenly Giant Solar, the Super Formation, the Immemorial Rock Dragon, and himself. The battle would be intense. The situation could go out of control. Don't forget, Qin Yi had Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable's trump card. Immortal Killer Move Karma Relocation had played a crucial role in the previous life. Fang Yuan had a deep impression of it. He would not neglect it. Furthermore, Fang Yuan had already suppressed the land spirit of Langya. The whole of Langya Blessed Land was his private property. He would try to minimize his losses. Thus, he destroyed the dark spiral earlier than in the previous life. The Gu immortals of Celestial Court were stunned. While inside Langya Blessed Land, Feng Jioge and Qin Yi looked at each other. They were completely dumbfounded. This is different from the plan. Star Cast failed. Only the few of us are left. Langya Blessed Land was prepared for this. Their reaction was too timely. Right now, we can only defend and stall for time, until Star Cast is activated again. Qin Yi and Feng Jioge conversed rapidly. They floated in the formation space with their backs against each other, relying on each other. Feng Jioge asked again, "That's right, where is Senior Thunder Ghost True Monarch?" Qin Yi's Adam's apple bobbed. He hesitated for a moment and decided not to tell Feng Jiugu what he had seen. I'm not sure. I didn't see Thunder Ghost True Monarch when I came. Feng Jiugu nodded. I am afraid that Senior Thunder Ghost was too eager to gain merit, she charged too quickly and was separated. If we meet up with her, that would be for the best. Chen Yi had a bad premonition, but he could not say it now to affect morale. He could only say, I think it is unlikely. Fang Yuan is such a crafty person. How can he let us meet up so easily? Maybe Thunder Ghost True Monarch is already being held back by other forces. Feng Jiugu, on the other hand, was more optimistic than Chen Yi. He smiled and said, Sir Chen Yi, in truth our combat power is already outstanding enough. I can resist rank 8 Gu Immortals, I barely have rank 8 battle strength. Together with you and Senior Thunder Ghost True Monarch, we have 3 rank 8 battle strength. It will be hard for Langya Blessed Land to resist our attacks, right? We might even be able to take down Langya Blessed Land with our strength. Chen Yi laughed heartily. He forced himself to focus. Brother Feng is right. But if the situation is urgent and out of our expectations, you should find a chance to use fixed immortal travel to retreat. Feng Jiugu looked at Chen Yi deeply. He thought to himself, Chen Yi's emotion seemed to have changed. Feng Jiugu had seen it with his own eyes. Chen Yi had rushed in excitedly as if he couldn't wait to prove himself. Why was it that his spirit and chi were so dispirited after he had just suffered some setbacks? Even though Chen Yi was once the first supreme elder of Heavenly Lotus Sect, it seems that he is no longer as bold and courageous as he used to be. No wonder he failed his mission in Western Desert, causing Celestial Court to lose Divine Bean Palace. Feng Jiugu looked down on Chen Yi internally. But he did not know that in the previous life, Fang Yuan had a good relationship with Chen Yi. Especially when he used half of Destiny Song to save Chen Yi's life. The two communicated rapidly, everything happened in an instant. Fang Yuan had already made his move. But this time he was not in a hurry to act, he concealed himself. Replacing him was the immemorial rock dragon, the land spirit of Langya, and the hairy man Gu Immortal's ancient battle formation Heavenly Giant Solar. Feng Jiugu and Chen Yi fought together. After a few rounds, neither side could do anything to the other. But Chen Yi and Feng Jiugu were frowning deeply. The immemorial rock dragon has the toughest defense, but it is the least dangerous. The Gu Immortals inside Heavenly Giant Solar do not have strong battle awareness. That's right, the most important thing is Fang Yuan. He has not appeared. Is he fighting Thunder Ghost True Monarch, or is he hiding to deal with us? Other than that, there is this formation. We need to break this formation first, otherwise, we will be trapped in this formation space. That is not good. Chen Yi and Feng Jiugu discussed and changed their formation. Feng Jiugu started to prepare a killer move while Chen Yi guarded in front. Chen Yi blocked the attacks of the immemorial rock dragon and Heavenly Giant Solar alone. Feng Jiugu succeeded in preparing his killer move and activated Separation Song. But in the previous life, Separation Song was useless. It was even worse now. How could Fang Yuan miss the killer move Separation Song? Chen Yi and Feng Jiugu's attacks failed. Fang Yuan took the chance and attacked, separating Chen Yi and Feng Jiugu. Next, the super formation activated and created 2 spaces, separating Chen Yi and Feng Jiugu. Celestial Court. The starlight in the sky was gathering again. Fairy Myrtle was sweating profusely now. She was using all her strength to prepare Star Cast. However, Star Cast could not be used so easily. This move was very powerful. It could teleport rank 8 Gu Immortals. It was a tactical method. Precisely so, the price to use it was huge. Not only did it expend a vast amount of rank 8 Immortal Essence, it also took a lot of time to prepare. There were many complicated steps. Without deep wisdom path attainment, it could not be used at all. If we succeed in this mission and take back Wisdom Gu. With Wisdom Gu, using Star Cast will be easy. It will not be as troublesome as now. Fairy Myrtle sighed. The Gu Immortal beside her smiled. Lady Ziwei, even if we do not go, just the 3 of them have the strength to take down Langya Blessed Land. The Celestial Court Gu Immortals had relaxed expressions. The atmosphere was relaxed. Fairy Myrtle, however, was a little worried. She frowned, feeling something amiss. That's right, Feng Jiugu has outstanding talent. Even though he is rank 7, he can fight rank 8s. He has experience in invading Langya Blessed Land. He will be even more familiar with it this time. Even if Langya Blessed Land attacks him, he has Fate Armor Immortal Gu. He will be able to protect himself. The Celestial Court Gu Immortal beside Fairy Myrtle analyzed. Langya Blessed Land. Jiuch. Feng Jiugu's body shook. He coughed out blood. He escaped in a sorry state in the formation space. Fang Yuan chased after him with a sinister smile. Feng Jiugu still had a look of shock on his face. My goo worm really did mysteriously disappear. How can this be? This method should be a theft path method. But I wonder if it was Fang Yuan who did it, or the power of this super formation. He had already used Great Thief Ghost Hand several times, but it was different from the previous life. Fang Yuan only stole a large number of mortal goo and a sound path immortal goo. Compared to the previous life, my luck is very bad. Fang Yuan felt helpless. The higher his cultivation level, the stronger Spring Autumn Cicada's rebirth would have to be, the more severe the repercussions would be. Before this battle, Fang Yuan had already used methods like Burning Soul Bursting Luck, but he had not reached his previous life's luck path standard. Even though I obtained Giant Sun Immortal Self-Luck True Inheritance, this true inheritance contains killer moves and immortal goo recipes, but there are very few luck path immortal goo. Thus, I did not manage to steal fixed immortal travel. Fang Yuan was feeling regret, while Feng Jiuge had a grim expression. The other party actually has the ability to steal immortal goo. The situation is very serious. Even if I have Fate Armor immortal goo, it might be stolen. Do I have to use fixed immortal travel to return? Leave behind Shinny. Feng Jiuge was hesitant. At the other side, the Celestial Court Goo Immortal said, compared to Feng Jiuge, Lord Qin Yi is a true rank 8 Goo Immortal. He is the former first Supreme Elder of Heavenly Lotus Sect. He has a lot of battle experience. Furthermore, he is the current generation Genesis Lotus Inheritor. He has powerful wood path methods. Lord Qin Yi is becoming more resolute with age. He is the most reliable person. He will definitely be able to control the situation. Langya Blessed Land Super Formation. Qin Yi was covered in sweat. He could not conceal the anxiety on his face. Damn it. He cursed in his heart. After the super formation separated him from Feng Jiuge, the enemies he fought with vanished. The formation activated, layers of mazes and illusion realms trapped Qin Yi. Qin Yi continued to investigate and break through, but the mazes and illusion realms seemed to be endless. Quick, faster. I need to get out of here quickly and meet up with Feng Jiuge. How did it become like this? How did it become like this? Qin Yi cultivated wood path. He did not have deep formation path attainment. Qin Yi's fighting style was not about attacking, but about endurance. Be it Giant Tree Prison Cage or Karma Divine Tree, they were both like this. In the previous life, Qin Yi guarded the 9 consecutive unceasing formation. He made things difficult for Wu Yong, Fang Yuan, and the rest, but now he was being tortured by Fang Yuan using the super immortal formation. This was the tactic that Fang Yuan used to deal with Qin Yi after getting familiar with him. Celestial Court. I know you are right, but for some reason the uneasiness in my heart is getting stronger. Fairy Myrtle sighed. The Celestial Court Goo Immortal beside her pondered, that can't be. Even if Feng Jiuge and Qin Yi are at a disadvantage, Senior Thunder Ghost True Monarch is a true expert. She was a legend who had caused trouble for Spectral Soul Demon Venerable before. Last time she let Fang Yuan escape because of the regional wall. This time in Langya Blessed Land she will be able to display her true strength. The number of Goo Immortals who have died at her hands can be counted with one hand. Even if Fang Yuan makes a move, what can he do? He will only be chased around by Thunder Ghost True Monarch. The Celestial Court Goo Immortal said this with great confidence and certainty. Langya Blessed Land Formation Space. Fang Yuan chased after Feng Jiuge while soul-searching Thunder Ghost True Monarch's remnant soul. He was actually doing two things at once. There was no helping it, his advantage was too huge. He used Great Thief Ghost Hand many times, even though he could not steal fixed immortal travel. 3 of Feng Jiuge's sound path immortal goo were already taken by Fang Yuan. Feng Jiuge's strength fell greatly, but he did not have many injuries. Fang Yuan mainly used Great Thief Ghost Hand. His other attacks were just small skirmishes to maintain his advantage. He did not use Luo Pasil or anything else, because he was afraid of injuring Feng Jiuge and activating Fate Armor Immortal Goo. Once Fate Armor Immortal Goo was activated, it had the ability to locate Fairy Myrtle's location. In the previous life, Fang Yuan suffered from this. After Fate Armor Immortal Goo was activated, Fairy Myrtle quickly unraveled Yama battlefield. In this life, how could Fang Yuan make the same mistake again? Oh, as expected, many Goo Immortals are planning to invade Langya Blessed Land. Fang Yuan obtained a lot of information from soul searching. Even though Thunder Ghost True Monarch's cultivation information was valuable, Fang Yuan placed it aside. Celestial Court's situation was more important to Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan had many wisdom path methods, he quickly deduced. This means that Star Cast can still be used. I need to hurry and finish this battle. There is no other way. If this drags on, fixed immortal travel, fate armor, and the other immortal goo will be stolen by Fang Yuan. Feng Jioge had a grim expression. He finally made his decision and activated fixed immortal travel. Wishful thinking. Fang Yuan snickered, activating immortal goo suppress space. Suppress space immortal goo. This immortal goo was the one he had obtained from the drill head turtle in Southern Border's Earth Trench. There were many methods to counter fixed immortal travel, but after rebirth, Fang Yuan could only obtain two. The first was fixed space immortal goo, the second was suppress space immortal goo. Fixed space immortal goo was held by celestial quartz goo immortal Lu Hao. In the previous life, Fang Yuan ambushed Southern Border's goo immortals and captured Lu Hao. Unfortunately, Lu Hao's fixed space immortal goo self-destructed. Fang Yuan could not get it. As for suppressed space immortal goo, it belonged to Luo clan's goo immortal Luo Ran. In the previous life, when Wu Yong led the Southern Alliance's goo immortals to attack the 9-9 consecutive unceasing formation, Luo Ran had used suppressed space immortal goo to help. It was very difficult for Fang Yuan to obtain fixed space immortal goo. Because it was too early, he was still in Northern Plains Langya Blessed Land. He had not roamed Southern Border and attracted the goo immortals, such as Xia Cha and the other goo immortals. Without Wu Yong asking for help from Fairy Myrtle, Lu Hao would not be involved. But suppressed space immortal goo was something that Fang Yuan could obtain based on his previous life's information. Fixed space immortal goo marked a location. Even if fixed immortal travel was activated, the goo immortal would only be transported to the location marked by fixed space immortal goo. Suppressed space immortal goo could suppress the surrounding space within a certain range, making it hard for space path methods to work. Suppressed space immortal goo was also rank 7, it countered rank 7 immortal goo fixed immortal travel. Feng Jioge was shocked. He did not expect Fang Yuan to have made such thorough preparations. At the next moment, Feng Jioge's expression turned pale. Immortal killer move, Great Thief Ghost Hand. Chapter 1774. Fixed immortal travel was finally in his hands. This way, when Fang Yuan advances to rank 8, future self would be useless. He would not have to worry about losing methods like fixed immortal travel. Fixed immortal travel was a movement immortal goo. It had a strong effect. It would be very convenient for Fang Yuan. In the previous life, Fang Yuan deduced a killer move that used fixed immortal travel as the core. Even with rank 8 cultivation level, he could barely move around the world. With this immortal goo, he would have an extremely powerful mobility. But in the previous life, Fang Yuan stole fixed immortal travel on his first try, but this time he had to put in a lot of effort. He used Great Thief Ghost Hand more than 10 times, he expended a lot of immortal essence. Great Thief Ghost Hand's weakness was clearly exposed. Even though it could steal immortal goo, most of the time it would steal mortal goo. Fang Yuan had stolen tens of thousands of mortal goo from Feng Jioge, but only 3 or 4 immortal goo. Next is Fate Armor Immortal Goo. Fang Yuan's cold gaze locked onto Feng Jioge's figure. As long as he stole Fate Armor Immortal Goo, Feng Jioge would be finished. Feng Jioge continued to flee. He had never thought that he would be in such a pathetic state. Fang Yuan understands me very well. He keeps stealing my immortal goo, he rarely attacks me, he has no intention of heavily injuring me, it seems that he understands the power of Fate Armor Immortal Goo. Feng Jioge's heart sank to rock bottom, a bone-chilling cold spread all over his body. As he had fewer immortal goo, his battle strength fell. Fang Yuan. Feng Jioge muttered this name in his mind. Even though he had expected Fang Yuan's growth, he did not think that he would be fleeing in such a pathetic state, unable to retaliate at all. Earlier, when Feng Jioge chased Fang Yuan all the way from Southern Border to Western Desert, it felt like it happened yesterday. Feng Jioge remembered it clearly. Who would have thought that at this moment, their situations would be completely reversed? How fast? Feng Jioge sighed in his heart. It wasn't that Feng Jioge wasn't strong, but that Fang Yuan was well prepared. He did not reveal the secret of his rebirth, so he maintained his advantage. Langya Blessed Land's super array had been improved by Fang Yuan, and was now several times stronger than it was in his previous life. One of the reasons was that Fang Yuan had annexed Langya Blessed Land and could use all the resources to build the immortal array. At the same time, he had dealings with the 3 foreign races. The second reason was that Fang Yuan himself was much stronger than in the previous life, be it formation path, time path or other aspects, he was much more outstanding. That was why this super formation was constructed to trap Feng Jioge and Chen Yi. The other side. Light flashed before Chen Yi's eyes as he shuttled back and forth in the illusory maze. Damn it! I still haven't gotten out. Chen Yi was trapped in the illusory maze, he moved around rapidly trying to break through everywhere, he was on the verge of vomiting. This formation refreshed Qin Yi's evaluation of it time and time again. Fang Yuan arranged for all the variant human goo immortals to control the formation and target Qin Yi. Qin Yi's battle strength was very high. His immortal killer moves were Ancient Tree Prison, Giant Tree Divine Statue, Karma Divine Tree, and others. They were all outstanding methods. Fang Yuan found it hard to deal with them. In the previous life, Qin Yi fought against two enemies in the Battle of Langya Sect. He fought against the immemorial Rock Dragon and Heavenly Giant Solar. His performance was dazzling and eye-catching. But in this life, Fang Yuan annexed Langya Sect and obtained the authority to command it. He arranged for the immemorial Rock Dragon and Heavenly Giant Solar to deal with Qin Yi, but they were only supporting him. The true way to deal with Qin Yi was through the superformation. Qin Yi struggled in the illusory maze and maze. Whenever he had a chance to break through, the immemorial Rock Dragon or Heavenly Giant Solar would appear to stop him and stall for time. Next, the variant human goo immortals would use the chance to make up for it, trapping Qin Yi in the formation. Qin Yi had a lot of methods, but he had nowhere to use them. Fang Yuan's arrangements immediately countered him. Qin Yi was very anxious. The longer this dragged on, the more uneasy he felt. Was Thunder Ghost True Monarch's corpse really just an illusion? Qin Yi was not sure. He wanted to believe that it was just an illusion. The reason was simple. With Thunder Ghost True Monarch's battle strength, how could Fang Yuan kill her in one go? But was there such a possibility? If Thunder Ghost True Monarch was still alive, why hadn't they heard anything from her after so much time had passed? He had been separated from Feng Jioge for a long time now. What was the situation over at Feng Jioge's side? Is it a dream realm? A thought flashed in Qin Yi's mind. He did not know that Fang Yuan had rank 8 immortal goo steel life, but he knew that Fang Yuan was skilled in the self-detonation of pure dream reality seeker physique bodies, using the power of dream realms to deal with strong enemies. During the Battle of Tian Mountain's dream realm, Spectral Soul was captured by the Celestial Court. After that, when Fang Yuan was chased by Wu Yong and Feng Jioge, he used pure dream reality seeker physique bodies to self-detonate multiple times. Without the help of the pure dream reality seeker physique bodies, Fang Yuan was likely to be killed. Fairy Myrtle was a wisdom path great expert. She had already made deductions before she acted. She had already considered the dream realms and reverse flow river that Fang Yuan had. The dark spiral was the primer of Star Cast. It had a method to sense it. If there were dream realms or reverse flow river nearby, Fairy Myrtle would be able to sense it. In fact, Fang Yuan lacked precise control over dream realms and reverse flow river. Once the pure dream reality seeker physique bodies self-detonate, the dream realms would move on their own. Reverse flow river could only be used slightly. Be it dream realms or reverse flow river, as long as they were touched by the dark spiral, they would be destroyed. Starcast would become unstable and fail. As long as Fairy Myrtle made the dark spiral bigger, she would be able to test if there were dream realms or reverse flow river around it. Using dream realms or reverse flow river as a trap is foolish. But what if Fang Yuan creates a new dream path killer move? He has Spring Autumn Cicada. He has revived from his previous life. Qin Yi thought. But the truth was, Fang Yuan did not have any dream realms now. He had already used up all the pure dream reality seeker physique bodies. Refer to chapter 567 of this volume for details. Most of the pure dream reality seeker physique bodies were used when Fang Yuan was escaping. That was why after the previous life's battle in Langya Blessed Land, Fang Yuan returned to southern border to fight for dream realms. Later on, Fang Yuan and Qi Chuyu secretly transacted and obtained many dream realms. He started to accumulate pure dream reality seeker physique bodies. After that, when Fang Yuan ambushed Xia Cha and the rest, these pure dream reality seeker physique bodies contributed greatly. It could be said that Qi Chuyu contributed greatly. It was because he secretly transacted with Fang Yuan that Fang Yuan had so many dream realms to use. If he relied on force, he would not have such efficiency. Qin Yi's guess was wrong. His mood became heavier. No, I need to break this immortal formation as soon as possible. The grim situation made Qin Yi make up his mind. He activated his trump card killer move, Karma Divine Tree. The Divine Tree was lush and green. Its canopy was like a pavilion. Green smoke rose and swayed with the wind. Karma Divine Tree was above him. All sorts of illusions and mazes were forced back by a large distance. Qin Yi's vision turned clear. The variant human goo immortals gasped in shock. This is the Karma Divine Tree killer move that Elder Fang Yuan spoke of? The entire Super Goo formation's power is being repelled by this move. The mazes and illusions cannot stop Qin Yi. As expected of Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable's killer move. At the crucial moment, the immemorial Rock Dragon and Heavenly Giant Solar attacked Qin Yi from the left and right. The other variant human goo immortals controlled the formation, trying to find a way to confuse Qin Yi again. Qin Yi snorted coldly. He did not fight the rock dragon or the giant. He flew around and assessed the formation, trying to attack it. The immemorial rock dragon and heavenly giant solar attacked Qin Yi, while Qin Yi defended passively. Karma Divine Tree displayed extremely strong defense. It blocked all of the attacks perfectly. The originally sparse divine tree was soon filled with fruits. These fruits flew out and hit the immemorial rock dragon and heavenly giant solar, causing them to suffer the damage. Quickly stop Qin Yi, don't let him run around. Fang Yuan sensed the situation and quickly ordered. But the variant human goo immortals were extremely busy. They could not use the formation's power to confuse Qin Yi. As for asking them to fight and risk their lives, that was impossible. Even though the variant human goo immortals were allies, they cherished their lives. They hid inside the formation and did not come out if they could. In the previous life, when the formation broke, they had no choice but to enter the battlefield. Boom. With a loud sound, Qin Yi hit the crucial point. The formation space that was split in half was reconnected. Even though Qin Yi cultivated wood path, he was a rank 8 great expert after all. He could learn by analogy, and because he had been in contact with this super formation for a long time, he could see some of its profundities. Qin Yi saw Feng Jioge and shouted in shock, "Hold on, I'm here." It turned out that Feng Jioge was forced into a corner by Fang Yuan. The situation was extremely dangerous. Be careful. The enemy has a method to steal goo worms. Feng Jioge also gave Qin Yi crucial information. Qin Yi's body shook. He thought of the battle in Divine Bean Palace. Western Desert Goo immortal Swan Bujin directly stole the immortal goo of legendary immemorial beast Qingqiu. They also have theft path methods. Qin Yi's heart jumped. He frowned deeply. But it was different from the previous life. Fang Yuan did not use the killer move Yama Emperor. Qin Yi connected the two. It was a natural reaction. There was no evidence to prove that Fang Yuan was Swan Bujin. There were many theft path methods in the 5 regions. Western Desert Swan Bujin had theft path methods. It was more likely that Langya Blessed Land had theft path killer moves. After all, Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable had once worked with Long-Hair Ancestor to refine goo. Qin Yi charged over. Fang Yuan smiled coldly as he faced him. He activated the reverse flow protection seal and started to prepare the Luopa seal. Fang Yuan's aura surged. 2 rank 8 killer moves? Qin Yi was shocked. His pupils shrunk. One for offense and one for defense. They complement each other perfectly. Damn it. Fang Yuan and Qin Yi fought, while the immemorial rock dragon and heavenly giant solar went after Feng Jioge. Feng Jioge only had rank 7 cultivation level now. His immortal goo had been stolen by Fang Yuan. His battle strength had fallen sharply. Facing the attacks of 2 rank 8 battle strengths, he was soon covered in injuries. Fate Armor Immortal Goo was forced to activate. Over at Celestial Court, Fairy Myrtle's expression changed. Oh no! Fate Armor Immortal Goo is activated. Feng Jioge is in danger. What do we do? In the previous life, Fairy Myrtle and Feng Jioge were only separated by Yama Battlefield. Fairy Myrtle quickly unraveled the battlefield killer move and saved Feng Jioge. But in this life, Fairy Myrtle and Feng Jioge were very far apart. Meanwhile, Starcast was only half done with preparation. Feng Jioge could not die. He was a Tao Guardian. Qin Yi knew Feng Jioge's importance, but he could not help. Fang Yuan was pestering him. Karma Divine Tree was very strong. It had both offense and defense, but Fang Yuan had 2 rank 8 killer moves. He was also very powerful. Time passed quickly. Fate Armor Immortal Goo's faint light dimmed gradually. Once the halo dissipated, Feng Jioge would lose his life. What do I do? Qin Yi was very anxious. At this moment, Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable's voice resounded in his ears. Watch closely. This is a combo move based on Karma Divine Tree, Karma Relocation. The killer move was activated. Like a gust of wind, green smoke swayed with the wind. Karma Divine Tree seemed to be dancing in the wind. Fang Yuan quickly stopped the killer move. At the same time, he let out a sigh of relief. He was finally able to force this move out. With Karma Relocation, Qin Yi rampaged through the battlefield. Fang Yuan could only retreat. Qin Yi quickly gathered with Feng Jioge. Let's go back. This is my immortal goo. Remember to tell Lady Fairy Myrtle about the situation here. She will take revenge for me in the future. Qin Yi gave all the immortal goo that he could not use to Feng Jioge. At the next moment, Karma Relocation activated, sending Feng Jioge away. Even with the formation and Langya Blessed Land's aperture walls, they could not stop Feng Jioge from escaping. Karma Relocation was a rank 9 killer move after all. Feng Jioge, I let you escape this time, but that might not be the case next time. Fang Yuan's expression was normal. He knew karma relocation, he could not block this move. Earlier when he separated Qin Yi and Feng Jioge, it was to guard against this killer move, but it did not work. Qin Yi and Feng Jioge were very shrewd, they had rich battle experience. Let's go, Feng Jioge, hand over your life, you can accompany Thunder Ghost True Monarch. Fang Yuan smiled sinisterly. Qin Yi smiled lightly, Senior Thunder Ghost True Monarch was killed by you guys after all. Come, even if I die, I will not let you off easily. Qin Yi knew that he was going to die, but he let go. Even though he was infatuated with power, he was also a member of the Celestial Court. As long as one was a member of the Celestial Court, they were not afraid of sacrifice, they faced death with equanimity. The process of killing Qin Yi was not easy, it was very difficult, the battle was in a stalemate for a long time. But eventually Qin Yi died, his life was taken by Fang Yuan. He did not leave behind any immortal goo, but his remnant soul could not escape from Fang Yuan's demonic claws. The variant human goo immortals cheered for their victory before crying out loud. They suffered heavy losses. Qin Yi killed many of their companions. Fang Yuan looked at Qin Yi's corpse as he sighed deeply, as expected of Qin Yi, as expected of a goo immortal of the Celestial Court. Next, he consoled the variant human goo immortals with deep sorrow. Your sacrifice was worth it, it was a glorious victory. Even a rank 8 goo immortal died at your hands, this battle achievement will shake heaven and earth. There were only 2 or 3 variant human goo immortals left, they were all heavily injured. Oh heavens, our losses this time are too severe. Langya Blessed Land suffered the least damage. They are all in formation, they are safe inside Heavenly Giant Solar. Strange, why did so many layers of the formation suddenly break apart? If not for this, we would not have lost so many people. Fang Yuan nodded. This should be Qin Yi's method, he is truly amazing, even I did not notice anything wrong. The variant human goo immortals heard this and their eyes turned red, they gritted their teeth. That's right, it was this old scoundrel. Killing him was too easy on him. His death is not to be regretted. Chapter 1775. Fang Yuan, come over and take a look, those Dao marks have changed again. The battle had just ended when Land Spirit of Langya transmitted. What? Fang Yuan was surprised. He quickly left the damaged super formation and went to the place where the change was. Feng Jioge left behind unfavorable Dao marks in many places, but they were the densest at the place where the dark whirlpool had just formed. Right now, even though there were not many unfavorable Dao marks in other places, there were changes. These Dao marks emitted a trace of blue light from time to time, they were like stars in the sky, shining brightly. Fang Yuan looked for a while before his expression turned grim. There is actually such a change. He had Wisdom Path Foundation and Star Path Attainment, he could see the effect of this change. It seems that Feng Jioge was sent back to Central Continent by karma relocation, or even to Fairy Myrtle's side. Thus, Fairy Myrtle obtained the information. Such a fast reaction. Fang Yuan felt some regret. In the earlier battle, he should not have dragged it out and created a situation where both sides were heavily injured. He should have attacked directly, not caring about the immortal essence expenditure to finish off Qin Yi quickly. Actually, even if he did that, it would not be fast. Karma Divine Tree had both offense and defense, it was truly outstanding. Without the variant human goo immortals using their lives to expend it, it would be very difficult for Qin Yi to die. Fang Yuan had a solemn expression. These Dao marks are changing, it should be cooperating with the Wisdom Path Great Expert of Celestial Court to locate Langya Blessed Land. We need to deal with it quickly, otherwise it will be very dangerous. Land Spirit of Langya was very anxious. The dark whirlpool is easy to destroy, but these shining Dao marks are hard to get rid of. I tried it already. What is going on? At this time, the remaining variant human goo immortals flew over with different expressions. Fang Yuan ignored them, thoughts were rumbling in his mind, his thoughts were like lightning, flickering continuously. Fairy Myrtle wants to confirm the location of Langya's blessed land. She's going to risk it one last time. This time, the Celestial Court's attack was a huge loss. It has completely angered her. The Langya Blessed Land has already been moved to the Pinetail Ridge by the Land Spirit, but the Prince's Impatience is probably patrolling nearby, searching in the dark. I can't let Fairy Myrtle find out the true location of Langya Blessed Land. Otherwise it would be terrible. Once their location was exposed, not only would Prince's Impatience attack, Celestial Court's goo immortals would also reinforce them endlessly. Even if the Celestial Court failed, Fang Yuan would not be able to get away with it. Even if he won, it would be a Pyrrhic victory. In the end, the celestial court was able to give up and expose the location of Langya Paradise to everyone. This hairy man's sacred ground would definitely attract countless greedy gazes. Longevity Heaven was the first to bear the brunt. What do we do? Fang Yuan racked his brains, steam was rising from his head. The variant human goo immortals around him were also feeling anxious. They got the explanation from the land spirit of Langya and understood the severity of this matter. The celestial court is too terrifying. We used all our strength to kill 2 rank 8 goo immortals. We are still in danger. If we do not get rid of these Dao marks, Langya Blessed Land's location will be exposed. We will not be able to defend this place. That's right, now we can only rely on Lord Fang Yuan to think of a way. Even if the land spirit of Langya had a method to move the blessed land, with so many enemies around, they could not make such a huge move. The immortals could only hope for Fang Yuan. I got it. Fang Yuan's eyes shined as he spoke. You have a way? Land spirit of Langya immediately called out. Quickly activate the refinement path formation. Use my method to refine these Dao marks. Fang Yuan quickly replied. In the previous life, after Fang Yuan obtained the refinement path true meaning, he thought of a way to deal with these Dao marks, that was to make a move when the immortal aperture was being moved, it could be easily resolved. But now that he thought about it, this was a trap. Prince's impatience was already hiding in the surroundings. Once Langya Blessed Land moved, the commotion would be huge, it would definitely be exposed. Prince's impatience and the other celestial court goo immortals would attack. Fang Yuan's method was to use the refinement path formation, a large number of rank 8 immortal materials, and refinement water to forcefully refine these harmful Dao marks. He did not think of this method in the previous life because when he deduced, he did not know about the existence of the refinement path formation and refinement water. By the time he knew the battle was already over, he had stolen fixed immortal travel, and longevity heaven had arrived. Fang Yuan had no choice but to escape. Land spirit of Langya was suppressed by Fang Yuan to begin with. After obtaining Fang Yuan's method, he did not hesitate, immediately activating the refinement path formation to deal with these harmful Dao marks. Rank 8 immortal materials were thrown into the formation. The variant human goo immortals had strange expressions, while the hairy man goo immortals' faces twitched. So many rank 8 immortal materials. This is immense wealth. Langya Blessed Land's foundation is actually so deep. This is simply the cheapest cabbage in the market. It is unimaginable. Land spirit of Langya also felt a heartache. Elder Fang Yuan, Langya Blessed Land had accumulated these with great difficulty. Your refinement method is too crude, there is room for improvement. Maybe we can delay it for a while and refine this method, we can save a lot of immortal materials. No, trust me, we are in a dangerous situation. Even though the enemies are gone, we are not safe yet. We need to use every second we have. Fang Yuan did not say anything about the prince's impatience because this was his guess, there was no proof. But land spirit of Langya was already suppressed by Fang Yuan, he only followed Fang Yuan's lead. Fang Yuan's words sounded like suggestions and advice, but they were orders to him, he had to carry them out. Alright, I will listen to you. Land spirit of Langya's reply was very direct. Fang Yuan's expression was grim. You guys can refine these harmful Dao marks, no matter how much refinement water you use, you don't need to feel sorry for it. I will enter the secret room and use wisdom path methods to block the celestial court. No one can disturb me. Whoever dares to disturb me is a spy in the celestial court, they will be killed without mercy. Fang Yuan's gaze was filled with killing intent as he looked around. The other goo immortals felt a chill in their hearts. After giving a stern warning, he quickly flew into his cloud city and entered the secret room. Celestial Court, Central Great Hall. Fairy Myrtle sat cross-legged with her eyes closed, her body was emitting intense purple light. This purple light filled the entire hall, it was vast like smoke, but also like surging tides, it had a grand aura. Fang Yuan's attack was soon detected by Fairy Myrtle. She frowned slightly before smiling coldly. You want to stop me? Star Constellation Chessboard. She immediately summoned Star Constellation Chessboard. Not long ago, Feng Jioga suddenly returned to the Celestial Court with heavy injuries, as well as the most precious information. After Fairy Myrtle learned about it, she knew that the dark spiral method was exposed, there was little hope of using it again. She settled for the next best thing, using the harmful Dao marks inside to deduce Langya Blessed Land's location in Loosetail Ridge. I have not lost this battle yet. Fairy Myrtle held back her anger. Qin Yi and Thunder Ghost True Monarch were most likely dead, Feng Jioga was on the verge of death, he was unconscious. Fairy Myrtle was in charge of this battle. She had a huge responsibility. She wanted to make up for her mistake. In the previous life, Longevity Heaven took action. It had great strength and came from Giant Sun Immortal. Celestial Court lost. Fairy Myrtle did not have such a huge reaction. But now she lost to Fang Yuan and the Variant Human Goo Immortals. Be it Fang Yuan or the Variant Human Goo Immortals, the proud Celestial Court Goo Immortals could not accept such a humiliating defeat. Like Fang Yuan had guessed, Fairy Myrtle was completely enraged. She tried to deduce with all her strength. Ignoring the huge repercussions, she wanted to turn the situation around. Star Constellation Chessboard was a rank 8 Wisdom Path Immortal Goo House. It was a huge help. Fairy Myrtle quickly suppressed Fang Yuan. Her deduction speed continued to rise. In the previous life, even though Fairy Myrtle had such a method, Longevity Heaven had taken over Langya Blessed Land. Even if she used it, it was useless. But in this life, Fang Yuan won. Longevity Heaven did not appear. Fairy Myrtle still had a lot of hope. And Feng Jioga had used Fate Armor Immortal Goo. Even though it was only for a short period of time, it was an important clue. Fairy Myrtle was very confident in deducing Langya Blessed Land's location and defeating Fang Yuan from afar. Oh no. Fang Yuan felt like there was a huge mountain pressing on his heart. Fate Armor Immortal Goo's activation gave Fairy Myrtle the fatal weakness of Langya Blessed Land. Fairy Myrtle used this to prevent Fang Yuan from seeing any hope of stopping it. Even though I have many Wisdom Path methods, I do not have many high-level ones. Even though he had rank 9 Wisdom Goo, Fang Yuan could only rely on the light of wisdom. He had rank 8 Wisdom Sword Immortal Goo, but Fang Yuan did not have rank 8 Immortal Essence. He had Attitude Goo, but in this short period of time, how could Fang Yuan create a Wisdom Path method that used Attitude Goo as the core to resist Fairy Myrtle? Chapter 1776. Celestial Court. Central Great Hall. Purple light spread, surging and surging. Suddenly the light turned sluggish. It was like a flowing river being blocked by a dam. Fairy Myrtle gasped in surprise, opening her eyes. Her deductions were progressing, success was in sight, but suddenly, there was a huge resistance. This was not normal. It was like she was pushing a wooden door earlier. The wooden door was already shaking. There was hope of pushing it open. Once it was pushed open, Fairy Myrtle would know the precise location of Langya Blessed Land. But now this wooden door had suddenly turned into a heavy iron door. What is going on? Earlier, Fang Yuan clearly tried to stop me, but his Wisdom Path methods were not high enough. I could not resist him. But it suddenly worked, this method. Wait, I understand. He annexed Langya Blessed Land. Fairy Myrtle's eyes shined with bright light. She thought of the answer. Fairy Myrtle had difficulty deducing Fang Yuan's location earlier. When Fang Yuan obtained the killer move Yama Emperor, there was even less hope of success. As long as Fang Yuan annexed Langya Blessed Land, it would become a part of the Sovereign Immortal Aperture. Fairy Myrtle deduced Langya Blessed Land's location. Wasn't that the same as deducing Fang Yuan's location? Thus, Fairy Myrtle's deductions were all blocked by Fang Yuan's Yama Emperor. Fang Yuan's Yama Emperor killer move borrowed the power of Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable's inheritance. Rank 9 killer move Ghostly Concealment. Thus, Fairy Myrtle felt a huge obstruction. Fairy Myrtle's thoughts flashed. Her hands continued to move as she used several Wisdom Path methods. After some probing, Fairy Myrtle confirmed, "This reaction is the same as when I deduced Fang Yuan. It seems he really annexed Langya Blessed Land. To annex a rank 7 Blessed Land, he needs Grandmaster attainment level. Fang Yuan's refinement path has also reached the Grandmaster realm?" Fairy Myrtle realized that she had once again underestimated Fang Yuan. Her expression was gloomy. A small immortal aperture can only swallow a big one. What is Fang Yuan's immortal aperture? How could it swallow such a huge Langya Blessed Land? Fairy Myrtle still did not know the secret of the sovereign immortal aperture. She was inwardly shocked. Fang Yuan's foundation was already unfathomable. Damn it, Fang Yuan obtained the Langya Blessed Land and his foundation has skyrocketed. What were these variant human goo immortals doing? He actually let Fang Yuan swallow up his family's assets? These idiots. Fairy Myrtle gritted her teeth in anger. The variant human goo immortals like the hairy men were too disappointing. Wait, I'm afraid this is also Fang Yuan's plan. He is using these variant human goo immortals to deal with my celestial court. At the same time, he is using celestial court to weaken these variant human goo immortals. After the battle, these variant human goo immortals must have suffered heavy casualties. Thus, Fang Yuan forcefully annexed them. Who knows, he might even be using the crisis of my forceful deduction to deceive these variant human goo immortals into agreeing. Fairy Myrtle thought of many things at this moment. Fang Yuan had left a deep impression on her as a despicable and sinister person. It was not an exaggeration to think of Fang Yuan as a bad person. Fairy Myrtle felt very depressed. She felt that this attack on Langya Blessed Land was very likely to help Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan, I will not let you succeed. Prince's Impatience. Fairy Myrtle's eyes were filled with anger. She immediately contacted Princess Impatience, who was far away in northern plains. Princess Impatience had already received orders to hide in Loosetail Ridge. His original plan was to cooperate with Celestial Court's Goo Immortals to attack Langya Blessed Land if there was a chance. Or when Northern Plains Goo Immortals sensed it, he would appear and stall for time. Princess Impatience, Fang Yuan might appear. Quickly investigate and stall the target if you find him. Fairy Myrtle ordered. Understood. Princess Impatience suddenly changed the topic. Wait, I found him. You need to be very careful alone. Fairy Myrtle quickly reminded him. Fang Yuan is crafty and sinister. The theft path Immortal Goo method might be from Langya sect. It might also be his. I have already sent Goo Immortals to infiltrate Northern Plains and reinforce you. But for the time being you will not have any helpers. Princess Impatience had a solemn expression. Understood. He was a rank 8 Goo Immortal, he had to be careful against a rank 7 Goo Immortal? But he did not feel that it was inappropriate or absurd, he felt that it was natural. Not just Princess Impatience, Fairy Myrtle and the Celestial Court's Goo Immortals were the same. His earlier underestimation only showed his foolishness. Thunder Ghost True Monarch and Qin Yi died in battle. It proved that this demon Fang Yuan was not ordinary, he could not be judged with common sense. Others could be underestimated, but underestimating Fang Yuan was like going against oneself. He came after all. Fang Yuan flew in the air, he turned around and saw that Princess Impatience was already closing the distance between them. Annexing Langya Blessed Land caused quite a commotion. Fang Yuan's main body was exposed. Princess Impatience had been hiding nearby, he immediately sensed it and chased after him. Fang Yuan flew forward. He did not want to fight with Princess Impatience. After the battle earlier, his condition was not at his peak, he had expended a lot of immortal essence. At the same time, he had to be wary of Fairy Myrtle's deductions. Yama Emperor's killer move was stuck to his soul, concealing his traces and expending his soul foundation. Fang Yuan, where are you going? If you are a man, come back and fight me for 300 rounds. You coward, do you only know how to run? Behind him, Princess Impatience had an arrogant attitude, he scolded endlessly. But the truth was, Princess Impatience was very vigilant, he looked arrogant but he had a good attitude. Fang Yuan smiled coldly, no matter how Princess Impatience provoked him, he was indifferent. Even if Fang Yuan was not at his peak, even if he only had rank 7 cultivation level with reverse flow protection seal, Luo Seal, as well as Heavenly Giant Solar and the immemorial Rock Dragon, he could fight against Princess Impatience without being at a disadvantage. But what was the benefit? Fighting against Princess Impatience, if he was not careful, an accident could happen. After all, this was one of the 10 great fierce lands of Northern Plains, Loosetail Ridge. Fang Yuan would expose all sorts of methods and precious information, his immortal essence expenditure would be even greater. Celestial Court's reinforcements might appear during the battle, by then, the situation would have to be re-evaluated. The king would not mobilize because of anger. Be it righteous path or demonic path, if they could not control their emotions, no matter how great their temporary achievements were, they would still be clowns. I'm here, this is the place. Fang Yuan flew rapidly. When he saw a huge frost pool in the valley ahead, he was overjoyed. Princess Impatience had already attacked, he was behind Fang Yuan, attacking him indiscriminately. The two chased and fled, they quickly approached the frost pool. An astonishing wave was set off in the cold pond, and an immemorial frost serpent appeared. It had a single horn on its head, its body was over 100 feet long, it was covered in layers of white scales. Once it appeared, the temperature in the surrounding 100 li plummeted. Tai Gu Han Jiao roared, warning Fang Yuan and Princess Impatience not to approach its territory. Fang Yuan was looking for this Tai Gu Han Jiao. Back when the land spirit of Langya moved its blessed land from Crescent Lake to Loosetail Ridge, it did not tell Fang Yuan the exact location, it was a precaution against him. Now that the land spirit of Langya was suppressed by Fang Yuan, Langya blessed land's exact location and the surrounding forces were all under Fang Yuan's control. Tai Gu Han Jiao's warning was ineffective. Fang Yuan and Princess Impatience were still coming for it. It was furious, its throat moved as it opened its mouth and breathed out endless frost breath. The frost breath was like a tide made of ice, it was pure white and flawless, everywhere it went, it flickered with icy light. Fang Yuan activated reverse flow protection seal, his body submerging into the frost aura that filled the sky. Prince's impatience realized the situation was bad, it quickly chased after it. The frost breath covered the sky, it greatly interfered with Prince's impatience's investigative killer move. Fang Yuan had reverse flow protection seal, it could ensure his safety. As the frost breath passed, countless horse carriage-sized ice chunks fell from the sky. Prince's impatience was covered in flames, there was a layer of frost on its face as it floated in the sky. After blocking the frost breath, Prince's impatience did not feel smug, it was angry and anxious instead. Because it had lost track of Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan has familiar face, he has likely turned into an ice chunk and fell. Prince's impatience knew some important information, it was also very experienced, it immediately thought of the greatest possibility of Fang Yuan's disappearance. But it would not be easy for it to investigate Fang Yuan's true body now. Especially when Taigu Hanjiao charged at him just as he was about to move. Stupid beast. Prince's impatience cursed in anger. Taigu Hanjiao had limited intelligence. When Fang Yuan disappeared, it subconsciously thought that Fang Yuan had been killed by it, the only thing left was the burning Prince's impatience. Compared to Fang Yuan's rank 7 aura, Prince's impatience's rank 8 aura was overflowing, it was on the same level as Taigu Hanjiao. In Taigu Hanjiao's eyes, Fang Yuan was insignificant. The true threat was Prince's impatience. Boom boom boom. Prince's impatience had no choice but to fight Taigu Hanjiao. At the same time he used this chance to investigate the ice chunks on the ground. He soon made a discovery. A piece of white ice fell into the cold pool, but it did not float up. Instead, it turned into an ancient Hanjiao and drilled towards the bottom of the cold pool. Fang Yuan, you can't escape. Prince's impatience immediately abandoned Taigu Hanjiao and charged towards the cold pool. Fang Yuan entered the cold pool and drilled downwards. Soon he saw large numbers of Hanjiao, there were ancient Hanjiao and desolate beast Hanjiao. These were Hanjiao's big clans. These Hanjiao only looked at Fang Yuan curiously, they felt that he was one of them and did not have any desire to attack him. When Prince's impatience charged into the cold pool, his treatment was completely different. Many ancient Hanjiao charged towards him, but were burned into jerky by Prince's impatience. Ancient Hanjiao was in chaos. A small number of them became ferocious and attacked Prince's impatience, while most escaped in all directions. Fang Yuan was overjoyed, he directly mixed in. Fang Yuan, come out if you have the guts. Prince's impatience lost track of Fang Yuan again, it roared in anger in the cold pool, the terrifying sound waves created turbulence in the cold pool. Taigu Hanjiao also roared in sorrow, its descendants were slaughtered by human Gu immortals in front of it, their blood dyed the cold pool red. This made it extremely furious. Chapter 1777. Prince's impatience was not willing to tangle with Taigu Hanjiao, so he focused on chasing and harassing Fang Yuan. Prince's impatience swam towards the depths of the cold pool. But soon, a second Taigu Hanjiao rose from the depths of the cold pool, blocking Prince's impatience. There are actually 2 Taigu Hanjiao hiding in this cold pool? Prince's impatience and Fang Yuan were extremely shocked. Prince's impatience was furious but helpless, he was temporarily trapped. Fang Yuan was overjoyed, thus he entered the bottom of the cold pool and escaped from Prince's impatience's pursuit. He soon discovered to his surprise that there was a secret passage at the bottom of the cold pool that could connect to other places. Fang Yuan entered the secret passage and after swimming for a while, he arrived at an underground cold pool. This cold pool was calm and vast, there were a large number of Hanjiao living in it. So there is a tribe of such a scale, no wonder there are 2 Taigu Hanjiao. Oh no, there are 3 of them. Fang Yuan's eyes brightened. He discovered there was another Taigu Hanjiao here. This Taigu Hanjiao was entrenched at the shore of the cold pool, and when it heard the sounds of battle from above, it became more and more restless. It shook its head and growled, finally unable to endure it, it dove into the cold pool and quickly went to reinforce its Taigu Hanjiao. 3 Taigu Hanjiao TSK. Fang Yuan sympathized with Prince's impatience. Prince's impatience was in trouble. Of course, Taigu Hanjiao's intelligence could not compare to humans, it could not kill Prince's impatience, it might even die. Prince's impatience had great battle strength, because he had grown up in northern plains, becoming a rank 8 Gu immortal step by step, his battle achievements were outstanding. However, by the time the Prince's impatience got rid of the 3 Taigu Hanjiao, I would have already escaped. Fang Yuan went ashore and was about to leave when he suddenly stopped. He found a lot of Hanjiao eggs on the shore. Each of the Hanjiao eggs was the size of a millstone, and they were densely packed together, numbering in the hundreds and thousands. So Tai Guhan Jiao was protecting the egg so he didn't leave easily. Wait, what's this? Fang Yuan discovered a short stone pillar at the center of the egg. It was grayish-white in color and emitted a cold aura. This is a rank 8 immortal material moon frost stone? It's such a big piece, it's definitely worth a fortune. Even with Fang Yuan's high standards, he felt a faint sense of joy in his heart. At this point he finally understood why there were 3 Tai Guhan Jiao in this Han Jiao tribe. He immediately took action, taking away the moon frost stone and the thousands of Han Jiao eggs. My luck suppressed Prince's impatience in this Han Jiao tribe, thus I was chased by them. It was a blessing in disguise. Fang Yuan sighed inwardly. Prince's impatience was not Feng Jioge. Without Feng Jioge's luck restraining him, Fang Yuan's luck immediately gained a miraculous effect. Prince's impatience failed to pester Fang Yuan, but instead helped Fang Yuan. Without him pestering the 3 Tai Guhan Jiao, Fang Yuan would not have the chance to steal such a huge fortune. This was the power of luck path. I really need to thank Prince's impatience for his cooperation. Fang Yuan was secretly happy. He drilled into the ground and used fixed immortal travel to escape. Prince's impatience was still fighting with the 3 Tai Guhan Jiao. Suddenly, the 3 primeval Frost WRMS received a message from the other Frost WRMS, and they knew that their eggs had been stolen. Instantly, they went berserk, and their eyes turned crimson red as they madly breathed frosty air from their mouths. Even the powerful Prince's impatience was almost stunned. They kept resisting and were in a sorry state. What's wrong with these stupid snakes? Why did they suddenly become so ferocious? Prince's impatience felt that it was strange. Sigh. I was delayed by these 3 beasts for so long, Fang Yuan must have escaped. My mission failed. Prince's impatience sighed inwardly. There was no helping it, Fang Yuan simply did not want to fight him, he was too slippery. Moreover, Fang Yuan had transformation path attainment. In a place like Loosetail Ridge, Prince's impatience was at a huge disadvantage. Fang Yuan made use of this huge geographical advantage. When Gu immortals fought, they would only look at each other's killer moves, immortal Gu and so on, they were all fools. Elites among Gu immortals were skilled at adapting to the environment, they could deduce each other's thoughts and emotions. Then come back. Fang Yuan is crafty, your appearance is too coincidental, he might have already deduced your true identity. Fairy Myrtle transmitted. Prince's impatience was silent, he was very unwilling, but Fairy Myrtle was right, he could not underestimate Fang Yuan. When Prince's impatience attacked Fang Yuan, it meant that his identity was exposed. Retreat. Prince's impatience gritted his teeth, flying out of the icy pool. But the 3 Tai Guhan Jiao chased after him relentlessly. What's going on? Are these 3 stupid snakes crazy? They are chasing me relentlessly. Prince's impatience felt very unlucky, he met with these 3 beasts, they were unreasonable and kept chasing him. You really think I can't deal with you? Prince's impatience was infuriated. Just as he was about to make a move, the surrounding mountain ridges emitted violent beast roars. Primordial desolate beasts revealed themselves and looked maliciously at Prince Feng Xian. They acknowledged the 3 Tai Guhan Jiao, they had been neighbors for many years. But where did this human Gu immortal come from? He actually dared to invade Loosetail Ridge. Prince's impatience's expression turned pale. Loosetail Ridge was one of the 10 great fierce areas of northern plains. Even rank 8 Gu immortals had to be very careful when exploring it. I might cause a beast tide. I should retreat first. Prince's impatience's heart sank, he quickly retreated. Ah! He was caught off guard, Tai Guhan Jiao's frost breath hit him, his body was covered in frost as he shivered. Bam! With a muffled sound he was hit on the back by an ice ball created by Tai Guhan Jiao, he staggered forward, he was in a sorry state. The 3 Tai Guhan Jiao chased after Prince's impatience, but Prince's impatience had a dark expression, he did not dare to retaliate, he took all the attacks head-on as he spat out blood and escaped Loosetail Ridge. 3 days later. The refinement path formation rumbled, the final trace of harmful Dao marks was eliminated. I finally succeeded. Land Spirit of Langya sighed. Fang Yuan let out a breath of air, he was finally safe. These 3 days, Fairy Myrtle had been making deductions, Fang Yuan felt a lot of pressure. Yama Emperor's killer move was very loyal, but it expended Fang Yuan's soul foundation. Compared to the previous life, my soul foundation has fallen greatly. To refine these harmful Dao marks, I lost a lot of rank 8 immortal materials. But compared to my gains, these losses are nothing. Fang Yuan evaluated this battle. Only when the harmful Dao marks were completely gone and Fairy Myrtle had nothing else to rely on, did this siege of Langya blessed land come to an end. Undeniably, Fang Yuan obtained a huge victory in this battle. His gains were huge. He was very satisfied. Basically, the entire battle was under his control. He did not deviate from his plans. This was the advantage of rebirth. Spring-autumn cicada's power was undeniable. Of course, without the support of Fang Yuan's own strength, no matter how many times a mortal was reborn, they could not change the overall situation. In essence, Spring-autumn cicada was a support-type goo. How much it could change after rebirth depended on the goo immortal's scheming and practical ability. But during this process there were some accidents. For example, Feng Jioge used the killer move Karma Relocation to easily leave the battlefield. There was also another ability of harmful Dao marks. Fairy Myrtle gave up on the Dark Spiral and directly deduced Langya Blessed Land's location. I was caught off guard. This was information that Fang Yuan did not reveal in his previous life. Rebirth once could not let Fang Yuan see all of the enemy's trump cards. Especially when facing the Celestial Court, their foundation was too deep. Rebirth had an advantage, but it was not absolute. The enemy was not a fool. If you changed and became different from your previous life, the enemy would also quickly adjust and react differently. Fairy Myrtle forcefully deduced Langya Blessed Land, as well as the prince's impatience. Cooperation in the pursuit were clear proof. These were things that Fang Yuan had not experienced in his previous life. Before the battle, Fang Yuan had also considered this point. Thus, he chose to resist the Celestial Court, and did not plot against Longevity Heaven. In his previous life, the land spirit of Langya could not win against them. It asked for help from Longevity Heaven, causing the Celestial Court to fail and Fang Yuan to escape. After Fang Yuan suppressed the land spirit of Langya, there was a very tempting choice in front of him. That was to make use of the previous agreement and purposely make the land spirit of Langya send help to Longevity Heaven. Then, using Langya Blessed Land as the battlefield, he would let the Gu Immortals of Longevity Heaven and Celestial Court fight to the death, and finally Fang Yuan would strike at the right time and reap the benefits. But Fang Yuan thought about it and rejected this plan. It was too risky. Even though if the scheme succeeded, the benefits would be shocking. But the risk was too huge. Fang Yuan could not bear it. Don't forget, Spring-autumn cicada was still recovering. It could not be used now. Never underestimate your opponents. Be it Longevity Heaven or Celestial Court, these rank 8 experts were all shrewd and had deep foundations. If they were not careful, they would make a different choice from the previous life. They had too many methods. Changes would cause changes, and the bigger the change, the more unrecognizable it would be. Fang Yuan's strength was not enough. He could not control the situation in this battle. Thus, Fang Yuan chose to rely on himself to resist Celestial Court. This way there would be fewer variables and he could control the situation. Even though some accidents happened, they were harmless. Fang Yuan obtained complete victory in the end. Everything in Langya sect belonged to Fang Yuan. Right now, the 3 hairy man continents were placed in Mini Eastern Sea by Fang Yuan. The refinement water used up a lot of energy. It was collected by Fang Yuan to form a small refinement sea that was moved to the westernmost part of Mini Eastern Sea, near Mini Central Continent. Langya Blessed Land's cloud cover continent was moved to Mini White Heaven by Fang Yuan. Langya sect's damaged Immortal Gu House refinement cauldron was taken away by Fang Yuan. He wanted to modify Great Thief Ghost Hand. The refinement path formation was left on cloud cover continent. Luck path self luck true inheritance. Thieving Heaven and Steel Life true inheritance. Long hair refinement path true inheritance. Fang Yuan would continue researching them in the future. 3 days have passed. I wonder what those variant human Gu immortals are thinking. Land Spirit of Langya controlled the long hair refinement path formation to calm down as he said. Chapter 1778. Inside the Sovereign Immortal Aperture. Mini White Heaven Cloud Cover Continent. What, you haven't decided yet? Fang Yuan's rank 6-time path clone represented his main body. He came to meet the variant human Gu immortals who had survived the battle. Among these variant human Gu immortals, there were Snowman Gu Immortal Bing Yuan, Rockman Gu Immortal Shi Zong and Shi Cheng, as well as Inkman Gu Immortal Mo Chi. Because of Fang Yuan's scheme, only these 4 variant human Gu immortals were left. 3 days ago, after Fang Yuan got rid of Prince's Impatience's pestering, he asked these 4 Gu immortals to consider it carefully. He suggested that they join Langya sect and gave them 3 days to think about it. Now 3 days had passed. Fang Yuan's time path clone and land spirit of Langya came together. Bing Yuan and the rest looked at each other. They did not speak. They had difficult expressions. Fang Yuan's time path clone snorted coldly in his heart, but he showed a warm smile on his face. He said warmly, "Everyone, if you have any thoughts, you can say them directly." We are all allies, we are family. Even though I am a rank 8 Gu immortal now, my attitude towards you will not change. Fang Yuan used both the carrot and the stick. He pointed out the fact that he was a rank 8, he smiled sincerely, but his words were deep and profound. The 4 variant human Gu immortals heard this and their expressions turned even uglier. Fang Yuan had put up the 3 rib bones of Thunder Ghost True Monarch for sale earlier. His reputation had already risen. The variant humans valued him highly. Right now, he was in charge of the situation. He had just repelled the invasion of Celestial Court. He even killed 2 rank 8 Gu immortals of Celestial Court in front of the variant human Gu immortals. Fang Yuan's reputation had risen by hundreds of times. In the hearts of the variant human Gu immortals, he was like a towering mountain. His words before and after the battle were 2 completely different concepts. Every word was like a heavy mountain pressing down on the 4 variant human Gu immortals' hearts. Seeing that the 4 immortals were silent, Fang Yuan smiled. I am thinking for your sake. Now that you're participating in the defense, Feng Jioga has already escaped and the intelligence has been leaked. According to the Celestial Court's Wisdom Path Attainment, they can definitely deduce your location. Staying here with me is the best choice for you. The 4 variant human Gu immortals looked at each other with bitter expressions. Fang Yuan was right. However, once they joined the Langya sect, they would lose their freedom. This was completely different from the alliance of equals from before. Who would want to lose their freedom? Fang Yuan kept saying that he wanted to join the Langya sect. The 4 variant human Gu immortals understood. Right now, the whole of Langya sect was annexed by Fang Yuan. Joining Langya sect was just a cover-up. The essence was to join Fang Yuan and become his subordinate. It was fine if Fang Yuan was a hairy man. Most importantly, he was a human Gu immortal. The 4 variant human Gu immortals were naturally not willing to submit to a human Gu immortal. However, the current situation was very delicate, and the situation was pressing. If they did not agree to Fang Yuan, the consequences would be dire. The smile on Fang Yuan's clone's face faded. He said plainly, "Everyone, you are thinking too much. If I really want to harm you, I can just kill you directly. What strength do you have left to resist?" Fang Yuan's words were very direct. The 4 variant human Gu immortals' expressions changed. They could not refute Fang Yuan's words. Fang Yuan's battle strength was definitely at rank 8 level, together with Heavenly Giant Solar, even if the Rockman tribe had 1 immemorial rock dragon left. So what? Fang Yuan's gaze swept around as he continued, "Even though I am a human demonic path Gu immortal, I had no other choice. The Celestial Court wants to kill me. What else can I do other than resist? You're all my friends and family. I will not do anything to harm you. After joining the Langya sect, we will be able to unite even more closely. If we split up, the Celestial Court or Longevity Heaven will find trouble with you and weaken us." Fang Yuan's sincere words calmed the 4 variant human Gu immortals down. Land Spirit of Langya, however, felt a chill in his heart. Master Fang Yuan makes it sound like he is telling the truth. He tried to harm them earlier. If not for Master, how could so many Gu immortals from these 3 races die? If I tell them the truth, I wonder what expression these 4 variant human Gu immortals will have? Actually, the 4 variant human Gu immortals were not stupid, they were shrewd. They were able to lead their tribes to survive for so many years in the cracks of the human race. It showed their wisdom. They had suspicions and guesses towards Fang Yuan as well, but they kept these suspicions to themselves. They would not show it outside. The current Fang Yuan was simply too powerful. He had shocking battle strength and rank 8 cultivation level. He could roam the 5 regions unhindered. Even the Celestial Court was defeated. It would be even more difficult for anyone to punish him. Duke Long was an exception. There was no need to mention him. Facing such a Fang Yuan, the variant human Gu immortals felt fear but also a trace of reliance. If we join Fang Yuan, it should be more stable than before, right? The 4 variant human Gu immortals had such thoughts. It was just that the extent of their thoughts differed. As the saying went, a large tree was the best shade. Joining other human Gu immortals was too dangerous. But joining a person like Fang Yuan was also possible. If they knew that Fang Yuan was going to attack Central Continent and the Celestial Court in the future, who knew how they would feel? Since Lord Fang Yuan is inviting us so warmly, my Snowman tribe believes in your sincerity, we will move our entire tribe and join Langya sect. After a moment of silence, the first to agree was the Snowman Gu immortal Bing Yuan. This rank 7 Gu immortal was the great-grandmother of Fang Yuan's fiancé, Shui Heir. With this relationship, she was closer to Fang Yuan in terms of status. She was the first to agree. With Bing Yuan breaking the deadlock, the other 3 Gu immortals quickly lowered their heads and agreed to join Fang Yuan as members of Langya sect. This was similar to the previous life. These variant human goo immortals joined Langya sect. But in the previous life, longevity heaven forced them, they agreed without hesitation. But in this life, it was Fang Yuan who forced them. They thought about it for 3 days before agreeing. The leaders of the 3 variant humans agreed. Next, Fang Yuan's main body would go to the northern icy plain in Inkman City. He would exterminate the remaining variant humans there. Oh no, he would rescue them into the Sovereign Immortal Aperture. Sovereign Immortal Aperture. The next day, at the northern end of Kokitahara, a male and female goo immortal were floating in the sky, looking down at the ground. The male immortal had an ordinary appearance, but his eyes were dark and eerie. He had an extraordinary aura and majesty. It was Fang Yuan's split soul that had entered his previous body, forming a rank 6 time path clone. The female immortal was young and beautiful. She was tall and slender. She had blue eyes and hair. Her skin was smooth and jade-like. She had an exotic aura. She was a goo immortal of the Snowman tribe, Fang Yuan's fiancée in name, Shui-Er. Shui-Er, my main body is not here yet. I can only use my clone to accompany you. You won't blame me, right? Fang Yuan's time path clone said apologetically and warmly. Shui-Er blinked her large eyes, quickly saying, Fang Yuan, don't worry. Shui-Er is not a girl who does not know the severity of the situation. With your clone accompanying me, Shui-Er is already content. Shui-Er lowered her attitude. Even though Fang Yuan's time path clone had the same cultivation level as her, rank 6, Fang Yuan's main body was a rank 8 goo immortal. And now, the entire Snowman tribe was living in Fang Yuan's sovereign immortal aperture. Even her great-grandmother, Bing Yuan, had joined Fang Yuan. The time path clone saw Shui-Er's attitude and nodded in satisfaction. Shui-Er asked, but I wonder, why did you bring Shui-Er here? Aha, I brought a gift for you. Shui-Er, take a look below. Fang Yuan's time path clone said as he waved his hand. The icy mist spreading below immediately surged, revealing the mountain and the formation. Shui-Er's lips opened slightly, showing a shocked expression. Ah, this is the snow crystal formation. It uses an ice path crystal essence and a large number of ice and snow path goo worms to construct it. From now on, your Snowman tribe will live here. Fang Yuan explained the benefits of this formation. The snow crystal formation had a huge range, covering an area of tens of thousands of square kilometers. It used the frost energy that the ice path crystal essence breathed out to cover every inch of the surrounding area, changing the environment and creating an environment suitable for the snowmen to live in. At the same time, it would produce snow monsters that coexisted with the snowmen, training each other. Shui-Er, you and I are engaged. The Snowman tribe is closer to me than the other 3 tribes. These last days, I have been thinking about how to make arrangements for our people. I thought about it and used all my strength to make deductions. I finally thought of this snow crystal formation. With this formation, our Snowman tribe will have an excellent environment to live in. Saying so, the time path clone looked at Shui-Er with a gentle gaze. Shui-Er was overjoyed, her eyes were shining. Fang Yuan, you really put in a lot of effort. This is out of Shui-Er's expectations. To speak the truth, yesterday, great-grandmother was still worried about how to make arrangements for our Snowman tribe. Fang Yuan smiled lightly, taking the chance to hug Shui-Er's shoulder. Shui-Er's body froze. This was the first time she had done such an intimate action. Fang Yuan spoke again. Shui-Er, from now on, you will be the owner of this formation. You will take care of our tribe. My sovereign immortal aperture does not have many things, but it has a lot of space. Let's develop. The more Snowman tribe there is, the better. We will strive to be on par with the Hairy Man tribe. Shui-Er heard this and her eyes turned red. She said with a choked voice, Fang Yuan, thank you so much. I had never thought that the snowmen would one day be able to develop so openly on the surface of the earth. I won't let you down. Great-grandmother and Lord Bingzhuo will definitely be very excited and happy when they hear your arrangements. Fang Yuan took the chance to hug Shui-Er. This time, Shui-Er's body did not stiffen. She obediently leaned on Fang Yuan's chest. Her face was red. Fang Yuan said with deep emotions, Actually, people have many misunderstandings about me. They say that I am despicable, shameless, cold and emotionless, but the truth is that they covet my immortal goo and my rebirth memories. They first put the blame on me before extorting and robbing me on the pretext of righteousness. My experience is very similar to the Snowman tribe, so I deeply sympathize with them. I also understand you. Sigh, actually, I have not done well enough. The snow crystal formation lacks some ice and snow path immortal goo. It is not strong. At the same time, there is only one ice path crystal essence inside. If I can get more in the future, I will definitely replenish them here. Fang Yuan's words made Shui-Er feel a sweet happiness. she said without hesitation. Fang Yuan, don't worry. Our snowman tribe has 2 ice path crystal essences in our storage. If great-grandmother hears about this, she will definitely use immortal goo to build our homeland. That would be great. Fang Yuan pretended to be pleasantly surprised as he laughed. Chapter 1779. The blue sky was clear and the white clouds were like snow. On the grassland of autumn, the wind was howling. Under the sunlight, the grassland undulated, creating waves of golden waves. Under the protection of these waves, there was a huge pitch-black city. If one looked from a bird's-eye view, this city had a grand layout and strict structure. The outer city walls seemed to be made of huge rocks. They were pitch-black like ink. The surface of the rocks was weathered by the wind and rain. They were engraved with the vicissitudes of time. The entire city wall was in the shape of a hexagon. It stood majestically on the grassland. The perimeter of the city wall was over 100 li. It was over 100 feet tall and several feet thick. It was grand and tall. When ordinary people stood on the grassland, they could see a huge pitch-black beast crawling in the lush grassland from far away. When standing close, they would have to look up at the tall city wall and the huge city gate. At every corner of the city wall, there were towers. There were countless holes for shooting arrows. Every few li there was a wide path for horses to climb the city. In the city wall there were also hidden weapon storage caves. To mortals, just the city wall was impregnable. During the imperial court contest in northern plains, this majestic city wall had blocked the Gu master armies over 10 times. It had never collapsed. After crossing the city wall, it was the bustling world inside the city. In this city there were over 800,000 people, all kinds of Gu masters. The streets in the city were crisscrossed. There were many shops, palaces and houses. There was an endless flow of people and carriages. The city was bustling with noise and bustling. A special situation was, the ink men were the majority of the city's population. Walking on the streets and alleys, there were very few humans. Ink men could be seen everywhere. This was a city that belonged to the ink men. In northern plains and even the 5 regions, it was unique. This was Inkman City. Rumble. A loud sound could be heard, followed by an intense earthquake. The peace and order of the city was broken. What is going on? Is the earth cracking? In recent years there have been rumors that the earth will crack open and form a huge trench that can reach the earth's core. Save me. Mother. For a time the city was in chaos. Countless mortals ran about in panic, and they were like chickens flying and dogs jumping about. Smoke and dust rose. Most of the buildings and city walls of Inkman City emitted a halo of light. Then, the Inkman City slowly rose into the sky and actually ascended into the sky. Oh my god. The Inkman City is flying? Could it be that the rumors are true? This Inkman City is actually a mortal goo house? Oh my god. Such a large mortal goo house is simply unheard of. The mortals were extremely shocked and aghast. Right at this time, an immortal killer move flew out, scattering into green light that covered the whole of Inkman City. Sleep for a while. Fang Yuan smiled faintly as he floated in the clouds. Beside him stood a male Inkman immortal. He was the Inkman City Lord, the king of Northern Plains Inkmen, rank 6 Gu immortal Mo Tan Sang. He was also one of the only 2 Gu immortals in Inkman City. Under Fang Yuan's wisdom path immortal move, the mortals of Inkman City fell into a deep slumber. The entire city became quiet. Inkman City shrunk and after a while, it entered Fang Yuan's sovereign immortal aperture. This Inkman City has over 800,000 people. It was created by the legendary Inkman Gu immortal Yen back then and has been developing to this day. Central Continent has the number 1 human city, Emperor City. My Inkman City is equivalent to half of Emperor City. Fang Yuan recruited the Inkman Gu immortals. He naturally would not let go of the greatest foundation of the Inkmen. From today onwards you are still the Inkman City Lord. Do your best to develop and nurture more Inkman Gu immortals. My sovereign immortal aperture has enough space for you to display your talents. Fang Yuan smiled as he said to Mo Tan Sang. Mo Tan Sang had an excited expression as he knelt down towards Fang Yuan. Mo Tan Sang is willing to assist Lord Fang Yuan with all my strength. I will do my best to govern Inkman City. You can go in too. Fang Yuan smiled lightly. Mo Tan Sang obediently entered Fang Yuan's sovereign immortal aperture. He followed Inkman City and directly landed in mini Western Desert. Fang Yuan had already chosen the location. After Inkman City landed, the dust gradually dissipated as the sleeping crowd started to wake up. Mo Tan Sang methodically issued orders. He took charge of the situation and maintained the stability of Inkman City. Mo Tan Sang's emotions were actually very complex. But when facing Fang Yuan, he did not dare to show the slightest bit of arrogance. Mo Tansang had been in contact with Fang Yuan for a long time. At that time, Fang Yuan only had rank 6 cultivation level. Mo Tansang even tried to curry favor with Tai Bai Yunxing. He gave the latter the 9-cloud ring mortal killer move to befriend him. Right now, Tai Bai Yunxing was no longer in this world, while Fang Yuan had rank 8 cultivation level. With terrifying battle strength and impressive battle achievements, he could not even muster the slightest bit of resistance. When Fang Yuan came to take over Inkman City, Mo Tansang was informed in advance. He actively cooperated throughout the process. Fang Yuan smiled internally. Mo Tansang is a talent. I remember that in the 500 years of my previous life, this person led Inkman City. He nurtured many Inkman Gu immortals and cooperated with Ma Hongyun on equal terms. Using the 5 regions' chaotic war, not only did he raise his cultivation level, he even expanded the Inkman cities to hundreds of locations in northern plains. With him in charge of Inkman City, and with no hostile forces in mini-western desert, his future development is bright. Mo Tansang was a very talented leader. Not only did he have unique foresight, he was decisive and daring. He could also adapt to circumstances. He could not be underestimated. As long as he was given a slight chance, he could make a comeback and even create a miracle. In other words, he was a smaller version of Wu Yong. But because of his variant human identity, he did not have a good cultivation environment. He had always been in a difficult situation. As long as he was given a platform, his development would not be like this. Fang Yuan was not worried about his growth. He was happy to see it happen. This was the magnanimity of an expert. It was also Fang Yuan's confidence. No matter how much Mo Tansang grew, Fang Yuan was confident that he could control him and make him work for him. Actually, there were many risks involved in relocating Inkman City. Celestial Court might set up an ambush. Or rather, Fairy Myrtle deduced that the participating Inkman Gu immortals came from Inkman City. She would definitely think that Fang Yuan would make a move against Inkman City. This way, even if Celestial Court did not make a move, as long as Fairy Myrtle informed Longevity Heaven of this news, Longevity Heaven would make a move against Fang Yuan. He would be in big trouble. But fortunately, Fang Yuan obtained Inkman City. Everything went smoothly without any problems. Fang Yuan's main body quickly retreated, while his time path clone remained beside Land Spirit of Langya. The long hair refinement path formation was operating. Land Spirit of Langya personally controlled the formation, reporting to Fang Yuan's clone. In another month, the seal on Langya's origin core will be completely removed. Fang Yuan's clone nodded slightly, inspecting the formation. Every immortal aperture, be it blessed land or winter, would have an immortal aperture origin core. The immortal aperture origin core was the foundation of an immortal aperture. Developing the immortal aperture and annexing other immortal apertures would strengthen the immortal aperture origin core. If the immortal aperture origin core was damaged or extracted, the immortal aperture that was developed with great difficulty would regress, the space would shrink, the primeval energy would thin, and all living beings would wither. The immortal aperture origin core was like a spirit spring. Gu Immortal's immortal essence was condensed from the immortal aperture origin core. Lang Ye's immortal aperture was originally a rank 8 grotto heaven. The immortal aperture origin core was a milky white lump. After Longhair Ancestor died, Lang Ye Heavenly Spirit could not resist the rank 8 calamities and tribulations. It spent many years to think of a solution. The Heavenly Spirit used a refinement path killer move to seal Lang Ye's origin core, causing it to fall by a level, becoming a Vermilion rank 7 origin core. Lang Ye Heavenly Spirit thus fell to Land Spirit of Langya. But precisely because of this, the calamities and tribulations that Lang Ye's immortal aperture faced were all rank 7. Fang Yuan's current rank 8 was only a pseudo rank 8. The number of Dao marks had increased, but the immortal aperture origin core was still a Vermilion origin core. Only when Lang Ye's origin core was completely unsealed and turned back into a milky white origin core would Fang Yuan absorb it and become a true rank 8 Gu immortal. The immortal aperture would become a grotto heaven and produce rank 8 white lychee immortal essence. This method of sealing the origin core and lowering the immortal aperture's level was very powerful. It had great significance. During peaceful times, most Gu immortals died from calamities and tribulations. For example, Hu Immortal died under the Blue Charm Shadow's tribulation, leaving behind Hu Immortal Blessed Land. If this method was used to lower one level, the Gu Immortal would be able to face calamities and tribulations calmly. They could even accumulate Dao marks and not be afraid of not being able to keep up with the pace of calamities and tribulations. Fang Yuan was very happy after obtaining this method. He praised Land Spirit of Langya. But Land Spirit of Langya told him, I am only imitating. My main body obtained this method from Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable, while Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable obtained it from Limitless Demon Venerable's inheritance. The original version of this killer move was a rule path killer move. It was called One Step Back. Later, Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable modified it greatly and turned it into a space path killer move called Sea and Sky. I only twisted it into refinement path. It is not an improvement or optimization, it is only a crude imitation. Thus, I did not have the face to change its name. I simply combined the names of the two and called it One Step Back. Sea and Sky are wide open. Fang Yuan heard this and sighed, to think that this method had such a huge origin and had such a long history. Immortal killer move, One Step Back. Sea and Sky are wide open. Evidently, this move was only a supplementary move. It was used to manage the immortal aperture and did not have any offensive power. But it was extremely useful. Its value was so high that it could break through the heavens. If it was leaked, it would benefit the entire Gu Immortal world. The number of Gu Immortals would increase by several times or even dozens of times. From this aspect, Fang Yuan could see the talent and strength of Limitless Demon Venerable and Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable. With this method, Limitless Demon Venerable and Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable could easily pass their tribulations and accumulate Dao marks. This method had already broken the normal state of Gu Immortal cultivation. It swept away the pressure of calamities and tribulations and the situation of Gu Immortals running for their lives. They could do it with ease and ease. Then Limitless Demon Venerable and Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable can accumulate rank 9 Dao marks before becoming venerable. Fang Yuan said this back then. Chapter 1780. Land Spirit of Langya sighed, continuing, every venerable is an invincible person. They have shocking talent. We cannot use common sense to judge them. This kind of underestimation is foolish to us. It is an insult to them. Fang Yuan nodded. He could not help but recall the battle in his previous life. Every venerable could easily change the situation. They could overturn all of the Gu Immortals' hard work. Think about how strong Duke Long was, but against a venerable's method, he could not resist at all. In terms of Dao marks, the difference between rank 8 and rank 9 is not that huge. But the truth is, the gap between rank 8 and rank 9 Gu Immortals is so huge that it makes one feel despair. This is because people are different. Gu are the essence of heaven and earth. Man is the spirit of all living beings. There are no invincible Gu worms or killer moves, only invincible people. Think about Limitless Demon Venerable. He had rank 8 Dao marks when he was rank 6. Then when he became rank 9, how many Dao marks would he have? Fang Yuan felt that he could not estimate it. All cultivation conventions and common sense were not applicable to venerables. Red Lotus Demon Venerable could revive infinitely. Limitless Demon Venerable had a shocking number of Dao marks. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable could influence history with her schemes. These venerables were unfathomable. At least for now, that was the situation for Fang Yuan. In fact, in the battle to defend Langya, Fang Yuan killed Thunder Ghost True Monarch and Chen Yi. He snatched Feng Jioga's fixed immortal travel. But what was the greatest result of the battle? It was a method that used up Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable, Karma Relocation Killer move. In the previous life, Chen Yi relied on this move to defend infallible blessed land to gain some time. Fang Yuan, Wu Yong, and Bing Sichuan were forced to stop. They lost the final chance to turn the situation around. Now that I used up Karma Relocation, who knows how many methods these venerables have left? Maybe because of my rebirth, more venerable methods will be activated. Just by relying on the advantage of being reborn and accumulating, I will become even stronger than I was in my previous life. Even so, it's still not safe. Who knows if a venerable one's trick will suddenly appear at the crucial moment. If I want to destroy Fate Gu, I cannot rely on myself. I need to gather some venerable methods to be safe. Fang Yuan continued to devise a plan. A few days later. Southern border, Plunder Shadow Earth Trench. This used to be the Shadow Sect's camp, which was occupied by Fang Yuan. Afterwards, Southern Border's Gu Immortals joined forces and surrounded this place. Fang Yuan self-detonated a large number of pure dream reality seeker physique bodies to form a dream realm. He successfully stalled for time and escaped. Thus, a large number of dream realms were left behind here. Southern Border's Gu Immortals set up a formation here to monitor and research the dream realms. Fang Yuan quietly arrived nearby. He activated a refinement path killer move, causing a drizzle to fall on the Southern Border Gu Immortals formation. The formation was activated to resist the drizzle. Who attacked me? Humph, with this formation we are impregnable. That's right, anyone who wants to attack this place is delusional. The southern border Gu immortals guarding this place were mainly Yang Sanmu, Chichio, and Xia Fan. They immediately became vigilant against the mysterious attack. Soon they easily discovered Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan did not have any intention to conceal himself. In fact, after using such an immortal killer move, his aura was constantly surging out. He could not conceal himself. Fang Yuan had only seen Wu Yong, who could perfectly conceal the killer move's aura. However, Fang Yuan still used familiar face to change his appearance. If he showed his true appearance, wouldn't the Gu immortals guarding this place be terrified? A rank 7 Gu immortal. But I don't know who he is. His aura belongs to southern border. He should be a secluded Gu immortal. Inside the formation, Xia Fan could not discern Fang Yuan's true appearance. He guessed. Right now, Lang Ye's origin core had been completely unsealed and annexed by Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan had become a true rank 8 Gu immortal. But he purposely disguised himself as a rank 7 Gu immortal. His familiar face killer move had been greatly modified towards the end of his previous life. Right now, the southern border Gu immortals could not find out the truth. To prevent the ink effect from getting stronger and to preserve his rebirth advantage, Fang Yuan chose to attack the defensive immortal formation like in his previous life. At the same time, he concealed his rank 8 cultivation level. One was to guard against the celestial court, the other was to lure the southern border Gu immortals. According to his previous life's memories, if this continued, the southern border Gu immortals would form groups to pursue Fang Yuan. If Fang Yuan exposed his rank 8 cultivation level, Xiaoqiao would not be the only rank 8 Gu immortal chasing after him. Fang Yuan had to show weakness to the enemy. The drizzle soon turned into a medium rain that seeped into the formation. Inside the formation, Chichio's expression changed. What refinement path killer move is this? It seems to be able to refine our formation. This cannot go on. Fang Yuan annexed Langya Blessed Land. He obtained the long hair refinement path true inheritance and a large number of immortal Gu. Among them were 3 rank 8 immortal Gu: water refinement, advanced refinement, and strong refinement. These 3 immortal Gu were refinement path Gu worms. They had no offensive power when used alone, they were only supplementary. Among them, strong refinement immortal Gu could directly refine other people's immortal Gu. It was the core of the immortal Gu house refinement cauldron, but it was taken away when Shadow Sect invaded. In this battle, the rank 8 Heavenly Essence Treasure Imperial Lotus was also damaged. It fell to rank 7. Rank 8 Advanced Refinement Immortal Gu had always been the core of the long hair refinement path formation. And rank 8 Water Refinement Immortal Gu was hidden inside Refinement Water. All along, the land spirit of Langya had used this Gu and other supplementary Gu worms to form an immortal killer move, turning the Refinement Path and Water Path Dao marks of Langya Blessed Land into Refinement Water. The land spirit of Langya's plan was to accumulate the Refinement Water to a certain extent and form Refinement Sea. Refinement Sea was a man-made secluded domain of heaven and earth. Once one became an immortal, they would be able to replenish themselves endlessly. This was a huge plan. It expended a huge amount of Refinement Path Dao marks, resources, time and resources. After Fang Yuan annexed Langya Blessed Land, he wisely set aside this plan and took out the Water Refinement Immortal Gu for his own use. The killer move that Fang Yuan was using used rank 8 Water Refinement Immortal Gu as the core. Fang Yuan used many supplementary Gu worms to conceal his rank 8 aura, pretending to be rank 7. This was a tactic to show weakness to the enemy. It's fine, how can such a rank 7 killer move break our formation? Chichio said proudly. This formation was created by Chi Clan. As a Chi Clan Gu immortal, Chichio had his own pride. He was very confident in his clan's immortal formation. Look, the formation is working on its own. We don't even need to do anything, it can perfectly counter the enemy. This refinement path killer move will fail. Chichio smiled. But soon Chichio's smile vanished. The formation had already changed several times, but no matter how it changed, it could not do anything to the refinement path killer move. The moderate rain had already turned into heavy rain. As the rain poured, the formation was being corroded severely. Gu immortals reported from time to time. They had anxious expressions and tone. Because a large number of mortal Gu were being refined by the enemy in the rain. And this formation could only work on its own, unless it was absolutely necessary, the Gu immortals could not control it. This was a lesson that southern borders Gu immortals learned from the Battle of Etion Mountain. To prevent a spy like Fang Yuan from infiltrating and manipulating the immortal formation, they made this arrangement. Chichio was helpless. He gritted his teeth as he said with a look of disbelief, "How can this be? What refinement path killer move is this? My clan's formation is actually useless against it." Chichio was simply stunned. Normally speaking, refinement path did not have such an advantage over formation path. But Fang Yuan's formation path attainment was extremely high. And most importantly, Fang Yuan was very familiar with this defensive formation. In the previous life, this formation had caused a lot of trouble for Fang Yuan, but Fang Yuan coerced and enticed Qi Chuyu to compromise. Qi Chuyu became the greatest spy in southern border. He told Fang Yuan about the details of this formation. Qi Chuyu, this pitiful child, would never have thought that his formation was already transparent, all its details were exposed. And the traitor was his clan's first supreme elder. Know yourself and your enemy, and you will never be defeated, not to mention that Fang Yuan was using a rank 8 killer move. After a while, the southern border Gu immortals in the formation were like ants in a hot pot. They were panicking. What do we do? What do we do? The enemy's refinement speed is getting faster. Who is he? With such a killer move, no wonder he has the confidence to attack. The enemy's Gu refinement speed is getting faster. We cannot keep up with him. At the final moment, even if we can control the formation on our own, it will be too late. Qi Chuyu wiped the cold sweat off his forehead. Formation path is truly useless. Xia Fan snorted coldly. Qi Chuyu glared at him. Xia Fan did not care. He looked at Yang Sanmu and suggested, the urgent matter now is to send Gu immortals out of the formation to disrupt the enemy's killer move. We will exchange Gu worms and buy time to restore the formation. He was a wisdom path Gu immortal. He had the responsibility of making plans. Yang Sanmu nodded. As the leader, he had to stand up at this moment. Then I will go. You guys will coordinate with me. Even though Fang Yuan was mysterious, Yang Sanmu was very confident. He was a soul path Gu immortal, a famous rank 7 expert in southern border. And refinement path's advantage was in refining Gu. It was weaker than other paths in other aspects. Xia Fan had a joyful expression. Maybe with Brother Yang's help, we can directly kill the enemy and win the battle. Yang Sanmu glanced at him before flying out of the formation. He approached Fang Yuan. Let's fight. Yang Sanmu was defeated. How can he be so strong? Yang Sanmu was captured. A moment later, the formation was broken by Fang Yuan. Even though the formation had a teleportation ability, Fang Yuan used a refinement path method to refine it. He destroyed the formation's teleportation ability. Chapter 1781. Plunder Shadow Earth Trench's defensive formation was destroyed. Southern Border's super forces soon realized this fact. The righteous path was shaken. Plunder Shadow Earth Trench's Dream Realm was the largest gathering place of dream realms in southern border other than Etion Mountain. Every path had their own cultivation resources. Dream realms were evidently a unique resource for dream path cultivation. They contained all sorts of profundities of dream path. Immortal Yan's prophecy of 3 venerables prophecy was deeply ingrained in everyone's hearts. Gu immortals knew that the future era was the era of dream path. Thus, every superforce placed great importance on dream realms and guarded them strictly. Isn't the sweeping Shadow Grand Formation falling too quickly? Who exactly did this? According to the information of the Gu immortals in the formation in our investigations, there was only one enemy, and he is only a rank 7 Gu immortal. Just a rank 7 Gu immortal could destroy such a formation? And so quickly? This is strange indeed. Do you think that demon Fang Yuan is here again? That's impossible, right? If it was Fang Yuan, why would the Dream Realms and Plunder Shadow Earth Trench remain? He has a method to turn Dream Realms into human form. Different from the previous life, Fang Yuan did not take away the Dream Realms and Plunder Shadow Earth Trench. He purposely left them behind. This action caused Southern Border's righteous path to think wildly. It concealed Fang Yuan's identity well. At once, Southern Border's Gu immortals were guessing who the Gu immortal who destroyed the formation was. Who had the guts to challenge Southern Border's righteous path? Who had such methods to easily destroy a super immortal formation? What was this person's motive? To attack Southern Border's righteous path? To have enmity with the righteous path? Or, to have some research on Dream Path and had already used the Dream Realms inside? Among all of Southern Border's righteous path members, the most depressed one was Qi Clan's first supreme elder, Qi Chuyu. Plunder Shadow Earth Trench's immortal formation had a secret passage. Qi Chuyu had purposely left it behind. To prevent the Dream Realms from being fought over in the future, he had planned ahead and left it behind. On the day that Fang Yuan attacked the formation, he quickly sensed it and hesitated whether to use this secret passage or not. After all, this was his dark thoughts. If he needlessly exposed it, it would damage his reputation in the Southern Border righteous faction. However, when he sensed something amiss and wanted to use the dark path, Fang Yuan's refinement path killer move had already destroyed this ability. Qi Chuyu was gloomy. In his previous life, after Fang Yuan's identity was exposed, he attacked the formation for a long time to no avail. Qi Chuyu made up his mind and had the time to secretly teleport into the formation. But in this life, Fang Yuan had annexed Langya Blessed Land, his strength had increased tremendously, Qi Chuyu did not have enough time to react. In reality, Qi Chuyu had a chance but he hesitated and didn't grasp it. Of course, even if he were to teleport in front of Fang Yuan through the secret passage, Fang Yuan would not be afraid at all. Soon, Qi Chuyu became even more gloomy. That was because some rumors had started to spread from somewhere. They said that this time, the formation was breached so quickly that the righteous path had no time to send reinforcements. It was because there was a mole in the Qi family. Precisely because this mole leaked the formation's secret, the mysterious Gu immortal was able to successfully take down the formation. This is a rumor. This is slander. My Qi clan will investigate this thoroughly. We will punish the person who spread this rumor. Qi Chuyu reacted quickly. He immediately spoke up and expressed his stance. But the rumor spread even more intensely. There were many versions of the story. Some were clearly nonsense, but some were reasonable. The righteous path Gu immortals became even more suspicious. Qi Chuyu was furious. He had been feeling suffocated for the last few days. These rumors attacked him. His image that he had painstakingly built up was damaged. His reputation fell greatly. How can my Qi clan leak information? The mastermind behind this is truly sinister. Qi Chuyu appeared again and again making statements. He felt regret in his heart. If he knew this, he would have taken the risk and directly teleported over. Even if that secret passage is exposed and I suffer criticism, I can still capture that mysterious enemy. But I can also capture that mysterious enemy and take him down. Qi Chuyu was very confident in himself because in his opinion the other party was a rank 7 Gu immortal. Regarding this guess of his, other than the evidence of the information, Qi Chuyu also had his own way of discerning it. If the enemy was a rank 8, he could have just shown himself. Why would he hide like this and pretend to be mysterious? Some righteous path Gu immortals consoled him, expressing their trust in Qi clan. But there were also some righteous path Gu immortals like Yang clan, who had never been on good terms with Qi clan, who spoke in an unfriendly tone. It's only human nature to steal what's in charge. Our Yang clan suffered the greatest losses. Yang Sanmu is an expert among rank 7s. He lost too quickly. This is not normal. It's obvious that someone leaked the detailed information. Some Yang clan Gu immortals even asked Qi Chuyu. Since Lord Qi Chuyu claims to be innocent, then the contents of the formation that were exposed in the rumors are all true. How do you explain this? Qi Chuyu was speechless. He was also very puzzled about this. He spoke righteously and firmly. There is no need to explain. Because the details of the formation are not only known by my Qi clan. In terms of suspects, any of the participating super clans might be involved. Saying that there was a traitor in Qi clan, this was too big of a scapegoat. Qi Chuyu swore to himself, even if he was beaten to death, he would not take this responsibility. If there is really a traitor, I will pull out his tendons and skin him alive. I will crush every single bone in his body. Qi Chuyu cursed. He hated the mysterious enemy. He hated the possibility of a traitor in Qi clan even more. The laughable thing was that there really was a traitor in Qi clan, and this traitor was himself. Of course, this was something that happened in Fang Yuan's previous life. Even Qi Chuyu himself did not know about it. In other words, he was in such a predicament because of himself. But no matter how Qi Chuyu tried to defend himself, no matter how he insisted on his stance, the rumors about Qi clan continued to spread and intensify. This situation, it seems that it is not just the enemy who broke the formation, there are likely other southern border forces adding fuel to the fire. Yang clan is definitely involved. Qi Chuyu was very angry. Even with his rank 8 cultivation and formation path great grandmaster cultivation level, he was helpless in this situation. In the rules of the righteous path, cultivation level did not mean everything. There is only one way now. We need to capture the culprit. That's right. As long as I capture him and dig out the truth, I will make all of southern border's righteous path shut up. Qi Chuyu almost shouted, sigh. Return my innocence, return my reputation. Chapter 1782. Qi Chuyu was so old he had to manage Qi clan's affairs. He was very worried. For the arrival of the Great Era, he even had to nurture a useless inheritor. Honestly speaking, Qi Chuyu did not have it easy. These rumors even caused trouble for him. Qi Chuyu held in his anger and sorrow. He gritted his teeth as he waited for Fang Yuan to jump out again. As the main culprit, Fang Yuan had been living peacefully these last few days. He was very content and peaceful. He was managing his immortal aperture. The immortal aperture was the foundation of a Gu immortal. If the immortal aperture was not managed well, no matter how strong the Gu immortal was, they would be rootless. Langya Blessed Land had already been fused into the sovereign immortal aperture. After the origin core was unsealed, Fang Yuan quickly annexed it. Fang Yuan asked the land spirit of Langya to take the lead. He also changed the alliance agreement with all the variant human Gu immortals. The new alliance agreement was very strict and binding. It confirmed Fang Yuan's supreme authority. The other variant human Gu immortals were his subordinates or subordinates. It also stated that all of the variant human immortal apertures would be fused into the sovereign immortal aperture after they were sacrificed. Thus, Fang Yuan's sovereign grotto heaven gained many blessed lands. These blessed lands came from the unlucky children who died at Qin Yi's hands during the Battle of Langya. The hairy man Gu immortals were shocked, but the land spirit of Langya had high prestige. With Sixth Hair's cooperation, they were appeased. The other variant human Gu immortals were even more unwilling, but Fang Yuan's strength was too high. They could not resist, they could only endure it. Of course, Fang Yuan was a scheming person. When he played political tricks, he was not inferior to Wu Yong. He also stipulated in the alliance agreement that he would nurture the variant humans with all his strength. He would not be biased. When the alliance agreement took effect, he gave these variant human Gu immortals a lot of benefits. Furthermore, he secretly brought a portion of the variant human Gu immortals to the Stone Lotus Island, to let them experience future self and broaden their horizons. The variant human Gu immortals were extremely shocked. They knew now that behind Fang Yuan was the most mysterious Red Lotus demon venerable in history. This time, they didn't even have the slightest intention of rebelling. Of course, Fang Yuan did not allow Shui or Bingzhua and the others to enjoy their future lives. According to the ink effect, Fang Yuan had already killed them in his previous life. They did not exist in the lower reaches of the river of time, so they had no future. It was easy to deceive them. Fang Yuan told them directly. The Stone Lotus Island had a limit. Future self needed to continue accumulating and preparing. In any case, according to the covenant, they had to be sincere to Fang Yuan, but Fang Yuan could keep his secrets. This was of course unfair. But under Fang Yuan's carrot and stick tactics, these variant human Gu immortals could only submit. In fact, Fang Yuan really wanted to develop these mutants. There were three main reasons. Firstly, the more variant humans there were, the more lifespan Gu would be produced. On this point, it was not too early for Fang Yuan to plan ahead. Secondly, Fang Yuan began to attempt to comprehend the human path. Raising more humans and mutants would be of great help to his understanding of human Tao. Thirdly, it had to do with the racial inheritances of the variant humans. Back then, human immortal venerables and demon venerables appeared one after another. They suppressed and slaughtered the 10 great variant human races. The variant humans had a bleak future. They were filled with despair. The variant humans realized that the situation was bad. They worked together to set up their racial inheritances. They buried the essence of their race's treasures. They left it to their descendants. They also left a trace of hope. According to the understanding of the variant humans, Fate Gu belonged to the heavenly Tao. It took away surpluses and replenished deficits. They accepted human path will prevail, but it could not always be human path will prevail. The variant humans' understanding was not wrong, but they did not expect Star Constellation Immortal Venerable to be so shameless. She directly merged with the Tao. As a result, the human race always prevailed, while the variant humans were dumbfounded and suppressed. However, this was very beneficial to Fang Yuan. According to the information that Land Spirit of Langya revealed, when the number of variant human races and Gu immortals reaches a certain number, these racial inheritances will appear and be given to the variant humans, helping them to rise up and grow stronger. In history, the variant humans had never risen up, so most of these racial inheritances were preserved. According to the Land Spirit of Langya's guess, one of the hairy men's racial inheritances was Infallible Blessed Land. Infallible Blessed Land was on Hairy Foot Mountain, but even though the Celestial Court found it, it was extremely difficult to take it down. Even the Celestial Court, which had deep foundations and countless talents, could not do anything to Infallible Blessed Land. Eventually, they relied on human path methods and found another way to take some of Infallible Blessed Land's wealth. But none of the Celestial Court Gu immortals could truly step into this sealed Blessed Land. No one knew what it was like inside Infallible Paradise. In the previous life, even though Fang Yuan destroyed Hairy Foot Mountain, Infallible Blessed Land was still intact. All of this showed how mystical and profound Infallible Blessed Land was. it could also be seen how mysterious and extraordinary the racial inheritances of the variant humans were. This was also the reason why, even though Fang Yuan had fixed immortal travel and modified the killer moves, he had not gone to Hairy Foot Mountain yet. According to his previous life's memories at this time, the Celestial Court had not set up the 9 consecutive unceasing formation on Hairy Foot Mountain. But even so, Fang Yuan could not do anything to infallible blessed land even if he used fixed immortal travel to attack. The Celestial Court seems to have found a way to destroy infallible blessed land, but I do not have it yet. Even if I do, would Fairy Myrtle not guard against this place? The risk of attacking it is too high. After careful consideration, Fang Yuan gave up on the idea of attacking Hairy Foot Mountain. This idea was too risky, he underestimated the enemy's intelligence, it also went against Fang Yuan's cautious nature. After annexing Langya Blessed Land, Fang Yuan's gains were huge. Not mentioning anything else, he had gained a lot of information. The variant human racial inheritances were an example. Langya Blessed Land had too long of a history, it had over 300,000 years of history. How long had it been since Fang Yuan became an immortal? Even if he added the 500 years of his previous life, it was not even 600 years. Langya Land's spirit knew a lot of historical secrets. Before he was annexed, he would not tell Fang Yuan everything, but now he told him everything he knew. He did not hide anything. Several days later. Southern border, above Contact Heart River bank. An emerald green glimmer quietly appeared, followed by green bubbles appearing one after another. The aura of a rank 7 killer move rippled and spread to the surroundings. This aura? The one guarding Contact Heart River bank was a rank 6 Gu immortal from Chi clan. He was controlling the formation and quickly sensed the killer move's aura. But before he could do anything, the emerald green bubbles collapsed on their own. Every bubble that burst would emit a dense green light that spread like flowing water. A large number of bubbles dissipated, replaced by a large lump of dense jade green light. The flowing light emitted a dazzling light that could not be looked at directly. The strong light disappeared as quickly as it came. When the green light disappeared without a trace, a figure appeared in mid-air. He wore a green robe, his face was like jade, his nose bridge was tall, he was almost beautiful. His skin was white as snow, his eyes were deep like an abyss, his hair was like a waterfall that reached his waist, it was black and shiny. The Chi clan rank 6 Gu immortal guarding this place opened his mouth wide like a toad as he felt a chill in his heart, his body was covered in cold sweat. Fang Yuan? Ever since Fang Yuan escaped from Thunder Ghost True Monarch's pursuit and lost 3 of her rib bones in jewel yellow skies, his reputation surpassed Feng Jioga, he became the publicly recognized number 1 rank 7, he had battle strength that could match rank 8. After the Battle of Langya Blessed Land, Celestial Court lost. Even though Fairy Myrtle concealed the news of Qin Yi and Thunder Ghost True Monarch's deaths, she took responsibility, she announced the failure of Celestial Court in invading Langya Blessed Land to the public. The video of Feng Jioga being chased by Fang Yuan and having half of his immortal Gu stolen was placed in jewel yellow skies by her. Thus, everyone knew, Fang Yuan not only had rank 7 fixed immortal travel Gu again, he even annexed Langya Blessed Land, he might even have a method to steal immortal Gu. After defeating Feng Jioga, Fang Yuan's reputation was consolidated, he even surpassed him, he became the topic of conversation among Gu immortals. Chi clan's rank 6 Gu immortal saw the great demon Fang Yuan, how could he dare to stay? Faster, 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 faster. He immediately activated the formation and teleported away, escaping without a trace. Fang Yuan was still savoring the immortal killer move from earlier, Jade Flow Pearl. This killer move used rank 7 fixed immortal travel as the core, it used almost all of Fang Yuan's space path immortal Gu, many refinement path immortal Gu, and a large number of supplementary mortal Gu to create it. Fang Yuan annexed Langya Blessed Land and became rank 8, his Dao marks increased greatly, rank 7 fixed immortal travel immortal Gu alone could not move him. Only by creating a killer move and increasing its power could he barely teleport out. In the previous life he had also created a space path killer move, using fixed immortal travel as the core to move his rank 8 cultivation level. But Jade Flow Pearl was very different from the previous life's killer move. In the previous life, fixed immortal travel was a space path killer move, but in this life, it was a compound killer move of space path and refinement path. One reason was that in the previous life, fixed immortal travel was created by Fang Yuan after extorting Southern Border's righteous path and extorting many specific rank 7 space path immortal Gu. But in this life, Fang Yuan had not even ambushed Xia Cha, not to mention extorting Southern Border's righteous path Gu immortals. Fang Yuan's Space Path Immortal Goo were mostly from Langya Blessed Land's inventory. They were mostly rank 6 and were not systematic. Fang Yuan simply combined it with Refinement Path Immortal Goo and modified it greatly. With the power of Refinement Path, Fang Yuan's Refinement Path Dao marks were no longer a burden for teleportation. This was the benefit of compound killer moves. But compound killer moves were much harder to deduce. Fang Yuan could succeed quickly because he had quasi-supreme Refinement Path attainment level and the Light of Wisdom. Fang Yuan suppressed the thoughts in his mind as he looked down. In an area of several hundred li, there were tall mountains and valleys. Below him was a flat land. It was about 100 square kilometers in size and was shrouded in fog. Fang Yuan pointed with his finger. Dragons flew out with a fierce and grand aura. It was a mortal killer move, Myriad Dragon. Fang Yuan had also refined Myriad Self-Immortal Goo. It was very convenient to use Myriad Dragon. The 10,000 dragons charged into the smoke and easily tore apart the protective array below. Like in the previous life, the Qi Clan Goo immortals guarding the formation had already escaped. Fang Yuan smiled. This was within his expectations. It was also one of the reasons why he exposed his identity. His previous life's memories made him understand the cowardice of Qi Clan's Goo immortals. This time he was just imitating them. The effect was still good. Of course, Fang Yuan had to expose his identity. Chapter 1783. A shallow deep blue lake was surrounded by lush green mountains. It was as quiet as a gem. The lake was surrounded by pure white and round stones that formed the riverbank. This was Southern Borders Qi Clan's mid-sized resource, Contact Heart River Bank. Fang Yuan took all the Goo worms inside into his immortal aperture. There were over 3,000 Contact Heart Goo, 50,000 rank 4 Goo, and 1,000,000 Contact Heart Goo below rank 3. He used Strength Path Immortal Goo pulling water. Like in the previous life, pulling water Immortal Goo was still rank 6. In just a moment, the river water was like silk, picked up by a formless giant hand. It was sent into Fang Yuan's immortal aperture. Contact Heart River Bank had a special environment. It was filled with Wisdom Path Dao marks. Of course, there were also Earth Path, Water Path, Wood Path and other Dao marks as the foundation, but the quantity was far from the Wisdom Path Dao marks. The river water that Fang Yuan took had a dense amount of Wisdom Path Dao marks. But most of the Wisdom Path Dao marks were still in the surrounding soil. Fang Yuan could not do anything about it. He lacked methods to pluck the soil. The soil here was not ordinary soil. He needed at least a rank 7 peak Earth Path method. Because he needed to overcome the Wisdom Path Dao marks in the soil. And this method needed to be ingenious. It could not destroy the Wisdom Path Dao marks in the soil. If the Wisdom Path Dao marks were destroyed, the value of the soil would be very low. It would be like a painting that was messed up. It would be no different from scrawling. Methods were needed to plunder and move natural cultivation resources, but destroying them was relatively easy. This was like how Celestial Court attacked Infallible Blessed Land. Celestial Court had methods to destroy Infallible Blessed Land, but to extract the Success Dao marks, they would need to spend a lot of effort and use Human Path Immortal moves to report the Central Continent Refinement Path Convention. It was a waste of time and effort. News of Fang Yuan's appearance and plundering Contact Heart River Bank soon spread to Qi Chuyu. Qi Chuyu had some hope at first. Is the information true? Very soon, the little bit of luck in his heart was smashed away. Because the immortal killer move that was suspected to be made from fixed immortal travel, as well as Fang Yuan's famous Myriad Dragon killer move, were the best evidence. Why would Fang Yuan suddenly appear at Contact Heart River Bank? Qi Chuyu's eyes twitched. Does he need large amounts of Contact Heart Goo? Although Fang Yuan only had rank 7 cultivation, he was not an ordinary rank 7. He could fight rank 8. He was a special case. Qi Chuyu thought of the scene in Jewel Yellow Skies. Right now, Fang Yuan has regained rank 7 fixed immortal travel Immortal Goo, and seems to have a method to steal Immortal Goo. If he wholeheartedly wants to make things difficult for our Qi clan, then it would be troublesome. Qi Chuyu sighed internally. He had to admit that Fang Yuan was a big problem. Fixed immortal travel could allow Fang Yuan to move freely, but special methods were needed to restrain it. Fang Yuan had rank 8 battle strength, thus, most of Qi Clan's Goo immortals could not fight casually. Qi Chuyu had to fight alone, or use a rank 7 immortal Goo house. This way, even if Qi Clan was a super force, they could only bring out a limited amount of strength. As for the theft path method, it should not be Fang Yuan's ability. Previously, Fang Yuan did not display this method, and back then Long-Hair Ancestor and Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable worked together to refine Goo. Langya Blessed Land has a Thieving Heaven true inheritance. Fang Yuan used Langya Blessed Land's foundation to resist the invasion of Celestial Court. Fang Yuan annexed Langya blessed land. He will need some time to grasp the thieving heaven true inheritance. Qi Chuyu estimated. He felt that his luck was not good recently. Fang Yuan suddenly appeared and went to find trouble with Qi clan. This was not bad luck, what was? Even though Fang Yuan was a huge headache for Qi Chuyu, he had to fight. Qi clan's benefits, his righteous path identity, and the dignity of a rank 8 Gu immortal, he had to go and defeat Fang Yuan as soon as possible. Qi Chuyu went out personally, manipulating Great Space Temple as he moved to contact Heart River Bank as quickly as possible. The formation was destroyed, it was in a mess and was in ruins. A vast number of Gu worms were gone. Contact Heart River Bank no longer had the vitality it had before. The river water was gone, the river bank was dried up, it was a terrible sight. Even the rocks on the river bank mountain were gone, they were all taken away by Fang Yuan and looted clean. Qi Chuyu's expression was dark. The other Qi clan Gu immortals were cursing loudly, cursing Fang Yuan and his 18 generations of kin. This demon is too daring. This is our clan's mid-sized resource point. After being plundered, it suffered huge losses, it will take years to recover. Sigh. Cursing Fang Yuan's 18 generations of ancestors is useless, he is an otherworldly demon, his kin in this world were all killed by him. Qi clan's Gu immortals' cursing gradually subsided, the grim situation made them frown deeply. Contact Heart River Bank was destroyed, but the foundation was still there because Fang Yuan could not take this land away. But the problem was Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan was still alive, would he appear again? Attack Qi clan again? Qi clan's Gu immortals could not understand why Fang Yuan suddenly attacked Contact Heart River Bank. Wait, was the mysterious Gu immortal who attacked Plunder Shadow Earth Trench and destroyed the formation Fang Yuan? Someone asked. It is possible. After all, they are both rank 7 Gu immortals with extraordinary strength. Fang Yuan has high formation path attainment, he has the ability to destroy 2 formations. Furthermore, he annexed Langya blessed land, he has refinement path immortal Gu. Didn't that mysterious Gu immortal use a refinement path killer move? But if that mysterious Gu immortal is Fang Yuan, why did he conceal his appearance when attacking Plunder Shadow Earth Trench? Why did you take the initiative to reveal your true face when you attacked our heart-immersing river beach? Many Qi clan Gu immortals scratched their heads. They could not understand. Firstly, there was no evidence to prove that the mysterious Gu immortal and Fang Yuan were the same person. Secondly, Fang Yuan's motive for attacking Contact Heart River Bank was unknown, nobody knew what he was up to. First Supreme Elder, what do we do now? Qi clan's Gu immortals could not come up with anything, they could only ask Qi Chuyu. Qi Chuyu's expression eased a little, he was already cursing internally, he wanted to know what Fang Yuan was up to. They rushed here but Fang Yuan was already gone. Qi Chuyu was in an awkward situation, he was in a passive position. But on the surface he had to maintain his dignity as the leader of Qi clan. Don't panic, investigate the scene first and gather clues. Even if Fang Yuan escapes now, our Qi clan will remember this debt, we will make him pay 1,000 times over one day. Yes, Lord. Qi clan's Gu immortals received the order and left. The huge Great Space Temple floated in the air, it did not conceal its grand aura, it displayed Qi clan's prestige. After a while, the Gu immortals who left came back with expressions of regret. Fang Yuan's actions were too clean, he did not leave behind any valuable clues. Even if there were some clues, could they deduce anything from him? Qi Chuyu did not have much hope because even the Celestial Court could not do anything to Fang Yuan. Qi clan was proficient in formation path, they were weak in information path and wisdom path. If Qi clan wants to get back at us, we will have to spend a lot of money to hire an information path grade expert to gather information and clues, and then hire a wisdom path grade expert to deduce. Next, we will have to set up an ambush to attack Fang Yuan and fight with Fang Yuan. Sigh. Qi Chuyu sighed internally. He felt dejected just thinking about this process. Because the price was too high, the risk was too high, and the gains were not obvious. The information path and wisdom path grade experts that could deal with Fang Yuan could only be rank 8 Gu immortals. Qi clan would have to pay a huge price to hire such a person for help. After finding Fang Yuan, Qi clan would have to fight with Fang Yuan. Whether or not they could take care of Fang Yuan was another matter entirely. Thunder Ghost True Monarch wanted to take care of Fang Yuan, her 3 rib bones were hanging in jewel yellow skies. The Celestial Court wanted to invade Langya Blessed Land, Fang Yuan annexed Langya Blessed Land, Feng Jioga's immortal Gu were stolen by Fang Yuan, Fairy Myrtle took the initiative to admit her defeat and take responsibility. What did Qi clan have? Yes, Qi clan was a super force, but how could it compare to the Celestial Court? Even the Celestial Court could not do anything to Fang Yuan, Even if Fairy Myrtle hated Fang Yuan to the bone, what could she do? Even though Fang Yuan is alone, he cultivates many paths, he has no shortcomings. He was cunning and sinister, cruel and ruthless. Even the Wu family's Wu Yong was fooled by him. Earlier, when Southern Border's righteous path joined forces to hunt him down, he escaped. I want to bring Qi clan to find trouble with him? Qi Chuyu was furious internally, but he was also helpless and sorrowful. Fang Yuan had grown too quickly. Qi Chuyu felt deep wariness towards him. Even though Fang Yuan only has rank 7 cultivation level, he is more troublesome than ordinary rank 8 Gu immortals. Ordinary rank 8 Gu immortals only cultivate one path, they do not have deep wisdom path attainment or fixed immortal travel. If Fang Yuan stops now and does not touch my Qi clan's resources, we can forget about this matter. Qi Chuyu sighed internally. He had already decided to stop. Contact Heart River Bank was lost, but the foundation was still there, it could still be managed. To put it bluntly, it was just a mid-sized resource area, Qi clan could afford it. Of course, on the surface I need to be furious and emotional, I need to speak righteously and make a huge commotion, I cannot tarnish Qi clan's reputation. But secretly, I need to restrain my clan's Gu immortals and be on guard, I need to focus on management and cultivation. If during this period Fang Yuan goes after other forces' resources, that would be the best. A moment later, Qi Chuyu made up his mind, he convinced himself. It was not easy to make a great rank 8 Gu immortal lead a super force to lower their heads to Fang Yuan. But Qi Chuyu was a wise leader, he knew how to look at the big picture. There was no benefit in fighting a person like Fang Yuan. If Qi clan mobilized their entire clan and went all out, they could cause huge trouble to Fang Yuan, they could even threaten his life. But Qi clan would also pay a huge price, it could even be a terrible price. If this happened in Northern Plains, the entire clan might be enraged, they would just attack without thinking. But in Southern Border, if they remained calm, wouldn't they be able to live? Even if we lost a mid-sized resource point, our Qi clan still has other mid-sized resource points, and even more small, large, and giant resource points. We can still live well. They might lose some face, but they still had some substance. The most important thing would be to rot first. If Qi clan went all out against Fang Yuan and harmed themselves, both sides would suffer losses, the other super forces would reap the benefits. What would they do? Qi Chuyu let out a breath of air, it was as if he wanted to exhale all the anger and frustration in his heart. His mood gradually calmed down. Report. Fang Yuan has appeared in our clan's Cloud Bamboo Mountain range again, he destroyed the formation, 2 of our Gu immortals were forced to retreat, now Fang Yuan is plundering all sorts of resources. Among them is a newly formed Wildwood Path Immortal Gu. Qi Chuyu heard this and his expression froze. His heart that had just calmed down was instantly filled with surging anger. Chapter 1784. Cloud Bamboo Mountain Range. Fang Yuan floated in the air, using his immortal level enslavement path killer moves everywhere. It hit. The desolate beast cloud foxes struggled intensely in the light of the killer moves, they growled with pained expressions. But soon their resistance weakened, they stopped moving and stayed on the spot, lowering their heads towards Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan smiled as he opened his immortal aperture's entrance. The cloud foxes entered obediently. Not just the cloud foxes, a vast number of other living beings could not escape from Fang Yuan's demonic claws. Cloud Bamboo Mountain Range was a huge resource point, it was filled with dense cloud path Dao marks, desolate beasts and desolate plants were very common, even ancient desolate beasts could be found here. Fang Yuan quickly searched, with his previous life's memories, he knew the locations of these desolate beasts and desolate plants. Soon he obtained 7 desolate beast cloud foxes, and 11 desolate plants of 3 types, cloud chi root, whitehair ginseng and spear-tip bamboo. There was also a rank 7 immortal material that emitted 7-colored cloud soil, it was huge. I have plenty of time. Fang Yuan calculated the time. In the previous life he spent a lot of time just searching for these. But because this was his second time he was very familiar with it, he did it quickly, he saved a lot of time. In the previous life I only searched roughly, there are many places in this mountain range that I did not touch. Fang Yuan searched the unfamiliar territory, he found another desolate beast cloud fox. He was using an enslavement path killer move to suppress it when Land Spirit of Langia transmitted from his immortal aperture. Reporting to Master, we have already investigated this newly obtained Wood Path Immortal Gu. It is a rank 6 Wood Path Immortal Gu, it is called Mature Bamboo. Gu were the essence of heaven and earth, undeniably, Mature Bamboo Immortal Gu was the most valuable treasure in Cloud Bamboo Mountain Range. In the previous life, Fang Yuan was obstructed by Cloud Bamboo Mountain Range's formation, he could not make it in time. The two Qi clan Gu immortals guarding this place were very decisive. Before escaping, they destroyed the wild immortal Gu that was about to form. But in this life, Fang Yuan paid attention to this point. The moment he attacked, he broke the formation and obtained the wild immortal Gu that had yet to take form. The two Qi clan Gu immortals were stunned. The formation was broken by Fang Yuan too quickly. In his previous life, this formation had been able to hold off Fang Yuan for a while. However, since Fang Yuan had broken through this formation in his previous life, he understood the principles behind this formation. In this life he could easily break through it. Fang Yuan obtained it for a while. The wild immortal Gu had just formed when he refined it on the spot. Mature bamboo immortal Gu was only the size of a thumb. Its body was long and flat, and its chest and back were flat, covering its head. The head is narrow. The eyes were hemispherical. Fang Yuan had once played with it in his hands. Its body and elytra were very soft, and there were 6 abdominal plates on its abdomen. The tip of its tail shone with a dark green radiance. All in all, mature bamboo immortal Gu was a firefly that emitted dark green light. Not bad, not bad, this immortal Gu suits me. Fang Yuan showed slight joy on his face. After killing Qin Yi, Fang Yuan obtained his soul and had been soul-searching it. Qin Yi was the first supreme elder of Heavenly Lotus sect. He had obtained a Genesis Lotus true inheritance when he was young, Karma Divine Tree. In the battle in Langya Blessed Land, he obtained another Genesis Lotus true inheritance, Karma Relocation. Thus, Fang Yuan had 2 Genesis Lotus true inheritances. But the foundation of Karma Relocation was Karma Divine Tree. The core immortal Gu of these 2 killer moves, other than Rule Path immortal Gu cause and effect, were somewhat attribute Gu. Qin Yi died, his phantom aperture dissipated, the Gu worms inside were destroyed by him. Fang Yuan wanted to cultivate Genesis Lotus true inheritances. He needed to prepare his own Gu worms. Mortal Gu could be dealt with, but immortal Gu needed to be prepared. Mature bamboo immortal Gu was evidently a wood attribute Gu. It could be used to cultivate Genesis Lotus true inheritances. When Chi-Chu-Yu controlled Great Space Temple and arrived at Cloud Bamboo Mountain Range, Fang Yuan was long gone. Qi Clan's Gu immortals looked at Cloud Bamboo Mountain Range in a daze. Many people stared with wide-opened eyes, showing expressions of disbelief. It is completely bare. Is this still Cloud Bamboo Mountain Range? Where is our beautiful and prosperous Cloud Bamboo Mountain Range? An old Gu immortal almost coughed out blood. He said with a trembling voice, I had once guarded this place for a period of time, managing the mountain range. I put in a lot of effort to think that Fang Yuan would get his hands on it. Fang Yuan, you demon, I will never forgive you. Someone thought about it, saying with a heavy tone, the ordinary cloud bamboos we planted here are huge. We need to use an exquisite wood path killer move to quickly harvest them. Fang Yuan clearly came prepared. In the previous life, Fang Yuan lacked wood path methods. He left a vast number of ordinary cloud bamboos on the mountain and only took the desolate plants. But in this life he had the advantage of rebirth. He naturally made ample preparations. To harvest the cloud bamboos, Fang Yuan designed a wood path immortal move. Even though his wood path attainment level was not high, using the light of wisdom, he could deduce a rank 6 killer move that targeted mortal materials. He annexed Langya Blessed Land and obtained several wood path immortal Gu. He could use them here. Langya Blessed Land had a huge treasury. The white-haired land spirit had ruled the Blessed Land for hundreds of thousands of years. There were several immortal Gu of every mainstream path. They did not form a system. They were all refined by the land spirit, or prepared for researching some refinement path problem. Fang Yuan had once used wood sprout immortal Gu to create the killer move light fungus illumination. Chi-Chu-Yu's expression was dark. His hands hidden in his sleeves were clenched into fists. Fang Yuan. He gritted his teeth. His previous illusions were shattered. Fang Yuan was targeting Qi Clan. But Chi-Chu-Yu could not understand why Fang Yuan was targeting him and Qi Clan. Back then, the whole of Southern Border's righteous path was involved in hunting you down. The one who hated you the most was Wu Yong. Go fight Wu Clan. If you think Wu Clan is too strong, go bully the weak, for example Chao Clan. Our Qi Clan is not weak. We are in the upper echelons of Southern Border's righteous path. Who did I offend? Why are you targeting me? What do you dislike about me? I will change, alright? Can't you speak nicely? Communication is the most important thing between people. People like you are the most annoying. Sneak attacks, destruction, and looting at the slightest provocation. Most importantly, you are silent. Why are you doing this? You bastard. Not just Chi-Chu-Yu, all of Qi Clan's Gu immortals felt wronged and wronged. Why is Fang Yuan targeting us? He has clearly made ample preparations. What is he after? We need to understand this first. This is the first thing we need to do to deal with Fang Yuan. Qi Chuyu thought about it and said. He gave up on his earlier hope. He decided to deal with Fang Yuan with all his strength. If he did not deal with him, Qi Chuyu would not be able to answer to the clan. Demonic Path Gu immortals often acted alone, but righteous Path Gu immortals could not maintain an organization based on personal preferences and freedom. Take Qi Chuyu for example. Even though he had rank 8 cultivation level, he still had bloodline descendants to take care of. Moreover, Cloud Bamboo Mountain Range was not just a large resource point to Qi Clan. When Qi Clan started, Qi Clan's ancestors lived frugally. They gritted their teeth and built Cloud Bamboo Mountain Range with all their might. Cloud Bamboo Mountain Range provided a stable source of income for Qi Clan's development. Cloud Bamboo Mountain Range was Qi Clan's glorious history. It contained Qi Clan's spirit of hard work. Fang Yuan looted Cloud Bamboo Mountain Range. He was trampling on the pride of Qi Clan's Gu immortals. He was trampling on their history. Right at this time, Qi Chuyu and the rest received an urgent report from Qi Clan's Gu immortals. Report. Fang Yuan appeared on Wind Flame Mountain. He is currently using the killer move Myriad Dragon to attack the mountain protection formation. Report. Fang Yuan appeared outside Ragged Cave. He was obstructed by the formation outside. He disappeared mysteriously. Different from before, Fang Yuan appeared in 2 different locations. Qi Clan's Gu immortals were uncertain. Were there 2 Fang Yuan clones? One is a disguise, the other is the real one? Or Fang Yuan's clone? That is possible. No, according to the information, Fang Yuan first appeared in Ragged Cave. He then used fixed immortal travel to attack Wind Flame Mountain. Qi Chuyu analyzed calmly. This means that Fang Yuan is still on Wind Flame Mountain? We need to reinforce him. But why did he teleport to Ragged Cave earlier? Isn't that unnecessary? Maybe he found that Ragged Cave's defensive formation is very strong, so he chose Wind Flame Mountain, which is easier to attack. No, these 2 are both large resource points. Their defensive formations are equally strong. There is no clear difference in strength. Qi Chuyu pondered. Suddenly he had a flash of inspiration. He said calmly, let's split up and reinforce them. We can only do that. If Fang Yuan destroys the large resource points, our Qi Clan will suffer a huge loss. But could this be Fang Yuan's scheme? He is trying to lure us into splitting up. Fang Yuan's strength is not the same as before. He is no longer the same as when he was chased by us. Even someone like Feng Zhouge lost so miserably. Qi Clan's Gu immortals were hesitant. They were very wary of Fang Yuan. Should we ask for reinforcements? Suddenly a Gu immortal asked. The whole of Great Space Temple fell into silence. This was what most of the Gu immortals wanted to say, they just did not say it out loud. Amidst the silence, the immortals looked towards Qi Chuyu. Qi Chuyu had a cold expression as he shouted, the other party is only a rank 7 Gu immortal. Our clan only lost 2 resource points. This is enough to make us panic and ask for reinforcements? Our Qi Clan cannot afford to lose this face. Or did someone die in battle? Qi Clan only has the old and weak left? You have not even fought with Fang Yuan, yet you want to ask for reinforcements? Where is your courage? Where is your bravery? Where is your glory as a Qi Clan member? The immortals lowered their heads and did not speak. They were scolded by Qi Chuyu. After scolding them, Qi Chuyu ordered, do as I say. I will go to Wind Flame Mountain. You guys control Great Space Temple and reinforce Ragged Cave. Reinforce them quickly, but don't lose your composure. The defensive formation of a large resource point is not so weak. Keep in contact. Yes, Lord. Nobody objected to Qi Chuyu's order. Chapter 1785. Qi Chuyu rushed to Wind Flame Mountain. He saw that the defensive formation was already mostly destroyed by Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan was plucking the sunset parasol trees. He was plundering the fire phoenixes and many other birds in the parasol tree forest. He was very skilled. The Gu immortal defending this place did not escape. He used the remnant formation to attack Fang Yuan fiercely. Fang Yuan was able to deal with them easily. He dealt with the remnant formation while plundering without restraint. Stop! Qi Chuyu shouted. He was shocked and furious. First Supreme Elder, you are finally here. The rank 7 Gu immortal defending this place was extremely excited. He had tears in his eyes. Initially he was quite confident in the defensive formation, but after fighting for a while Fang Yuan broke it. He was so scared that his heart was pounding. He did not dare to act rashly anymore. Before Qi Chuyu came, he focused on defense. Seeing that Qi Chuyu was here, he immediately launched some powerful attacks. Qi Chuyu charged over, but Fang Yuan stopped attacking. Fang Yuan, look at what you did. Retribution is here. Qi Chuyu's eyes were spewing fire. Wind Flame Mountain was a special resource point. Other than raising phoenixes at certain times of the year, many wild phoenixes would be attracted here to lay eggs. Once Wind Flame Mountain suffered a huge change, the wild phoenixes might choose to stay elsewhere. Qi clan would suffer huge losses. But Fang Yuan had a smile on his face. Compared to the previous life, Qi Chuyu was even more furious, because Fang Yuan's plundering was very effective. Qi clan's losses in this life were even greater. Qi Chuyu's heart was bleeding. "Senior Qi Chuyu, I have been waiting for you, watch this move," Fang Yuan said as he activated Yama Battlefield. Qi Chuyu hesitated for a moment. He did not dodge, he allowed Yama Battlefield to envelop him as he shouted, "I want to see your abilities." Yama Battlefield quickly formed into a huge yellowish-brown cloud that enveloped Fang Yuan and Qi Chuyu. Next, Yama Battlefield shrunk rapidly. It was like a huge yellowish-brown cloud earlier, but at the next moment, it shrunk into a dot, imitating the shrinking of an immortal aperture, vanishing without a trace. Such a soul path battlefield. Qi Chuyu praised. Qi Chuyu had his hands behind his back. His attitude had changed drastically. Even though he was trapped in Yama Battlefield, he was not in a hurry to attack. He was secretly wary. To think that Fang Yuan even had a battlefield killer move, he did not have any information about it before. Compared to the previous life, Fang Yuan's Yama Battlefield was not exposed. In Langya Blessed Land, Tian Battlefield was Yama Qin Battlefield that was Yama Battlefield. Huang Huang Domain Yun Battlefield Chu Qin Kingdom was exposed. Qin was Tian Yun Yama Yang Hua Yang Yang Yu Battlefield. After the defense battle of Langya Blessed Land, Fairy Myrtle revealed the profundities of Yama Battlefield and the method to break it in jewel yellow skies. This caused Fang Yuan's Yama Battlefield's value to be greatly reduced, and the risk to be multiplied. In this life, even though Fang Yuan had used Yama Battlefield several times, Meng Tu, Sleeping Lady and Diamond Head Turtle had either died or surrendered. When he dealt with Feng Jioge, he was inside the super formation space. It was not convenient to use Yama Battlefield. When he was dealing with Feng Jioge, he was in the space of a super formation, so it wasn't convenient for him to use the Yama Battlefield. Now that Fang Yuan used it, it was truly exposed. Fang Yuan could not kill Qi Chuyu. After this battle, information about Yama Battlefield would spread far and wide. Of course, not killing Qi Chuyu was not because Fang Yuan did not have the ability, but because the risk of killing Qi Chuyu was too high and the rewards were too small. Of course, not killing Qi Chuyu was not because Fang Yuan did not have the ability, but because the risk of killing Qi Chuyu was too high and the benefits were too small. Of course, it was not that Fang Yuan did not have the ability to kill Qi Chuyu, it was because the risk was too high and the rewards were too small. When two tigers fought, one was bound to be injured. Fang Yuan stood on the other side of the battlefield, assessing Qi Chuyu from afar as he smiled. "Lord Qi Chuyu, you are in my immortal battlefield now, but you do not show any signs of attacking. You want to chat with me instead? What are you trying to do?" Qi Chuyu snorted coldly. "Don't play dumb. Fang Yuan, you are plundering everywhere. You are just trying to attract my attention. Think about it, since you can easily break the defensive formation, why did you not take the lives of Qi Clan's Gu immortals? This is not difficult for you. But you have never harmed a single Qi Clan Gu immortal. Secondly, be it Contact Heart River Bank, Cloud Bamboo Mountain Range or Wind Flame Mountain, even though you plundered fiercely, you left their foundations intact and did not destroy them. Great Space Temple and I attacking was also within your expectations. Seeing that we were moving, you purposely attacked Wind Flame Mountain and Ragged Cave, luring us to split up. You just wanted to find a chance to talk to me, but you did not have any other secret methods. Speak, what do you want? Qi Chuyu spoke calmly. Before splitting up, he had already guessed Fang Yuan's thoughts. All of his anger and hatred were just an act. Qi Chuyu's analysis was not wrong. In the previous life, Plunder Shadow Earth Trench was still around. Qi Chuyu guarded it for a period of time. Only when Fang Yuan attacked Wind Flame Mountain did he come over alone. In this life, Fang Yuan had already destroyed Plunder Shadow Earth Trench. Qi Chuyu and Great Space Temple were together. This made things difficult for Fang Yuan. Great Space Temple was a space path immortal Gu house that countered immortal battlefields. In the previous life, Fang Yuan had fought against it. Even Great Thief Ghost Hand could not do anything to it. If Fang Yuan wanted to talk to Qi Chuyu, it was best to avoid this room and create a chance to lure Qi Chuyu out. This was not a problem for Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan had deep wisdom path attainment. With just a thought in his mind, he made some changes and achieved this goal. But Qi Chuyu was wrong about one thing. Fang Yuan left his foundation in every resource point. It was not because he purposely did so, but because he did not have the methods to collect them. Qi Chuyu was mistaken. Of course Fang Yuan would not point this out. Clap clap clap. Fang Yuan clapped lightly. It is so relaxing to talk to smart people. Senior Chi-Chuyu, take a look at this. Chi-Chuyu's eyes flickered with bright light. He carefully received the information path mortal goo that Fang Yuan threw out. He looked calm on the surface, but he was very alert internally. Even though Fang Yuan had rank 7 cultivation level, Chi-Chuyu knew that this person was thick-skinned and ruthless. He was cunning and ruthless. He had to be wary of his schemes at all times. He could not relax for even a moment. But soon Chi-Chuyu's expression changed. He frowned, a cold light flickered in his eyes, his face was covered in a layer of green. The information path mortal goo that Fang Yuan threw over recorded the defensive formations of Qi clan's important areas, as well as Fang Yuan's conjectures and methods to break them. Among them was Wind Flame Mountain's formation. Fang Yuan was extremely clear about it. According to Fang Yuan's understanding of this formation, he could easily break it and take all of Wind Flame Mountain's resources, but he did not do so. From this, Chi-Chuyu saw Fang Yuan's sincerity. It confirmed his earlier conjecture. At the same time, he was shocked at Fang Yuan's formation path attainment. But what truly made him feel a chill was the latter part of the information path mortal goo. This part detailed all sorts of information about Qi clan. Chi-Chuyu felt a chill in his heart. This was not something that could be found out in a day or two. It had to be accumulated over a long period of time in order to accumulate such rich information. And in this information, Qi clan's internal problems and Chi-Chuyu's lack of an inheritor were the most important points. Chi-Chuyu's expression changed at this. Because this information was very deep, it was clearly provided by Southern Borders people secretly helping Fang Yuan. Who was it? Demonic Path Gu immortals were less suspicious. They were lone wolves and did not have many enemies with Qi clan. There was no need for them to monitor Qi clan for a long time and neglect their own cultivation. Other than those righteous path forces with ulterior motives, who else could it be? Chi-Chuyu was filled with shock and anger. Yang clan soon became the #1 suspect in his mind. Chi-Chuyu was filled with hatred. If a certain Southern Border righteous path superforce was secretly helping Fang Yuan, he would be in an even more passive situation. It is likely that there is no traitor in my Qi clan. It is these unscrupulous righteous path clans that want to use Fang Yuan to deal with my Qi clan. These fools, these idiots, these traitors, these are the biggest parasites of Southern Border's righteous path. Chi-Chuyu's anger erupted like a volcano. Lava continued to pour out. He had already endured it. If not for Fang Yuan being in front of him, he might have been trembling with anger already. Fang Yuan snickered to himself. He observed Chi-Chuyu's expression and mood. He could roughly understand what he was thinking. The information he gave out definitely required a large amount of manpower and resources. It could only be gathered after a long period of searching. This was not because any Southern Border righteous path clan helped him. It was because he had captured the Southern Border immortals in his previous life and obtained it from their souls. With this good card, Fang Yuan had to make use of it. Sure enough, as soon as he used this card, the effect was immediate. Chi-Chuyu's expression was ashen. His previous composure were completely gone. Right now, Chi-Chuyu's hatred towards those so-called Southern Border righteous path clans far surpasses mine. Of course. Since ancient times, almost all organizations hate traitors the most. But the truth is, this is what I obtained in my previous life. And the reason I was able to capture the Southern Border immortals in my previous life was because Chi-Chuyu secretly sent me large amounts of dream realms. So the main culprit is Chi-Chuyu himself. Chi-Chuyu's expression was very ugly. He exuded a thick aura of tragedy. He was tricked by himself, but he could not detect it. Fang Yuan spoke again. Lord Chi-Chuyu has been famous for so long, you have managed Qi clan for so many years, you must know the meaning of this information. The power that gave me this information not only underestimated me, but also underestimated you, Lord Qi. Chi-Chuyu heard this and suddenly had a thought. It seems that Fang Yuan is also not willing to be used by others. Unknowingly, he felt that Fang Yuan was much more pleasing to the eye than before. Fang Yuan continued, now you believe in my sincerity even more? Chi-Chuyu immediately thought of Qi clan's losses and felt great hatred. He squinted at Fang Yuan and sneered, hee, so I should thank you for holding back. Chapter 1786. In Yama battlefield, the two immortals faced each other. Fang Yuan sighed, our time is limited, I will say it directly. I want to transact with Qi clan. I wonder if you are interested in my dream path research results? Chi-Chuyu was slightly taken aback and then his cold gaze changed. Dream path? Did I hear wrongly? Chi-Chuyu's eyes shined with a bright light. It was no secret that Fang Yuan had dream path research results. Fang Yuan had disguised as Wu Yi to interact with dream realms. Fang Yuan had the method to turn dream realms into humans. He had shown it in the dream realm battle. Many super forces were drooling in envy. Fang Yuan had spring-autumn cicada. He had been reborn. And the future belonged to dream path. It was not strange that he had some dream path profundities. It could be said that Fang Yuan's dream path research results led the entire world. He was at the peak of the 5 regions. Dream realms are mysterious and dream path is profound. I have only taken a small step forward. If I were to tell Senior Chi that my formation Dao realm came from a dream, I wonder what Senior Chi would think? Fang Yuan smiled. His words were light, but it was like a huge rock had smashed into Chi Chuyu's heart, creating huge waves. Oh, is that true? Chi Chuyu was moved. He could no longer pretend to be calm. Fang Yuan laughed heartily. He had planned this carefully earlier to suppress Chi Chuyu's arrogance. He had already grasped the rhythm of the conversation. This was completely different from the previous life. Fang Yuan tossed out an information path goo worm. Senior, please take a look at this. Chi Chuyu took a look. His eyes shined with bright light. He subconsciously tightened his grip on the information path mortal goo, afraid that it would fly away. The information path mortal goo's contents involved all sorts of dream path profundities. This was an unparalleled temptation. Chi Chuyu was deeply immersed in it. He quickly finished reading the contents. Chi Chuyu licked his lips. In just a short moment his mouth was dry. He was extremely moved. Chi Chuyu forced himself to calm down. He pretended to ponder. How do you want to transact? What I want is a dream. If you give me the dream realm, I will give you my future dream path research results. Chi Chuyu did not agree immediately. This is difficult. After all, almost all the dream realms in southern border are guarded by the righteous path. Fang Yuan smiled. Senior Chi, I need the dream realm of Etian Mountain. Although the great formation there has been completely changed, it was still laid down by you. I also know that there are many secret passageways there. It would be quite easy for your side to steal some dreams. When Chi Chuyu heard this, his expression changed again. Fang Yuan actually understood his situation so well. It was truly terrifying. The secret path in the formation of Etian Mountain was his, Chi Chuyu's, proud work. He set this up right under the noses of southern border's righteous path Gu immortals, taking advantage of their low formation path attainment level and directly setting up a dark path. I thought I had fooled everyone. I didn't expect Fang Yuan to see through me. Maybe it's not just Fang Yuan? I underestimated the heroes of the world. Chi Chi was thinking too much. Fang Yuan's information was also obtained in the previous life. The source was Chi Chuyu himself. Fang Yuan used Chi Chuyu to deal with Chi Chuyu. The effect was truly amazing. Otherwise, why would they say, you are often your own greatest enemy? Fang Yuan suppressed Chi Chuyu step by step. Chi Chuyu could no longer resist. Every negotiation was a confrontation. Although it wasn't as straightforward as actual combat, it was still a contest of strength and a spar of strategy. Compared to the previous life, Fang Yuan had too many trump cards. He knew himself and his enemy. His strength increased greatly. He knew himself and his enemy. He used a bluff strategy. It was extremely effective. Even someone of Chi Chuyu's level fell for his tricks. The details of the transaction were quickly discussed. The result was extremely beneficial to Fang Yuan. Chi Chuyu agreed to this transaction. It was a humiliation to his status. But he could not do anything. He was completely dominated by Fang Yuan. Firstly, he could not do anything to Fang Yuan. If he really wanted to deal with Fang Yuan, the risk was too high. The benefits were not obvious. Secondly, if he cooperated with Fang Yuan would stop plundering Chi Clan and even trade Dream Path research results. The Dream Path research results were too tempting to Chi Chuyu. Finally, Chi Chuyu was still concerned about the so-called traitor in southern border's righteous path. He wanted to find them. Maybe he could start from Fang Yuan. Sovereign Immortal Aperture, Mini Southern Border. A barren mountain range, devoid of vegetation, stood towering on the ground. The ground around it was not flat, but even though it was uneven, it was limited. There were only some small hills. Against the backdrop of these small hills, the barren mountain range seemed even taller and larger. At this moment, at the peak of the barren mountain, a rank 6 Rockman Gu immortal was looking at the sky. After forming a grotto heaven, the immortal aperture's atmosphere is truly different from a blessed land. It is truly magnificent. The size of this sovereign immortal aperture is beyond common sense and imagination. It is indeed a miracle refined by spectral soul. Every time Shi Cheng observed this place, he would praise it in his heart. This was greatness, this was a miracle, this was the work of the gods. He was in complete admiration of Spectral Soul. He had no thoughts of resisting Fang Yuan. Behind him, there was a group of Rockman Gu masters discussing in private. After more than 10 days we have finally built this hill. I am so tired, I have been working from dawn to dusk every day. I heard that the Supreme Expert personally gave us this task to create this mountain. To speed up the progress, we did not hesitate to use Gu worms for a long time. At least 30 Earth Path Gu worms died. Speaking of which, don't you feel that the success rate of Gu refinement here is very high? Sai, as long as we complete the sect's missions there will be rewards. I hope that the Supreme Gu Immortals' rewards will be more generous. Shut up. How can you talk about that, Lord? The Rockman Gu Immortal could not take it anymore. He turned around and reprimanded them. These Rockman Gu masters quickly lowered their heads, keeping quiet out of fear. Right at this time a green light flashed, a figure landed and floated in the air. The Rockman Gu masters saw that the newcomer was Fang Yuan's rank 6-time path clone. Everyone's hearts shook, they quickly knelt down and paid their respects. This subordinate greets Lord. Shi Shiqing also quickly paid his respects with a respectful attitude. Fang Yuan's clone had an indifferent expression. He nodded at him and asked, "Is the formation set up here ready?" Fang Yuan's task was not only to create a mountain, but also to set up an immortal formation inside the mountain. Shi Shiqing quickly reported, "Lord, according to the formation map you gave me, this subordinate has already set up this fire path formation. You only need to activate it now." Fang Yuan had already used his divine sense to enter the mountain and inspect it. He nodded, he was quite satisfied with the result. He was about to dismiss these rockmen when he saw that Shi Shiqing had something to say. Even though Shi Shiqing only had rank 6 cultivation level, he had once fought with Fang Yuan. His immortal battlefield killer move, Grey Cloud Stone Puppet, had left a deep impression on Fang Yuan. He was a talent. After settling down the rockmen, Fang Yuan sent the other Rockman Gu Immortals to the Stone Lotus Island to familiarize themselves with future self. Meanwhile, Shi Shiqing stayed behind. Like Shui Er and Mo Tan Sang, he became the leader of the Rockman tribe. "What do you want to say to me?" Fang Yuan's clone paused for a moment before asking. He had some patience towards this talent. Shi Shiqing blinked, he had an uneasy expression. He seemed to have made up his mind as he said, "I heard that Lord has been attacking many times recently and obtained great victories. Southern Border's righteous path is in a state of panic. Qi Clan's first supreme elder, Qi Chuyu, is helpless against you. You can come and go as you please." Fang Yuan's eyes shined with bright light. He was an astute person. He immediately understood Shi Shiqing's intention. He interrupted, "It seems that your tribe's Gu Immortals want me to stop and recuperate. There is no need to take such a risk, right?" "Oh, this subordinate is afraid." Shi Shiqing bowed deeply. He said with a fearful expression, "This subordinate was just speaking boldly. First Supreme Elder and the rest are cultivating on the Stone Lotus Island. They do not know this." Fang Yuan's clone snickered in his mind. The Rockman tribe was not of the same mind as him. These variant humans wanted to live and work in peace. They wanted to develop steadily. They did not want to take risks. They wanted Fang Yuan to hide in some corner for 100 years or even 1,000 years. They did not want Fang Yuan to take risks because if he died, the sovereign immortal aperture would be exposed, they would be implicated. But how could that be possible? Fang Yuan chased after eternal life. Only by destroying Fate Gu could he take a step forward. Moreover, if the Celestial Court repaired Fate Gu, they would not let him off, they would find him sooner or later and kill him. Hiding and delaying would only lead to despair. Only during the final Central Continent Refinement Path Convention, when Central Continent was attacked by the 4 regions, when the Celestial Court was at its weakest, would they have the highest chance of success. The variant humans' wishes could not be fulfilled. Not just that, they still had to fight for Fang Yuan in the future. They were already tied to Fang Yuan's chariot, they could not get out of it. Shi Shiqing's advice was clearly what many variant human Gu Immortals wanted. They made this suggestion through Shi Shiqing and did not do it themselves. They were giving themselves a way out. This was a very mature political tactic. Fang Yuan did not reject or agree. He waved his hand, "Bring the elites of the tribe and leave this mountain first." Yes. Seeing that Shi Shiqing was far away, Fang Yuan's clone activated the mountain's formation. Instantly, the formation was like a furnace. Intense heat rose up from within. This heat quickly roasted the interior of the mountain, forming streams of magma. After a while, with a loud sound, the mountain peak exploded, dust flew into the sky, large amounts of lava flowed down the mountain, the temperature rose rapidly. The Rockman Gu masters far away gasped in shock. This method of changing heaven and earth, forcefully creating an active volcano, shocked them greatly. Shi Cheng was also moved. His formation path attainment was very low, only now did he understand the effect of his formation. But what shocked him even more was the following scene. In the sky above him, a huge hand suddenly flew down. The hand was like a mountain. It opened its fingers and rained down countless trees on the active volcano. These trees were wrapped in flowing light. They slowly floated down and planted into the lava. The terrifying lava was quickly absorbed by the tree roots. The tree absorbed sufficient nutrients. Soon, its branches swayed and its leaves shined brightly, emitting a beautiful radiance like the sunset. This was the sunset parasol tree. Next, another huge hand flew over. This time, it directly threw fire phoenixes into the volcano. The fire phoenixes landed in the volcano. They were immediately imprisoned and suppressed by the formation in the volcano. Fang Yuan's clone looked after them personally. There were no mistakes. Shi Cheng's mouth was wide open as he looked at this scene with a dazed expression. Although he knew that Fang Yuan had advanced to rank 8, it was not as shocking as seeing it with his own eyes. Among these fire phoenixes, there were many ancient desolate beasts. Only one was needed to torture Shi Cheng to death. There was no doubt about it. Fang Yuan's clone placed a large number of firepath birds. There were many types of them. From today onwards, this mountain is Firebird Mountain. It is also the resource point of your Rockman tribe. Fang Yuan's clone flew to Shi Cheng. This was a huge surprise. Shi Cheng quickly knelt down in gratitude. He was extremely excited. Fang Yuan's clone smiled. Get up, I said that I will support you greatly. This mid-sized resource point is my reward to you. It has been hard on you to build this mountain. This subordinate is ashamed. Shi Cheng was moved to tears compared to this Firebird Mountain. What was the little bit of effort they put in? This Firebird Mountain's formation was provided by Fang Yuan, the goo worms, the formation diagram, and all the resources were Fang Yuan's. It was almost like Fang Yuan was giving it to them for free. Fang Yuan's clone continued, I will continue giving you missions in the future. Firebird Mountain will not be the last one. Shi Cheng was stunned. He sensed the deep meaning behind Fang Yuan's words. Where did these fire phoenixes and sunset parasol trees come from? Fang Yuan plundered them. Fang Yuan said Firebird Mountain would not be the last one. That meant he would continue to plunder and take risks in the future. The variant human goo immortals suggested Fang Yuan in a tactful manner. Fang Yuan also rejected them in a tactful manner, but if one thought about it carefully, they would find Fang Yuan's domineering and deterrent intent. But Shi Cheng did not dare to retort. He accepted it with a trace of joy in his heart. With this Firebird Mountain, it is the foundation of my Rockman tribe's rise. Is Lord Fang Yuan someone who is easily persuaded and swayed? I don't care about this. Lord Fang Yuan arranged for me to lead the tribe. These resources are also my cultivation resources. As long as I do not go overboard, I can cultivate rapidly and raise my cultivation level. Shi Cheng's gaze was heated. Any goo immortal, under the pressure of calamities and tribulations, would cherish any opportunity to raise their strength. They would desire it very much. Under Fang Yuan's political maneuvering, Shi Cheng had already separated from the other Rockman goo immortals. Rockmen were quite suitable to manage Firebird Mountain. The area around the volcano was warm and dry. It was the best resting place for Rockmen. Of course, the most suitable ones to manage the volcano were the Eggmen. But for now, Fang Yuan did not intend to bring in the Eggmen. It was enough to develop these variant human tribes. Shi Cheng's words made Fang Yuan sigh with emotion. Different from the previous life, I have taken in many variant humans in this life. I need to nurture and strengthen them. I need to spend some effort to take care of them and some resources to nurture them. Fang Yuan could use enslavement path methods to make these variant humans docile. But this way, Fang Yuan would lose his original intention of nurturing them. I want to comprehend human path. Human path is different from enslavement path. Everyone has their own thoughts and desires. To maintain an organization, I need to consider the thoughts and emotions of the members. There are no people who are completely the same, no matter how similar people are. They all have their own differences. Fang Yuan had a thought. A flash of inspiration pierced through the night sky, illuminating his mind. This was the inspiration of human path. Suddenly, Fang Yuan understood something. He had a complex expression. Human path. So that's it, I already have a human path killer move. At this moment, his human path attainment level rose to master. Chapter 1787. Southern Border. In a nameless valley there was a waterfall. The sound of water was loud and the air was filled with mist. At the cliff of the waterfall, Fang Yuan's main body was sitting cross-legged on the branches of a pine tree. He was in deep thought. The human path inspiration came very suddenly. Fang Yuan placed great importance on it. his main body and clone put down whatever they were doing to comprehend it together. At this moment, inside the sovereign immortal aperture, an army had already formed. There were about 100,000 strength path phantoms standing on the grassland, not moving at all. They were like statues. Each of them had the same appearance. They resembled Fang Yuan's main body. They were spaced evenly apart. They were densely packed together. This was the Myriad Self army that Fang Yuan had unleashed using Myriad Self Immortal Goo. Fang Yuan did not let go of that inspiration. This time he gave up on Myriad Self Immortal Goo and used the killer move Myriad Self. After a while, a large number of strength path phantoms formed and stood in a group. Fang Yuan thought about it and used Myriad Self for the third time. But this time he did not use an immortal killer move, but the most basic mortal killer move. With rank 4 all-out effort Goo as the core, bitter strength Goo, borrow strength Goo, self-reliance Goo, refine essence spirit Goo, earth strength Goo, water strength Goo, wind strength Goo, lightning strength Goo, fire strength Goo, lurking soul coat Goo, breath concealment Goo, and others were supplementary. Finally, Myriad Self was formed, splitting the main body's soul and forming a large number of strength path phantoms in an instant. But because it was a mortal killer move, these strength path phantoms could not compare to the phantom army that was created earlier. But this was the source. Back then, during the Northern Plains Imperial Court contest, Fang Yuan combined 6-arm Heavenly Zombie King and Self-Strength. He used Soul Path, Wisdom Path, Chi Path and Enslavement Path killer moves to create this move, solving the ancient problem of combining Enslavement and Strength Path. Next, using this move as the foundation, he developed Strength Path Giant Hand and Reverse Flow Protection Seal. The former could increase Fang Yuan's offensive advantage at the right time. It was Fang Yuan's strongest method. The latter was the crucial trump card for Fang Yuan to fight against rank 8s as a rank 7. Be it Myriad Self Killer Move, Strength Path Giant Hand, Reverse Flow Protection Seal, they were all outstanding killer moves. They were the best among the best. Now, Fang Yuan had a human path inspiration. He traced it back to the source and modified the original Myriad Self Mortal Path killer move. Fang Yuan's main body and clone were calculating at the same time. At the same time, the clone was bathed in the light of wisdom. The killer move was quickly modified. Fang Yuan activated Myriad Self for the 4th time. This time, a large number of strength path phantoms were also formed. However, unlike the previous 3 phantoms, although the phantoms of Fang Yuan were still standing quietly, there were all sorts of strange expressions on their faces. Some were crying, some were laughing, some were frowning, some were beaming with joy, some were murderous, some were indifferent, some were resting with their eyes closed, calm and peaceful, some were rolling their eyes, very curious about everything, and some were puffing their cheeks, looking extremely bored. Fang Yuan's divine sense scanned these phantoms. All sorts of thoughts flashed in his mind. After thinking for a long time, Fang Yuan and his clone gave up on these phantoms and used wisdom path methods to deduce again. This time the calculation took a full 6 hours. After succeeding, Fang Yuan obtained an extremely complex mortal-level Myriad Self-Killer move that was 100 times larger than the previous one. He activated this killer move. Because this killer move involved too many Goo worms, the arrangements were too complex. Even though Fang Yuan was a rank 8 Goo immortal, it took him a while to activate it. This time, the Myriad Self Phantoms were far fewer than any of the previous ones, but they seemed to have intelligence. Of these Myriad Self Phantoms, some were running, some were jumping, some were sitting cross-legged on the ground in deep thought, some were playing with each other, and some were even carrying hatred and anger, attacking the surrounding Myriad Self Phantoms. It was a mess. The chaos among the Myriad Self Phantoms became greater and greater. Soon this group of Myriad Self Phantoms started fighting each other. Even though some did not want to participate, they had no choice. These Myriad Self Phantoms were not of equal strength. Some were strong, some were weak. Fang Yuan's eyes flickered with bright light. He found that in this chaotic battle, the victorious Myriad Self Phantoms would get stronger as they fought, while the defeated Myriad Self Phantoms would get weaker and weaker until they perished. The Myriad Self Phantoms became smaller and smaller. Soon, there were only single phantoms left fighting intensely. Eventually, only one phantom was left standing on the battlefield. The rest of the Myriad Self Phantoms were all destroyed. This phantom was dozens of times stronger than before, but it was still limited to mortal level. The phantom still looked like Fang Yuan, but his face was filled with hatred and anger. He roared at Fang Yuan's time path clone who was not far away, revealing intense killing intent and malice, but he did not dare to attack, instead pouncing towards the Myriad Self Phantoms from before. These Myriad Self Phantoms stood quietly without Fang Yuan's orders. They did not move, letting the Hatred Phantom slaughter them. After this Hatred Phantom slaughtered for a while, its aura became stronger and stronger. it actually broke through the mortal shackles and advanced to rank 6 Gu immortal level. Seeing this, Fang Yuan's main body and clone revealed joyful expressions. Fang Yuan's clone waved his hand, the remaining myriad self-army immediately surged like a tide, surrounding the hatred phantom and attacking it to the death. The hatred phantom had outstanding strength. Even though it was surrounded by the myriad self-army, it became braver the more it fought. Every time it defeated or destroyed a phantom, its strength would increase by a little. It seemed to not know what fatigue was. It was like a war machine that could grow. It continued to roar and roar, standing tall in the battlefield without falling. Finally, when it broke through to rank 7 from rank 6 Gu immortal level, Fang Yuan's main body finally made a move, activating a killer move and personally killing this Strength Path Phantom. The final myriad self-killer move that Fang Yuan used, the Strength Path Phantoms formed had their own thoughts and personalities, even his main body could not control them. But the amazing thing was, the final myriad self-phantoms all had terrifying growth potential. That phantom whose face was filled with hatred was only rank 4 at the start, but it eventually became a rank 7 Gu immortal. Of course, this was a breakthrough in aura and level. Its battle strength was not that strong, it was even weaker than ordinary ancient desolate beasts. Because its body was only a phantom, it was not as sturdy as ancient desolate beasts. Its intelligence was also limited, it could not mobilize Gu worms to fight, it could only rely on its instincts. Be it myriad self-immortal Gu or myriad self-killer move, they both expend my soul. This is the principle of killer moves, thus it is an unavoidable flaw. Precisely because these Strength Path Phantoms originate from the same body, their souls confuse together, thus there is a possibility of devouring each other to strengthen themselves. The final myriad self-killer move that I used is no longer a pure fusion of enslavement and Strength Path, it is a human path killer move that is a step further. Fang Yuan's time path clone was bathed in the light of wisdom, his eyes were flickering with uncertainty. At this point, myriad self-killer move was a complete human path killer move, and myriad self-immortal Gu was a human path immortal Gu to begin with. In the previous life, when attacking Central Continent, Fang Yuan was still regretful that he did not have human path methods, he did not have any achievements in human path. Actually, he had it long ago, it was just that he had too many considerations at that time, he was in a huge battle and did not notice it. As the saying goes, looking horizontally at a mountain range and looking sideways at a mountain peak, they are all different from each other. I do not know the true face of Mount Lu, it is only because I am in this mountain. His exploration of human path had already started in the 500 years of his previous life, it was just that he did not have any awareness in this aspect. A person's life is the exploration of human path to begin with. Other than myriad self-immortal Gu, I have another human path immortal Gu. That is, Perseverance Gu. Wait, not just Perseverance Gu, the sovereign immortal fetus Gu that I snatched is also a human path Gu worm. Flipping through the legends of Renzuch, Hope Gu, Vanity Gu, Guts Gu, Stubbornness Gu, Dignity Gu, Self Gu, Worry Gu, weren't these Gu worms human path Gu worms? No wonder the legends of Renzuch is publicly recognized as a human path true inheritance, it truly contains deep human path profundities. Fang Yuan sighed internally, only now did he have a deeper understanding of the legends of Renzuch. In order to obtain this result, Fang Yuan had spent close to 600 years of his life. The human path inspiration that he obtained was not because he had nurtured variant humans recently, but because the accumulation of his entire life had reached a crucial point of qualitative change. It was like a small pile of gunpowder colliding with a tiny spark. With a loud explosion, Fang Yuan broke through his original shackles, reaching a higher level in human path. This was the result of accumulation, it was a natural progression. Central Continent, Celestial Court. Central Great Hall. The surging purple chi gradually calmed down and shrunk, eventually vanishing into Fairy Myrtle's mind. Fairy Myrtle frowned slightly. What scheme is this demon Fang Yuan plotting? In the Battle of Langya Blessed Land, Celestial Court lost. Fairy Myrtle took the responsibility and quickly leaked all the information regarding Fang Yuan for free. But Fang Yuan's side was very strange, he did not make any movements. Normally speaking, after Starcast was exposed and Qin Yi and Thunder Ghost True Monarch died in battle, Fang Yuan should have spread the news to deal a blow to Celestial Court's reputation and make the other 4 regions feel even more enmity towards Celestial Court. But Fang Yuan did not do that. Fairy Myrtle felt a sense of unease in her heart. These last days she had been paying close attention to Fang Yuan's movements, she had to understand and deduce even the slightest movement. Fairy Myrtle already knew about Fang Yuan's actions in southern border. But why was Fang Yuan only opposing Qi clan? What was his motive? Was he really going to plunder Qi Clan's 3 resource points? Earlier, when Plunder Shadow Earth Trenches formation was destroyed, was that mysterious Gu immortal Fang Yuan? Maybe after annexing Langya Blessed Land, his foundation rose greatly, he wants to refine Gu now. Or maybe he has already used Spring-Autumn Cicada and revived, using the advantage of rebirth to gain the initiative step by step. Fairy Myrtle's eyes flickered with uncertainty. After Fang Yuan's Spring-Autumn Cicada was exposed, his enemies would consider Spring-Autumn Cicada as a factor. Fairy Myrtle had been paying attention to this all along. Once Fang Yuan revives, Spring-Autumn Cicada will need time to recover. This is the best time to eliminate Fang Yuan. At the same time, I'm afraid Fang Yuan has already learned of all the methods we prepared. We need to change our battle tactics. Whether Fang Yuan used Spring-Autumn Cicada to revive or not, this was a crucial point. If he did, Fairy Myrtle would need to overturn most of her previous battle tactics. She would need to redesign them. However, Fairy Myrtle used all her strength to deduce many times. Even with Star Constellation chessboard, she could not confirm whether Fang Yuan had revived recently or not. At Plunder Shadow Earth Trench, even though Fang Yuan broke the formation, he did not take away the Dream Realm. When dealing with Meng Tu and the rest, he was even more secretive. Even Great Thief Ghost Hand, Fang Yuan did not use it directly. He used the super formation as a cover to prevent the Celestial Court from contacting Swan Bujin. The smokescreen he released was too ingenious. It temporarily fooled Fairy Myrtle. In this aspect, Fang Yuan's wisdom path attainment was a huge help to him. This revival was different from the previous times. Against the Celestial Court, Fang Yuan had to consider the ink effect at all times. Fang Yuan is too crafty, the clues he left behind are too few. Fairy Myrtle thought about it angrily before leaving the central Great Hall, arriving at the place where Spectral Soul was imprisoned. Soul Search. Spectral Soul resisted for a while before he was exhausted. His memories were extracted one by one. The secret of raising golden dragonfish? Fairy Myrtle was first overjoyed before feeling disappointed. If it was before, Fairy Myrtle could still attack Fang Yuan's main source of income, but now that the other party had annexed Langya Blessed Land, all of the businesses inside were taken over by Fang Yuan. The method of raising golden dragonfish that Fairy Myrtle obtained was useless. Even so, I cannot let go of any chance to suppress Fang Yuan. Fairy Myrtle thought about it before gritting her teeth and making a decision. Chapter 1788. On this night in southern border, the starry sky was dark, cold winds were blowing, it seemed like a storm was about to happen. 2 Gu immortals flew quickly, concealing their traces. The thick dark clouds under the night sky provided them with a layer of protection. This is the place. While moving, one of the Gu immortals spoke. The other Gu immortal stopped immediately. Next, at the center of the dark clouds, an immortal battlefield opened up. After absorbing the 2 mysterious Gu immortals, it closed and vanished. The 2 Gu immortals entered the immortal battlefield and removed their disguises, returning to their original appearances. The Gu immortal with lower cultivation level had ordinary looks, but the other Gu immortal had rank 8 cultivation level. He had a high status and reputation. He was famous in southern border's righteous path. It was Qi Clan's first supreme elder, Qi Chuyu. If other righteous path Gu immortals saw this, they would stare with wide eyes and gasp in shock. Because the great Qi Chuyu was acting so sneakily, who was he meeting in this dark night? Senior Qi Chuyu, we meet again. The Gu immortal guarding the immortal battlefield also had dream path aura. He had ordinary looks, he could not be found in a crowd. Qi Chuyu stared at him, saying in a dissatisfied tone, Fang Yuan, I thought you would come with your main body. Aren't you being too careful? The one waiting for Qi Chuyu was Fang Yuan. This immortal battlefield was also Yama's battlefield. However, Fang Yuan was not here with his main body. He had created another pure dream reality seeker physique body. Fang Yuan's clone smiled. I am cowardly and afraid of death. Please forgive me, Senior Qi Chuyu. Cowardly and afraid of death? Qi Chuyu frowned. He thought of Thunder Ghost True Monarch's 3 rib bones that were still hanging in jewel yellow skies. He thought of Fang Yuan's disguise as Wu Yihai back then, and also the losses that his clan had suffered from Fang Yuan's plunder. He laughed mockingly. Fang Yuan, you are too humble. I have brought the things you want. To prevent any problems, you should hurry up and hand them over. This place was close to Etian Mountain and the location was sensitive. Qi Chuyu did not dare to be careless. Of course. Fang Yuan's doppelganger nodded. The two immediately completed the handover. Qi Chuyu obtained an information path mortal Gu, while the Gu immortal beside him flew towards Fang Yuan's clone. The Gu immortal who came with Qi Chuyu was Fang Yuan's dream path clone. After Fang Yuan and Qi Chuyu came to an agreement, they attacked a few southern border locations and collected some of the scattered dream realms before using pure dream reality seeker transformation to transform into pure dream reality seeker physique bodies. Then, he used these pure dream reality seeker physique bodies to communicate with Qi Chuyu. Qi Chuyu brought one of them with him and followed the secret path to the secret space in the grand formation of Etian Mountain. There, Fang Yuan's pure dream reality seeker physique clone used a method to turn the dream realm into even more pure dream reality seeker physique bodies, which he stuffed into his immortal aperture. The earliest pure dream reality seeker physique bodies originated from a member of Shadow Sect. Wisdom Path Great Expert Old Man Inkstone. Pure dream reality seeker transformation was his greatest achievement in researching dream path in his entire life. In his hands was the original version of pure dream reality seeker transformation. It could create the most extreme form of pure dream reality seeker physique bodies with 18 hours of lifespan. Every 2 hours, the pure dream reality seeker physique bodies cultivation level would rise by 1 rank. At the final moment, they would have rank 9 cultivation level. But after the first battle of Etian Mountain, the sovereign immortal fetus goo that Shadow Sect had spent countless years to refine was obtained by Fang Yuan. Spectral soul was trapped in the dream realm. During the second battle of Etian Mountain, Zishan Makoto brought the remaining forces of Shadow Sect to attack, trying to save Spectral Soul's main body. Zishan Makoto also used pure dream reality seeker transformation in battle, but this killer move was an incomplete version. The pure dream reality seeker physique bodies were also incomplete. They did not have the same height as the original version. Fang Yuan also inherited this version of the killer move. Of course, he had obtained the original killer move from Spectral Soul's true inheritance. In Fang Yuan's previous life, this pure dream reality seeker transformation killer move was also obtained by Celestial Court. Fairy Myrtle's soul searched Spectral Soul's body. She finally obtained it. Not long after, Feng Kim Hong displayed the talent of a future immortal venerable. He actually perfected the original pure dream reality seeker transformation, which had many flaws. After that, Celestial Court obtained the perfect pure dream reality seeker physique bodies. It was the 11th extreme physique in the truest sense. And in the final battle of Central Continent, Fang Yuan attacked the 9-9 consecutive unceasing formation and captured the perfect pure dream reality seeker physique bodies from Feng Kim Hong. He comprehended the principles within and also grasped the perfect pure dream reality seeker transformation. Right now, when Fang Yuan transacted with Qi Chuyu, he did not use the perfect pure dream reality seeker physique bodies. Instead, he used the incomplete killer move that he inherited from Zishan Makoto. Because this incomplete pure dream reality seeker physique body had a limit to its lifespan, it would self-detonate when it reached its limit. Fang Yuan used this flaw ingeniously. Even if Qi Chuyu set a trap for him, he would not be able to obtain the pure dream reality seeker physique body. Before the transaction, Fang Yuan informed Qi Chuyu of this flaw. When Qi Chuyu learned that the pure dream reality seeker physique body beside him would self-detonate, his expression turned ugly. But for the sake of the extremely important dream path research results, he could only bear with it. Seeing that the pure dream reality seeker physique body returned to Fang Yuan's side, he let out a sigh of relief. After all, if this thing self-detonated beside him, Qi Chuyu's formation path methods would not work. Both sides were taking a huge risk in this transaction, but the benefits were too tempting. Both sides took the risk. This was the first transaction. Both sides were very satisfied with the result. This gave them confidence to continue. Before parting, they agreed on a time for the second transaction. They also had many secret and safe methods to communicate with each other. Different from the previous life, in this life, Fang Yuan's transaction with Qi clan had changed a lot. In the previous life, Fang Yuan used dream realms to exchange for Qi clan's immortal Yuan stones, immortal materials and so on. Because at that time he lacked immortal essence. But in this life, Fang Yuan annexed Langya blessed land and secretly advanced to rank 8. He had rank 8 immortal essence. He did not lack immortal essence at all. What he lacked were dream realms. In the previous life, he had basically explored all the dream realms that were scattered outside. Only a small portion was left because it was traded to Qi Chuyu. There was still value in exploring them. Fang Yuan lacked a large number of dream realms, the dream realms on Etian Mountain. Because he knew that Spectral Soul was a great grandmaster of all paths, his dream realms were on Etian Mountain. There were likely to be human path dream realms, information path dream realms, and Qi path dream realms. If he completely inherited Spectral Soul's attainment level, Fang Yuan could annex all the rank 8 grotto heavens of all paths. Spectral Soul's human path attainment level was naturally great grandmaster. If he did not have such a foundation, how could he create sovereign immortal fetus goo? My current human path attainment level is only master, and this is after 600 years of accumulation. Fang Yuan knew that with just his human path attainment level, he could not deal with the human path methods of the Celestial Court's venerables. His life was too short, his accumulation was too little. Red Lotus Demon Venerable's lifespan was 3,000 years. This was the shortest among venerables. In fact, he had been reborn many times, his lifespan far exceeded 3,000 years. Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable was 25,000 years old, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable was 19,000 years old, while Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable was 12,000 years old. These three were the top three venerables in terms of lifespan. To deal with these people, Fang Yuan could only use dream realms to surpass them. Other than human path, information path, chi path, and even ice and snow path were things that Fang Yuan desired. Fang Yuan's main body was near the transaction location. After Chichuyu left, after a while he called his clones to move. Soon he kept the two pure dream clones in the sovereign immortal aperture. The dream realm that Fang Yuan obtained this time was not a human path dream realm, it was mostly chi path. Chi path dream realms were useful too. If Fang Yuan's chi path attainment level reached Great Grandmaster, he would be able to annex Chi Grotto Heaven in the future. His cultivation level would rise again. Fang Yuan stored the dream realm and activated familiar face, before using fixed immortal travel to leave southern border. At the next moment he arrived in western desert, disguised as the wisdom path Gu immortal Swan Bujin. After flying for a while at the periphery of Green Ghost Desert, Fang Yuan saw Fang clan's rank 7 Gu immortal Fang Huasheng. He was Fang clan's third supreme elder, he specialized in healing methods, he wore a white robe and had white hair. After seeing Fang Yuan from afar, his solemn expression turned into a warm smile. Friend Swan Bujin, how have you been? Fang Huasheng immediately greeted. Fang Yuan nodded, thank you for your concern. I invited you this time, my goal is to cooperate with Fang clan and explore Green Ghost Desert together. Fang Yuan was in a hurry, he went straight to the point and stated his purpose, he did not want to waste time. This was different from the previous life. In the previous life, Fang Yuan's Swan Bujin identity was exposed, he lost contact with Fang clan. As a result, Fang Yuan could only use his true identity to threaten Fang clan. Even though Fang clan accepted the threat and gave Fang Yuan some resources, it was not in line with Fang Yuan's original plan. Furthermore, Fang clan had promised to pay for immortal Gu, but after Fang Yuan's identity was exposed, Fang clan had no intention of fulfilling it. Later, when Fang Yuan repaired Danghun Mountain, he lacked soul beasts to sacrifice to the mountain, the production of Guts Gu was hindered and his soul path cultivation slowed down. More than once, Fang Yuan regretted his failure in this aspect. This severely hindered his growth and disturbed his cultivation rhythm. But in this life, Fang Yuan paid attention to this point. Even though Swan Bujin used Great Thief Ghost Hand in front of Qin Yi and Fang Yuan used it against Feng Jioga in the formation space, the two situations were completely different. There was no evidence to link Fang Yuan and Swan Bujin together. Even though they both had theft path methods, there were other theft path Gu immortals in the 5 regions. Currently, most Gu immortals thought that during the battle for Langya Blessed Land, the theft path methods that Fang Yuan displayed were the foundation of Langya Blessed Land. After all, Long Hair Ancestor had once worked closely with Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable. Fang Huasheng had a worried expression as he sighed deeply. Ever since the Battle of Divine Bean Palace, Swan Bujin's grace has been deeply engraved in our hearts. If you want to cooperate with us, we will be happy to do so. But now. Fang Huasheng said this and purposely paused, he looked at Fang Yuan and observed Fang Yuan's expression. But he was destined to be disappointed. Fang Yuan was expressionless, there was no change in his expression. Fang Huasheng continued, but now, our Fang clan is in an awkward situation, we are being pressured by Western Desert's righteous path, they are making things difficult for us. Especially recently, there has been news that Swan Bujin is actually the great demon Fang Yuan, because both of them have immortal Gu stealing methods and are opposing the Celestial Court. After all, that demon Fang Yuan has the killer move familiar face. He is full of changes and has a crafty nature, it is truly hard to guard against him. Even the Celestial Court cannot do anything to him. Chapter 1789. Fang Huasheng's difficulties and complaints were actually to make things difficult for Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan's expression did not change, his mind was calm and unaffected. Because he had heard of such rumors long ago. Since he wanted to go against the Celestial Court, he had to have a clear vision. He had been trying to stand above the 5 regions, using the entire Gu world as a chessboard to compete with the Celestial Court. The rumor that Xuan Bujin and Fang Yuan were the same person did not originate from the celestial court. Fairy Myrtle had no evidence and made random guesses. It would only damage the reputation of the celestial court. At most, they would be suspicious and add fuel to the fire. The true force that spread this rumor was the other righteous path forces of Western Desert. Fang clan obtained a complete victory in the Battle of Divine Bean Palace. They defeated Qin Yi and Qing Chou, obtained Divine Bean Palace, and even recruited 2 rank 7 demonic path experts, Old Ghost by June and Eagle Concubine. Fang clan's gains were huge. If they could digest their gains, their strength would rise sharply and they would become the leader of Western Desert's righteous path. This would break the old balance. Under the turbulence of the situation, the benefits of many righteous path forces would be threatened. Thus they swarmed together and tried to suppress Fang clan. In order to have a good reason to do so, they looked for reasons everywhere. All sorts of old matters were brought up to talk about. They shook off the dust of past conflicts and used them. If they could not find any reason, what could they do? They had to create a reason. Thus, all sorts of rumors started to spread. They were said to be true, but with just a bit of analysis they were not tenable. The rumor that Xuan Bujin was Fang Yuan was one of them. There was no evidence at all, but did rumors need evidence? These were just the rules of the righteous path. They were a cover to suppress Fang clan. Who cares what evidence you have? It is enough as long as I have this cover. Fang Yuan even suspected that this rumor about him was created by a Gu immortal on a whim. As for the Gu immortal who created the rumor, he or she would never have thought that he or she would accidentally reveal the truth. But Fang Yuan reckoned that the Fangs would not believe such rumors. Although the identity of Xuan Bujin appeared rather abruptly, there was actually a trace to it. Fang Yuan had already made ample preparations for this. He had linked Xuan Bujin's identity with the Western Desert rogue immortal Zheng Jingshan. The Fang family still trusted the evidence Fang Yuan gave. Because Zheng Jingshan was someone from tens of thousands of years ago, and his relationship with the Fang family was a secret that other factions did not know much about. The Fang clan would never admit that Xuan Bujin was Fang Yuan, unless there was direct evidence that the Fang clan could not refute. It was like this in his previous life. Because Fang Yuan's identity was exposed, the Fang family had fallen into a passive position. The Western Desert righteous Dao forces were overjoyed to find this banner. Fang Yuan knew very well that Fang Huasheng's words were all for the sake of the Fang family. Fang Yuan sneered inwardly as he glanced at Fang Huasheng. In that case, forget it. I will look for other clans to cooperate with. Saying so, he turned around and left in a hurry. Fang Huasheng's heart jumped when he saw Fang Yuan's gaze. Now that he saw Fang Yuan turning around to leave, he realized how terrible it was. He quickly chased after him. Friend Xuan Bujin, wait. What is it? Is there anything else? Fang Yuan slowed down and floated in the air. He looked at Fang Huasheng with a mocking gaze as he said plainly, "Isn't Fang clan in a difficult situation and does not want to cooperate?" Fang Huasheng had a bitter smile on his face. He understood that Fang Yuan had seen through him and the Fang clan. He was purposely doing this to make things difficult for him. But Fang Huasheng was helpless, because he was indeed being held captive. Fang Huasheng was mentally prepared for this. Because before coming here, Fang clan's wisdom path great grandmaster Fang Dichang had told him. Xuan Bujin was a wisdom path Gu immortal after all. Fang Huasheng cupped his fists towards Fang Yuan. Friend Xuan Bujin, please don't blame us. Even though Fang clan's situation is worrying, our determination to cooperate with you has never wavered. The relationship between you and Fang clan dates back to tens of thousands of years ago. This relationship is truly wondrous, we should cherish it. During the Battle of Divine Bean Palace, our clan cooperated very well with you. If not for your help, we would have to go through a lot of trouble to take down Divine Bean Palace. My Fang clan still owes fellow Daoists the reward for this battle. Although we obtained fellow Daoists forgiveness and delayed the payment, our Fang clan has never forgotten about it. Before I came, the Grand Elder asked me to properly apologize to fellow Daoist Xuan Bujin about this. Fang Huasheng said a lot of nice words without wasting any effort. Fang Yuan felt disdain, but he showed a smile on his face. On one hand he was cooperating with Fang Huasheng, on the other hand he was giving himself a way out. Fang Yuan said, "I have some understanding of Fang clan's situation. You also know that I am a wisdom path Gu immortal. I am very eager to develop Green Ghost Desert. I have already drafted the details of this cooperation, take a look." Fang Huasheng received the information path Mortal Gu and looked at it with his divine sense. His face turned pale. Fang Yuan's proposal was clearly biased towards him. His request was not excessive but not easy. it was right at Fang clan's bottom line. As expected of a wisdom path Gu immortal. Fang Huaxing looked at it and felt a chill in his heart. He sighed. Even though Fang clan obtained Divine Bean Palace, it was very difficult to refine it. They had little progress. After the Battle of Divine Bean Palace, Fang clan's 3 immortal Gu houses were heavily damaged. Fang clan's strength fell drastically. They were at rock bottom. And at this time, Western Desert's Righteous Path forces attacked together to suppress Fang clan. Fang clan's situation was dire. They needed external help. Xuan Bujin was an ideal aid. Because in the eyes of Fang clan's immortals, Xuan Bujin was not only a wisdom path Gu immortal, he had methods to enslave a soul beast army, and in the Battle of Divine Bean Palace, he even exposed his ability to steal rank 8 immortal Gu soul beast token. It was simply shocking. Fang clan was very wary of Xuan Bujin, but thankfully Xuan Bujin and Fang clan had deep ties. They had worked together in the past. At this crucial moment, if Fang clan had such a rank 7 expert, it would definitely raise their morale. It would be a great help to their current situation. And if they rejected Xuan Bujin's request, they might push this person to the opposite side. If Xuan Bujin cooperated with other Righteous Path forces, Fang clan's situation would become even worse. Fang clan was wary of Xuan Bujin, but they also needed him. Even though Xuan Bujin was only a rank 7 Gu immortal, Fang clan could not reject his request in their current situation. Fang Yuan knew this. He was fearless against Fang Huaxing. My negotiation with Qi Chuyu earlier might have failed. But in this negotiation with Fang clan, I am already in an invincible position. Fang Yuan was very confident in his heart. Of course, if Xuan Bujin's identity is exposed, Fang clan will never cooperate with me no matter what. Thus, in my previous life, I directly threatened them and gave up on the idea of cooperation. This was the rule of the Righteous Path. As for why Qi Chuyu took the risk and transacted with Fang Yuan, it was purely because the benefits were too great. Moreover, Qi Chuyu was confident. Even if this matter was exposed and he denied it, Qi clan had the protection of the formation. It was impregnable. They would at most give up some resources and benefits. Qi clan's situation and status were different from Fang clan. The two clans had different situations, so they had different strategies. Fang Huaxing looked at the terms and conditions before returning Fang Yuan's information path Mortal Gu to him. But at the same time he handed another information path Mortal Gu to Fang Yuan. This was personally given to me by Lord Second Supreme Elder on this trip. According to your plan, our Fang clan will definitely cooperate. But this information path Mortal Gu's content is another plan that Fang clan is sincere about. Please consider it. Fang Yuan laughed inwardly. He did not need to look to know what the contents were. After taking a look, Fang Yuan's lips curled up unnoticeably. As expected, Fang clan gave a heavy condition, inviting Fang Yuan to be their external supreme elder. Fang Yuan laughed internally but showed hesitation on his face. He said solemnly to Fang Huaxing, "This? I need to consider it for a few days." Fang Huaxing was overjoyed. He was worried that Fang Yuan would reject it on the spot. Now that Fang Yuan said he needed to consider it, it meant that Fang Yuan was moved. But it was not strange that he was moved. When Fang Huaxing first saw Fang clan's conditions to recruit Fang Yuan, he was also shocked. He did not expect the clan to pay such a huge price. Fang Huaxing quickly said, "Friend Xuan Bujin, please consider it. You know about Fang clan's foundation and sincerity. Even though our current situation is difficult, our future is bright. To speak the truth, our clan has already made some progress in refining Divine Bean Palace." Fang Yuan responded with an "oh," the excitement on his face becoming even more obvious. However, he was secretly rolling his eyes. Fang clan's progress in refining Divine Bean Palace was definitely slow. What? Because in the final battle of Central Continent, Fang clan did not use Divine Bean Palace to fight. Fang Huaxing was simply lying through his teeth. But this was not what Fang Yuan was concerned about. He had already decided to agree to Fang clan's request and become their external supreme elder. As long as he had enough time with his information path attainment, the alliance agreement would not be able to restrict him. With this identity, the development of Green Ghost Desert would be even smoother. At the same time, a large amount of cultivation resources would be given to Fang Yuan as a reward for joining Fang clan. Fang Yuan was quite moved by these resources. But Fang Yuan could not agree on the spot. If he agreed on the spot, it would seem too impatient. This was not in line with Xuan Bujin's identity. Fang clan's Fang Dichang was a wisdom path great grandmaster. He had extraordinary talent and methods. Fang Yuan had seen it with his own eyes. He could not be underestimated. After saying this, Fang Yuan bid farewell to Fang Huasheng. Take care. Fang Huasheng stayed far away, watching as Fang Yuan left. He had a sincere expression on his face as he sent him off. Fang Yuan found it funny. I will agree in a few days. But if my identity is exposed one day, I wonder what kind of expression the Fang clan will have? Chapter 1790. Sovereign Grotto Heaven. In the lesser southern border, a damaged mountain range stood silently on the ground. Although it was damaged compared to the surrounding hills, it stood out like a crane in a flock of chickens. It was completely different from ordinary mountains. It seemed to be made of crystal. It was pink in color and constantly emitted a dreamy and mysterious color. It was one of the secluded domains of heaven and earth recorded in the Legends of Renzu, Danghun Mountain. Fang Yuan's divine sense lingered in the surroundings. Danghun Mountain has already been repaired to 80%. It has improved greatly compared to the previous life. In comparison, Fang Yuan's previous life was much more bitter. He did not annex Langya Blessed Land. The Battle of Langya Blessed Land also expended a lot of his immortal essence reserves. Afterwards, he attacked southern border many times to collect dream realms. He traded with Chi Chuyu and obtained a large number of immortal Yuan stones to replenish his immortal essence reserves. In the previous life, when Fang Yuan repaired Danghun Mountain, he used Landscape as before Immortal Gu and expended a huge amount of immortal essence. Landscape as before Gu was only rank 6, while Fang Yuan's immortal essence was only rank 7. He was also under external pressure, be it southern border or the celestial court. They all wanted to find trouble with Fang Yuan. For a long time, Fang Yuan's immortal essence reserves had been hovering around the warning line. He could not accumulate any more and had to expend a lot. But in this life, after Fang Yuan annexed Langya Blessed Land, his situation was completely different. He became a rank 8 Gu immortal. At the same time, the sovereign immortal aperture could produce a bead of rank 8 white lychee immortal essence, which was equivalent to 100 beads of red date immortal essence. That was to say, Fang Yuan's immortal essence harvest was 100 times more than before. At the same time, Fang Yuan had the rank 7 heavenly essence treasure Imperial Lotus, and Langya Blessed Land itself had a lot of immortal Yuan stones. With such a huge foundation, Fang Yuan's immortal essence reserves were not a problem at all. Immortal essence was used without any regard for expenditure. Danghun Mountain's recovery speed was much faster than in the previous life. At this time in the previous life, Danghun Mountain was only 30% recovered. But in this life it was 70%. Soon Danghun Mountain would be restored. If Landscape as before Immortal Gu's rank was higher, Fang Yuan's speed would be even faster. Currently, Landscape as before Immortal Gu was only rank 6. Using it to repair Danghun Mountain was like using a knife to cut a tree. Even though Fang Yuan had rank 8 Immortal Gu Advanced Refinement, as well as the Long Hair Refinement Path Formation, he was a reliable person. He was not willing to take the risk of refining Landscape as before Immortal Gu, unless he obtained Regret Gu in the future and constructed Regret Pool. The success rate of the Gu refinement was too low. If the refinement failed and the Immortal Gu was destroyed, it would be awkward. Of course, Fang Yuan had thought of the Vital Gu. Even if the Destiny Gu's refinement failed countless times, the Destiny Gu would be preserved and would not be destroyed. But Fang Yuan's Time Path clone's Vital Gu was Spring Autumn Cicada. While the Sovereign's main body was formed from Sovereign Immortal Fetus Gu, it did not have the concept of a Vital Gu. If I can seize a Gu Immortal's body and split my soul to create a clone, I will be able to kill them. On this basis, I can change the clone's Vital Gu and refine Landscape as before Gu. That would be safe. Unfortunately, Fang Yuan's idea could not be implemented at the moment. It was not that he could not capture Gu Immortal captives, he had a batch of them now. The problem now was that his soul was expending a lot, his foundation was thin, he could not split his soul. Every time a Wisdom Path Gu Immortal made a deduction on Fang Yuan, Yama Emperor would activate and expend Fang Yuan's soul foundation. Every time Fang Yuan created pure Dream Reality Seeker physique bodies, Fang Yuan's soul foundation would be expended. Myriad Self was the same. Exploring dream realms would cause damage to the soul. All these factors were causing Fang Yuan's soul to be unable to bear the burden. Especially recently, after Fairy Myrtle lost the battle, she kept trying to deduce Fang Yuan. Yama Emperor's killer move was constantly activated. Fang Yuan was extremely annoyed, his Guts Gu inventory was running dry. Ever since Fang Yuan was reborn, the ink effect had brought him many benefits, but there were also disadvantages. In the previous life his soul could still hold on. But in this life it was very bad. If this continued, it would be even worse. If he ran out of Guts Gu, Fang Yuan would have to use other soul path methods to salvage the situation. These soul path methods had their own side effects, they were naturally not as good as Guts Goo. There is another situation that is disadvantageous to me. Celestial Court has made a move, they are now involved in the dragonfish business. Celestial Court is now selling large numbers of silver dragonfish and iron dragonfish. They seem to be able to produce gold dragonfish. This will have a huge impact on my dragonfish business. Although this situation happened in the previous life, it will happen in the future. To think that it would happen so early in this life. Fang Yuan could not do anything about this. Spectral Soul was captured by Celestial Court. Fairy Myrtle was likely stimulated by Langya Blessed Land's defeat. She increased the intensity of her soul search on Spectral Soul. This caused the dragonfish business to be affected. It seems that Spectral Soul cannot hold on for much longer. Even when Longevity Heaven attacked Celestial Court in the previous life, he did not come out, he was imprisoned all along. Fang Yuan sighed, suppressing the emotions in his heart. He had no time to waste. He had to fight for every second of time. Who knew in the future battles, this bit of accumulation might help him. Fang Yuan's rebirth plan was progressing smoothly, everything was progressing smoothly. Langya Blessed Land was annexed by him, he became a rank 8 Gu immortal. He used this chance to annex the Four Races Alliance, his foundation rose sharply. His human path attainment level also broke through to master level. Chi-Chuyu transacted with him again, the contents of the transaction were more beneficial to him than in the previous life. Fang clan was also preparing to recruit him, their plan to develop Green Ghost Desert had a bright future. All sorts of changes and achievements gave rise to a future that could not be compared to the previous life. Fang Yuan did not relax at all. He knew that next, Southern Borders leaders would discuss and decide on a group to hunt him down. On one hand, Fang Yuan's attack was a huge provocation to Southern Borders' righteous path, they had to respond to it. On the other hand, Wu clan, Tai clan, Ba clan, and other forces also wanted to gain benefits, increase their reputation and increase their authority. There should be some time left. Because it will be difficult for Southern Borders' righteous path clans to come to an agreement. They will argue with each other. After all, earth trenches are appearing one after another, the clans are fighting for natural resources, there are many conflicts and conflicts. Right now, Tai clan's plan to build beacon towers was still in progress. Even though Tai clan was pushing it, they were obstructed by the other clans. Not to mention the Southern Border Alliance. Even though Wu Yong had such an ambition, if he mentioned it now, it would be a joke. Fang Yuan had many things to do. Firstly, he had to modify the killer move Jade Flow Pearl. This move used rank 7 fixed immortal travel as the core, it used almost all of the space path immortal goo that Fang Yuan had, many refinement path immortal goo, and a large number of supplementary mortal goo. He had used this killer move many times, it was completely exposed now. Even though Chi-Chuyu had a secret transaction with him, he would definitely gather information and find wisdom path helpers to deduce this move and find a way to counter it. To prevent it from being countered, Fang Yuan had to modify it, or at least he had to have an improved version just in case. Because right now, Bai Ning Bing, Ing Wuxia, and the rest were still cultivating on the Stone Lotus Island. Omnidirectional travel could not be used for now. Even though Shui Air, Mo Tan Sang and Shi Cheng were substitutes, Fang Yuan's main body had not practiced with them much, he was still far from mastering it. In terms of movement, Fang Yuan was currently relying heavily on omnidirectional travel and fixed immortal travel to carry the load. If an accident happened, these two methods would not be useful, and Fang Yuan would be heavily surrounded, he would be in danger. It was better to be safe than sorry. Fixed immortal travel's killer move would be Fang Yuan's path of retreat in such a situation. Secondly, Fang Yuan needed to repair Spring-Autumn Cicada. Currently, he was using immortal killer moves to help the weakened rank 6 Spring-Autumn Cicada recover faster. Thirdly, Fang Yuan was actively adjusting his business. The dragonfish business was already greatly affected. Celestial Court was a huge organization, Fang Yuan could not compete with it. Most of the businesses in Langya Blessed Land needed to satisfy Fang Yuan's own needs, the rest needed to be adjusted to suit the current Fang Yuan. Furthermore, Fang Yuan was still disguised in jewel yellow skies to purchase immemorial year beasts. There were plans for the incomplete form of the immortal goo house, as well as the deduction of the killer move goo as before. Fang Yuan wanted to create an immortal goo house that belonged to him. In the previous life, his incomplete immortal goo house was repeatedly destroyed or crippled. Such a terrible experience seemed to be a precious experience for him now, it benefited him greatly. The abundant gains since rebirth were quickly digested by Fang Yuan. He grasped every minute and every second, growing rapidly with every passing moment. Several days later. Western Desert, Fang clan's headquarters. Friend Xuan Bujin has joined our clan. This is a grand occasion in the last 100 years. From today onwards, your name will spread throughout the whole of Western Desert and even the other 4 regions. Fang clan's first supreme elder Fang Gong held Fang Yuan's hands passionately. Fang Yuan smiled, retracting his hands without a change in expression. This old man in front of him seemed to be generous but was actually very sinister. Fang Yuan had personally witnessed this old man sneak attacking Qin Yi and beating up Qin Yi in Divine Bean Palace. After I joined Fang clan, Fang Gong came to welcome me personally. He even brought Fang Dichang with him and wants to spread the news. It seems that Fang clan's situation is not good. Fang Yuan thought to himself. He looked at Fang Dichang and smiled. Fang Dichang's heart tightened. He was surprised. What's going on? Why do I have a bad feeling? At the next moment, Fang Dichang and Fang Gong's expressions changed. Fang Gong said angrily, "Such guts. A demonic path Gu immortal actually invaded our clan's important heavenly dew oasis. Does he think our Fang clan is weak and easy to bully?" Fang Dichang's expression was grim. He stared at Fang Yuan. The situation is a bit complicated. It might not be a demonic path Gu immortal, it might be those forces. Especially at the delicate moment when Elder Xuan Bujin had just joined us. We had just announced the news to Treasure Yellow Heaven, and this happened. Fang Yuan snorted coldly in anger. His expression was grim. "Let me handle this." Chapter 1791. There was no end to the desert. Intense winds blew the sand around, shrouding the world. Fang Yuan moved like a wisp of smoke, flying rapidly in the sandstorm. A vast oasis began to appear in his field of vision. This was the Heavenly Dew Oasis. There was a huge lake in the oasis. There were so many water sources that it was like a small sea. Around the lake there were tall acupuncture trees. These trees were dark green in color. They looked like humans with hands and legs. Their legs were deeply planted in the desert, absorbing water and nutrients for survival. Some of their arms were stretched out, some were raised high in the sky. Some were standing with their arms bent, pointing at their heads with their pinky fingers, as if they were picking their noses. There were also some who were lying on the ground as if they were lazy people. They crossed their legs, their feet still stuck in the sand, and their arms were behind their heads as if they were looking at the clouds in the sky. There were millions of acupuncture trees densely packed together, encircling the entire Heavenly Dew Oasis, forming the first line of defense. Ordinary acupuncture trees were the most numerous. They were 10 to 20 feet tall, like motionless giants. There were also hundreds of desolate plant acupuncture trees. They were huge and could reach 50 to 60 feet tall. They were very mighty. There were also ancient desolate plant acupuncture trees. There were more than 10 of them. They were like mountains. Even if they were lying down, they would stand out in the acupuncture trees. They were very conspicuous. At ancient desolate plant level, acupuncture trees would bloom all year round. Their petals were snow white without any impurities. The stamens had different colors, but they were usually light pink, light yellow, or pink blue. Every petal was the seed of the acupuncture tree. They were scattered in the wind. Acupuncture trees had high value. They were very useful. Every needle, every branch, every root was a Gu material. They contained rich fire path and wood path Dao marks. When encountering a strong enemy, these acupuncture trees would go berserk. Like giants, they would wave their limbs and jump around in the desert, using their terrifying strength and sharp needles to kill their enemies. During peaceful times they would stay still. Sometimes, when encountering someone they liked, they would slowly use their needles to pierce into the target's skin, injecting a type of liquid. This liquid was like spring water, but its value was even higher. It could strengthen the vitality and foundation of other living beings, relieve fatigue, relieve pain, and treat illnesses. Long-term acupuncture could often make the body healthy, full of vitality, and even prolong one's life. Not to mention the lake that was even more valuable. Just the acupuncture forest around the lake was extremely valuable, turning this Heavenly Dew Oasis into a super resource point. This oasis was famous in Western Desert, one of the top 10 oases. It was the most important property of Fang clan. Although Fang Yuan's Dragonfish Sea was also a super resource point, it paled in comparison to this oasis. Recently, the Fang family has been jointly suppressed by the other Western Desert forces. However, the resource points they controlled were at most miniature or small ones. They were affected and even changed owners. The surprise attack on Heavenly Dew Oasis this time has severely touched the bottom line of the Fang family. Fang Gong's anger is a natural expression of his emotions. After a while, Fang Yuan flew above the Heavenly Dew Oasis. Heavenly Dew Oasis formation had already been activated, resisting a mysterious Gu immortal. This Gu immortal clearly cultivated soul path. He wore a black robe, there was a layer of dark clouds above his head, gray-white vengeful spirits were flying around his body. His movements were secretive, and his killing moves were extraordinary. Every strike of his was accompanied by a mournful wailing sound that caused goosebumps to rise all over the bodies of those who heard it. It was extremely horrifying. The Fang clan Gu immortal defending Heavenly Dew Oasis had already activated the formation. But Fang clan's formation was inferior to Qi clan's. Fang clan was more skilled in immortal Gu houses. And this Western Desert Soul Path Gu immortal's attacks were unpredictable and ruthless. He had already broken through half of the formation and was wreaking havoc in Heavenly Dew Oasis. Fang Yuan did not conceal his aura. He came to the battlefield and attacked the Soul Path Gu immortal. Bam bam bam. When the two of them started fighting, thunderous explosions immediately rang out. The wind and waves stirred up huge waves in the oasis. Fang clan's Gu immortal contacted Fang Yuan and asked for cooperation, but Fang Yuan only asked them to defend the oasis. The Fang clan Gu immortal was worried because the Soul Path Gu immortal was very powerful. His heart was pounding, he felt very uneasy. But Fang Yuan displayed an even stronger stance. He had many immortal Gu, he acted as Xuan Bujin and used wisdom path methods. His methods were complex and endless, it was a feast for the eyes. The Soul Path Gu immortal's killer moves were unpredictable, but Fang Yuan's wisdom path killer moves were even more ingenious. They were filled with wisdom and magnanimity. After fighting for a while, Fang Yuan gradually gained the initiative and grasped the rhythm of the battle. That Western Desert Soul Path Gu immortal became fiercer as he fought. He shouted, "Who are you? How can Fang clan have someone like you?" Fang Yuan laughed. "I am Wisdom Path Xuan Bujin, the current external supreme elder of Fang clan. I just joined Fang clan and you jumped out to provoke me. You are looking down on me, then I will take your life." Fang Yuan's killing intent surged. He forced the Soul Path Gu immortal to retreat continuously. He was surrounded by danger. The Fang clan Gu immortals inside the formation felt a chill in their hearts. They knew that this newly joined Supreme Elder was not a benevolent person. Fang Yuan's eyes shined with bright light, he had a stern expression, he was arrogant and aloof. He waved his sleeves and launched attacks that surged like tides. The power was terrifying, the spectators were shocked. After fighting for a while, the Soul Path Gu immortal gave a loud shout. He seemed to have used a killer move with a huge flaw. His face turned pale and his aura fell, he became extremely weak. But his speed rose sharply, he shot out of the battlefield like an arrow. "Where do you think you are going?" Fang Yuan shouted coldly as he chased after him. Under the excited and expectant gazes of Fang clan's Gu immortals, Fang Yuan chased after the Soul Path Gu immortal. Fang clan's headquarters. In the study room, Fang Gong and Fang Dichang were secretly discussing their plan. At the same time the two stopped talking. "Oh, Xuan Bujin repelled the invading enemies, his speed is quite fast." Fang Dichang smiled. "But..." Fang Gong's voice was deep. The report also said that Xuan Bujin chased after them, but he returned halfway. According to Xuan Bujin's own words, this was to prevent the enemy from feigning surrender and setting up a trap for him. What do you think of this? Fang Dichang smiled. "Xuan Bujin is a Wisdom Path Gu immortal like me, maybe he really found some clues and sensed a scheme. Or maybe he did not want to put in much effort, it was enough to show his contribution by repelling the enemies. After all, his surname is not Fang, the reason why he joined our clan was because our remuneration was high enough, and also because he wanted to borrow our strength to develop Green Ghost Desert." Fang Dichang analyzed Fang Yuan deeply with just a few words. Fang Gong nodded. "Xuan Bujin is quite strong, he has countless methods. Aren't we going to include him in our plan?" Fang Dichang shook his head. "I don't suggest that. This person has just joined us, we have not figured out his details yet. Even though there is an alliance agreement, we cannot trust this restriction too much. He is a variable." Fang Gong pondered. "Then forget it, I just feel that it is a pity, he has such great battle strength after all." Fang Dichang smiled. "Actually, even without him, according to our arrangements, our battle strength is barely enough. Moreover, even though he will not participate in this secret operation, he can still provide some help. We might as well let him guard Heavenly Dew Oasis and transfer the original Rank 7 members back to participate in this operation. This way, on one hand we can display the magnanimity of our Fang clan, on the other hand we can make Xuan Bujin a target. With the information of this battle and our help, he will definitely be in the limelight and become a thorn in the side of Western Desert's righteous path. He will attract most of the attention for us." "Ah." Fang Gong laughed, he looked at Fang Dichang with an admiring gaze. It is truly great that our Fang clan has a wisdom path great grandmaster like you. The next day. They want me to guard this place? Fang Yuan looked at Heavenly Dew Oasis. Thoughts flashed in his mind like lightning. He had already used his wisdom path killer move. I am only an outsider who has just joined Fang clan, but they want me to guard this place alone. The original rank 7 Gu Immortal has also been transferred away. Adding on the previous battle, Fang clan has spread the news. I am afraid I am already being targeted by Western Desert's righteous path. According to common sense, Fang clan should arrange at least one Gu Immortal to restrain me. But not only did they not do so, the movements of Fang clan's experts are also very secretive. It seems they are going to make a big move. In the previous life, what did Fang clan do? Fang Yuan frowned. In the previous life, because Xuan Bujin's identity was exposed, Fang Yuan did not pay much attention to Fang clan. How did Fang clan resist the pressure of Western Desert's righteous path and eventually attack Central Continent's Emperor City? Fang Yuan did not know what happened during this process. It seems that in the previous life, Western Desert's righteous path worked together to hide the truth? Or maybe this world has already changed, the Ink's effect has spread here. Fang Yuan lacked clues and information. He could not think of any countermeasures. He could only stay put for now. On one hand, he waited for the development of this matter. On the other hand, he had to continue with his plan. Wuxia, where are you now? He contacted Wuxia. In Green Ghost Desert, a soul path Gu Immortal raised his head to look at the gloomy sky. He lowered his head and continued to move. Lord Sect Leader, I am already in Green Ghost Desert. It was Wuxia. Not long ago, Fang Yuan secretly brought him back from the Stone Lotus Island and gave him Yang Sanmu's body, Immortal Aperture, as well as many Soul Path Gu worms and modified Soul Path killer moves. Wuxia's appearance had changed greatly. If Fang clan's Gu Immortals saw him, they would be furious. Isn't this the mysterious enemy who attacked Heavenly Dew Oasis yesterday? Very good, I have handed Soul Beast token to you. Go and develop it. Keep in contact with me. I already have fixed Immortal Travel's killer move. I can reinforce you at any time. Don't be careless, don't fall into some immortal battlefield or formation space. Fang Yuan reminded him.